I found myself within the world of One Piece, having become the child retrieved from the sea by the esteemed Garp. Growing up alongside Luffy, Ace, and Sabo in a quaint woodland cottage belonging to Dadan, I became Luffy's most cherished younger brother and the most protected little sibling of Ace and Sabo. Yet, deep within my heart, an admiration had taken root for the green-haired swordsman, Roronoa Zoro. Initially, I was afflicted with amnesia, oblivious to my translocation, devoid of memories from my previous life. However, a singular event later jolted my recollection back to life. In those early days, I pursued while he evaded, with the entire crew watching in amusement. Chapter 1. Grandfather Garp. A grand naval warship sliced through the azure waters of the East Blue, gradually approaching the borders of the Goa Kingdom, specifically the Fuchsia village. Sunlight bathed the deck, and an unusual breeze swept across the sea, carrying with it a briny scent. On the lookout tower, a young sailor, peering through his telescope as part of his routine, suddenly paused in disbelief. What is that? He adjusted the focus, perplexed as he pointed toward an inconspicuous white dot on the distant ocean. Another seasoned sailor, sharp-eyed, swiftly took the telescope from him. It appears to be a foam board? No, wait, there seems to be someone on it. It's a child. His voice suddenly escalated. Quick, report to Vice Admiral Garp. At that moment, Garp, the Vice Admiral they spoke of, reclined leisurely on a specialized deck chair, basking in the sun. Wearing a dog-head eye mask, one hand cradled behind his head, and the other indulging in a handful of sembei, he emitted a satisfying crunch. The warm sunlight lulled him into a gentle stupor. It had been 3 years since he last visited his stubborn grandson, Ace. This time, he had brought along his other grandson, Luffy, hoping that the two boys, under Dadan's care, would roughhouse together and eventually grow into formidable naval officers. The mere thought of his grandson's antics leading to their day of strength brought a satisfied smile to Garp's lips. Vice Admiral Garp. The hurried footsteps and shouts interrupted his reverie. The seasoned sailor rushed up, breathless. We've discovered a child at sea. He's lying on a foam board, adrift, and his condition is uncertain. What? Garp sprang to his feet, his dog-head eye mask slipping to reveal eyes that, though aged, still sparkled with vitality. He tossed aside the sembei bag and strode purposefully to the ship's edge, where, following the sailor's direction, he gazed into the distance, where a fragile white foam board bobbed like a delicate petal upon the shimmering waves, with a small figure curled upon it. Without needing further prompting, Garp's eyes sharpened, and his leg muscles coiled with energy. With a bang, the deck resounded as his towering frame launched skyward like a cannonball. In midair, he expertly executed the moonwalk, a technique from the Marine Six styles, producing explosive sounds as he propelled himself forward. In just a few leaps, he covered the considerable distance between the warship and the foam board. Upon nearing, he discerned a child, approximately 5 or 6 years old, drenched with pink hair plastered to a smooth forehead. The child's face appeared unusually pale from exposure to the sea and sun, yet his exquisite features shone through, long eyelashes resembling rain-drenched butterfly wings casting gentle shadows on porcelain skin that he was a cherubic child, as adorable as his own Luffy. Garp felt an instant connection, believing Ace and Luffy would undoubtedly cherish this new, delightful sibling. He swiftly reached out, his movements unexpectedly gentle for his size, and cradled the cold, fragile body securely in his broad, warm embrace. Nasai slowly opened his doe-like eyes, realizing he was being held, feeling the rush of air and the sensation of wind against his face. His mind was a blank slate, devoid of recollections. Meeting the child's gaze, Garp felt a stirring in his rugged heart. He smiled broadly, using his stubbled cheek to rub against the child's icy face, his deep voice resonating reassuringly against the sea breeze. It's all right, little one. What is a child doing at sea alone? Garp displayed a warm smile, revealing his 8 prominent teeth in a fatherly manner. Nasai blinked innocently, his eyes glistening with confusion. Although his mind held no memories, an instinctual sense of closeness and trust surged within him. He extended his cold little hand, cautiously grasping the corner of Garp's cape, his voice soft yet clear. I don't remember. Are you my grandfather? Nasai felt an inexplicable fondness for Garp, inexplicably drawn to this grandfather figure. Yes, indeed. I'm your grandfather, Garp replied, feeling a rush of affection for the child, believing this amnesia could be a blessing, as it meant he could guide this child away from Luffy's incessant desire to become a pirate, steering him toward a future as a powerful marine instead. Grandfather. Nasai seemed to confirm something, instantly feeling at ease, burying his face into Garp's sturdy chest, sweetly calling out with unreserved trust. This heartwarming moment was abruptly interrupted by the sound of flip-flops slapping against the floor and a sleepy mumble. Grandfather, I'm so hungry. The door to the lounge swung open, revealing a disheveled boy with messy black hair, wearing a straw hat and a blue tank top adorned with fish, rubbing his eyes as he emerged. It was the 7-year-old Monkey D, Luffy. His eyes were still heavy with sleep, his cheeks marked with the impressions of his pillow. Embodying the quintessential image of a child awakened by hunger, he rubbed his eyes and whined playfully, Grandfather, I want to eat meat. Meat? Luffy, come here, Gar called cheerfully. Look, this is your little brother, Nanny. A brother? I have a brother. Luffy's drowsiness vanished in an instant, his eyes widening in surprise, as he dashed over, his flip-flops creating a cheerful rhythm on the deck. Luffy's adorable face pressed against Nasai's, their noses nearly touching, as they curiously examined each other. Wow, such a cute little guy. Is he my brother? Seeing Luffy, Nasai's eyes sparkled with newfound brightness, as if starlight had fallen into his previously vacant gaze. He felt an overwhelming fondness for this brother, inexplicably joyous in Luffy's presence, as if he had tasted sweetness for the first time. A blush adorned his pale cheeks, yet his eyes shone with astonishing brilliance, as if filled with the entire cosmos, unwaveringly fixed on Luffy as he sweetly exclaimed, Brother. Luffy, taken aback by this melodic and trusting call of brother, puffed out his small chest, declaring with youthful bravado, All right, little brother. I'm your brother, Monkey D. Luffy, and I'm going to become the Pirate King. Wow, the Pirate King brother is so amazing, Nasai exclaimed, utterly captivated, oblivious to the shift in Garp's expression, the previously warm smile now frozen and crumbling. Luffy, Garp, enveloped in the supreme armament haki, unleashed his iron fist of love, a blur of motion nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, striking Luffy squarely on the head. Bang! A dull thud resonated, reverberating with the elasticity unique to rubber. Luffy was sent crashing downward, his head visibly swelling with a steaming bump, his eyes spiraling into a dizzying whirl. How many times have I told you? To become a formidable navy. Who allowed you to aspire to be a pirate? It's that red-haired scoundrel's bad influence. Garp bellowed, his fists still poised, as if contemplating a second strike. Ouch, that hurts. Grandpa is such a fool. He sniffled, his voice tinged with a whiny tone. Luffy shook his dazed head. His rubbery physique allowed him to recover swiftly, yet the pain was undeniably real. Clutching the freshly formed, steaming lump on his head, his lips pouted as if they could hang a bottle of oil, tears cascading down his cheeks, yet the fervor and determination in. His eyes remained undiminished. I don't want to be a Navy officer, Grandpa. I want to be a pirate like Shanks. In Garp's arms, Neji, who had initially been calm and relaxed, suddenly stiffened. His pale face flushed crimson in an instant, and he turned to glare at Garp with his glistening doe eyes, his voice youthful, yet striving to sound fierce. Grandpa, bad. You mustn't bully my brother. He extended his small hand, attempting to push against Garp's sturdy arm. Despite the futility of his efforts, he displayed great determination. How can you hit him? No more hitting. Never hit my brother again. His fierce admonition resembled that of a tiny, furiously protective kitten. Garp was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter that reverberated through his chest. Well, so you're defending your brother now? Good, good. It seems you two truly share a bond. Rather than being angered, he was charmed by Neji's boldness in challenging him for Luffy's sake, his eyes brimming with affection as he playfully pinched Neji's puffed cheeks. Oomph. Neji huffed indignantly, twisting his body to wriggle down from Garp's embrace. Garp bent down to set him on the ground, and as soon as his feet touched the deck, Neji eagerly scampered towards Luffy, who was still seated, rubbing his head, then leaped onto him without hesitation. Brother! Luffy exclaimed as he was unceremoniously toppled onto the hard wooden deck. Fortunately, his rubber body absorbed most of the impact, leaving him unscathed. Lying on the ground, he gazed at Neji, who clung to him like an octopus, his little face still flushed. After a moment of surprise, he broke into a carefree, radiant smile, effortlessly embracing his suddenly affectionate, soft little brother. "Ha ha! You're really clingy, little brother." Luffy's laughter rang out, bright and infectious. Making the recipient is a delicate treasure, once a weeping child, now a charming young man reminiscent of Luffy. He shares a brotherly bond with Luffy, captivating many with his pink locks and striking beauty. Yet he is not accustomed to hardship. As he matures, he calls upon his brother or Zoro at the slightest hint of adversity. Each individual shall find their rightful place within the main cast in due course. The treasured one will awaken latent memories, recalling his past existence before his journey, thus grasping the narrative and navigating against the current. The new era of One Piece belongs to Luffy. Let us venture into their world and witness their tales unfold. For those who cherish this journey, feel free to share your thoughts, whether favorable or critical, and elevate this narrative to your bookshelf. Wishing everyone success in all endeavors and prosperity from every direction. Chapter 2. The Three Little Ones by the Dock. A gathering of villagers had assembled, drawn by the news. At the forefront stood a formidable woman, Dadan, with a cigarette clenched between her teeth, a robust physique clad in a leather vest, and an expression that conveyed her fierce demeanor. Following her were several equally rugged bandit subordinates. Nearby stood the gentle-faced village chief of Windmill Village, along with the tavern proprietress, the lovely and kind-hearted Machino, who carried a basket that appeared to contain freshly baked bread. "Kapu, you actually decided to return." Dadan's booming voice echoed from a distance. However, as she squinted her eyes and beheld not only the expected Luffy beside Kapu, but also a porcelain doll-like, delicate child snuggled closely to him, her cigarette noticeably shifted. "What is this about? You can't be serious." Kapu let out a hearty laugh as he descended the gangway, holding the hands of the two children. "Dadan, from this day forth, these two little rascals, Luffy and Nasi, are under your care." "Nanny," Dadan exclaimed, her voice nearly toppling the dock. "You want me to take care of these two?" "Absolutely not. I am a bandit, not a nursery." Do you have a problem with that?" Kapu shot her a penetrating glance. "Would you prefer to be locked up, or take care of my two grandsons?" He grinned mischievously. Luffy, unperturbed by the adult's reactions, was brimming with excitement. He eagerly shook Nasi's hand, his rubbery arm stretching slightly with enthusiasm. "Nasi, look, this is Windmill Village. There's Machino's tavern with plenty of delicious meat and juice. And the back mountain, we could go explore." Also suddenly, he recalled something and looked around. "Where's Ace?" "Grandpa, where is Ace? I need to tell him he has two little brothers. Adorably cute little brothers." Nasi, infected by Luffy's enthusiasm, felt his anxiety dissipate. He gazed up at the slowly rotating giant windmill, the sea breeze carrying scents of earth, grass, and a hint of fresh bread. "Is this where my brother grew up? It's wonderful." He tightened his grip on Luffy's hand. Machino approached, bending down with a warm smile, and offered a piece of bread, still warm and fragrant with honey. To Nasi, "Welcome to Windmill Village, Nasi. From now on, this will be your home." Nasi looked at the bread, then into Machino's gentle eyes, and finally at Luffy, who was grinning widely beside him. "Home." He accepted the bread, murmuring, "Thank you, sister." He then turned to Luffy, offering a smile sweeter than the honey bread in his hands. He took a bite himself, and then held it up to Luffy's mouth. Kapu, cradling Luffy, who was giggling, in his left arm, and the curious Nasi in his right, strode purposefully along the earthen path leading uphill toward Dadan's wooden cabin. Behind him, Dadan and her bandit crew trudged reluctantly, their steps heavy as if laden with lead, their faces betraying their unwillingness. A stark contrast to the jubilant trio ahead, especially Kapu. "Boss," a bandit whispered to Dadan with a grimace, "are we really not making a run for it? One ace is sufficient for us to share a pot. Yet here we are, forever wearing stern expressions, endowed with an alarming strength. And now, two newcomers have joined us. Look at those fresh-faced little doughballs. I feel as though a mere touch would shatter them. How could they possibly accompany our rugged crew?" With a lingering sense of trepidation, He cast a glance at the strikingly fair figure of Garp ahead. Another bandit chimed in eagerly, "Indeed, we are fearsome mountain bandits. What a joke it would be to hide in the mountains, raising children. How can we continue to roam the roads with our heads held high?" Dadan took a deep drag from his cigarette, the dense smoke billowing from his nostrils as his brow furrowed in a tight knot. In a hushed yet fervent tone, he rebuked silence. "Do you think I wish to remain here? Just look at who that deity ahead is. Garp, the hero of the Navy. He could pursue us to the ends of the earth and drag us back. And it would be far more than merely babysitting. Behave yourselves." Despite his admonition, Dadan found herself gazing at Garp's broad back, feeling an ominous cloud settle over the future. At the end of the mountain path, the modest yet sturdy wooden cabin that was Dadan's home came into view. In the clearing beside it, perched upon a protruding rock, sat a figure, a boy of about 10. With a healthy wheat-colored complexion, slightly curly hair, and a sprinkling of freckles across his face. He held a blade of grass in his mouth, a smooth pipe resting on his knee, staring expressionlessly down the mountain path, his eyes reflecting a sharpness beyond his years, coupled with a subtle hint of anticipation. Little Ace." Garp's robust voice startled the birds from the trees. "Have you missed your grandpa? He has returned to see you. Look, I brought you 2 adorable little brothers to play with." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Garp had already strode purposefully to the rock, granting Ace no time to react. Like a child unveiling a remarkable gift, he thrust the 2 infants forward. Luffy waved his rubbery arms, beaming widely, while Nami gazed with wide, doe-like eyes, somewhat timid and hesitant to survey her surroundings. Originally aloof, seemingly indifferent to everything, Ace was momentarily taken aback by the abrupt appearance of these 2 distinctly different little faces. The corners of his mouth twitched imperceptibly, revealing a crack in his facade of feigned maturity. He instinctively leaned back, almost awkwardly, to avoid the small faces that were nearly touching his own. A hint of pink creeping to his ears as he barked, "You old fool. What are you doing? Who wants to play with these little brats?" He turned his face away, his tone gruff, yet his gaze involuntarily flickered back, particularly lingering on Nami's delicate figure that stood in stark contrast to the rugged mountain environment. In truth, he was not entirely unperturbed upon hearing that Garp would return today. He had ended his hunting in the forest earlier than usual and had positioned himself on this stone, eager to catch the first glimpse of the mountain path. Years had passed, yet that old man remained as reckless as ever. Moreover, he had heard that Garp had taken his other grandson with him on the sea, while he was left behind in the mountains, battling wild beasts and learning to survive alone. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no envy. However, he had Sabo, and they had vowed to set sail together, forging bonds stronger than mere blood ties. "Call him Grandpa." Garp clenched his fist, yet cradled 2 children in his arms, his tones softening slightly. "These 2 will be your brothers. This one is named Luffy, and this one is Nasi." Ace glanced at Luffy and then at Nasi, pondering whether he was truly expected to care for these 2 infants. He was already burdened with a band of mountain bandits. Could he possibly manage 2 more? What would children eat? Would they merely cry all day? He felt ill-equipped to care for them. With a haughty huff, he turned away, as if fearing that a prolonged gaze would somehow change his fate. Garp observed Ace's reluctance with amusement, bursting into hearty laughter as he unceremoniously set Luffy and Nasi down on a nearby rock. "From now on, you are brothers. You must learn to coexist harmoniously. Ace, you're the elder brother. You must look after your siblings, do you understand?" He patted Ace's sturdy shoulder with such force that Ace winced slightly. The moment Nasi's gaze fell upon Ace, it was as if countless twinkling stars had descended into the depths of his clear eyes, transforming them into a shimmering spectacle. An emotion entirely distinct from his feelings upon seeing Luffy seized his small heart without warning. It was not simply joy, but a complex mixture of intense longing and inexplicable sorrow that left a weight upon his chest, nearly stifling him. "Brother," he called out, extending his short arms toward Ace, his voice imbued with an unconscious, tender yearning. Hug. He could not fathom why, but he felt an urgent desire to draw close to this cool, furrow-browed brother. It seemed that only in his embrace could the inexplicable heaviness within him be eased. "Nasi is here. Brother will hug you." Luffy, thinking he was being summoned, opened his arms wide with a radiant smile, eager to scoop his brother into his embrace. Yet, Nasi gently evaded Luffy's outstretched arms, his large, glistening eyes stubbornly fixed on Ace, as he reiterated with a hint of anxious whimpering, "I want Ace's brother to hug me, hug." Before he could finish, crystal tears began to fall unbidden from his eyes, cascading down his porcelain-white cheeks like pearls strung loose. He tilted his face upward, gazing at Ace with tear-filled yet fervent eyes, as if this moment were the most significant occurrence in the world. Ace was utterly immobilized. He had witnessed the ferocity of beasts and the perils of the forest, yet he had never encountered such unreasonable and overwhelming tears. How could a boy cry so freely, and with such disconcerting fervor? Flustered, he knitted his brows tighter. "Ugh, what a bother," he muttered, yet instinctively his hands reached out, albeit clumsily, to lift the sobbing little bundle from the rock. He awkwardly placed Nasi atop his cross-legged lap, feeling the boy's slight frame tremble gently. Cradled in his arms, Nasi seemed to find a release for his emotions. Rather than ceasing, he let out a heart-wrenching wail, tears streaming like rain. His small fingers clutched Ace's rough collar tightly, burying his damp face into the crook of Ace's neck, the warmth of his tears swiftly soaking the fabric, his sobs laden with a sense of grievance and fragility. The sorrowful cries of my brother resonate with profound intensity, as if they have endured the anguish of separation and loss. Ace stood in utter bewilderment, holding the small, weeping figure in his arms, warmth radiating through the fabric as the little body continued to burrow into him. His arms felt stiff, uncertain of where to place them. He was utterly perplexed by this sudden, overwhelming wave of grief, and he looked up at Garp for assistance, his usually stoic face betraying an unfamiliar sense of helplessness. "What is happening?" "I neither struck nor scolded him, did I?" Garp scratched his head, slightly taken aback by Nami's intense reaction towards Ace, yet found amusement in Ace's flustered demeanor. Meanwhile, Luffy, who had felt a tinge of disappointment from his brother's reluctance to be held, was instantly moved by Nami's heart-wrenching cries. His simple, direct empathy ignited, and as if to mirror his brother's sorrow, he too began to weep, his lips quivering as golden tears cascaded down his cheeks in a comical display. "Don't cry, Nami. If my brother is sad, I am sad too." His voice rang out, vibrant and resonant, his endearing face contorted in distress. In that moment, amidst the clearing, the cries of the two children intertwined harmoniously, their lament echoing through the woods, startling a flock of birds perched in the trees, their fluttering barely audible against this poignant duet. Caught in the midst, Ace was enveloped by the cacophony of wails, with a tear-soaked little furnace trembling in his embrace and Luffy before him, sobbing with bubbles of snot escaping his nose. Ace found himself at a loss. Comforting someone was not in his repertoire. He glanced at Garp, who was observing the scene with amusement, and, relying on vague memories of how Garp had once comforted him, he attempted to emulate the rare instances of tenderness he had witnessed. He awkwardly wrapped his arm around Nami, patting her slender back with an unrefined rhythm, like dusting off a neglected blanket. "Please, stop crying," he murmured, striving to soften his typically fierce tone, though the effect was minimal. Her sobs did not cease. Warm tears continued to moisten his neck, bringing an unfamiliar and unsettling sensation. In a moment of desperation, or perhaps out of sheer lack of options, Ace recalled that children often have a penchant for sweets. I will give you some fruit, sweet fruit." He continued his clumsy patting while swiftly reaching for the small pouch at his waist, containing the ripest berries he had gathered during his hunting excursion earlier that day. He retrieved one, hurriedly wiped it on his garment, and cautiously offered it to Nami, whose tear-streaked face was now before him, the fruit glistening with freshness and exuding a delightful aroma. "Here, it's sweet. Please eat." His voice softened unconsciously, imbued with a tender coaxing that he himself had not recognized. Nami's cries indeed diminished, transforming into muffled sobs. She sniffled, her long lashes adorned with droplets, and slightly parted her lips, timidly taking a small bite from Ace's hand. The sweet juice spread throughout his mouth, and the inexplicable heaviness of sorrow that had lingered in his heart since the first moment he laid eyes on Ace seemed to dissipate somewhat with this touch of sweetness. He held the fruit, raising his glistening eyes towards Ace, then glanced at the sobbing Luffy beside him. "Brother, have some too," he whispered, gently nudging Ace's hand that held the fruit, indicating it should be given to Luffy. Luffy's cries ceased abruptly, as if a dam had been closed. He immediately leaned in, opening his mouth wide, unceremoniously swallowing the remaining half of the fruit, including the small bite marks left by Nasai, his cheeks bulging as he chewed. "Delicious. More. Ace, do you have any left?" Seeing the two little ones' attention successfully diverted, especially as Nasai finally stopped that heart-wrenching wailing, Ace let out a quiet sigh of relief, feeling as though he had triumphed in a challenging battle. With a hint of annoyance, he rummaged through the bag, pulling out two more fruits, one for the eager Luffy, and the other he wiped clean before handing it back to Nasai. "Eat slowly, don't choke." Garp observed the entire scene, from Ace's initial fluster to his eventual ability to stabilize the situation, his brows relaxing into a cheerful expression. Dadan and the band of mountain thieves watched from a distance, their expressions shifting from despair to numbness. It seemed that the days ahead were destined to be devoid of tranquility. "Good. Seeing your brotherly bond so strong puts my heart at ease." Garp bellowed. "Wait here. I'll go hunting. Tonight, we feast on a grand meal, plenty of roasted meat." Before he finished speaking, Garp's towering figure dashed into the nearby thicket like a gust of wind, leaving behind only the rustle of leaves and a distant, jovial laugh. "Tonight, we shall feast." Ace observed the two little ones instantly attaching themselves to him, feeling the sudden weight on his shoulders, and sighed silently. Luffy mimicked Nasai, lazily leaning against Ace's other arm, contentedly chewing on the fruit, completely shedding the earlier traces of his loud crying. Ace, Luffy swallowed his fruit and suddenly seemed to recall something, seriously pointing to himself. Then to Nasai, reaffirming earnestly, "I am the brother, Nasai. I am the elder brother, and you, Luffy, are the big brother." It felt as if they were engaged in some important ritual of identity confirmation. Ace looked down at Nasai, who was affectionately leaning against him, and Luffy, carefree and close on the other side, both furry little heads nestled against him. An unprecedented, complex sense of burden settled heavily in his heart, yet oddly, it seemed to be mingled with a faint warmth, one that he himself had yet to fully comprehend. He was needed. He pursed his lips, resignedly muttering, "I know. You silly little ones, and you the crybaby." The latter half was directed at Nasai, yet his tone had lost its initial sharpness. It appeared that not only was he ensnared by these troublesome little rascals, but it seemed that Sabo.Yet's future days would also be anything but tranquil. Luffy tilted his head, stretching his neck slightly, and leaned closer to Ace's top profile, studying him intently. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dancing patches of light upon Ace's tightly pressed lips and slightly furrowed brow. "Ace," Luffy said, extending his index finger to curiously poke at Ace's solid arm muscles. "Aren't you happy? Why aren't you smiling?" His question was as straightforward as his character, his eyes brimming with pure confusion. Nestled in Ace's embrace, Nami turned her head at Luffy's words, lifting her small face. Her tear-streaked cheeks still bore a rosy hue, reminiscent of dew-kissed petals. She blinked her moist, gradually brightening eyes, long eyelashes seemingly adorned with tiny glimmers of light. Imitating Luffy's tone, her voice was soft and sweet, imbued with a natural dependence and a hint of lingering nasal sound. Big brother, can you smile?" Two pairs of eyes fixated intently on Ace's face. He felt the skin on his face stiffen, his neck tightening slightly. Smile? He was more accustomed to pressing his lips together, maintaining a stoic expression. He attempted to stretch the corners of his mouth, trying to produce a derisive smirk to deflect their gaze, but found his muscles uncooperative. An inexplicable irritation welled up within him, mingled with a sense of vague embarrassment. What do these two crybabies know? Having just met him half a day ago, how dare they make demands? Did they understand the significance of a smile? Did they know the burdens he bore? What was there to find amusing? Avoiding the brightness of their eyes, he muttered in a voice lower and more indistinct than before, It's so noisy. Who said I have to smile? He reached out, somewhat brusquely pressing Luffy's face away as he pushed him back, yet instinctively tightened his hold on Nami, his fingers inadvertently brushing against her soft hair. Luffy, undeterred by being pushed away, bounced back with a cheerful laugh, persistently attempting to coax a smile from Ace in his innocent manner. Nami, meanwhile, contentedly nestled in Ace's embrace, nibbled on the remnants of fruit, feeling that even though Ace didn't smile often, his embrace was warm, and his steady heartbeat brought her peace. Chapter 3. The Banquet. I'm back. The resounding, bell-like roar of Garp pierced through the dense forest like rolling thunder, echoing towards the clearing. The three children seated on the stones reacted simultaneously. Luffy, who was trying to lift the corners of Ace's mouth with his fingers, immediately halted, his rubbery arm retracting swiftly as he leaped up excitedly. Meat! It's Grandpa! Grandpa brought back meat. Nami, who had been dozing in Ace's arms, was roused by the commotion. Rubbing her eyes, still dazed from sleep, she instinctively revealed an expression of anticipation upon hearing her brother's words. Ace, however, was the quickest and most composed of the three. He stood up almost the moment he heard the voice. One arm instinctively tightened around Nami, securing her more firmly, while the other swiftly reached out, precisely grasping the collar of Luffy's shirt, preventing him from bouncing away in excitement, much like restraining an unruly little creature. Don't run off. Be careful not to trip, Ace admonished briefly, his tone still carrying a hint of impatience. Yet his actions reflected concern and protection. He steadily cradled Nasai in his left arm, while his right hand grasped Luffy's wrist, striding purposefully towards the source of the sound. The fading rays of the setting sun bathed the forest in a warm golden hue, casting the silhouettes of three small figures against the backdrop of swaying trees, while the imposing outline of Garp, bearing a colossal catch, loomed in the distance. Nasai nestled comfortably against Ace's neck, her small head resting on his shoulder as she gazed towards the origin of the noise. Luffy, on the other hand, eagerly craned his neck, already chattering. Is it a wild boar or a big bear? I want the biggest piece. Dadan and her band of mountain bandits had already caught the scent of a grand feast long before Garp's voice announcing his hunting expedition had faded from the woods. This seemingly rough and reckless group exhibited astonishing agility and camaraderie when it came to the prospect of a meal. As Garp vanished into the thicket, they swiftly darted back to the large wooden cabin, rummaging through cabinets to gather their hoarded spices, coarse salt, and several jars of suspicious yet fragrant sauces. They constructed a makeshift grill in the clearing before the cabin, stacking dry firewood beneath it. At this moment, whether seated or standing, their gazes were uniformly fixed on the direction from which Garp had departed, their throats involuntarily swallowing, as an electrifying blend of anticipation and joy filled the air. Tonight promised to be a night of indulgence, where they could revel in a feast without restraint. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy footsteps approached, resonating with a reassuring sense of strength. Suddenly, Garp burst through the twilight of the forest, his formidable figure emerging fully into view. The setting sun cast a long shadow behind him, while before that shadow lay his astonishing spoils. Three plump wild boars were bound together with thick vines, resembling a mountain of meat resting on his broad left shoulder. His right hand effortlessly dragged an impressively large black bear, its paw trailing on the ground, leaving shallow grooves in the earth. Even more astonishing was the massive crocodile, still unconsciously thrashing its tail, strung from Garp's belt with a finer vine. Despite the burdensome load, Garp strode forward with the ease of someone merely carrying bundles of firewood. Wow! Luffy's cheer reached a crescendo, his eyes sparkling like stars and drool nearly cascading like a waterfall. He could no longer be concerned about being held by Ace. With a burst of energy, his rubbery arm shot out like a cannonball, latching onto Garp's shoulder where the wild boar rested. His small face excitedly rubbed against the still warm fur. Meat! So much meat! Grandpa is the best! Let the feast begin! Let the feast begin! Ace observed Luffy's exuberance with a subtle smirk, yet he quickened his pace, still holding Nasai. She, too, was awestruck by the bountiful haul, her mouth slightly agape as she looked at the wild boars, the black bear, and then the fearsome crocodile. Finally, her gaze settled on the jubilant Luffy and the roaring laughter of Garp, her eyes brimming with curiosity and a budding yearning for the word feast. Ha, little ones, get ready to light the fire. We shall not sleep until every morsel is devoured tonight. Kapu effortlessly hurled the mountain of meat and the bear and crocodile he had over his shoulder into the center of the clearing, producing a thunderous sound that stirred up a cloud of dust. He brushed his hands together, as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task. The bandits, who had long awaited this moment, sprang into action with a fervor akin to that of a blood rush. Their rough, yet skilled movements of skinning, butchering, kindling fire, and seasoning revealed their expertise. Dadan, with a cigarette clamped between his lips, directed the chaos with an air of authority, grumbling about the wastage of firewood while his eyes sparkled with excitement. Soon, a roaring bonfire blazed to life, with enormous chunks of meat suspended above it, the sizzling fat dripping into the flames and producing a delightful crackling sound that mingled with the rich aroma of spices wafting through the air, instantly tantalizing the senses of all present. Luffy, unable to contain his eagerness, circled the fire, his rubbery arms making several attempts to snatch a piece of half-cooked meat, only to be thwarted by Ace's quick reflexes. Not yet. You'll get an upset stomach, you fool. Ace scolded, cradling Nami securely in his arms. Clearly the most concerned person in the vicinity. After all, Kapu could indulge in raw meat without issue, oblivious to the fact that a child might suffer from it. That responsibility had always rested with the village chief and the Navy when it came to Luffy's meals. Nami was enveloped by the lively atmosphere and the mouth-watering scent, her pale face flushed with a healthy hue as her bright eyes watched the dancing flames and the sizzling meat gradually transforming into a golden brown hue. She swallowed hard, then looked up at Ace, asking softly, "What is a feast, Brother Ace?" Ace paused, taken aback by Nami's innocent curiosity. He surveyed the raucous yet vibrant scene before him, falling silent for a moment before responding in a hushed tone. "It's when many people come together to eat and drink heartily, making a joyful noise." Perhaps this was precisely what Kapu, that old man, wished for them to experience, the simplest and most direct form of warmth and liveliness that belonged to family and comrades, despite the noise and the chaos. It didn't seem so bad, and he pulled Nami closer. As night gradually descended, stars began to punctuate the deep blue sky, and the impromptu barbecue feast in the hills behind Windmill Village was just entering its most spirited chapter. Laughter, shouts, the crackling of fat, and Luffy's incessant cries of, "I want that biggest piece," filled the air. The bonfire blazed brightly, the fat popping audibly, and the rich aroma of meat enveloped the clearing like a tangible presence. Luffy had transformed into a voracious eater, his rubbery arms a blur as he relentlessly stuffed his mouth with large chunks of perfectly charred meat. His cheeks bulging like a hamster ass, grease dribbling down his chin, and satisfied hums escaping his lips. Nami was utterly captivated by this grand display of gluttony. Sitting on the fur spread out by Ace, she held a piece of meat that Ace had expertly torn for her, perfectly sized for her small hands. Initially, she took dainty bites, but witnessing her brother savoring what appeared to be the most delectable meal in the world ignited a spark of determination in her clear eyes. "I want that too, just like brother," she whispered to herself. Then, mimicking Luffy, she endeavored to open her mouth as wide as possible, despite being significantly smaller than Luffy, who could devour an entire bone. Nisei mustered his courage before the fragrant roasted meat in his hands. With a hearty whoop, he took a sizable bite, which was immense for him. The chunk of meat filled his mouth, and the tender, juicy flavors mingled with the coarse spices burst forth. Nisei's eyes narrowed in response to this unfamiliar, wild delicacy, as he chewed laboriously, his little face turning red. Yet, the earnestness with which he endeavored to eat heartily was both adorable and endearingly clumsy. Ace, observing from the side, instinctively wanted to remind him to take it slow lest he choke, but the words caught in his throat. Watching Nisei strive to emulate Luffy, even amidst the struggle to fit in with the raucous atmosphere, dispelled Ace's initial thoughts of propriety. With a slight tug at the corners of his mouth, He said nothing further and lowered his head, taking a hefty bite from the meat in his hands, tearing and chewing with the decisive vigor characteristic of a boy raised in the wild. Indeed, here at Grandpa's feast, the essence of life lay in hearty eating and boisterous laughter. Lingering too long meant missing out. Chapter 4. Grandpa's departure. The feast continued for an extended duration, lasting until the moon hung high in the sky. When the last bone was licked clean by Luffy, who relished every moment of it, the area lay in disarray, yet enveloped in a serene satisfaction. Garp patted his belly, which resembled a small mountain, and let out a resounding belch. Luffy, sprawled on the ground, had a once flat stomach now swollen like a ripe watermelon. He proudly lifted his little vest, exposing his round, rubbery belly, and playfully knocked on it, boasting to Nai beside him, "Nai, look, big brother is amazing. I've eaten so much." Nai's little belly was also round from his indulgence, and he mimicked Luffy, straining to puff out his stomach. Though smaller in scale compared to Luffy's, it was still quite remarkable on his slender frame. He clapped his small hands against his fair, slightly protruding belly, his eyes crescent-shaped with joy, his voice brimming with the delight of imitating his brother in pure satisfaction. "Mine too. Look at me, brother." The two children lay beneath the starry sky, unself-consciously competing to pat their overstuffed bellies, producing sounds both crisp and muffled, laughing without a care. Such a simple game, yet it was filled with the most unadulterated joy. Ace leaned nearby, watching this comical yet heartwarming scene unfold. Luffy's antics and Nai's innocent mimicry, the unbarred intimacy and playful banter between them, alongside Grandpa Garp, who sat cross-legged, not laughing heartily as usual, but resting his chin on his hand. His grizzled beard glimmered softly in the firelight and moonlight, while his keen eyes, accustomed to the tumult of the sea, brimmed with an unmistakable warmth and affection, their arcs reflecting a profound joy. Gazing at such a grandfather, and observing the two younger brothers who find joy in playing with their own bellies, an unfamiliar yet warm sense of fulfillment envelopes Ace, akin to the comforting warmth of the roasted meat he savored that evening, soothing the ever-tense chambers of his heart. He suddenly perceives that the added weight upon his shoulders and the cacophony by his ears are not solely burdensome. They bring him an inexplicable sense of solace, a buoyant and exhilarating emotion, reminiscent of the night breeze gently weaving through the forest, caresses his heartstrings, revealing that having brothers is rather delightful. Unlike Luffy, who bursts into laughter, or Nami, who exhibits vivacity, Ace's lips, usually pressed tightly together in a display of stubborn aloofness, subtly curve upward in an almost imperceptible arc during an unnoticed moment. The moonlight bathes his youthful visage, illuminating the fleeting glimmer of light in his eyes that embodies the ease and joy appropriate for one of his age. The night stretches on, and beneath the starry sky of the hills behind Windmill Village, the family, sated in content, immerses themselves in this hard-earned, simple yet profound happiness in their own unique ways. Dadan, not far away, with a spent cigarette dangling from his lips, observes the four of them, especially Ace, who unexpectedly reveals such an expression. Shaking his head, he mutters under his breath about a bunch of fools. Yet, as he turns to clean up the remnants, a faint, almost imperceptible smile flickers across his rugged face. The first rays of morning sunlight, imbued with the invigorating essence of the forest, pierce through the gaps in the wooden window, casting shafts of light that dance with motes of dust in the dim room. The sight upon the vast communal bedding is nothing short of spectacular, as Dadan and her band of mountain thieves lie sprawled in an array of peculiar postures, their snores and grinding of teeth creating a symphony of unrestrained slumber. Garp rises silently, approaching Dadan's makeshift bed, and without ceremony, he taps her shoulder beneath the blanket, lowering his voice yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Hey, Dadan, Dawn has arrived. These little ones are now your responsibility. Take good care of them." Dadan mumbles in irritation within her dreams, rolling over, her orange curls tumbling into disarray. Garp, not lingering for further discourse, turns toward the inner chamber, gently lifting the old curtain that separates the children's sleeping area. The scene that greets him momentarily halts the footsteps of this battle-hardened Marine general, as if his heart has been brushed by the softest feather. Morning light spills perfectly onto the patched tatama mats, where three little ones lie fast asleep, their limbs entwined, as if clinging to one another, even in slumber. Luffy sprawls in a starfish position, one of his small legs unconsciously draped across Ace's sturdy thigh. Ace curls to the side, his brow furrowed, even in sleep. Yet a chubby, delicate foot rests against his cheek, belonging to Nami, who is nestled closest to him, nearly tumbling into his embrace. Nami, curled into a ball like a creature seeking security, presses half her face against Ace's arm, her long eyelashes gently resting, while her other small hand unconsciously clutches the hem of Luffy's shirt. Three figures intertwined awkwardly yet closely, forming a peculiar human-shaped clock, their shallow breaths intermingling, exuding an unguarded warmth and reliance. Garp stood quietly by the door, gazing intently. The sunlight sculpted his resolute features, momentarily softening the ever-tightened edges that seemed to meld away under the morning light and serene slumber. His lips curved upward uncontrollably, and the creases at the corners of his eyes brimmed with an indelible tenderness and affection, embodying the expression of a grandfather blissfully content in the presence of his grandchildren. However, this softness lingered but for a fleeting moment, as a flicker of complex reluctance and determination swept through his gaze. In this age of piracy, the world was far from tranquil. There were countless families to protect and justice to uphold. He was Vice Admiral Garp, bound for battlefields he must confront and duties he must fulfill. To ensure that more families could rest peacefully, he had to temporarily depart from his own. Resolutely, he cast one last, deep glance at his three grandsons, as if to engrave the scene in his heart, then turned away with unwavering resolve, gently lowering the door curtain, severing the connection to the warm scene that tugged at his heart. He feared that if he looked back once more, even his iron will might falter, especially with Naisai. That child had been so attached to him lately, practically his little shadow, sensitive to the slightest grievance. Waking to find him gone would surely lead to inconsolable tears. Is it really this easy to leave me? Outside, Dadan, with disheveled hair, stood leaning against the doorframe, a still unlit cigarette clutched in his mouth. His sleep-laden eyes revealing resignation and awareness. What else is there to do? Garp, without turning back, spoke with his usual commanding voice, unwavering and authoritative. I've entrusted my three precious grandsons to your care. I will return whenever I can. Don't even think about shirking your responsibilities. His words effectively silenced any potential complaints or excuses from Dadan. With that, he strode forward, his broad and formidable silhouette facing the rising sun, moving with decisiveness and grace, gradually vanishing along the forest path leading down the mountain. Left behind, Dadan spat on the ground in his direction, though he dared not truly spit, muttering under his breath, "Damn old man. Woo, Grandpa. Grandpa." The soft sounds of weeping first emerged from within, quickly escalating into uncontrollable wails. "Wah, Grandpa. Grandpa is gone." This heart-wrenching cry shattered the morning tranquility like a clarion call. In the midst of a dream where he was embracing a colossal mound of flesh, thoroughly enjoying his feast, Luffy jolted awake, startled, springing from his bed, his rubbery body elongating and snapping back. "What happened? Naisai, who bullied you? Tell Big Brother." He hastily wiped his face, still half asleep, but instinctively protective of his younger brother. He reached out, pulling Naisai, whose small face was flushed with tears, back into his embrace on the bed, holding him tightly. Naisai nestled in Luffy's warm embrace, as if she had found a temporary refuge from the storm. Yet, tears continued to cascade down her cheeks, her sobs lamenting, "Brother, woo, Grandpa has abandoned us." Moments ago, he had drowsily wandered behind the house to relieve himself, and upon returning, instinctively sought the reassuring presence of that familiar, sturdy figure, only to find emptiness. Instantly engulfed by overwhelming loss and panic, she wondered, has Grandpa left? It was then that Luffy, belatedly realizing the situation, let his little face droop, his lips pouting as golden tears began to well up in his eyes. How could Grandpa leave us? P.S. Such a foolish man. His tone, a blend of grievance and sorrow, echoed Nai's heartbreak. What's all this noise about so early in the morning? Ace entered, having just completed his morning routine. Droplets of cool water still clinging to his face as he casually flicked them away. He had long sensed Garp's departure, but was taken aback by Nai's reaction. Even Luffy, usually so carefree, was affected. "Grandpa's gone," Luffy exclaimed, clutching the still sniffling Nai as if he had found his anchor. With a stretch of his rubbery arms, he launched himself and Nai towards Ace like a cannonball. Caught off guard, Ace was nearly bowled over by these two human projectiles. Fortunately, his solid stance and strength allowed him to recover, albeit unsteadily. Looking down, he met their tear-streaked, crimson eyes, filled with a pleading, "What shall we do, brother?" directed at him. Chapter 5. The four little ones successfully reunite. Ace felt a twitch at his temple, silently cursing the old man who had left without a word, creating this mess. He had anticipated this outcome. Resigned, Ace sighed and scrambled to soothe these two tearful little nuisances while his mind raced. How do you comfort children? He himself was still a child. Yet, he couldn't allow them to continue crying. "All right, no more tears," he said, attempting to infuse reliability into his voice. "Grandpa has important work. He has set sail to catch bad guys." This explanation clearly fell short, as the two continued to gaze at him with tear-filled eyes, on the verge of more tears. In a moment of inspiration, Ace devised a brilliant diversion. "How about we go find another brother?" he suggested casually, glancing towards the window to our secret base. Indeed, this tactic proved effective. Another brother? Nai's sobs ceased, tears still clinging to her long lashes, but curiosity and a hint of anticipation sparkled in her eyes. Did she have another brother besides Ace and Luffy? A secret base? Luffy's attention was thoroughly captivated, his eyes widening with the gleam of adventure and treasure hunting. "Is there treasure? Ace, take us there." Ace inwardly exhaled in relief, while feeling a subtle thrill at the prospect of introducing them to Sabo. He deftly untangled himself from their grasp, taking one in each hand, leading them to the water tub to wash up, urging them to change their clothes. Observing the little ones, who had finally ceased their crying and were now tinged with excitement, Ace held one of Luffy's wrists in Nai's small hand. Stepping over the threshold of the Dadan hut. "Let us go. I will take you to meet Sabo," he spoke, stepping forward into the increasingly radiant morning sun. Behind him, Luffy chattered incessantly, bombarding him with countless questions about the secret base and Sabo. Nami clutched his fingers tightly, her small face flushed, brimming with anticipation for her new brother and the adventures ahead. The three diminutive figures, bathed in the vibrant morning light, traversed the dappled patches of sunlight filtering through the trees, making their way deeper into the mountains. Their shadows elongated, intertwining closely on the rugged path behind them. As they navigated through the dense forest path, sunlight cascaded through the layered leaves, casting fragmented golden spots upon the soft carpet of decaying leaves and moss. Ahead, a breathtaking sight awaited. A towering tree, so vast that it would take several people to encircle it, stood majestically, its thick canopy unfurling like a grand pavilion and casting a generous shade of coolness. The gnarled roots twisted and coiled, forming a natural barrier and seating area, where a figure reclined comfortably against the sturdy trunk. He wore a black top hat adorned with goggles, and although his blue noble coat was dusted, its quality was unmistakable. A polished iron pipe rested casually on his shoulder. The young man, with eyes closed, bore an air of elegance and leisure that seemed incongruous in this woodland setting, relishing the gentle sunlight filtering through the leaves. "Sabo." Ace's voice shattered the tranquility of the moment. The boy leaning against the tree opened his eyes, a few strands of his light golden hair escaping from beneath the brim of his hat. Initially, a joyful smile graced his face upon seeing his companion, but it swiftly transformed into one of palpable surprise and confusion as his gaze fell upon the two small figures beside Ace. "Ace, who are these?" He straightened up, his eyes darting between Luffy and Nami, who were closely nestled against Ace. This was their secret base, a sanctuary where they had painstakingly amassed their funds for seafaring adventures. The sudden appearance of two unfamiliar children instinctively raised his guard. "Just my little brothers." Ace averted his gaze, his tone somewhat stiff, as if unaccustomed to such introductions. Yet his grip on their small hands tightened ever so slightly. "Nanny? Brothers?" Sabo exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment, nearly voicing his disbelief that Ace had claimed to have no family. He quickly recalled that the latter part of his thought was inappropriate and swallowed the words back, regarding Ace with a probing gaze. Ace, perceiving Sabo's confusion, smirked slightly and explained with a tone that suggested both reluctance and a hint of pride. "They're the grandsons of that old man, and now I'm tasked with looking after them." His words implied a burden. Yet the subtle puffing of his chest and the unyielding grip on their hands betrayed a quiet acceptance of this new reality. Sabo wisely refrained from pressing further, redirecting his attention to the two new faces. Luffy gazed back at him with wide, innocent eyes, unafraid and seemingly eager for adventure. Meanwhile, Nami appeared somewhat shy, her small hand tightly gripping Ace's clothing, yet her clear, doe-like eyes betrayed a curiosity that she struggled to muster, casting glances at Ace's hand. Both children radiated an air of innocence, and their overwhelming cuteness was almost disarming. In an instant, Sabo's vigilance was replaced by curiosity and a sense of brotherly responsibility. He had always been more adept than Ace at navigating such diplomatic encounters, with a bright smile that bore a touch of aristocratic elegance. Albeit his attire was not quite as refined, he thought, since they were his younger brothers, why not play together? He readily accepted, as long as it did not interfere with their grand plans to set sail. He stepped forward, bent down, and examined their cherubic faces closely. "Greetings. I am Sabo, and from now on, I shall be your big brother Sabo. Call me brother, won't you?" With a beaming smile, he extended his hand, first curiously pinching Nay's soft, healthily pink cheeks with his fingertips, finding the texture delightful. He then turned to Luffy, giving his chubby, rubbery round face a gentle squeeze, intrigued by its unique feel. He playfully pinched it a couple more times. "Hey, Sabo, I'm Luffy," Luffy responded enthusiastically, unfazed by the playful pinching and finding this new brother quite amusing. "Amnesia," Nay said softly, echoing the call, his cheeks slightly squished from the gentle pinching. However, sensing Sabo's friendliness, he did not shy away, but instead nestled closer to Ace. How adorable! Sabo found the situation increasingly amusing, his smile widening. "I've decided, Ace, from this day forth, they shall also be my little brothers." Seeing that Sabo showed no signs of stopping, Ace noticed the two younger brothers' cheeks beginning to redden, especially Nay's, whose fair complexion made the flush quite conspicuous. Without hesitation, Ace reached out and gently swatted Sabo's hand away, pulling the two little ones behind him. "Hey, that's enough," he said, somewhat clumsily rubbing their flushed faces. Yet his movements bore an unmistakable tenderness. Just as Sabo, with a warm smile, was praising their cuteness, Nay's eyes, usually glimmering with moisture, became somewhat dazed, fixated intently on Sabo's cheerful face, as if he were trying to peer through it into some distant, indistinct shadow. A familiar, dull ache surged within him without warning, yet he could not grasp its source. It felt akin to the sensation he had with Ace, a longing to draw closer mingled with inexplicable sorrow. Yet Sabo was smiling, looking quite delightful, so why did he feel an urge to cry? His body reacted more swiftly than his blank mind. His small lips quivered slightly, his nose tinged with warmth, and his eyes quickly filled with shimmering tears as he reached out his tiny arms toward Sabo, his voice laced with a soft, pleading whimper. "Brother Sabo, hug." What's wrong?" Sabo paused momentarily, yet his response was swift. There was no impatience on his face, only gentle concern. He immediately bent down, effortlessly scooping the suddenly melancholic little bundle from Ace's side into his embrace. "It seems our little Naze adores brother Sabo as well." He attempted to lighten the unexpected sorrow with a cheerful tone, securely holding Naze, feeling the small body trembling slightly in his arms. However, the anticipated transformation from sorrow to joy did not materialize. held tenderly in Sabo's embrace. An inexplicable sadness found a safe outlet, and Nasarai could no longer contain it. With a heartfelt cry, he began to weep profusely, tears streaming down his face as he clutched the exquisite fabric of Sabo's attire, burying his face in it, lamenting deeply and indistinctly repeating, "I'm so sad, brother, so sad." "Hey, Nasarai!" Nearby, Luffy was startled by this sudden deluge. Witnessing his brother's profound sorrow, his remarkable empathy ignited instantaneously, and without hesitation, his lips quivered as golden tears cascaded down his cheeks. "Oh, brother, please don't cry." Though he could not articulate the reason behind it, Nasarai's grief resonated as his own, and soon his voice melded into a sorrowful duet. Ace watched from the side, feeling his temples throb with exasperation. These two little weepers were relentless. It seemed there was not a day without a little flood. He instinctively thought it was due to his failure to prevent Sabo from pinching Nasarai's delicate skin, though Sabo had not applied any force. While Luffy was simply swept up in the emotional tide. Furrowing his brow, he was about to voice a gruff remark when Sabo, far more composed, held the sobbing child with remarkable patience and tenderness, unperturbed by the blaring accompaniment beside him. Gently patting Nasarai's back, his voice tender and soft, imbued with sincere apology and soothing tones, he murmured, "It's my fault. Did I hurt our little Nasarai? I'm sorry. Let us not cry anymore, all right? Look, I have sweet candies here. If you eat them, you won't feel sad anymore, okay?" With that, he freed one hand and astonishingly retrieved two candies, meticulously wrapped in colorful cellophane and shaped like origami cranes, from the inner pocket of his noble coat. In the sunlight, the candies refracted a dazzling array of colors, their exquisite appearance seemingly out of place in the forested surroundings. He skillfully unwrapped one, carefully feeding it into Nasarai's quivering mouth, which had opened slightly from his weeping. The other was swiftly unwrapped and placed into Luffy's gaping mouth, who was still wailing. Miraculously, the two distinct cries ceased almost simultaneously. Nasarai's attention was captured by the sudden burst of rich, pure sweetness in his mouth, the sugary flavor spreading across his palate, oddly alleviating the lingering bitterness in his heart. Sniffling, with the candy in his mouth and tears still clinging to his lashes, he couldn't help but cautiously lick it with his tongue. Luffy, on the other hand, was more direct. The moment the candy touched his tongue, his cries transformed into satisfied munching, his cheeks puffed out, tears still adorning his face, while his eyes narrowed into a blissful arc. With a sweet smile, Nasarai lifted his head, his tear-streaked face finally breaking into a genuine, albeit tearful, smile, reminiscent of the first rainbow emerging after a rainstorm. "I think it's sweet too. Delicious." Luffy nodded vigorously, his smile radiating brighter than Nami's, instantly casting aside the earlier sorrow. He extended his tongue to lick the corner of his mouth, yearning for more. "Sabo, is there any left?" Ace, observing from the side, was left astounded, his heart a tumult of emotions. Was that all it took to cheer her up? It was far more effective than his attempts with wild fruits, and it appeared to leave fewer aftereffects. At least no one was sniffling at the moment. He glanced at Sabo's adept demeanor and recalled his own helplessness when faced with Nami's tears. Well, Sabo certainly possessed a certain prowess in this regard. Sabo, looking at Nami, who was now smiling through her tears, and at Luffy, who was eagerly demanding more candy, breathed a sigh of relief, his smile softening further. "You can't have too much candy. It can lead to cavities. Just one for today, and next time, I'll bring something else." He skillfully declined Luffy's second request while gently wiping away the traces of tears from Nami's face. "See, you look so much better when you smile. Whenever you feel sad, just think of sweet candies, all right?" Nami nodded earnestly, leaning on Sabo's shoulder, her small hand clutching the hem of his shirt. Though the inexplicable sadness had not entirely vanished, it was soothed by the sweetness and the warmth of his embrace. Ace turned to Sabo, steering the conversation to more pressing matters, which was also the best way to distract themselves. "We need to check the junkyard today. They must have dumped a considerable amount of stuff again." Sabo immediately adopted a serious demeanor, nodding in agreement. "I took a glance early this morning from a distance. Today's dumping was substantial. If we head over now, We should be able to find some useful items. He held Nami close, his other hand expertly twirling the water pipe before pointing towards another direction in the forest. All right, let us go, Luffy exclaimed excitedly. Although Nami did not fully grasp the implications of the junkyard, she tightened her little fists and nodded vigorously, indicating her desire to join. Sabo led the way, guiding Nami with the water pipe in hand, moving with practiced ease. Ace held back Luffy, who was eager to spring ahead with his rubbery elasticity, closely following behind. The four figures, varying in height and personality, formed an oddly harmonious little group. Traversing through the dappled sunlight and shadows towards the towering mound of refuse at the town's edge. Upon their arrival, the junkyard was already a cacophony of bustling activity. This massive mountain of waste, situated on the outskirts of the town, stood as an unsightly scar, starkly contrasting with the otherwise pristine facade of the Goa Kingdom. A multitude of people rummaged through the refuse, competing to uncover a shred of value or unexpected wealth amidst the discarded treasures of the nobility. Some jubilantly brandished jewelry embedded with dull gems. Others dragged away slightly scratched exquisite furniture, while yet others unfurled luxurious blankets or quilts, albeit soiled but still of fine quality. The four small figures seamlessly blended into the tide of scavengers, skillfully sidestepping the squabbles as they carved out their own path in search of hidden treasures amidst the chaos. Nami kept close to Sabo, diligently searching through the debris with her tiny legs. He possessed no understanding of value. Rather, he relied solely on a vague intuition, extending his small hand to retrieve a somewhat tarnished chain from a heap of shattered porcelain and decayed wood. The necklace, adorned with a pendant that still shimmered with a muted golden hue, caught his attention. He grasped the necklace and, swaying slightly, approached Sabo, raising it high while tilting his little face upwards, his large eyes brimming with hope and inquiry. "Brother Sabo, do you want this?" Sabo, engrossed in examining a metal component, glanced down upon hearing the voice, and his gaze fell upon the necklace, momentarily pausing in surprise. He took the necklace, his fingertips gliding over the intricate engravings and unique patterns on the pendant. This was a classic design from a renowned jewelry brand, one he had glimpsed from afar at various gatherings. Despite the chain's oxidation and the gemstone's layer of dust, the inherent material and craftsmanship still held considerable value. This necklace was likely worth more than the laborious finds he and Ace had painstakingly gathered from the junkyard. Will not sigh. Sabo's face instantly illuminated with a smile of surprise and admiration as he crouched down to meet Natsai's eyes, generously praising, "You are truly remarkable. This is an extraordinary discovery. Exceedingly valuable." Chapter 7. Natsai suffers from heat stroke. He carefully placed the necklace onto a relatively clean rag, wrapping it up and placing it in Natsai's small hand. Then, he retrieved his handkerchief, which, while not pristine, was clean enough, and gently held Natsai's little hand, soiled from rummaging, wiping away the grime with care. Subsequently, he produced a clean little cloth bag from his pack, delicately placing the wrapped necklace inside, tightening the bag's opening, and then tying it around Natsai's tiny wrist. "See, the treasure you found is safely kept in here, making it less likely to be lost," Sabo patiently explained, his face adorned with a smile and his tone warm. "Once we sell it, brother will buy you lots and lots of candy, all right?" Natsai nodded vigorously, joyfully raising his wrist to observe the little bag sway gently with her movements, as if it contained rare and exotic treasures, her heart filled with delight. "Thank you, brother." She sweetly expressed her gratitude to Sabo. Meanwhile, Luffy's treasure hunt was distinctly his own, his arms flailing about as he eagerly searched, quickly yielding results. Ace, look at this, do you want it?" he exclaimed, rushing back with one hand, clutching a brightly colored frog that was wriggling vigorously, while the other grasped a dirty little brown bear toy, nearly unrecognizable in color and missing an ear. Ace was busy sifting through a pile of scrap metal, extracting a relatively intact gear when he heard Luffy's voice. He turned, his brow instinctively furrowing in disapproval. Swiftly, he rescued the poor frog from Luffy's grasp, tossing it aside into the nearby bushes, exclaiming, "You fool! You can't keep a frog. It would just hop away." He then took the soiled little bear toy, weighing it in his hand, and rubbing his fingers over its rough fabric. Although dirty and worn, the stuffing remained intact without any holes. Ace's face betrayed a hint of distaste, yet his actions were not overly harsh. He gently brushed the dust off the doll and tucked it back into Luffy's arms, deeming it acceptable to take home for Dadan to clean. That night, Luffy could cuddle with it while he slept. He understood that Luffy sometimes did not sleep soundly, and perhaps having something to hold on to might help him settle down. "Wonderful, my little bear," Luffy exclaimed, instantly filled with joy, undeterred by the doll's dirtiness. He rubbed his face against it, smearing his cheeks with dust before clutching it under his arm. Brimming with energy, he turned around, his eyes scanning the surroundings like searchlights in pursuit of new treasures, mumbling to himself, wondering if there were any other toys he could find for his brother. The sunlight enveloped the garbage mound with a warm embrace, mingling with various faint odors. Yet, in one corner of this polluted realm, the four little ones diligently searched for treasures, seemingly surrounded by a halo of purity. Ace observed Luffy's carefree silhouette, casting a glance at Nami, who was cautiously led by Sabo, protecting the small pouch on her wrist. He shook his head slightly, but deep within his eyes flickered a barely perceptible smile. One he himself had not noticed. He then turned away, resuming his search among the metal debris, his voice ringing out with authority. "Focus. Don't just play around." Before long, the midday sun blazed fiercely, mercilessly roasting the vast junkyard, the rising heat distorting the air and causing dizziness. Most of the previously busy scavengers had retreated to the shade, leaving only four small figures resolutely continuing their treasure hunt. Nami's little face had turned a vivid red from the sun, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead and sliding along her temples. She felt her head grow heavier, as though it were stuffed with wet cotton, and the piles of junk before her began to sway and blur. She struggled to keep pace with Sabo, but her small body started to wobble uncontrollably, her steps unsteady, as if she were walking on soft, fluffy clouds. Although Sabo was also focused on searching for valuable items, he kept a watchful eye on Nami. Almost the moment she stumbled, he noticed something amiss. He quickly turned and strode over, extending his hand to steady her swaying figure. "Nami?" Sabo crouched down to meet her gaze, his tone laced with concern. He touched her hot, dust-covered cheek with the back of his hand, feeling an alarming heat. "Are you feeling unwell? Tell me." Nami's consciousness was foggy. She only sensed the coolness of Sabo's hand, which felt comforting. Instinctively, she leaned against it, her voice soft and weak, tinged with a pitiful nasal tone. "I feel dizzy. There's so many stars I want to sleep." This was clearly not right. Sabo's expression tightened. Without hesitation, he carefully lifted Nami into his arms. Her body felt soft against him, her small head resting limply on his shoulder, her breathing becoming rapid. "Ace," Sabo called out urgently to Ace, who was rummaging through a pile of scrap metal a short distance away. "Nami doesn't seem well. It's as if she is suffering from heat stroke. We need to take her back quickly." No sooner had he spoken than Nami suddenly retched, her little body convulsing violently. He expelled a small puddle of nearly transparent liquid, mingled with some undigested, unrecognizable flecks. Having hastily consumed only a bit of cold water for breakfast, their stomachs were entirely empty, and what was expelled was merely gastric fluid and a small amount of moisture. However, this bout of vomiting evidently exacerbated his discomfort, his already pale visage contorting into a grimace of pain. He furrowed his brow, and a sickly, pitiable flush rapidly crept to the corners of his eyes, while his lips lost their color, quivering slightly. "Naichi!" Hearing the commotion, Luffy rushed over with his dirty little bear, his face reflecting concern upon witnessing his brother in such distress. "What's wrong? Did you vomit?" he asked, flitting anxiously around Sabo. Ace, upon hearing the shout, immediately discarded what he was holding and sprinted over. Upon seeing Nai weakly retching in Sabo's arms, his brow furrowed deeply, the usual coldness on his face giving way to a taut expression of worry. He reached out, tentatively pressing his knuckles against Nai's forehead, the burning temperature causing his heart to sink. "Damn it," Ace muttered under his breath, cursing the dreadful weather and the abysmal conditions of the garbage dump. It was evident that this frail body could not endure. Let us go. We must return immediately, he decided firmly, disregarding any items on the ground. I'll carry him, Ace offered, eager to take Nisei into his arms, for he was stronger and could run faster. No, I'll hold him. You take care of Luffy. Don't let him wander off. Sabo shook his head, securely cradling Nisei, adjusting his hold to ensure he was more comfortable while also retrieving the items they had found. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the small cloth pouch tied around Nisei's wrist, which contained a necklace, the tiny hand clutching it tightly, careful not to let it be crushed. His heart softened considerably as he saw how dearly Nisei cherished it. Luffy, keep up. Ace turned, grabbing Luffy, who was trying to get closer to assess Nisei's condition, his tone leaving no room for argument. Don't cause trouble. We need to hurry back. Nisei needs to rest. Though Luffy was worried, he understood the urgency and nodded vigorously, closely following Ace as they both carried the items they had gathered, moving swiftly behind. The four of them quickly exited the scorching, filthy garbage dump, striding purposefully towards the small cabin in the woods. The searing sun chased after their hurried retreat, while Sabo held the feverish, trembling little body in his arms, feeling the scorching breath of Nisei. He glanced down at Nisei's sunburned face, eyes tightly shut, and without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly removed his black hat adorned with goggles, gently placing it over Nisei's face. The hat was too large for Nisei, nearly obscuring half of his visage. Yet it perfectly shielded him from the direct glare of the sun, casting a precious shadow. Hang in there, Nisei. We'll be home soon, Sabo whispered soothingly, quickening his pace to nearly a jog. Ace and Luffy followed closely behind, burdened with their belongings, their hearts set on returning home despite the rugged mountain path. As they finally beheld the familiar silhouette of Dadan's wooden cabin, Ace inhaled deeply and shouted at the top of his lungs towards the house. Dadan, Nisei is ill. Heat stroke. The commotion startled the birds perched in the trees behind the cabin. Almost instantly, the door of the wooden house swung open with a loud bang. Dadan, with a half-burnt cigarette dangling from her mouth and a steaming wooden bowl of freshly served food in one hand, rushed out, her face a mixture of annoyance at the interruption and a hint of barely perceptible anxiety. What's the matter? What's going on? She bellowed, her gaze swiftly sweeping over the four boys who had returned, finally settling on the small, limp figure in Sabo's arms, its face obscured by an oversized hat. Without hesitation, she hurried down the steps, forgetting to discard her cigarette. Sabo stepped forward quickly, carefully lifting the too large hat to reveal Nisei's pallid, flushed face, glistening with sweat, and furrowed brows. Aunt Dadan. Nisei seems to be suffering from heat stroke. He vomited over by the junkyard and feels very hot, he succinctly explained, his voice laced with evident concern. Upon seeing Nisei's condition, Dadan's cigarette shifted slightly in her mouth before she instinctively discarded it. She thrust the still steaming bowl of food into the hands of a nearby bandit, who fumbled to catch it, roughly wiping the grease from her mouth with her sleeve. She extended her coarse, oil-stained hand to press against Nisei's forehead. TSK, feeling the alarming heat beneath her palm, Dadan's brows knitted together tightly. So hot. What are you little rascals doing, roasting yourselves at the junkyard in the middle of the day? Hurry, bring him inside. Despite her scolding, her actions were swift. She stepped aside to clear the entrance, directing Sabo, put him on the bedding in the back. Gently, she then turned and shouted at the still-dazed bandits. What are you all standing around for? Go fetch a basin of cool water from the well, freshly drawn, and get some clean cloth. Quickly. The bandits, startled by her booming voice, sprang into action like disturbed hornets, buzzing around in a flurry. Sabo carefully carried Nisei into the relatively cool inner room and gently laid him on the tatami mat. Ace and Luffy tossed their belongings at the doorway and quickly squeezed inside, gathering around the bedding. Luffy reached out to touch Nisei's face, but was seized by Ace, who gripped his wrist. Your hands are dirty. Don't touch him, Ace admonished quietly, his gaze fixed intently on Nisei's pained expression. Chapter 8. The Inconsistent Dadan. Before long, a bandit entered, carrying a basin of refreshing well water, chill visibly rising from the surface, while holding a piece of somewhat worn coarse cloth in the other hand. Dadan snatched the cloth, soaked it in the cool water, wrung it out partially, and then, albeit clumsily, but as gently as possible, applied it to Natsai's fevered forehead. The icy sensation prompted Natsai, still in a stupor, to emit a faint, involuntary groan and slightly shift his small head. "Hey, little rascal, wake up, can you hear me?" Dadan inquired. Her voice, which she believed to be gentle, still carried a hint of sternness. Naisai's eyelids fluttered as she struggled to open her eyes, just a crack. Her vision blurred as she gazed upon Dadan's large face, which was etched with irritation, yet unable to conceal its concern. Her small lips trembled slightly, whispering in a voice as delicate as a wisp of silk, "Brother, I feel unwell." The three brothers present were uncertain whom she addressed, yet each assumed it was themselves. "If you know you're unwell, then next time, don't run around aimlessly," Dadan scolded, though her hands were busy as she replaced the cool cloth, carefully wiping Naisai's neck and arms to aid in her cooling. "And you too as well." Dadan straightened up, glaring at Ace and Sabo. "Can't you keep an eye on her? This little sprout can't possibly compare to you." Thankfully, the other little rascal isn't sick otherwise. "I wonder what you would do," only realizing the gravity of the situation after she fainted from the heat. Sabo's expression turned apologetic. "I'm sorry, Dadan. It was my oversight." Ace, filled with guilt, merely pressed his lips together in silence, watching as Naisai's face gradually relaxed, her pain diminishing. Luffy leaned over the edge of the bedding, placing his dirty little bear next to Naisai's hand, murmuring softly, "Naisai, I'm giving you my bear. Get better quickly, and we could go treasure hunting again." Naisai lacked the strength to grasp the bear. Her discomfort was overwhelming, so she could only murmur, "Thank you, brother." Luffy picked up the bear again, waiting for his brother to recover before offering it to him, his expression a portrait of concern. Dadan continued to apply the cool cloth to Naisai while commanding the mountain bandits to boil some light rice porridge. She instructed another bandit, who possessed some medical knowledge, to concoct a medicinal brew, her voice never idle. "You're all such a handful. It's as if you owe the Garp family from your past lives." Before long, the bandit Dadan had sent to prepare the medicine returned. Lifting the curtain to enter, carefully balancing a bowl of dark, bitter concoction that emanated a strong, acrid aroma, steam still rising from its rim. "The medicine is ready, boss," the bandit announced, extending the bowl forward. Due to their constant brawling and injuries, they had learned to handle simple ailments. "You're taking forever." Dadan chastised it, though her movements were unusually cautious. She took the rough wooden bowl, first bringing it to her lips to blow on it and test the temperature, assuring herself it was not scorching before settling down at the edge of the bedding. With one sturdy arm, she gently propped up the frail Naisai against her chest, while the other held the bowl of medicine close to Naisai's lips. "Come on, little one, drink the medicine. You'll feel better afterward." Her tone softened slightly, attempting to sound less intimidating, yet her demeanor remained firm. The intense bitterness of the concoction invaded Naisai's nostrils, even in her foggy consciousness. She instinctively scrunched up her face in resistance, turning her head away. Dadan, with no other option, gently grasped her small chin, cautiously bringing the bowl closer. "Be good. Drink it all in one go, and I'll find you some candy afterward." She rarely used such coaxing tones. The warm liquid slowly flowed into Naisai's mouth, and the indescribable bitterness immediately overwhelmed her taste buds. Naisai coughed as she was choked by the medicine, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. Sniffling softly, she cried, her tears falling like raindrops. Yet with Dadan's insistence and the worried gazes of her brothers, she grimaced her round face, swallowing the bitter brew in small, laborious sips. Each mouthful was accompanied by a subtle tremor and suppressed sobs, tightening the hearts of those who beheld it. The three brothers gathered by the edge of the bed shared an expression of collective anguish. Luffy clutched his red vest, his face contorted, as if the bitter medicine was for him. His lips pursed, and his eyes began to redden as he muttered softly, "So bitter, poor Nami." Sabo crouched at the bedside, still holding the damp cloth that had wiped Nami's face, his brow furrowed and his eyes filled with compassion and reluctance. Watching Nami weep from the bitterness while struggling to swallow, he several times contemplated speaking, yet feared interrupting Dadan as she administered the medicine, leaving him to silently observe. His fingers unconsciously tightening. Ace stood a bit further back, arms crossed, a habitual stance, though his muscular arms were noticeably tense, and his jawline was set firm. His gaze was fixed upon Nami's tear-streaked face, observing the trembling eyelashes and crinkled nose caused by the bitterness. An unfamiliar emotion, heartache, crashed within his chest. He wished to divert his gaze, but found himself unable to do so, pressing his lips together with greater force, burying all emotions beneath a facade of calm, save for the slight rise and fall of his chest betraying his turmoil. At last, the final drop of bitter medicine was administered, and Dadan swiftly set aside the bowl. The observant mountain bandit beside her immediately offered half a bowl of warm water, and Dadan fed Nami a few sips to dilute the lingering bitterness. Nami, utterly spent, nestled into her embrace, sobbing quietly and feeling wronged, her cheeks marked with tear stains, too weak to utter a word. Dadan gently laid her back down, covering her with a thin blanket, her rough hands surprisingly tender as she wiped away the tears and sweat from her face. There, you've taken your medicine. Just sleep and let it work through you. She spoke softly, as though comforting Nami, yet also soothing the three boys beside her who wore troubled expressions. The effects of the medicine were swift, perhaps due to her already weakened state demanding rest, or perhaps the calming properties of the herbs. Nami's cries gradually subsided into intermittent hiccups, her heavy eyelids finally surrendering, gently closing, though her small face still bore traces of tears and illness. Her breathing became steady and prolonged, her furrowed brow easing as she slipped into a profound slumber. It was only then that Dadan, who had been holding her breath in tension, finally exhaled in relief. The anxiety and worry that had been hidden deep within her since witnessing Nami's vomiting dissipated with each calm breath and the fading flush of her cheeks. She rose, stretching her somewhat numb arms, reverting to her fierce demeanor as she waved at the three boys still lingering. What are you staring at? Didn't you hear me say it's time for sleep? Get out, and don't disturb her. Let her rest, she urged in a lowered voice, though her gaze softened momentarily as it swept over the slumbering Nami. Ace, Sabo, and Luffy exchanged glances, then looked at Nami, peacefully asleep, before they slowly and quietly exited the room. The curtain was gently drawn down, separating the tranquility of the room from the scorching midday sun outside. The three brothers stood in the main house, momentarily silent, the atmosphere heavy with stillness. Luffy, cradling his soiled teddy bear, slumped against the wall, while Sabo let out a soft sigh, and Ace wandered to the window, gazing out at the glaring courtyard, lost in his thoughts. I remarked, "What are you three lads pondering over there without eating? The food has gone cold." Dadang's hoarse voice shattered the prolonged silence within the house. With one hand on her hip and the other impatiently gesturing towards the three bowls of food that had long since lost their warmth, her gaze swept over the trio, each displaying a different expression. At her sharp call, the three awakened from their reverie and silently approached. They each picked up their share of simple brown rice, topped with remnants of greasy roast meat and overcooked wild vegetables. The clinking of their bowls and chopsticks echoed softly as they began to eat. Yet their minds were evidently elsewhere, the taste bland as if they were chewing on wax. Nevertheless, Luffy managed to consume 2 extra bowls, observing their demeanor. Dadan huffed, but said nothing more, turning back to her own tasks. Occasionally, her glance towards the inner room betrayed a faint hint of concern. After the meal, the three seemed to have discovered means to channel their lingering worries. They tacitly moved the spoils they had salvaged from the junkyard to the vacant space in front of the house, and under the gradually softening light, commenced their sorting and cleaning. Sabo carefully opened the small cloth pouch around Nisai's wrist, extracting a dark golden necklace, which he meticulously wiped with a soft cloth, revealing its original luster. He counted the other relatively intact metal parts and small trinkets he had found. Ace, in silence, organized the gears and several pieces of well-shaped scrap metal he had gathered, diligently smoothing the sharp edges with a stone. Luffy imitated him, setting aside the little brown bear he had salvaged, then fiddling with a handful of vividly colored glass marbles and a rusted knife that was barely half intact. Words were scarce among the trio, the only sounds being the rustling of their cleaning efforts. Yet an unspoken understanding and shared concern flowed through the air. Their busyness made time pass more swiftly, slightly alleviating the anxiety within their hearts. The sun finally dipped behind the distant mountains, and the sky did not immediately darken. Instead, it unfurled a gentle and expansive blush-orange twilight, resembling a vast, gradient silk that enveloped the forest and the humble wooden cabin. The heat of the day gradually carried away by the evening breeze. Amidst this serene, pink-tinged dusk, faint movements emanated from within the room. Naisai's long eyelashes fluttered a few times before she slowly opened her eyes. Her consciousness surfaced as if emerging from the depths of water. Her head no longer heavy and dizzy as it had been at noon. Although still somewhat fatigued, the burning sensation of oppressive heat had receded, leaving her body feeling significantly refreshed. Almost immediately, a loud grumble from her empty stomach protested, resonating distinctly within the quiet room. Naisai instinctively rubbed his sleepy eyes, his gaze gradually focusing on the familiar wooden patterns of the ceiling. He struggled to sit up, yet weakness and hunger rendered him powerless. Licking his parched lips, he called out softly and dependently towards the curtain, his voice hoarse from sleep and tinged with a hint of grievance. Brother, I'm so hungry." Dadan, leaning against the doorframe and smoking, heard the commotion and clicked her tongue, extinguishing the cigarette, but she muttered, "I knew this little rascal would wake up hungry. Sick children are the most troublesome." Despite her words, she turned towards the modest kitchen, intending to see what could be quickly prepared for her ailing charge. Naisai is awake. Luffy was the first to leap up, his ears twitching in confirmation that he hadn't misheard. He dropped his teddy bear and dashed inside, realizing that the fever had broken. Knowing he was hungry was a good sign. Sabo's face broke into a relieved smile as he set down what he was holding and swiftly followed into the inner room. Ace paused momentarily, then also put down the gear he had been cleaning and trailed behind, his steps quicker than usual, even if his expression remained neutral. Dadan patiently fed Naisai warm, fragrant porridge, each spoonful carefully placed into his mouth. He leaned languidly against her sturdy, yet not unyielding embrace, swallowing in small bites. Though lacking in energy, his hunger compelled him to cooperate, his face reflecting satisfaction. The warm porridge dispelled the last remnants of coldness in his body, and the pallor of his cheeks gradually regained a touch of color. "Eat more, do you hear me?" Dadan spoke in her customary tone, which resembled a command. "Put on some weight so you don't fall ill again and cause everyone worry." Her words were brusque, yet her feeding actions were tender, the spoonfuls measured to perfection. The temperature always tested before reaching his lips. As the bowl neared empty, she checked Naisai's forehead, confirming that the fever had fully subsided, and she exhaled a barely audible sigh of relief. "All right, now that you're full, clean yourself up. You're as dirty as a little kitten." Dadan set the empty bowl aside and helped Naisai sit up straight. She then gestured with her chin towards the three boys, who were either standing or sitting, their gazes never leaving the scene. "You three, stop dawdling. Take him to wash up. A clean bath will help him sleep comfortably." The bath she referred to was, of course, the rudimentary and cramped bathing area constructed roughly from wooden planks in the mountain bandits' hideout. Chapter 9. The little tyrant of the dojo, Ace and Sabo, were already accustomed to this routine, while Luffy found joy in the lively camaraderie of bathing together. Ace stepped forward and effortlessly lifted the still weak Naisai, while Sabo intuitively sought out clean clothes and towels. Luffy, already excited, cheered and sprinted towards the bathing area. The small space soon filled with warm steam, two brand-new wooden tubs, slightly smaller in size, evidently prepared by Dadan or some bandit not long ago for Naisai and Luffy. Ace tested the water temperature and then carefully placed Naisai inside. Warm water cascaded over her shoulders, and Naisai let out a contented sigh, her petite frame relaxing against the edge of the tub, her eyes squinting in the enveloping steam as she emitted a purring sound reminiscent of a satisfied kitten. "How delightful!" Luffy, unable to contain his excitement, swiftly discarded his garments, and plopped onto a small wooden stool, scooping warm water from the large barrel with a basin. With a splash, he doused himself, the droplets gliding down his body as he shook his head, bursting into hearty laughter. So refreshing. No, rather, so warm. Hee. On the other side, in a larger, aged wooden tub, Ace and Sabo sat back to back, the hot water rising to their chests, the billowing steam obscuring their features. They exchanged no words, simply savoring the rare moment of relaxation after a long day's toil. Ace, eyes closed and head tilted back slightly, revealed his chiseled jawline and neck, while Sabo idly played with the water's surface, lost in thought. Nasai, make sure to wash your back, Sabo reminded through the haze, his tendency to be considerate surfacing once more. I know, Brother Sabo, Nasai replied obediently, picking up a small bar of soap and diligently mimicking her brother's as she applied it to her skin. Luffy, don't splash water everywhere, Ace exclaimed, feeling droplets hit his face, his eyes narrowing at Luffy, who was playfully splashing with his feet. What's the big deal? Ace is so stingy, Luffy retorted, sticking out his tongue, though he reined in his antics somewhat. Within the cramped bathing area, the sounds of water, the playful laughter of Luffy and Nasai, and the enveloping warmth of steam wove together to create a vivid tapestry of everyday life. For boys, each with distinct personalities, shared this intimate, tranquil moment in the confined space. Outside, the pastel-pink sky gradually deepened into a rich blue, with stars beginning to twinkle. Inside, the warm water washed away dust and fatigue, leaving only the simple, fulfilling warmth of the present moment. Meanwhile, far away in the east blue, in a village starkly different from Windmill Village, yet equally serene, lay Frost Moon Village. At the village's center stood a modest building with a simple sign that read One Heart Dojo in bold, steady characters. In the dojo's courtyard, a green-haired boy with a fierce gaze akin to a young beast was engrossed in his daily training. He was Roronoa Zoro. Unlike children of his age, he bore no innocence, only an unwavering focus and indomitable spirit. Sweat had already soaked through his rough, simple attire, clinging to his slight yet increasingly powerful frame. With both hands tightly gripping a wooden sword that felt somewhat heavy for his age, he clenched his jaw, muscles straining, pouring every ounce of his strength into striking the steadfast wooden training dummy before him. Hey, ha! The wooden sword sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, landing forcefully against the thickly wrapped straw of the post, producing a deep, resonant crack. This sound, though not crisp, was remarkably solid, echoing in the tranquility of the dojo's entrance. Each blow encapsulated his entire will, sweat flying from his exertion, tracing brilliant arcs in the sunlight. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixated intently on the opponent before him, as if it were not an inanimate object, but rather an insurmountable wall he must overcome. Occasionally, villagers passed by, casting looks of curiosity, admiration, or concern for the boy's relentless determination. Yet Zoro remained oblivious. His world seemed to contract to the wooden sword in his hand, the straw dummy before him, and the rhythm of powerful strikes he repeated time and again. The gentle breeze of Frost Moon Village caressed the old tree in front of the dojo, its leaves rustling softly, unable to drown out the persistent, forceful crack of his blows. This sound marked the initial and most resolute footsteps of the future world's greatest swordsman, quietly resonating in this tranquil corner of the East Sea. The previous day, a cold rain had swept through Frost Moon Village, carrying away a brilliant presence. His dear friend, the girl who always bested him yet earned his utmost respect, Guna, with whom he had vowed to conquer the pinnacle of swordsmanship together, had departed forever. The shock came so suddenly and cruelly that the promise of their rivalry had shattered along with her fallen figure, buried in the damp earth. He still recalled, not long ago under the moonlight, the solemn oath they had made. One day, one of us shall become the world's greatest swordsman. Her words echoed in his ears. The girl who had earnestly proclaimed that girls would not possess the strength of boys when they grew up, thus she must strive harder. Yet now, she was gone. The wooden sword struck down again with ferocity, splinters flying. Zoro gasped, his chest heaving violently. He lifted his gaze towards the empty courtyard of the dojo, to the very spot where Gwenah had bested him countless times, reaching out to him in camaraderie. Now, it lay shrouded in a profound silence. However, within that emptiness, a fiercer and more resolute flame ignited in his heart. Sadness did not crush him. Instead, it transformed into a furnace that tempered his will. His focus sharpened on the wooden sword in his grasp, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination, as if piercing through the dummy before him to glimpse a distant, treacherous future. That oath was no longer merely a promise between two. He would carry forward her share as well. His voice, hoarse yet resolute, whispered a vow that was nearly swallowed by the whoosh of the wooden sword, yet it struck his heart with the weight of 1,000 pounds, becoming an indelible mark. He would become the greatest swordsman in the world. On the following day, before dawn had fully broken, Frostmoon Village remained enveloped in a pale blue mist. Even the bird songs seemed sparse. The doors of the One Heart Dojo had been opened earlier than usual. Zoro's silhouette appeared in the empty dojo, shadows faintly lingering in his eyes. Silently, he grasped his wooden sword, preparing to commence today's, indeed, the future morning training, a solitary endeavor he alone would persist in. Zoro. Chapter 10. Inheritance in the way of a one-character, a calm, yet subtly weary voice resonated. The dojo master, Jinchuryu, was quietly kneeling on the corridor. Having arrived unbeknownst to Zoro, he remained clad in a plain martial robe, a gentle smile gracing his face. Yet beneath that smile flowed an undercurrent of sorrow from a sleepless night and a complex sense of solace. Before him, a sheathed longsword lay with precision. Zoro paused, his gaze fixating on the blade. The scabbard, though unadorned, exuded a quiet dignity. He recognized this sword, the Wado Ikemonji, the blade that Kuina cherished most of her lifetime. Gungshiro cradled the Wado Ikemonji with both hands, his movements slow and solemn, as if lifting an immense weight. He looked at Zoro, his gentle smile now mingled with profound sorrow and a heavy entrustment. This sword is entrusted to you. The morning breeze swept through the dojo, carrying a chill that caressed Zoro's cheek. Gunshiro's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in Zoro's ears. Kuna always aspired to be an exceptional swordsman, tirelessly honing her skills. This sword accompanied her through her final moments. He paused, seemingly gathering his emotions, and continued, I hope you will wield it well, carrying it with you as you traverse the path that Kuna could not complete, becoming not just an excellent swordsman, but a great one. There were no further exhortations, no lengthy reflections, only the simplest yet heaviest of expectations. Zoro's gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the Wado Ikemonji. He did not reach for it immediately. Instead, he slowly set down his wooden sword, approached Gungshiro, knelt before him, and extended his hands in the most solemn of gestures. His movements were devoid of hesitation, yet imbued with an indescribable gravity. As the cold scabbard slipped into his grasp, he felt a weight far exceeding that of the sword itself pressing down upon his arms. He gripped the sword firmly, raised his gaze to meet Gunshiro's, and with every ounce of strength, compressed all his resolve and promises into 3 words, each articulated with conviction, I will. This was not merely a response. It was a vow, a promise to a departed dear friend, a guarantee to his master who entrusted him with the sword, and a solemn declaration regarding the path that lay ahead of him. Gungshiro observed him, noting the unwavering light in his eyes. The sadness on his face seemed to be alleviated by a glimmer of solace. He nodded gently, choosing not to speak further. Rising, he moved to the center of the dojo, uttering no more words, but slowly unfastened the front of his robe, revealing a lean yet sculpted torso. Before retrieving a simple wooden sword from the rack, he regarded Zoro with calm eyes. Pay attention, Zoro. The foundation of swordsmanship lies not in strength, but in form, in the heart, in the unity of breath and motion. He assumed the most fundamental starting stance, his movements fluid as a gentle stream, yet radiating an unwavering steadiness. He proceeded to demonstrate the most basic cuts, slashes, thrusts, and blocks, each action meticulously broken down, clearly illustrating the movement of the feet, the twist to the waist. The extension of the arms, the subtle changes in wrist angles, and even the rhythm of breathing. When form is correct, strength follows. When the heart is calm, the sword is steady. He repeated until these movements became part of Zoro's very flesh, his instinct. Zoro held his breath, his eyes unblinking, etching every subtle movement of Gongshiro into his memory. After the demonstration, Gongshiro handed the wooden sword to him, urging him to begin. Swing the sword 1,000 times, pay attention to your posture, and feel the flow of power. Zoro accepted the wooden sword with both hands, inhaling deeply as he assumed his stance. He did not immediately pursue strength or speed. Instead, he adhered strictly to the foundational swings demonstrated by Gongshiro. Initially, his movements were somewhat awkward, and his grasp of force was imprecise. Gongshiro observed quietly from the sidelines, occasionally offering corrections. Widen your stance a bit more. Sink your hips, let your waist drive your arms. Breathe, do not hold your breath. In the vast dojo, only the sound of the wooden sword slicing through the air and Zoro's increasingly labored breathing filled the space. Sweat soaked his clothing, and his hair clung to his cheeks. The routine was monotonous and exhausting, yet his gaze remained unwaveringly focused. Again and again, he adjusted, striving to bring each movement closer to the standards set by his master. 1,000 times? No, he would swing far more, until this fundamental foundation truly permeated his very bones and formed muscle memory. Time slipped away in the rhythm of his sword swings as the sun climbed higher. Approaching noon, other apprentices began to arrive at the dojo. They beheld Zoro, already drenched in sweat, relentlessly repeating his swings. Their expressions varied. Some showed admiration, others confusion, and some concealed defiance. It was unclear who instigated the challenge first. Perhaps it was the youthful impulse for provocation. A few apprentices, typically known for their skills, exchanged glances before suddenly shouting and charging at Zoro from different directions. Wielding their wooden swords, this ambush came unexpectedly. However, Zoro seemed to anticipate it, as if his entire being was immersed in a heightened state of vigilance. Almost the moment they moved, he redirected his half-swinging wooden sword, shifting his stance, and his form sprang forth like a bowstring released. There were no complex techniques. He employed the basic movements to their utmost, blocking, sidestepping, advancing, and countering. His speed was more than double that of his solitary practice earlier in the day. The wooden sword slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Thud, crack, ouch. The sounds of dull impacts and pained cries erupted almost simultaneously. The two leading attackers were stunned by the shock of the blocked wooden sword, their wrists numb and their defenses wide open, only to be swiftly pierced in the chest by Zoro's follow-up thrust, causing them to stagger backward. A side attack was effortlessly evaded with a low slide, followed by a counter strike to the ribs. The individual attempting a rear ambush was met with a rapid turn and a fierce slash that landed squarely on their shoulder, sending them sprawling to the ground. In mere moments, the assailants lay in disarray, groaning and clutching their wounds, their eyes filled with astonishment as they regarded Zoro. They had scarcely comprehended the specifics of his strikes, only feeling an overwhelming force and a speed and precision that shattered their coordinated assault in an instant. Zoro came to a halt, breathing heavily, the wooden sword angled towards the ground. There was no triumph in his expression, only a solemn demeanor. His gaze swept over the fallen challengers and then across the other apprentices who stood in stunned silence, eventually settling into a calm composure. He placed the wooden sword back on the rack, casting not a glance at the defeated foe on the ground, and strode directly towards the dojo's backyard. There, a massive granite boulder loomed, towering to half his height and requiring several strong men to lift. This was Zoro's self-imposed additional training. He approached the colossal stone, shedding his soaked shirt to reveal a youthful physique, slight yet muscular, glistening with sweat and adorned with old scars. He crouched down, wrapping his arms around the cold, rough surface of the boulder, and with a powerful thrust of his waist and legs, the veins in his neck and arms stood out prominently. With a low growl, he lifted the heavy stone off the ground, cradling it firmly against his chest. He then commenced the most fundamental yet demanding exercise for core and lower body strength, squats. His path of cultivation was long, yet unwavering, as he gritted his teeth, repeating the motion over and over again. Chapter 11. The foundational training of the four little ones at the other end of the EC. Dadan's humble abode on the hillside of Windmill Village welcomed yet another ordinary yet boisterous afternoon. A resounding shout cleaved through the air. Meat! Is there any meat for lunch? Luffy, with his disheveled black hair, burst forth from the inner room like a red cannonball, arms draped over the kitchen doorframe. His eyes widened in astonishment as he called out to Dadan and a few frowning bandits busy at the stove. It's so noisy. Where would the meat come from so early in the morning? All we have is porridge and pickles. Dadan, without turning her head, irritably tapped the edge of the pot with her spatula, producing a clanging sound. Keep it up, and there won't even be porridge to eat. Why is it like this? Luffy's face fell instantly, his body deflating like a punctured balloon as he hung from the doorframe. Ace emerged from the other side, already dressed with a neat appearance. He cast a glance at Luffy hanging there and playfully flicked his forehead as he passed. Quiet down, you fool. Then he turned towards the inner room, raising his voice slightly. Nami, are you awake? It's time to get up. Yeah, I'm awake, big brother Ace. Came a soft voice, still laced with sleepiness. Before long, the curtain was lifted and Nami stepped out, rubbing her eyes. She had changed into clean clothes. Her small face, though still pale from illness, appeared significantly more vibrant. Upon seeing Luffy's comical state hanging on the doorframe, a smile crept on her lips, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Ace then led both of them for a quick wash before bringing them back. Sabo, having donned his iconic hat, entered from outside, a handful of fresh wild fruits in his grasp, evidently having taken a morning stroll nearby. Good morning, everyone. Look, I found some fruits to add a touch of sweetness to breakfast. He grinned, shaking the fruits in his hand, and naturally handed the ripest one to the approaching Nami. Here you go, little Nami, a boost of vitamins. Thank you, big brother Sabo, Nami replied, taking the fruit and savoring a small bite, the sweet flavor brightening her eyes. She then turned to offer a piece to Luffy. Here, eat this. We'll have meat for dinner. At lunchtime, though Dadan's words were fierce, she nonetheless added a generous portion of salty meat to each person's bowl of porridge, particularly ensuring that Nami's bowl received an extra helping. After the meal, everything tidied up. The four boys gathered once more in the clearing before the house. The sunlight was just right, and the birds in the forest chirped melodiously. What shall we do today? Luffy, his energy restored, began bouncing on the spot. Shall we go treasure hunting at the junkyard again? I want to find a necklace even shinier than the one we discovered yesterday. Nami, feeling fit and enjoying a day off, interjected. There won't be any new trash over there. Ace countered, casting a glance at Sabo. Let us adhere to our previous plan and focus on basic training. Sabo nodded, picking up his pipe. Indeed, Luffy, Nami, come over. If you wish to set sail and grow stronger, training is imperative, especially for you, Luffy. Having consumed the gum-gum fruit, you must learn to control your powers. Training? Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is it going to be a fight? Excellent. He immediately assumed the stance for his gum-gum pistol, eager to engage. Foolish. It's not that kind of fighting. Ace sighed. It's about fundamental physical conditioning and reflex training. Watch closely. Ace and Sabo commenced demonstrating simple physical exercises and basic evasive maneuvers. Initially, Luffy found it uninteresting, but with Sabo's encouragement and Ace's playful threat of withholding food, he was soon drawn in, half-heartedly mimicking them. His rubbery body produced comically exaggerated movements, yielding unexpected effects and laughter. Nami was assigned to a gentler recovery activity on the sidelines, such as slow walking and light stretching. Sabo occasionally came over to check on her, guiding her to adjust her breathing. Nami was earnest, her movements somewhat clumsy, yet she diligently imitated her brothers. Sunlight poured over the clearing, casting four silhouettes. The tall ones earnestly instructing, the shorter ones striving to imitate, and one rubbery figure bouncing about, occasionally tumbling head over heels due to lack of coordination, which incited merriment and caused sweat to bead anew. As the sun sank lower in the sky, painting the horizon in warm hues of orange and purple-gray, The day's training drew to a close. Each boy was breathless, dust-covered, and speckled with grass. Yet their eyes sparkled with fulfillment. Evidently, they had all made slight improvements. Luffy was now sprawled on the ground, his belly rising and falling with each breath, exclaiming about his hunger, though a smile adorned his face. Nami, mimicking Luffy, lay beside him and playfully tugged at his arm, which elongated due to his rubber powers. Luffy flopped about like a fish out of water, intentionally leaving one hand for Nami to play with. But it was productive, right? Sabo approached, ruffling Luffy's hair before gently patting Nami's shoulder. Especially you, Nami, you did wonderfully. Nami looked up at Sabo, offering a tired yet radiant smile. Yes, thank you. Brother Sabo. Ace stood, brushing off the dirt from his trousers. All right, let us head back. Dad should have dinner ready by now. He paused, looking towards Nami. Can you still walk? Nami immediately nodded, attempting to rise, though her legs felt a bit wobbly. Ace said nothing, merely extending his hand to pull him up, and then effortlessly lifted Luffy, who was still reluctant to leave the ground. Time to eat. Is there any meat? Luffy instantly revived, hanging on Ace's arm and shouting. If you keep yelling, I might just consider you for dinner, Ace retorted, though he did not shake him off. Sabo chuckled softly, trailing behind them. The four small figures, stepping in the fading glow of the sunset, cast long, intertwined shadows as they made their way toward the smoke rising from the bandits' cabin. Chapter 12. The Feast of Gluttony. After a period of training, the four little ones had made noticeable progress. That noon, the boys were gathered in the clearing before Dadan's cabin, sharing a simple lunch of grilled fish and vegetable soup. Luffy devoured his portion ravenously and then stared longingly at the half-fish in Ace's bowl that remained untouched. Ace, if you're not going to eat it, not a chance. Ace replied, guarding his bowl and quickly shoving the remaining fish into his mouth. Dadan said we each get one portion, no stealing. But I'm still hungry. Luffy's adorable cheeks drooped, and his stomach let out a loud growl at the opportune moment. Sabo, with a resigned smile, pushed the remaining half of his fish toward Luffy. Here, Luffy, you can have mine. I'm not too hungry. Sabo, you're the best. Luffy's eyes lit up, just as he reached out to take it when Ace's hand interrupted him. If you keep indulging him, he'll never learn moderation. Ace frowned, then turned to Luffy. Listen, if you want to eat so badly, you'll have to earn it. How do I earn it? Luffy blinked. Ace and Sabo exchanged glances. Sabo stroking his chin in thought. Mrs. Mary's bakery in town sometimes needs help moving flour, perhaps too slow. Luffy protested. By the time we get to town and start working, I'll be starving. Nami, sipping her soup, suddenly whispered, I smelled delicious meat in town. Yesterday, Aunt Dadan took me to buy soap, and I caught a whiff. Her words ignited a spark. Luffy's nose suddenly twitched exaggeratedly, his eyes widening. Meat, that's right. The roasted meat from Old Oak Barrel Tavern. That's where Grandpa Garp brought it from. It's so delicious it could steal your soul. Ace scoffed. Do you have any idea how much that costs? The four of us working for a whole week might not be enough. But Luffy was already lost in fantasies of roasted meat, nearly drooling. He suddenly leaped up, his rubbery arms waving with excitement. Then let us go have a feast without paying. The air fell silent for a moment. Sabo burst into laughter first. Luffy, you know that you'll be chased after for that. So what? Luffy declared defiantly. I'll pay it back later when I grow up. Besides, we run fast. Ace and Sabo, you always say that if you find something in the junkyard, just take it and run, right? That's for picking up abandoned things. It's not the same as eating without paying. Sabo attempted to explain, but looking at Luffy's gleaming eyes, he knew any argument would be futile. Ace crossed his arms, appearing disapproving, yet a glimmer of eager anticipation danced in his eyes. Raised in the uncertain environment of the junkyard, he had always harbored his own understanding of rules. Moreover, he had long harbored disdain for certain boastful individuals in the town. In fact, Ace leisurely remarked that the proprietor of the Old Oak Barrel was a shrewd merchant who had previously sold them moldy flour, and when he confronted him about it, he was unceremoniously ejected. Sabo raised an eyebrow. So, you intend to act as an agent of justice? Ace stood up, brushing off the debris from his trousers. If we're truly going, it requires a plan. We cannot charge in recklessly like some fool. Luffy cheered. You agreed. Ace has agreed. Let us go. Nami looked somewhat anxious at her brothers. Isn't it wrong to dine and dash? Aunt Dadan will be angry. Sabo ruffled her hair gently, saying, Nami is right. This is indeed not the conduct of good children. However, he winked, on rare occasions, especially when dealing with scoundrels, perhaps it can be considered a special operation. Special operation. Luffy exclaimed, delighted by the term. We are the special operations team. Thus, after a somewhat reluctant discussion, the Windmill Village Special Operations Team, though they had yet to officially name themselves, set off down the path toward the town. Sabo would devise the plan. Ace would scout and provide rear support, while Luffy would be the main executor. Nami was assigned the lookout duty, although she was uncertain about what exactly that entailed. Remember, Sabo instructed seriously as they walked. Our sole objective is to enjoy the roasted meat without attracting any trouble. Upon entering, Luffy will take charge of ordering, aiming to get as much meat as possible. Ace and I will sit near the entrance, while Nami will be by the window. Once we signal, Luffy will immediately grab any available meat, and we shall disperse in different directions, eventually regrouping at our usual spot in the back mountains. What is the signal? Luffy inquired. I will cough 3 times, Sabo replied. Ace will drop a cup on the floor. What about me? Nami asked softly. Just follow us when you see us running. And do not look back, Ace replied succinctly, casting a glance at Nami. Can you run? Nami nodded vigorously. Yes. After training, my legs feel strong. The 4 small figures traversed the woodland path, the outline of Windmill Village gradually coming into view. The afternoon town was relatively tranquil, with most residents enjoying their siesta, and only a few shops remained open. The Old Oak Barrel Tavern stood on the eastern side of the town square, a 2-story wooden structure with a genuine oak barrel sign hanging at its entrance. Even before they approached, the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted toward them. Luffy's eyes immediately transformed into the shape of meat chunks, and his rubbery jaw nearly dropped to the ground. It smells incredible, even better than what Grandpa brought back. Calm down. Ace restrained the overly eager Luffy, quietly making his way to the side of the tavern to peer through the window and assess the interior. Inside, there were only a few patrons, just 3 tables occupied. The owner, a plump man with a red nose, was dozing behind the counter, while a waitress was busy wiping down tables. The sizzle of cooking could be heard from the kitchen. Ace returned to report. There are only the owner and the waitress. The patrons are sparse. The back door is open for ventilation, and there is a small window beside the kitchen. Our escape route is clear. Sabo nodded. All right, let's proceed as planned. Remember to act natural, just like ordinary children coming in for a meal. However, we lack the funds. Nami pointed out the critical issue. That's why it's called a free meal, you silly fool. Luffy could hardly contain his excitement. The 4 of them pushed open the tavern door, the bell jingling cheerfully. The rotund owner opened one-eyed a glance at them, and, seeing it was just a group of children, promptly closed it again to continue napping. The waitress approached them with a professional smile. Hello, children, here for a meal? Where are your parents? We came by ourselves, Luffy exclaimed, his eyes already watering at the images of roasted meat on the menu hanging on the wall. I want this, and this, all of it. Sabo quickly restrained him. We'll just have 1 barbecue set and 4 cups of juice, thank you. He did his utmost to appear like a refined young gentleman, despite his clothes being faded and patched. The waitress regarded them with a hint of confusion, but noted the order nonetheless. 1 barbecue set and 4 cups of juice. Please wait a moment. Once she departed, Sabo whispered to Luffy, ordering too much will raise suspicion. But I'm hungry. Luffy protested, feeling wronged. Just hold on. We can take as much as we can later, Ace calmly suggested, surveying the tavern's interior. He sat near the entrance, Nami by the window, while Sabo and Luffy took the middle seats. The wait felt torturous for Luffy. His stomach growled incessantly, and his rubbery body squirmed in the chair as he stretched his neck to catch a glimpse of the kitchen. Finally, the waitress returned, balancing a large platter of sizzling, oily barbecue accompanied by roasted potatoes and vegetables, along with 4 glasses of orange juice. The moment the barbecue was placed on the table, Luffy's eyes transformed into the shape of meat. I'm starting, he declared, reaching out to grab it, only to be gently tapped on the back of his hand with a fork by Sabo. Use your knife and fork. Luffy, Eat like a normal person. Sabo said with exasperation. Ace had already sliced off a piece of meat and commented, "It really is delicious. No wonder it's expensive." The four boys began their meal. Although Luffy's method of near gobbling could barely be called eating, Sabo and Ace maintained a relatively refined manner, while Nami took small bites, occasionally glancing nervously toward the entrance. At some point, the stout owner had awakened, squinting at them with keen scrutiny. Chapter 13. The street battle of the four young ones. Sabo, closest to the owner, noticed his gaze and felt a tightness in his chest. Whispering, he asked, getting suspicious. Sure enough, the owner staggered over, his belly jiggling with each step. "Kids, this meal isn't cheap. Who is paying?" Sabo set down his knife and fork, displaying the most innocent smile he could muster. "Our dad will be here shortly. He told us to eat first." "Dad?" The owner clearly didn't believe him. "I haven't heard of any family in town with four sons. We're cousins." Luffy, cheeks stuffed with meat, mumbled indistinctly, "My dad is in the Navy, a really powerful Navy." This statement only deepened the owner's suspicion. He crossed his arms, looking incredulous. "Is that so? Then let us wait for him to arrive before you pay. This meal will be on record for now." The atmosphere instantly became tense. Ace gave Sabo a knowing glance, and Sabo subtly nodded before abruptly coughing. Cough, cough, cough. Signal sent. Almost simultaneously, Ace accidentally knocked over a glass beside him, which shattered upon hitting the ground, producing a crisp sound. "Now," Sabo urged in a low voice. Luffy reacted the fastest, his rubber arm stretched instantaneously, one hand grabbing the remaining roasted meat from the plate, while the other swiped a platter of sausages just served to a neighboring table. He then turned and dashed towards the door. "Hey, you little rascals!" the owner shouted, finally realizing what was happening and giving chase. Ace kicked over a chair to obstruct the owner's path, while Sabo pulled Nasarai along as they bolted outside. The waitress screamed, and patrons at the adjacent table rose in an attempt to intervene. "Split up," Ace shouted, racing towards the back door. Sabo led Nasarai out the front, taking a sharp right into a narrow alley. Luffy, meanwhile, leaped into the air, using his rubber legs to propel himself against the wall like a cannonball towards the town square. "Catch the thief, you little glutton!" The owner's furious shouts echoed through the street. Nasarai, being dragged by Sabo through the alley, felt his heart racing. He could hear the footsteps and shouts of their pursuers behind them, an exhilarating mix of fear and excitement flooding his senses. Sabo clearly knew the town's alleyways well, deftly navigating twists and turns until they soon lost their pursuers. "This way." Sabo pushed open a low wooden door, and they slipped into a small courtyard piled high with wooden crates. Sabo pulled Nasarai behind a box to hide, holding his breath. Outside, they could hear footsteps and shouts. They ran that way. Check every alley. After a while, the sounds gradually faded. Sabo exhaled in relief, only to notice that Nasarai was firmly clutching something, for pieces of toasted bread he had instinctively grabbed from the table during their escape. "Well done, Nasarai," Sabo chuckled. "At least we have some spoils." Nasarai's cheeks flushed slightly as he whispered, "I saw the bread right there and just grabbed it. But I'm not as skilled as my brother." The brother he referred to was Luffy, who had taken the roasted meat. Just then, a commotion erupted in the distance, suggesting that it was not just the owner and waitress pursuing them anymore. Sabo frowned and cautiously peeked out, his expression shifting to one of concern. "Not good, it's them." "Who?" Nasarai inquired. "The Gray Rat Gang, the local troublemakers," Sabo explained quickly. "The owner must have hired them to track us down. These guys are far more troublesome than he is." As if to confirm his words, three figures appeared at the alley's entrance. Teenagers around 15 or 16 years old, dressed in shabby clothes and wielding wooden sticks. The tall, lanky one at the front, chewing on a piece of grass, was the gang's leader, known as Longtail. "Found you." "Brats," Longtail grinned, displaying a crooked set of teeth. "The old oak barrel owner said he'd give us 50 berries for each of you captured. It's an easy job." Sabo shielded Nasarai behind him and calmly replied, "We're just kids. There's no need to make this difficult for us. We didn't take much." "Stop wasting time," shouted another stout member, brandishing his stick. "Either come back with us quietly, or you'll get a beating before we drag you back." Sabo knew reasoning with them was futile. He swiftly assessed the situation, 2 against 3, with the adversaries armed, while he possessed only a mere stick he had picked up. Furthermore, he had to protect Nisai. The odds of victory appeared slim. Thus, he resolved to employ cunning instead. However, Sabo was never one to passively await fate. He suddenly shouted, "Ace! Over here!" The 3 thugs instinctively turned their heads, and Sabo seized the opportunity to grab Nisai and flee. They had been deceived. Pursue them. As they dashed out of the small courtyard, they heard Luffy's hearty laughter ahead. "Ha! Come chase me. You're too slow." Luffy was bouncing around the square like a rubber ball, pursued by 4 or 5 panting thugs. His rubbery physique proved advantageous in this chase. Each time he seemed on the verge of capture, he would stretch his body and escape from seemingly impossible angles. "Luffy," Sabo called out, "let's regroup here." Upon spotting them, Luffy launched himself forward like a rubber cannon, effortlessly kicking over a thug who attempted to intercept him. "Sabo, nicey, where's Ace?" "I don't know, we split up," Sabo replied, pulling the 2 of them toward their designated meeting point. Yet, 2 thugs appeared at the alley's mouth, blocking their path. With foes in front and pursuers behind, they found themselves encircled. Longtail caught up from behind, panting and laughing. "Why aren't you running anymore? That rubber kid sure can jump. Let us see where you leap now." Luffy, shielding Nisai behind him, grinned and declared, "I'm not running. I'm going to knock you all away." "Is that so?" The thugs jeered. Yet Luffy was serious. He inhaled deeply, stretching his rubber arm back to its limit before launching it forward with astounding speed and force. Rubber pistol. His fist struck the rotund thug's belly with tremendous impact, sending him flying and toppling his comrades behind him. However, the recoil caused Luffy to bounce backward. But Sabo grabbed him just in time. "Be careful. Your control isn't yet perfected," Sabo shouted, simultaneously wielding his stick to block an attack from another thug. The scene descended into chaos. Though young, Sabo had garnered extensive combat experience from his time with Ace in the junkyard. He adeptly evaded attacks, targeting the opponent's lower limbs, and swiftly took one down. Yet outnumbered, and with Luffy's rubber abilities sometimes faltering, once his arm tangled and nearly caused him to trip, the situation grew dire. Most troublesome was Nisai, who lacked combat experience and could only evade as best he could. One thug, recognizing this vulnerability, charged directly at him. Nisai dodged. Sabo attempted to rush to his aid, but was restrained by 2 thugs. Just as the thug's hand was about to grasp Nisai, a shadow fell from the sky. Ace. He leaped from a nearby rooftop, delivering a powerful kick to the thug's back, sending him crashing to the ground. "Brother Ace," Nisai exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Without missing a beat upon landing, Ace picked up a stick from the ground and joined the fray. His fighting style contrasted sharply with Sabo's technical approach, exuding raw ferocity as he targeted vulnerable spots with remarkable speed. With Ace's arrival, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. 4 against a mob made for a much more entertaining contest. Luffy, filled with exhilaration, unleashed his rubber leg like a whip, knocking down 2 more adversaries. Sensing the tide turning, the Longtail suddenly brandished a spring knife from his pocket, exclaiming, "Kids, this is for real." A flash of steel glinted as Sabo narrowly evaded the blade, his sleeve cut open. Ace's expression hardened. In an instant, he surged forward, gripping Longtail's wrist with ferocious strength, twisting it painfully. Longtail cried out, the knife clattering to the ground. With his other fist, Ace delivered a powerful blow to Longtail's face, sending him sprawling, blood gushing from his nose. The remaining ruffians, witnessing their leader's defeat and the ferocity of the 3 boys, Luffy ensnaring one thug with his rubber arm, finally succumbed to fear. "Retreat! Retreat!" someone shouted, and the gang hastily helped their injured comrades, fleeing in disarray. The square fell silent, save for the heavy breathing of the 4 boys. Luffy collapsed onto the ground, his rubber body returning to its normal size. "I'm so tired, but that was exhilarating." Sabo checked on Nami, relieved to find she was unharmed. "Thank goodness you're okay." Ace, however, furrowed his brow at Sabo's torn sleeve. "Are you injured?" "Just a tear in my shirt." Sabo replied with a smile. "You arrived just in time." Nami suddenly whispered, "Is the barbecue still there?" Only then did Luffy recall the main concern, rummaging through his clothes. His face falling as he lamented, "There's hardly any left. I dropped most of it while running." Yet Ace triumphantly produced a bundle wrapped in oil paper from his pocket, revealing 4 intact pieces of barbecue and several sausages. "I grabbed these from the kitchen." "Ace, you're a hero," Luffy exclaimed, lunging towards him. The 4 exchanged gleaming smiles, despite their disheveled appearance, some with torn clothing, others with scrapes, but their eyes sparkled with triumph. This was their first true battle side by side against genuine villains, and they had emerged victorious. However, Sabo glanced at the chaotic square and the distant sounds of approaching commotion. "We should leave before more people arrive." "Yes, back to our old spot," Luffy exclaimed, already taking a hearty bite of barbecue. The 4 swiftly navigated through alleys, escaping the town center. Instead of returning directly to the bandits' hideout, they ventured to a secluded cave in the back mountains, one of their secret bases. Inside the cave, they shared their spoils, the barbecue and sausages Ace had secured, the toasted bread Nami had taken, and a few apples that Sabo had mysteriously pocketed. Although their feast was modest, each of them savored it with great satisfaction. "That Longtail, I recognize him," Ace suddenly remarked. "He often bullies children at the dump, stealing their finds." Sabo nodded. "So this time, we weren't entirely in the wrong, were we?" "Certainly not," Luffy declared, his mouth full of food. "We are champions of justice, and this barbecue is truly delicious." Nami, nibbling on her bread, suddenly suggested, "I think that while stealing food is wrong, if we take from bad people and share with those in need, it's just like Robin Hood, right?" Nami had read about this in a storybook brought by the village chief during his last visit. The 3 older boys turned to him and laughed, captivated by his innocent reasoning. Robin Hood, the contemplative outlaw known for robbing the rich to aid the poor, sounds rather intriguing, exclaimed Luffy with enthusiasm. "Henceforth, we shall form the East Blue Bandit crew." Ace chuckled derisively. "You a bandit? You can barely control your own body." Yet his eyes sparkled with mirth. As dusk settled, the 4 of them tidied up their traces and embarked on their journey home. This escapade had fortified their bond, transforming them from mere brothers into comrades in arms. Naturally, upon returning to Dadan's cottage, they could not escape a scolding, for their filthy attire and numerous bruises left no room for deception. Enraged, Dadan chased them around the house, ultimately assigning them the task of scrubbing the entire floor. However, even as they knelt and scrubbed, the 4 of them exchanged knowing glances and chuckles. The day's experiences, the chaotic yet exhilarating feast, the flight, and the street brawl, would forever shine brightly in their shared memories. Meanwhile, far away in Frost Moon Village, Zoro diligently completed his millionth sword swing, drenched in sweat but with unwavering resolve. Youngsters across the East Blue were maturing in their own ways, the threads of destiny silently intertwining, destined to lead them to one another upon the vast ocean. But that is a tale for the future. For now, in the cottage behind the windmill village, the 4 boys mischievously made faces at one another amidst Dadan's scoldings, secretly celebrating their victory. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating their youthful faces and the glimmer of anticipation for new adventures awaiting them the next day. Chapter 14. The picnic of the 4 little ones' time flowed silently like the brook in front of Windmill Village. In the blink of an eye, Nami had spent a year living in Dadan's cottage. The 7-year-old Nami had blossomed into an increasingly exquisite and charming girl. Her porcelain skin seemed to glow under the sun, and her doe-like eyes remained clear, now infused with a lively spirit that replaced the trepidation of her arrival. Her soft pink hair had grown longer, often meticulously styled by Sabo, though it would invariably be tousled by Luffy. Although Dadan frequently grumbled about the impracticality of having such a pretty boy, she would secretly set aside the most attractive clothes for him. This year had witnessed numerous events. Luffy's rubber abilities had become increasingly refined. He could now effortlessly stretch his arms 3 meters, albeit occasionally tangling himself due to overwhelming excitement. He continued to fervently declare his ambition to become the Pirate King, enduring many of Garp's affectionate punches for his trouble. Garp returned every few months, each time training them while bringing delightful treats. Ace and Sabo's treasure fund for their maritime venture had significantly increased. Their hidden chest beneath the tree was nearing its capacity. Occasionally, they would take Luffy and Nami to the junkyard to hunt for treasures, but since the debacle of the feast, they had gained a newfound awareness of their own strengths, prompting them to train even harder. Sabo taught Nami suitable martial arts, as well as literacy and arithmetic, utilizing old textbooks salvaged from the junkyard. Ace, on the other hand, was responsible for physical training. Although he would often sternly declare her weakness, he would quietly offer water when Nami became exhausted. Luffy serves as a joyous mentor to Nami, guiding him in harnessing the unique properties of rubber to create novel antics, albeit often culminating in delightful chaos. On this particular morning, sunlight poured through the crevices of the wooden window, casting dappled shadows across the room. Sabo quietly descended from his bunk, careful not to disturb the slumbering Luffy, who lay sprawled out, one foot resting upon Ace's belly, while Nami's petite foot rested upon Ace's face, causing him to frown in frustration even in his dreams. With a twinkle of amusement in his eyes, Sabo slipped out to freshen up. Nami was the second to awaken, awkwardly shifting his little foot from Ace's face before tiptoeing out to wash up, returning shortly to change his clothes before stepping outside. The morning air in the mountain forest was crisp, infused with the sense of dew and earth. He took a deep breath, commencing the morning breathing exercises that Sabo had taught him, inhaling for 4 seconds, holding for 7, and exhaling for 8, which was said to enhance one's focus. "Good morning, little Nami," a gentle voice floated from behind. Sabo re-entered, adorned with his signature top hat and holding 2 well-worn books. "Good morning, Brother Sabo," Nami replied, turning to reveal a sweet smile. A year had passed, and the inexplicable sadness he once felt in Sabo's presence had dissipated, replaced by warmth and dependence. Sabo approached, naturally reaching out to tidy Nami's tousled hair. "You're up quite early today. Come, before those 2 lazybones awaken, let us review yesterday's arithmetic." The pair settled on a wooden stump outside the house, with Sabo opening the textbook. Nami engaged earnestly, his long eyelashes fluttering gently as he pondered. To his surprise, he discovered a remarkable aptitude for mathematics, managing to grasp Sabo's teachings with ease. "You are quite impressive, Nami," Sabo genuinely praised. "You learn much faster than I did at your age." Nami blushed modestly, replying, "It's because Brother Sabo teaches so well." Just then, a loud crash echoed from inside, accompanied by Luffy's wail, "Ace, why did you hit me? Your smelly foot was in my mouth. You idiot." Thus, a new day commenced amidst the familiar cacophony. During breakfast, Dadan announced some news. That old kook Garp sent a letter, stating that he will return to assess your training progress, especially you, Luffy. He warned that if you dare to declare your ambition to become the Pirate King again, he will give you a beating. Luffy immediately protested. "I don't want to be a Navy officer. I want to be the Pirate King." Thud! Dadan's fist landed on Luffy's head. "Shut up and eat." Ace scoffed. "That old man always says the same thing, but he ends up staying for just a couple of days." Sabo pondered thoughtfully. "However, Mr. Garp always brings new training methods with him. Perhaps he will again this time." Nami sipped his porridge, secretly elated and eagerly anticipating his grandfather's return. Garp had always been especially gentle with him, sneaking him sweet rice crackers and playfully rubbing his face with his beard. Yet, Garp often insisted on training him to become the most adorable Navy officer, which left Nami somewhat troubled, as he had yet to determine his future. All he truly desired was to remain with his brothers. After breakfast, the 4 continued their customary physical training, with Ace deciding to initiate a survival challenge for the day. The rules are quite simple. Ace stood in a clearing among the trees, pointing towards the depths of the mountains behind. "We shall embark from here, without the aid of any tools, to find food and return before the sun reaches its zenith. You may choose to act alone or form teams." Luffy immediately raised his hand. "I want to team up with Nami." "No," Ace promptly rejected. "You will team up with Sabo, and I will pair with Nami." "Why?" Luffy protested. "Because you are a fool and would lead Nami astray," Ace replied expressionlessly. "Moreover, teaming up with Sabo allows for mutual restraint. He will keep you in check, while you will prevent Sabo from overthinking." Sabo chuckled wryly. "Am I really perceived as someone who overthinks?" "Yes," Ace stated bluntly. Thus, the teams were decided. Ace led Nami east into the forest, while Sabo and Luffy headed west. Ace, what kind of food are we looking for? Nami inquired, carefully sidestepping the roots on the ground as she followed Ace. Anything edible, Ace replied without looking back, yet matching Nami's pace. Mushrooms, wild fruits. If we are lucky, we might catch a rabbit. However, you're only responsible for locating plants. Hunting is my task. Nami nodded and began to observe her surroundings meticulously. Sabo had taught her about some edible plants, and she recalled the appearance of several mushrooms and wild fruits. Soon, she discovered a cluster of bright yellow chanterelles beneath a large tree, their caps standing out vividly against the moss. Ace, can we eat this? Nami asked, pointing at the mushroom. Ace approached to take a look. Yes, chanterelles. Just be careful when picking them. Pull them out by the root. Nami carefully harvested them, her movements delicate as if handling a treasure. Ace leaned against the tree, watching her, and suddenly remarked, "You are too gentle." Huh? Nami looked up. You are so cautious even when picking a mushroom. What will you do when faced with an enemy? Ace frowned. Enemies will not be gentle with you. Nami lowered her head. I don't like fighting. No one likes fighting, Ace replied. But sometimes it is necessary to protect those who are important to you or to defend yourself. While we will protect you, we may not always be by your side to do so in a timely manner. He knelt down in front of Nami. Listen, I do not expect you to become exceptionally strong, but you should at least possess the ability to defend yourself. When Sabo teaches you the basics of combat next time, pay close attention, understand? Nami gazed into Ace's earnest eyes and nodded vigorously. Ace seemed poised to say more, but ultimately just ruffled her hair and encouraged her to continue searching. As they traversed through the forest, Nami found several more edible berries and wild vegetables. Ace also had good fortune, using a makeshift slingshot to bring down a plump wild chicken. By the time the sun reached its midpoint, they had gathered a considerable bounty. Upon returning to the meeting point, they found Sabo and Luffy already there. Luffy was proudly showcasing his catch, a snake that was still writhing. Look, I caught this. We can roast it, Luffy exclaimed triumphantly. Sabo facepalmed. I told you that could be poisonous. It's fine. I'm made of rubber. I'm not afraid of poison, Luffy retorted defiantly. Ace examined the snake and breathed a sigh of relief. It was a non-venomous cauliflower snake, suitable for consumption. Consider yourself fortunate. You merely ingested a devil fruit rather than a pill that renders one immune to all poisons. Toxic substances should never be consumed indiscriminately, as they may lead to death. The four began to gather their provisions. Ace's group had 5 wild chickens, a heap of mushrooms, a large bag of berries, and several bunches of wild vegetables. Sabo's group contributed fish caught by the stream, wild leeks, and Luffy's snake, resulting in a bountiful assortment. Thus, the survival challenge was deemed a success. Sabo declared next, "It is time for the cooking segment." They all settled on the ground and kindled a bonfire in the clearing. Ace took charge of preparing the wild chickens and snake, while Sabo washed the vegetables. Luffy attempted to use his rubber arm to flip all the skewers simultaneously, only to send a mushroom soaring into the trees. Nami was assigned the simplest task of monitoring the cooking and portioning the berries. Nami, pass me a berry, Luffy called, stretching his neck. Wait, I haven't washed them yet. Nami began, but before she could finish, Luffy had already snatched one with his rubber tongue. So sour, Luffy grimaced. Sabo burst into laughter. That one isn't ripe yet. You deserve it. As Ace turned the roasted chicken, he remarked, You fool, that's meant to cleanse the palate. Nami watched her brothers bicker and couldn't help but smile. She felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, the bonfire crackled, and the aroma of the food began to waft through the air. This moment, so ordinary yet so warm. Lunch was finally ready, and the four gathered around the fire. The chicken was crispy on the outside and tender within, the mushrooms fragrant, the fish soup creamy, and surprisingly, even the snake grilled by Luffy turned out to be delectable. Delicious. Luffy devoured his meal, exclaiming it was even better than what Dadan cooked. Let us not let Dadan hear that, Sabo chuckled, though he couldn't resist indulging in a few extra bites. Ace tore off a chicken leg and handed it to Nami. Here, you deserve it the most for finding the mushrooms. Nami accepted the leg, her heart swelling with sweetness. Thank you, Ace. After the meal, the four reclined under the shade of a tree to rest. Luffy rubbed his round belly and let out a contented burp. Sabo was teaching Nami to recognize the shapes of the clouds above. That one is a castle, that one a whale, and that one a man with a hat. Ace rested his head on his arm, closing his eyes, when he suddenly spoke up. Next month, Sabo and I plan to venture further away. Nami turned her head. Further away? Yes, to the mountains in the north. I've heard there are wild beasts roaming about, and their pelts are quite valuable, Ace explained, adding they would be gone for 3 days and 2 nights. Luffy immediately sprang to his feet. I want to go too. You must stay. Ace opened his eyes. It will be dangerous this time. You and Nami should wait for us at home. Why not? I'm strong. Luffy protested. Sabo clarified. Luffy, we need someone to look after Nami, and Dadan cannot keep an eye on both of you troublemakers alone. One of you must stay to help. Despite Nami's usual obedient demeanor, she had learned mischief from Luffy. They were both spirited little rascals. Only Nami would temper her antics out of consideration for Luffy. After a moment as contemplation, Luffy appeared to acknowledge the importance of caring for Nami. Thus, he reluctantly agreed. All right, but you must bring back delicious food. Of course. Sabo promised. Nisei felt a twinge of unease. Brother Ace, do you think it will be dangerous for you and Brother Sabo? Ace sat up, gazing into Nisei's worried eyes, his tone softening. As long as I am here, there will be no harm. Besides, Sabo is quite clever. We will be well prepared. Sabo gently ruffled Nisei's hair. Don't worry, we'll be back soon. While we're away, listen to Dad, and continue practicing your reading and arithmetic. I expect you to be ready for my return. Nisei nodded, though her small hand instinctively clutched Ace's shirt. Ace glanced down at her hand, but did not shake it off. After the afternoon training concluded, the four returned to the small cottage. Dad was hanging laundry in the yard, and upon seeing them covered in dirt, he unleashed a torrent of scolding. Have you been rolling in the mud again? Bath time. Right now. Bathing was always a time of joy and chaos. Luffy treated the bathroom like a playground, his rubbery body creating a splash of water that was particularly vigorous. Ace and Sabo had grown accustomed to quick rinses and then helping to manage Luffy, the rubber beast. Nisei quietly soaked in a small wooden tub, watching her brothers frolic. Luffy, don't splash water on Nisei. Sabo shouted. What does it matter? Nisei wants to play too, Luffy exclaimed, reaching out with his rubbery arm to pull her from the tub. Ace swiftly caught Luffy's arm. He just recovered from a cold. Do you want him to fall ill again? Luffy shrank back, all right? Sorry, Nisei. Nisei chuckled and shook her head. It's fine. After bathing and changing into clean clothes, the four sat in front of the house, watching the sunset. The windmills of Windmill Village turned slowly in the distance, and wisps of smoke rose from the kitchen where Dad was preparing dinner, the clattering of pots and pans echoing. Hey, Ace, Luffy suddenly said, when you return from North Mountain, let us go on an adventure. Let's take Nisei to the beach. Sabo's eyes brightened at the idea. Nisei, would you like to swim at the beach? Nisei nodded, her eyes sparkling. Yes. Ace observed her eager expression, a smile gracing his lips. Then it settled. When we come back, we shall take you to the beach. Yay! Luffy cheered. The beach. We can swim. We can catch fish. Despite Luffy being unable to swim due to eating a devil fruit, it did not dampen his enthusiasm. But you mustn't eat anything strange, Sabo warned in advance. Why not? Laughter echoed in the twilight. Nisei gazed at her brothers, her heart brimming with happiness. Though she still did not know where she came from or where she was headed, having these brothers, their grandfather, and Dad, and this noisy yet warm home made everything else seem insignificant. As night fell, Nisei lay on her bed, listening to Luffy's steady breathing beside her, while Ace and Sabo engaged in quiet conversation across the way. Moonlight poured through the window, casting a gentle glow upon them. She recalled Ace's words about needing the ability to protect oneself. Nisei quietly clenched her small fist. She resolved to grow stronger, not just to protect others, but at the very least to ensure her brothers would not worry. Next time Sabo taught fighting, she would be more earnest in her practice. During the next physical training session, he resolved to keep pace with Ace. As he pondered this, drowsiness washed over him. Just before slipping into slumber, Nacer hazily thought, Tomorrow will herald a new day. How wonderful. Chapter 15. Learning to swim and savoring seafood as the days passed. The departure of Ace and Sabo for the northern mountains drew ever nearer. Although Nasr spoke not a word of it, the anxiety in his heart spread like creeping vines. Entwining his thoughts, he clung to his two elder brothers more than ever, finding solace even in simply sitting quietly beside them as they prepared their gear. On the eve of their departure, the moonlight shone particularly bright. Nasr tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and quietly rested his head on his hands, observing Ace and Sabo outside, busily inspecting their equipment. Do we have enough ropes? Sabo counted the items in his backpack. Yes, and we have spares, Ace responded, checking the grip of his weapon. What about the medicine? We have bandages for injuries, antipyretics, and antidotes, Sabo replied, stuffing a small medical kit into the side pocket of his backpack, along with some insect repellent powder. Nasr sat on the threshold, hugging his knees, watching the silhouettes of his brothers working diligently under the moonlight. Sabo was always thoughtful, while Ace focused more on practical matters. Their synergy was so harmonious, as if they were inherently one. Nasr? Sabo was the first to notice him. Why aren't you asleep? Ace turned as well, his outlines softened in the moonlight. We leave early tomorrow. You need not see us off. Nasr shook his head, softly replying, I cannot sleep. Sabo approached and squatted before him, his gaze gentle. Are you worried about us? Nasr nodded, then quickly shook his head. Brother Sabo and Brother Ace are strong, but I still worry. Sabo smiled, reaching out to ruffle his hair. Do not fret. We have made ample preparations, and we promise to return before sunset in 3 days. Ace stepped closer, extending a hand to pinch Nasr's chubby cheek. Take care of Luffy at home. Do not let him cause trouble. That is your mission. Yes. Nasr nodded vigorously, as if accepting a momentous task. Before dawn the next day, Ace and Sabo quietly set off. Nasr was indeed awake, though he feigned sleep, listening to their footsteps fade into the distance, leaving a hollow feeling in his heart. The subsequent 3 days felt interminable. Nasr endeavored to keep himself occupied, helping Dadan hang laundry, sweeping the floor, and following Luffy to the creek to fish, even though Luffy's rubber arms often scared the fish away. He diligently practiced the characters Sabo had taught him, repeatedly inscribing his brothers' names in the sand. Luffy, carefree and oblivious, reveled in the absence of Ace, as no one reprimanded him for his eating speed or warned him to keep quiet. However, on the second evening, as Luffy lay on his bunk, he suddenly asked, Nasr, when will Ace and Sabo return? Tomorrow, Nasr replied softly. Oh. Luffy turned over, missing them a bit, despite Ace's frequent teasing and Sabo's incessant nagging. Without them, something felt amiss. Nasr's heart warmed at the realization that even his brother missed them, and he then leaped into Luffy's embrace. On the third day, Nasi awoke early, feeling restless throughout the day, frequently glancing outside towards the northern path. Dadan, perceiving his anxious thoughts, bellowed, Stop looking. Those two boys are quite resilient. They will not perish. Yet, as the afternoon wore on, Dadan too found himself peering out the window with increasing frequency. As the sun gradually dipped in the west, Nasi's heart began to sink. You promised to return before sunset, Nasi, exclaimed Luffy suddenly, pointing towards the distance. Two figures emerged at the end of the path, their bulging backpacks dusted with dirt and grass, yet their strides remained steady. It was Ace and Sabo. Nasi nearly sprinted towards them, but Luffy was even quicker, his rubber arm extending with a whoosh as he propelled himself forward. Ace. Sabo. We are back. Sabo caught Luffy, who had leapt into him, albeit stumbling back a step. Ace, on the other hand, was embraced around the waist by Nasi. Breathless from his hurried run, Nasi's bright eyes sparkled as his upturned face radiated a silent welcome home. You said you would come back. Ace's voice held a barely perceptible tenderness as he set down his backpack and produced an oil paper package. Here. Nasi accepted it and opened it to reveal a bounty of candied fruits. A myriad of colors glistened in the sunset. They were wild fruits unique to the northern mountains. Sabo approached, his backpack appearing even heavier. We found a grove of fruit trees and thought you would enjoy them, so we picked extra. And this, Luffy exclaimed. eagerly rummaging through Ace's backpack. Wow, a rabbit, a wild chicken, so big, and so many pelts from wild beasts. Incredible. Ace swatted Luffy's hand away from his chaotic search. Calm down, we'll roast it for dinner. Upon returning to the cabin, Dadan scolded them for being covered in mud. Yet a smile danced at her eyes. She weighed the spoils, quite a good haul. After washing up, the four of them gathered around the campfire as Sabo recounted their adventure. The mountains to the north are indeed steep, but we found a decent cave to spend the night. As he spoke, he drew a map in the dirt with a stick. The next day, we encountered a herd of wild boars, but we spotted them in advance and managed to avoid them. Ace added, the rain was the most troublesome, making the mountain paths slippery, which delayed us for half a day. Sabo turned to Nasi. We discovered the grove in a valley. The raspberries there are exceptionally sweet. We added a touch of honey while drying them. You should try. Nasi picked up a piece of deep red raspberry candy and cautiously placed it in his mouth. The tart sweetness blossomed on his tongue, accompanied by the warm fragrance of honey. He squinted his eyes in delight, a satisfied expression that made both his brothers chuckle. Is it delicious? Sabo inquired. Nasi nodded vigorously. It's especially tasty. Dinner was a lavish feast of roasted meat. Dadan and the mountain bandits prepared the rabbit and wild chicken, complemented by a stew of wild vegetables, the aroma wafting throughout the cabin. Luffy devoured his meal with grease dripping from his mouth, nearly tangling his rubber arm in a frantic bid for more meat. Slow down. No one is competing with you, Sabo remarked with exasperation, yet he shared a piece of meat from his bowl with Nasi. Ace silently tore off the most tender chicken breast and placed it on Nami's plate. Under the moonlight, the small cabin was warm and lively. Nami watched as her brothers, Ace, was admonishing Luffy not to scatter bones carelessly, while Sabo smiled at their antics. Dadan, with a flushed face from drinking, was grumbling yet finally relaxed. The tension that had gripped her for 3 days now eased. Peace had returned. Not only had peace returned, but it also brought along sweet candied fruits and bountiful game. Before bedtime, Nami carefully wrapped the candied fruits and placed them beside her pillow. Ace noticed her actions and scoffed. If you want to eat it, wait until tomorrow. It will spoil if left out too long. I want to save it for a leisurely treat, Nami murmured softly. Sabo chuckled. Once it's gone, we'll go pick more next time. Sleep now. Didn't we agree on tomorrow? Yes. I will share with my brothers, Nami replied as she lay down, her eyes sparkling in the darkness, dreaming of the sea. To the sea, Luffy mumbled in agreement, already drifting between sleep and wakefulness. As the night deepened, Nami closed her eyes, lulled by the familiar sounds of breathing around her. The faint fragrance of the candied fruits lingered in the air, a testament to their safe return from the adventure. Her brothers were close by. Everything was well. This realization allowed her to peacefully sink into slumber, a gentle smile gracing her lips. The morning sea breeze carried a salty scent, tousling Nami's soft hair. She stood on the beach, her bare feet sinking into the fine sand, her doe-like eyes wide open, gazing unblinkingly at the boundless azure before her. The ocean was even more expansive than she had imagined. Sunlight danced upon the water, scattering into thousands of shimmering flecks. The tide ebbed and flowed, leaving behind white froth and scattered shells on the shore. The sound of the waves was gentle and continuous, akin to the world's breath. Wow, the sea! Luffy exclaimed, arms wide open, sprinting across the beach, his rubber feet leaving exaggerated prints in the sand. It's so huge, much bigger than the river. Ace had already shed his shirt, revealing his lean torso adorned with scars, and was rolling up his pant legs to his knees. Sabo was meticulously assessing the rocky shore. This beach is quite gentle, suitable for beginners. Nami, let's practice in the shallow waters first. Nami nervously clutched the hem of her clothing. She had stepped through the stream beside Dadan's cabin and crossed wider rivers, but this vast expanse of water was a first for her. The sea appeared unfathomably deep. Don't be afraid. Ace approached her, unusually patient. The buoyancy of seawater is greater. It's easier to float than fresh water. Sabo had already waded into the knee-deep water. Beckoning back to her, come, Nami, get used to the water temperature. Nami cautiously took her first step. The seawater was cool, sending a shiver as it washed over her feet. She moved forward step by step, the water gradually rising to her calves, then her knees, treading lightly. The waves lapped gently against her, providing a tender push. "All right, stop here," Sabo said, halting in waist-deep water. "First, let's practice holding your breath, just like this." Sabo took a deep breath and submerged himself, surfacing a few seconds later, shaking droplets from his golden hair. "It's quite simple, right?" Nai nodded, imitating Sabo's manner, taking a deep breath and closing his eyes to sink beneath the surface. In an instant, the world fell silent. The sea enveloped him, isolating him from the sounds of the shore. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a hazy azure-green underwater world, where sunlight transformed into shimmering beams as it penetrated the water surface. Tiny bubbles escaped from his lips, ascending toward the light above. Moments latte. Unable to hold his breath any longer, he surfaced, coughing twice. "Well done," Sabo encouraged. "That was excellent for your first attempt. Let's try again. Focus on relaxing your body." On the shore, Luffy sat cross-legged, resting his chin on his palms, gazing eagerly at the water. "I want to go in too. You're a devil fruit user. You'll lose your strength in the water," Ace replied, without turning, as he guided Nai in adjusting his breathing rhythm. "Just stay put." Luffy puffed out his cheeks, but did not argue. He understood Ace's point. It was an undeniable truth that those with devil fruit powers were loathed by the sea. He could only watch as his brothers frolicked freely in the water. After several rounds of breath-holding practice, Sabo began teaching Nai to float. "Relax. Envision yourself as a leaf." Supporting Nai's back, Sabo instructed, "That's right. Keep your knees slightly bent and your arms spread wide." Nai's body tensed with anxiety. Whenever he relaxed, he felt himself sinking, only to be firmly supported by Sabo. "Don't be afraid. I'm here," Sabo assured him steadily. After several attempts, Nai finally found a semblance of control. With Sabo's assistance, he lay flat on the water's surface, limbs outstretched. Sunlight kissed his face, and the gentle sounds of the sea caressed his ears as his body swayed with the waves. "Am I floating?" he whispered in astonishment. "Indeed, you are," Sabo replied, smiling as he loosened his grip just a tad, while still providing support beneath. Ace demonstrated a kicking motion nearby. "Don't lift your legs too high. Like this, just a gentle sway." Nai attempted to mimic him, but ended up tilting awkwardly and gulping in water. Sabo quickly corrected his posture. "No rush. Take your time." The lesson continued for nearly an hour. Nai gradually transitioned from tension to relaxation, managing simple floating and kicking motions under Sabo's protective watch. Although he was still far from mastering swimming, the fear of the ocean that had once gripped him had dissipated, replaced by curiosity and a hint of accomplishment. "Let us take a break," Sabo suggested, leading Nai back to shallower waters. Ace had, unbeknownst to them, submerged to a slightly deeper area and surfaced with 2 sea urchins in hand. "Look, wow," Nai exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. "This reef area is full of treasures." Ace placed the sea urchins into a bucket of water prepared by Sabo, saying, "I'll teach you how to find them later." Luffy jumped excitedly on the shore. "Ace, I want to catch them too. You could just collect shells on the shore," Ace replied without mercy. Thus, the remainder of their time transformed into a lesson on gathering seafood. Sabo guided Nai through waters up to their waists, teaching him to identify oysters on the rocks and clams buried in the sand. Meanwhile, Ace dove deeper, catching several crabs and a sizable fish. Nai diligently absorbed every lesson. He carefully pried open the oysters, collected the clams as directed by Sabo, and even discovered a beautifully spiraled conch that surprisingly housed a tiny hermit crab. After observing it for a moment, he gently returned it to the water. "What a kind little creature." Sabo affectionately ruffled his hair. The most thrilling endeavor was catching crabs. When Natsu first reached out to grab one, he was startled by the crab's snapping claws and quickly withdrew his hand. Ace demonstrated the technique, swiftly pinching the sides of the crab's shell from behind, rendering its claws ineffective. It required speed and precision. Ace successfully placed a clawing crab into the bucket. After 3 attempts, Natsu finally succeeded. As he grasped the struggling crab, he couldn't help but laugh, his eyes crescent-shaped with delight. On the shore, Luffy was also busy. Although he couldn't enter the water, he executed an unexpected feat with his rubber arm. When Ace spotted a school of fish swimming nearby, Luffy shouted, "Look at me!" his rubber arm stretched out, soaring over the sea surface for several meters before splashing down near the fish. Although he failed to catch any, he startled the school towards the shallows. Seizing the opportunity, Sabo and Ace surrounded them, with Natsu clumsily assisting, and they surprisingly managed to catch 3 fish. "Brother, you're amazing," Natsu exclaimed, cradling a flopping fish in admiration. Luffy laughed heartily, proud despite not catching any himself. By the time the sun reached its zenith, their bounty filled a bucket to the brim. Sea urchins, oysters, clams, crabs, fish, and several large lobsters that Sabo had found among the rocks. "That's enough, Sabo remarked, eyeing the nearly overflowing bucket. They wouldn't be able to consume any more. They cleared a spot on the beach, gathered dry wood, and built a fire. Ace took charge of preparing the seafood, working with deft precision. Sabo, meanwhile, boiled seawater in a small pot, preparing to steam some of the shellfish. Natsu assisted by soaking the clams in fresh water to expel the sand, while Luffy attempted to eat a crab raw, only to be thwarted by a punch from Ace. The sea breeze wafted the smoke and gradually emerging aromas. Oysters sizzled on heated stones, shells popping open in the pot. Crabs and lobsters roasted on sticks until they turned a vibrant red, and fish wrapped in seaweed were buried in the charcoal. As they awaited the food to cook, the 4 of them sat together on the beach. Natsu's hair was still damp, his skin slightly reddened by the sun, yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. For the first time, he found the ocean not frightening at all, but rather filled with treasures. Today, Natsu was particularly brave. Sabo handed him a freshly fried oyster, encouraging him to taste its pure essence. Natsu cautiously slurped it down. The tender oyster meat, imbued with the natural brininess of the sea, melted in his mouth. So delicious that he squinted his eyes in delight. "It's delicious." Ace broke off a leg from the roasted crab and handed it to him. While he munched on the claw, Luffy eagerly grabbed a lobster, blowing on it to cool it down but refusing to let go. They relished this sumptuous seafood feast. Immersed in the warmth of the charcoal, the tantalizing aroma of the food, the laughter of brothers, and the rhythmic accompaniment of the waves. After the meal, they reclined on the sandy beach beneath the shade of trees to rest. Luffy, stroking his round belly, sighed contentedly. "The food from the sea is delicious, but alas, I cannot dive down to catch it." Sabo turned to him and replied, "Thanks to you, we managed to catch those fish today." "Oh right." Luffy brightened up again. "My rubber arms are quite useful, aren't they?" Nami nodded earnestly, saying, "You really help a lot today, brother." Ace, with his eyes closed, wore a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. Having rested sufficiently, Sabo proposed they wash off the seawater in a nearby freshwater river before heading back. They tidied up their belongings and walked a short distance along the coast until they stumbled upon a small river flowing into the sea. The water was clear enough to see the pebbles and small fish at the bottom. "Let's play here for a while," Sabo suggested, setting down their things. Luffy could wade in the freshwater as well. "Really?" Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. "As long as it doesn't go over my chest, it should be fine." Ace had already entered the river, where the water reached his thighs. With a joyful shout, Luffy leaped into the river, creating a magnificent splash. Nami splashed all over, paused for a moment before laughing and retaliating with a splash of her own. Sabo joined the fray, and the 4 of them began to frolic in the refreshing river water. The sensation was entirely different from that of the sea. The river water was softer and warmer. Although Luffy couldn't swim, he could bounce in the river, using his rubber arms to create artificial waves. Ace and Sabo splashed each other, enjoying a rare moment of playful innocence like ordinary children. Nami was protected in the middle by her brothers, laughing incessantly. When they grew tired from playing, they sat on a large stone in the center of the river, allowing the flowing water to wash over their legs and feet. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, while the distant sound of waves mingled with the gentle babbling of the water nearby. "Did you have fun today?" Sabo asked Nami. With a vigorous nod, Nami replied, her damp hair sticking to her cheeks. "I had so much fun, especially happy. Next time, I'll bring you along again," Ace said. "Once you learn to swim, we can venture into deeper waters." "Yes, I will work hard to learn." Nami clenched her little fist. Luffy lay on the large stone, resting his chin on his arm. gazing at the cheerful river. Even though I can't swim in the sea, this is still wonderful. Nami looked at Luffy and suddenly understood something profound. Even with insurmountable limitations and moments of envy towards others, as long as they were together, sharing the same sunlight and laughter, happiness would never diminish. As the sun began to set, they set off for home, accompanied by the beautiful evening glow. Nami, holding Sabo's hand, walked at the back and glanced back once more. The sea was tinted golden red by the sunset, with wisps of smoke rising from the direction of Windmill Village. Beside her were her brothers, bickering yet warm in their presence. She quickened her pace to catch up, her heart brimming with the salty essence of the sea, the freshness of seafood, the coolness of the river, and the warmth of the sunlight. Most importantly, she cherished the sparkling memories created with her brothers. Today, she learned to hold her breath, to float, and to catch crabs. She also learned that some joys are precious precisely because they are shared. Chapter 16. The new clothes of the four little ones as the first rays of morning sunlight illuminated the treetops behind Windmill Village. The door of the Dadan's cabin was knocked upon vigorously. It was not a violent banging at the door, but rather a rhythmic, gentle tapping, imbued with a certain familiar warmth. Coming. At the break of dawn. Who could it be? Dadan rubbed her sleepy eyes, a cigarette unlit between her lips, as she impatiently pulled back the latch. Upon opening the door, her earlier impatience froze in an instant, transforming into a blend of embarrassment and softness. Standing outside was Machino, the gentle proprietress of the tavern. She held a large wicker basket, from which wafted the enticing aromas of freshly baked bread and stewed meat, alongside a sizable box resting on the ground. Following her was the elderly village chief of Windmill Village, cradling several parcels in his arms. "Good morning, Ms. Dadan," Machino greeted with a smile, her voice as soothing as a mountain stream. "We came to see the children and brought some things along." Dadan clicked her tongue in response, stepping aside to allow them entry. "Kumain, the little rascals are still asleep." "Who is asleep? I've been awake for ages." Luffy's voice rang out from within, followed by a loud thud, evidently from him bouncing off the ceiling after springing from his bed. As Machino and the chief entered the main house, they beheld a delightful scene. Luffy was rolling on the floor, clutching a freshly baked loaf atop his head. Ace was already dressed, busy tidying up the bedding. Sabo was at the window, polishing his pipe, the sunlight glinting off his golden hair. Meanwhile, Nai's was kneeling beside his bedding, his small hands clumsily yet earnestly folding his blanket. Upon hearing the commotion, he lifted his head, his obsidian-like eyes blinking, and then blossomed into a radiant smile. "Sister Machino, Grandpa Chief." He sprang up with the grace of a fawn, darting towards Machino, his little face tilted upward, his eyes sparkling with joy. Machino's heart melted at this sight, and she crouched down to embrace him gently. Little Nai's has grown taller again. "Really?" Nai's eyes brightened even more, turning to Ace as if seeking validation. "Brother Ace, have I truly grown taller?" Ace glanced at him, continuing to tidy the bedding, responding with a vague, However, Sabo approached, measuring Nai's height with his hand, and chuckled. "Indeed, you've grown a whole finger's length since last month." The basket and box that Machino had brought were filled with delightful surprises. There were freshly baked baguettes with a golden, crispy crust, a clay pot of still-warm vegetable stew, a large jar of homemade jam, and even a small bag of candies carefully wrapped in oiled paper. "These are the leftover ingredients from the tavern yesterday. I thought of the children growing, so I made a pot of stew," Machino explained as she arranged the food on the rough wooden table. "The bread was baked this morning, and the jam is homemade." The village chief also set down his bundle. "These are clothes made by some families in the village. I had my wife wash them. Although the stitching isn't perfect, the fabric is quite good." He looked at the four boys, especially Nai's, who often wore Ace's hand-me-downs. This time, there were several pieces that should fit well. Nai's carefully caressed the soft, sun-kissed garments, his little face flushing slightly as he whispered, "Thank you, Grandpa Chief." "Thank you, Sister Machino." His voice was soft and melodious, and his gaze pure. Anyone who beheld him would undoubtedly perceive him as an exceptionally well-behaved child. Yet, Only Sabo noticed that when Nasir laid eyes upon the intricate stitching of the garments, his eyelashes fluttered ever so slightly, a telltale sign of being moved to tears. Yet striving to hold them back, Dadan leaned against the doorframe, observing this scene with a complex expression. She exclaimed gruffly, "Honestly, bringing so many things. These kids have been spoiled by you all." Turning around, Machino looked at Dadan with a gentle yet firm demeanor. "Madam Dadan, you have taken great care of these children, and the villagers are well aware of it. Though you may not speak of it, your efforts are sincere. We merely wish to express our gratitude." Dadan felt somewhat uncomfortable at the words, turning her face away and muttering, "Who is being sincere? It's merely that old coot thrusting this trouble upon me." Breakfast became a feast due to the food brought by Machino. Luffy nearly buried his face in the stew pot, only to be pulled back by Ace by the scruff of his neck. Sabo elegantly yet swiftly devoured the bread, while Nasir savored each bite, offering sweet smiles to Machino with every morsel, prompting her to serve him another spoonful. "By the way," the village chief suddenly remarked, "next week is the Windmill Village Summer Festival. There will be fireworks and various food stalls. Would you little ones care to join?" "The festival?" Luffy exclaimed with his mouth still full, his words muffled yet filled with excitement. "Yes, yes. Is there meat? Lots and lots of meat?" "Of course," the village chief chuckled. "Grilled squid, caramel apples, fried noodles, takoyaki. There's everything, and it's very cheap, as it's an annual event." Sabo and Ace exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's anticipation. Despite often appearing more mature than their peers, they were still children, utterly captivated by the allure of the festival. Nasir's eyes also sparkled with excitement, but he first looked towards Dadan and quietly asked, "Aunt Dadan, can we go?" Dadan's heart softened at the cautious gaze, and she replied gruffly, "If you want to go, then go. Why ask me?" But she cast a warning glance at the four boys. "No causing trouble. Especially you, Luffy. I want to cause trouble." Luffy protested, though none believed him. After Machino and the village chief departed, the small cabin returned to its usual rhythm. Ace and Sabo planned their training for the day, while Luffy continued savoring the flavor of the stew. Meanwhile, Nasir busied himself sorting through the clothes gifted by the village chief. "This one is for Brother Ace," he said, holding up a deep blue shirt for comparison. Although slightly large, Ace was growing quickly, and it would fit him soon. "This one is for Brother Sabo," a beige shirt that, despite its imperfect stitching, was quite neat. Sabo looked good in lighter colors. "This one will surely be torn by Brother Luffy, but I'll give it to him anyway." He picked up a red vest, sighing but smiling nonetheless. Finally, he grasped a light gray hoodie and a pair of brown trousers, the newest additions in the package. "These fit me perfectly," he murmured, burying his face in the soft fabric and inhaling deeply. It bore the scents of sunshine and soap bark, as well as the warmth from an unknown family. The remaining clothes will be set aside for later distribution, along with a set for each person for the winter. He is aware that many villagers, whose names he cannot recall, remember him fondly and treat him kindly, which fills him with joy. These gestures of warmth envelop him like the gentle rays of the sun. These fragments of tenderness, akin to tiny specks of light, illuminate the void of his memories. He yearns to safeguard these glimmers. Chapter 17. Nasai's surprise attack in the afternoon. Four boys ventured into the mountains for training. Ace and Sabo practiced a new combination of techniques, while Luffy endeavored to harness the newfound possibilities of his rubber body. He discovered he could whip his arms like a whip, though his aim was abysmal, often striking himself or innocent trees. Nasai, on the other hand, engaged in agility training designed by Sabo, swiftly maneuvering through the woods to evade the small stones Sabo hurled at him. Initially, he was frequently struck, but gradually, he learned to observe Sabo's subtle movements, the tilt of his shoulder, the angle of his wrist, and the direction of his gaze. "Well done, Nasai," Sabo praised. "You're learning quickly." Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Nasai smiled, yet his thoughts transcended merely avoiding stones. He was observing and learning how to anticipate others' actions, how to utilize his surroundings, skills that he hoped would one day enable him to protect his brothers. A few days later, one evening, Nasai descended the mountain alone to fetch water from the creek. He carried a wooden bucket along a familiar path, humming a little tune taught by Marquino. The creek's water was crystal clear and icy cold, and as he carefully filled his bucket, he overheard voices. 3 boys from the town, around 12 or 13 years old, dressed in far finer clothes than those of the mountain bandits' children, were perched on a large rock by the creek, evidently having snuck out to play. "Did you hear?" One chubby boy said, "The little brats raised by those bandits in the back mountains are coming to the festival next week." "Is that for real? Those filthy wild kids are coming to the festival?" Scoffed Tommy, the son of the grocery store owner, whose name Nasai remembered. "Especially that good-looking one. What's his name, Nasai? I heard he's the grandson of Garp, but who knows if that's true." "He might be the child of a pirate," said a tall, lanky boy. "A pirate's child? That's just disgusting," Tommy exaggerated, making a repulsive face. "If they show up at the festival, what bad luck that would be. I can't believe that old man Garp can't even tell if he's his real grandson." Nasai stood behind a tree, his grip on the bucket tightening slightly. His expression remained unchanged, still bearing the guise of innocence, yet the light in his eyes dimmed. He knew he shouldn't pay heed to such idle gossip. Brother Ace had told him that foolish words are like the wind, fleeting and inconsequential. Brother Sabo had also taught him to be confident and not be swayed by others' opinions. However, these boys had mentioned his grandfather and spoken ill of him. Gently, Nasai set down the bucket without making a sound. He crouched down, picked up a few suitably sized stones from the ground, and plucked a few thorny wild grasses. He observed the 3 boys. Tommy had his back to him. The chubby one was splashing in the water, while the lanky one scanned the surroundings. Nasai recalled the throwing techniques taught to him by Sabo, and the keen observational skills imparted by Ace. He remembered his brother, who primarily taught him the essentials of satisfying hunger and taking action when provoked, instilling in him the significance of direct engagement. He first aimed at a loose stone by the creek's edge, exactly where the chubby boy was about to step. With a small pebble, Nasai precisely struck the edge of the stone. The force was minimal but sufficient to dislodge it slightly. Suddenly, the chubby boy stepped on it, causing him to slip and tumble into the creek, splashing water everywhere. "Idiot, what are you doing?" Tommy exclaimed, turning to look. In that very moment, as Tommy pivoted, Nasai discreetly tossed a thorny weed stem into the spot where Tommy was about to land. The thorns would not inflict immediate harm, but they would embed themselves in his cloth shoes, making each subsequent step increasingly uncomfortable. Ouch! What was that? Tommy indeed fell victim to the trap, hopping up while grimacing in pain. The lanky boy, sensing something amiss, began to look around cautiously. Nasai had already retreated behind a more concealed thicket. He spotted the lanky boy's coat and recalled the intricate slingshot that Tommy had boasted about, which had been taken from the coat pocket. A more intriguing idea flickered through his mind. He picked up a slender, flexible vine from the ground, mimicking Luffy's arm movements but carefully controlling the force. With a gentle flick, the tip of the vine seemed to acquire a life of its own, silently gliding around a stone and entangling itself with the cuff of the lanky boy's coat, which was resting on the rock. With a steady pull of his wrist, Nasai gave it a shake, and the coat slipped into the creek. Simultaneously, a small wooden object tumbled from the pocket and silently rolled into the nearby underbrush. "My coat!" the lanky boy exclaimed, hurriedly attempting to retrieve it, but the current had already carried the coat a distance away. Amidst the chaos, one boy soaked, another struggling with thorns in his shoes, and the last chasing after a drifting coat. Nasai seized the opportunity. He silently picked up a bucket and slipped away along a different, lesser-known path, following the route he had memorized, one that left the least trace. He moved swiftly and quietly until he reached the main road back to the mountain, at which point he exhaled softly, his cheeks flushed with the thrill of focus and mischief. By the time he returned to the mountain path, his expression had reverted to its usual gentle demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, a nearly imperceptible curve lingered at the corner of his mouth. He glanced at his palm, where the exertion of throwing and pulling the vine had left a faint red mark. Rubbing it gently with his other hand, he watched the trivial mark fade away swiftly. That evening, upon returning home, Tommy discovered that his cherished slingshot was missing. He distinctly remembered placing it in his pocket, yet it was nowhere to be found. The chubby boy, chilled from his soaked clothes, began to sneeze that night. Although the lanky boy's coat was retrieved, it was caked in mud and earned him a severe scolding from his mother. These minor mishaps, of course, would not reach the little cabin in the back mountain, and Nisei had no intention of informing his brothers. During dinner, he, as usual, served food to Luffy, listened to Sabo discuss the training plan for the following day, passed spices to Ace, and responded to Dadan's nagging with obedient nods. In the evening, he sweetly succumbed to Sabo's coaxing to sleep, embodying the essence of a lovable, delicate younger brother. Chapter 18. Summer Festival. 3 days prior to the festival, Makino arrived once more. This time, she brought 4 brand new, simple yukatas. How could the festival be without yukatas? She cheerfully remarked, assisting the children in trying them on. Luffy's was a deep crimson adorned with simple sun embroidery. Ace's was navy blue, embellished with sunflower patterns. Sabo wore a light blue one with white cloud motifs, while Nami donned a moon-white yukata featuring delicate bamboo leaf designs. "How beautiful!" Nami exclaimed, her fingers gliding over the soft fabric, her eyes sparkling with delight. This was the first yukata she could remember. "How fitting for you, little Nami." Makino gently adjusted the collar, her voice tender. Suddenly, Nami reached out, wrapping her arms around Makino in a soft embrace. "Thank you, Sister Makino," she murmured, her voice muffled against Makino's skirt, choked with emotion. Taken aback, Makino embraced her back with even more tenderness. "Grow up happily, little Nami." On the eve of the festival, Dadan called the 4 boys before her, unusually handing each a small allowance, meager, yet a fortune in their eyes. "Listen," Dadan said, cigarette in mouth, striving to appear stern. "Tomorrow at the festival, no fighting, no causing trouble. You must return by 8 o'clock. Spend your money wisely. Once it's gone, it's gone. Especially you, Luffy. No spending at all on meat in one go." Luffy was already lost in daydreams of the festival, hardly absorbing her words. Ace and Sabo nodded earnestly, while Nami obediently replied, "Understood, Aunt Dadan. We will be cautious." Dadan gazed at Nami's innocent, harmless face and felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. At least this child was sensible, allowing Ace and Sabo to worry a little less. Unbeknownst to her, this sensible child had recently dealt a silent blow to 3 boys who had spoken ill of him. On the day of the festival, in the evening, the 4 boys donned their yukatas and descended towards Windmill Village. The sunset painted the sky in shades of orange and red, and the village streets were already adorned with lanterns. The air filled with the enticing aromas of various food stalls. Meat, the scent of grilled meat. Luffy's nose twitched as he was about to dash towards the source of the aroma, only to be held back by Ace. "Follow the plan," Ace said. "Let us stroll around first, see what is available, and then decide what to buy." Sabo added with a smile, "And with so many people around, it would be easy to get lost, especially you, Nami. Stay close to us." Nami nodded, her small hand instinctively grasping Sabo-esque clothing. Her moon-white yukata shimmered softly in the lantern light, complemented by her delicate features and obedient expression, drawing the attention of passing adults who whispered among themselves about whose child was so adorable. The festival was indeed lively, featuring games like goldfish scooping, stalls selling masks, and performers showcasing acrobatics. Yet, the most abundant were the myriad food stalls: grilled squid, candied apples, fried noodles, takoyaki, cotton candy. Luffy's eyes transformed into shapes reminiscent of all the delectable treats. They each bought a candy apple. Nisei licked it delicately, the sweetness melting on his tongue, causing him to blissfully squint his eyes. Luffy, on the other hand, devoured the candy apple in just a few bites, skewer and all, showcasing the remarkable advantage of his rubbery throat at that moment. "Luffy, you can't eat the stick." Sabo quickly intervened, reaching out to pull it out. "It's fine, Sabo." Luffy mumbled, but obediently spat it out. Ace facepalmed, exasperated by his brother's antics. As they wandered to the goldfish catching stall, Nisei was entranced by the shimmering little fish swimming about. The vendor, a kindly old gentleman, noticed Nisei's eager gaze and smiled. "Would you like to try?" "Young one, 5 berry for 20 attempts." Nisei glanced at the remaining coins in his hand, hesitating. He wished to try, but also wanted to save money for other treats. Sabo, sensing his indecision, generously offered some of his own money. Go ahead, Nisei. Festivals are for enjoyment. Nisei looked up at Sabo gratefully. Thank you, brother Sabo, before paying and picking up the paper net. He focused intently on the golden fish in the water, his small hand moving the net steadily. However, as soon as the net touched the water, it tore apart. Nisei felt a twinge of disappointment, but the vendor handed him another net, encouragingly saying, try again, little one. Be gentle and swift. On his second, third, and even 10th attempts, Nisei faced failure. Luffy was yawning beside him, and Ace was growing impatient. Nevertheless, Naichi persevered, keenly observing the successful actions of others and adjusting his own stance. On his 11th try, he held his breath, the net slicing through the water with a light and swift motion, successfully scooping up a small red goldfish. I caught one, Naichi exclaimed, his eyes sparkling like stars as he gazed at the wriggling fish in the net. The vendor placed the fish into a small plastic bag and handed it to Nisei, saying, well done, young one. This fish is quite lively. Nisei carefully held the plastic bag, as if it were a treasure gem. He looked up at his brothers with a smile. Look what I caught. Sabo ruffled his hair. Well done. Ace, rarely showing his approval, allowed a small smile to grace his lips. Not bad. Luffy's eyes widened in awe. That's amazing. Naichi. As they continued their stroll, Nisei heard a familiar voice. It was Tommy and his friends. They had also come to the festival, gathered around a shooting game stall. Watch this, Tommy exclaimed, raising a toy gun and taking aim at the prizes on display. However, his aim was poor, missing several shots in a row. Nisei initially intended to avoid them, but Tommy had spotted him, more specifically, the goldfish in Nisei's hand. Oh, isn't this the little wild child from the mountains? Tommy approached, deliberately speaking loudly to attract the attention of those around them. Still catching goldfish? Can you even take care of it? Don't let it die by tomorrow. Luffy immediately moved forward, but Sabo gently restrained him. Ace's expression turned cold, though he remained silent. They all remembered Dadan's warning. No trouble at the festival. Nisei lifted his head, looking at Tommy with his innocent, wide eyes and softly replied, I will take good care of it. Sister Makino taught me how to look after little fish. His voice was gentle, and his expression innocent, making anyone who gazed upon him perceive him as a well-mannered child who had been wronged. In truth, disapproving glances had already been cast at Tommy by those nearby. Taken aback by their reaction, Tommy had anticipated anger or fear from them. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Stop pretending to be innocent. I know what you are. A little brat raised by mountain bandits, the spawn of pirates. Ace's eyes darkened instantly, his fists clenched tightly. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly slipped and fell to the ground with a thud. It turned out that Nisei had accidentally dropped the plastic bag containing goldfish, causing water to splash everywhere, right at Tommy's feet. I'm so sorry. Nisei quickly apologized, crouching down to retrieve the plastic bag, and the little fish, her expression flustered and remorseful. I didn't hold it steady. Tommy, having landed hard on his backside, felt his face burn with embarrassment from the humiliation in front of so many. He wanted to lash out, but Nisei had already apologized, looking so innocent and pitiful. The stares from those around him grew increasingly unfriendly, as if he were the one bullying a child who recognized her mistakes. He did that on purpose. Tommy spat as he got back to his feet, gritting his teeth. Nisei had managed to scoop up the little fish, and fortunately, the bag still contained some water, keeping the fish alive. She looked up, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if she might cry. I truly didn't mean to. The fish almost died. I'm so sorry. Such dramatic performance would surely astonish even Makino. Sabo stepped forward, shielding Nisei behind him, and addressed Tommy politely but firmly. My brother has already apologized, and besides, it was you who approached him first. Ace stood beside Sabo, his silence only amplifying the warning in his eyes. Luffy, too, had clenched his fists, his rubbery arms stretching slightly. Though he did not comprehend the convoluted exchanges, he sensed that someone was trying to bully Nisei. Observing the situation and the increasing number of onlookers, Tommy finally backed down. TCH, consider yourselves lucky. With that remark, he sulkily departed with his friends. Naichi, standing behind Sabo, carefully placed the little fish back in the bag adding some water that the shopkeeper had provided. Ace noticeably relaxed, his gaze following Nisei. Although her expression still bore the marks of fright, a faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at her lips as she looked down. "It's all right now, Nisei." Sabo turned to comfort her. "It's not your fault." Nisei lifted her head, her eyes still shimmering, and nodded obediently. "Yes, let us go watch the fireworks." "Brother Sabo." The fireworks festival marked the climax of the celebration, as the first firework burst into bloom in the night sky. The four boys sat side by side on the grass by the riverbank, gazing upward in awe. Reds, greens, golds, and purples illuminated their faces with vibrant colors. Luffy shouted with excitement. Ace, though silent, followed each firework with his eyes, and Sabo smiled warmly. Meanwhile, Nisei quietly observed, still holding the little goldfish she had caught. The glimmer of the fireworks danced in her eyes, reminiscent of stars falling into a deep pool. She reflected on the past year, from being rescued from a sea by her grandfather to gaining 3 brothers, meeting Aunt Dawn, Sister Makino, and Grandpa the village chief, and everything that had transpired in Windmill Village. Once blank memories have gradually accumulated, filling both the heart and mind. Another magnificent golden firework bursts forth, illuminating the entire night sky. Nichi suddenly whispers, "Brothers." The 3 turn towards him. "I will always be together with my brothers," he states, his voice soft yet resolute. "Let us promise to always, always, always be together, all right?" As he speaks, his expression remains gentle, his tone tender. The 3 unconsciously nod in agreement. Nisei stretches out his hand to shift the topic, pointing at the sky. "Look, it's a heart-shaped firework." After the fireworks festival concludes, they return to the Dadan cabin on schedule. Dadan checks that they are all unharmed and have not caused any trouble, letting out a huff. "You've been relatively well-behaved." Before bedtime, Nisei places a small goldfish into a glass jar, the leftover from the jam brought by Macchino. He sets the jar by the window, where the moonlight streams in and the fish swims gently in the water. "Let us give you a name." Nisei whispers to the fish, "How about Xiaoguang? Because you are one of the brightest lights today." Of course, the fish does not respond, merely flicking its tail. Nisei climbs into bed next to the already sleeping Luffy. Ace and Sabo also lie down. The moonlight quietly flows into the room, illuminating the peaceful faces of the 4 boys as they sleep. Nisei closes his eyes, but does not immediately drift off. He silently repeats the vow of the day in his heart. He rolls into Sabo.'s embrace, resting his face in the crook of his neck. Sabo instinctively pats his back gently, soothing him to sleep. Meanwhile, far away in Frostmoon Village, Zoro completes his sword practice for the day. Somewhere on the Gorbos Mountain, a red-haired man raises his cup in revelry. In a corner of the Grand Line, the silhouette of a dragon appears in the wind, gazing towards the East Sea. The gentle breeze of the East Sea caresses, softly stirring these future stars, awaiting the inevitable convergence of their paths. On this night, in a cabin on the hills behind Windmill Village, the 4 boys sleep soundly. Nisei murmurs brother in his dreams. The moonlight is gentle, and the long night is tranquil. Chapter 19. Grandfather has returned a week after the festival. Windmill Village welcomes an extraordinary morning. The sky still glows with the pale light of dawn when the door of the Dadan cabin is jolted awake by boisterous laughter and heavy footsteps. The laughter is rugged and hearty, infused with the scent of the sea and an unmistakable familiarity. The old man is back. "Boys, come out and welcome your grandfather." It is Garp. Inside the main house, the 4 boys spring from their beds almost simultaneously. Luffy uses his rubber powers to bounce straight through the curtain of the inner room. Ace is the fastest, already racing to the window. Sabo quickly dons his hat and tidies his appearance. Nisei rubs his eyes, the sleepiness instantly replaced by excitement. "Grandfather." Luffy is the first to dash outside, his rubber arms stretching to wrap around Garp's neck. "You're back. Did you bring meat?" "Did you bring meat?" Garp laughs heartily, lifting Luffy off his neck, as if he were a kitten. "All you think about is meat. Look who else has come." Behind him stood 5 robust Marines clad in white naval uniforms, laboriously transporting an assortment of boxes, bags, and parcels. These brawny seamen, upon spotting the four boys. Revealed smiles that were almost benevolent, particularly when they beheld Nasi, who emerged sleepily in a tank top adorned with a kitten motif. "So, these are the grandsons you often mention, Admiral Garp?" inquired a marine with a scarred visage, yet gentle eyes. "Indeed," Garp exclaimed, gently placing Luffy down and extending his arms wide. "Ace, Sabo, Nasi, come here and let your grandfather have a look." Although Ace wore an expression of mild exasperation, he instinctively quickened his pace. Sabo courteously bowed to the marines, while Nasi eagerly dashed into Garp's embrace. "Grandpa, you're back." Nasi buried his face in Garp's broad chest, his voice muffled, exuding an unmistakable sense of dependence and longing. Garp's heart softened at the tender call of Grandpa. He knelt down, scrutinizing Nasi. "You've grown taller. Your complexion has improved as well. It seems Dadan has taken good care of you." At that moment, Dadan emerged with a cigarette in mouth, and upon seeing the mountain of luggage and the 5 marines at the door, his eye twitched. "Garp, have you emptied the warship?" "Ha ha ha. All of this is for the children." Garp rose, gesturing towards the parcels. "Food, clothing, necessities, and these lads," he indicated the marines behind him, "insisted on accompanying me to deliver gifts upon hearing that I have 4 grandsons." The scarred marine, later known to Nasi as Brand New, Garp's first officer, smiled as he opened a box. "Little Nasi, Admiral Garp always speaks of you aboard the ship. These were purchased collectively as we passed through various islands." Inside the box lay neatly folded children's clothing, brand new, not secondhand, featuring an array of colors and styles. Soft cotton shirts, sturdy canvas trousers, warm sweaters, and even a few exquisite little jackets. Another marine opened a bag, revealing an assortment of footwear. Athletic shoes suitable for running, waterproof rain boots, and comfortable indoor slippers. All intended for Luffy. Brand New opened yet another box, filled solely with garments in shades of red. For Garp had mentioned that this young lad had a penchant for that color. The third box contained clothes for Ace and Sabo, meticulously separated into dark and light hues. Each piece clearly chosen with care, practical yet stylish for young men. The fourth box was dedicated to Nasi, filled with an array of vibrant colors, all adorned with charming patterns. However, what captivated Nasi's gaze the most was a finely crafted wooden box that Brand New produced last. The box, intricately engraved with simple wave patterns, was opened by Brand New, who crouched down to meet Nasi's eyes. Inside lay a moon-white ensemble, its fabric glistening softly under the morning light. Adjacent to it was a small charm pouch embroidered with the characters for peace. "This," Brand New's voice was particularly gentle, "is a gift from my wife, who heard that Admiral Garp has a sweet and lovely grandson. She specially made it and sent it, hoping that the sea god will bless this child from the ocean with a life of safety." Nasi gazed vacantly at the set of garments and the protective amulet, his eyes gradually becoming moist. He extended his small hand, delicately brushing against the soft fabric, and then picked up the amulet pouch, clutching it tightly in his palm. "Thank you," he uttered, his voice slightly choked. "Thank you, Uncle. Thank you, Aunt." Garp observed this scene, his nose tinged with emotion. He gruffly remarked, "All right, enough of the tears. Be a man. Come and try on clothes." For the next hour, the area in front of Dadan's cottage transformed into an impromptu fitting room and showcase. The Marines looked on with delight as the 4 boys donned their new attire, occasionally exclaiming in admiration. Luffy, wearing a red tank top and shorts, exuberantly dashed around the yard, exclaiming, "So comfortable, much better than my old clothes." Ace, clad in a deep blue shirt and black trousers, though he feigned annoyance, his eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Sabo, in a light blue jacket and white trousers, appeared more like a young nobleman, earnestly thanking each Marine. Meanwhile, when Nasi donned the moon-white ensemble, even Dadan couldn't help but exclaim, "You cheeky lad," looking rather dapper. The clothing fit impeccably, the soft fabric caressing his skin, with the amulet pouch hanging around his neck and resting gently on his chest. Nasi carefully adjusted his collar and looked up at Garp and the Marine uncles, revealing a shy yet radiant smile. In that moment, the 5 battle-hardened Marines felt their hearts stir. "General Garp," Brand New whispered to Garp, "your grandson is bound to charm countless young ladies when he grows up." Carp responded with a hearty laugh. Indeed, my grandson Carp is undoubtedly exceptional. The gifts did not end with the clothing. There were also 2 entire crates filled with specialty snacks from various islands. Gummy candies from Fishman Island, cloud cotton candy from Bubble Island, savory dried meat from Water 7, and sweet fruit from Dressrosa. Luffy had already perched himself on the edge of the crate, saliva pooling at his feet. These, Carp said, patting the 3rd large crate, are books. Sabo, I remember your fondness for reading. Inside were an assortment of books, geographical compendiums, nautical logs, historical texts, and even a few illustrated guides on basic combat techniques. Sabo's eyes instantly sparkled as he picked up a volume titled A Geography of the East Blue Islands, gently caressing the book cover. Thank you, Grandpa Carp, he said gratefully. And these, Carp continued, pulling out 4 small fabric pouches and handing them to the boys, are your pocket money. Spend it wisely. Each pouch contained a modest, yet significant amount of berries for them. Luffy immediately began counting 1, 2, 3, so much. I could buy lots of meat. Carp ruffled the boy's hair affectionately before turning serious. However, these gifts come with expectations. Starting tomorrow, I will assess your training progress. Especially you, Luffy, as a devil fruit user. Let Grandpa see you harness its true potential. Following the lively morning, the Marines set up simple tables and chairs in front of the cottage. Dadan and the mountain bandits brought out their stored food, complemented by the various specialties Carp had brought, and a lavish breakfast feast commenced. Luffy nearly devoured half the spread, while Ace and Sabo indulged heartily as well. Nisei sampled an array of unfamiliar snacks, his eyes sparkling with delight as he informed Carp of each delectable discovery. After their meal, the Marines prepared to return to their ship. Nisei approached Branyu, gazing up earnestly and saying, Uncle Branyu, please convey my gratitude to Annie. I truly love the clothes, and I will cherish the amulet. Branyu, unable to resist the charm of the well-mannered child, affectionately ruffled his hair and replied, Very well. I shall relay your message. Grow up healthy, little Nisei. I will. Nisei nodded vigorously. As they bid farewell to the Marines, Carp settled in the courtyard, calling upon the 4 boys to demonstrate the fruits of their recent training. Luffy showcased significant improvements in his rubber abilities, but still fell short, receiving a few light punches from Carp, resulting in 3 noticeable bumps on his head. Ace and Sabo exhibited a new combination technique that appeared seamless. However, their execution lacked power and speed, revealing numerous flaws, and they too were met with Carp's reprimanding fists. Nisei performed a series of evasive maneuvers, showcasing his progress in agility training. Though still somewhat lacking, his efforts were evident, and he had made considerable strides. Upon completing his routine and slightly panting, Carp beckoned him over. He was the only one spared from punishment, for Carp found it difficult to strike that innocent little face. Carp observed while nodding, occasionally offering guidance. Nisei, he began, placing a large hand atop the boy's head, your physical foundation is relatively weak. Do not rush to compete with your brothers in strength. Instead, discover a fighting style that suits you. Nisei looked up at his grandfather, nodding obediently. Yes, Brother Sabo said the same. He mentioned that I am swift and have keen observational skills, suggesting I could develop into a strategist or an agile combatant. Carp's eyes sparkled with approval. Sabo is correct. Remember, the strongest warrior is not necessarily the one with the greatest strength. In the afternoon, Carp announced a shopping expedition to the town. Armed with the pocket money he had given the children, Luffy cheered with exuberance, while Ace and Sabo displayed expressions of eager anticipation. Nisei, however, carefully tucked away his money pouch, already contemplating his purchases. Yet, upon their arrival in town, they sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Some townsfolk, upon spotting Carp and the 4 children, exchanged glances and whispered amongst themselves. The murmurs grew louder upon seeing Nisei in his elegant attire. Look, that child. Vice Admiral Carp truly dotes on him, dressed better than the mayor's grandson. I heard the naval soldiers specially brought him gifts. Who is this mysterious child? And what gives him the right? These fragmented remarks drifted into Nisei's ears, although his smile remained unwavering as he held Carp's hand. A shadow flickered in his eyes. Carp, clearly catching wind of the whispers, furrowed his brow, poised to speak. However, Nicei gently tugged at his hand. Grandpa, I would like to visit the bookstore. Brother Sabo mentioned they have new nautical charts. His voice was soft, and his gaze was innocent, embodying a considerate child eager to find a gift for his brother. Instantly, Garp's heart softened, and his attention shifted. Very well, let us head to the bookstore first. In the bookstore, Sabo indeed found a long-desired volume, Analysis of the Great Route's Climate, yet its price exceeded his budget. Nicei silently produced his coin pouch to cover the difference. Thank you, Nicei, you're the best little brother, Sabo exclaimed, tugging at his soft, cherubic cheeks. No need to thank me. Brother Sabo teaches me to read and designs my training, Nicei replied earnestly. This is my gift to you, brother. Sabo gazed into his sincere eyes and solemnly declared, Nicei, you are wonderful. I shall read it diligently. After departing the bookstore, they made their way to the grocery shop. Luffy purchased a substantial amount of jerky. Ace selected several practical tools, while Nicei acquired some needles and fabric, aspiring to mend clothes and contribute to his brothers. Just as they were laden with their purchases and ready to leave, they encountered Tommy and his father, Mr. Brown, the grocery store owner. Upon seeing Garp, Mr. Brown immediately donned a broad smile. Vice Admiral Garp, welcome back. It is a true honor to see you in town. However, as his gaze swept over the four children, particularly resting on Nicei, a flicker of barely perceptible disdain crossed his features. Tommy, standing behind his father, made a face at Nicei. Garp nodded in acknowledgement and was about to depart when Mr. Brown suddenly interjected. Vice Admiral Garp, there are some matters I wonder if I should address. Your grandchildren, especially the newcomer, have recently garnered an unfavorable reputation in town. The air fell abruptly silent. Ace's expression turned icy. Sabo frowned, and Luffy remained engrossed in counting his jerky. Nicei, however, lifted his gaze and, with his pure, innocent eyes, softly inquired Uncle Brown, have I done something wrong? His voice was soft, and his expression filled with confusion and a hint of hurt, evoking sympathy from anyone who beheld him. Mr. Brown was momentarily taken aback by this response. His prepared remarks caught in his throat. He could hardly voice before Garp such childish grievances as his son, claiming Nicei had intentionally caused him to stumble. Well, I heard there have been some minor frictions among the children, Mr. Brown replied vaguely. Minor frictions? Nicei blinked, his expression growing more perplexed. Was it during the festival? It was my clumsiness, he murmured, lowering his head, his voice dwindling to a whisper, conveying both innocence and self-reproach. It was a rather perfect performance, presenting an image of a good child who was innocent, understanding, and willing to correct his mistakes. Garp's expression darkened. He was no fool. He discerned the implications in Mr. Brown's words and recognized Nicei's distress. He knelt down to meet Nicei's gaze. Nicei, tell Grandpa, is someone bullying you? Nicei shook his head, though his eyes reddened. No, it's just that I'm always clumsy and make mistakes. This sight even drew concern from the nearby townsfolk. Mr. Brown, why are you quarreling with a child? Chided a vegetable vendor. Indeed, little Nicei is such a good boy. He greets me every time we meet. He is Vice Admiral Garp's grandchild. Who are you to speak ill of him? Mr. Brown's face flushed with indignation. He wished to retort, yet upon observing Garp's increasingly stern countenance, he ultimately refrained from voicing his objections. Garp rose to his full height, casting a shadow over the scene. He gazed at Mr. Brown, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Mr. Brown, I shall take care of my grandsons without your concern. With that, he lifted Nacer into his arms. Nacer buried his face in his shoulder, his body trembling slightly as if he were on the verge of tears. He held Luffy's hand, signaling for Ace and Sabo to follow, and strode away. Once they had distanced themselves, Nacer lifted his head from Garp's shoulder. His face bore no traces of tears, only a serene expression. He murmured, Grandpa, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Garp looked at him and suddenly chuckled. Silly boy, why pretend with your grandpa? Nacer was taken aback. Garp set him down and tousled his hair. Do you think all those years in the Navy were for naught? What kind of people have I not encountered? Your earlier tactics are sufficient for dealing with such individuals. Nacer's face gradually flushed. He lowered his head, whispering, I just didn't want my brothers and you to hear any gossip because of me. Listen, Acer, Garp crouched down, looking at him earnestly. Family is about mutual protection. You protect your brothers, and they protect you. This is wonderful. I protect all of you. What does it matter if people gossip? We can retaliate if need be. And we need not heed those rumors. As long as we know who we are to each other, that is enough. Nacer gazed into his grandfather's sincere eyes and finally revealed a heartfelt smile. Yes. That evening, a lavish dinner was held at Dadan's cottage. Garp personally cooked. Though he merely roasted various meats, the portions were generous. Luffy ate until his belly was round, while Ace and Sabo also relished the meal. Nacer nibbled delicately, listening to his grandfather recount amusing tales from the Navy headquarters, his eyes shining brightly. As night deepened, Garp and Dadan conversed outside the house. The four boys huddled on the bed inside, sharing the little trinkets they had bought that day. Nacer, Sabo suddenly said, I'm sorry you faced any unfairness in town today. Your brothers will help you retaliate in the future. Nacer, who was organizing his thread and needle, paused at Sabo's words and looked up at him. Ace also chimed in. With your brothers around, if you face any injustice, you must tell us, understood? Even Luffy leaned in. Nacer is amazing. I know. From now on, if anything like that happens, we'll handle it. Nacer looked at his three brothers, a smile breaking on his face. Having brothers was indeed wonderful. He set down his needlework, folded his legs, and softly said, Tommy and his family are wicked. From now on, if I encounter any unfairness, I will immediately call for my brothers. That is all we need to know. Your brothers are always here. Sabo said as he pulled Nacer into an embrace, pinching his cheek. Ace leaned in closer, joining them. Luffy dove straight into Ace's arms. Wanted to be part of the hug. Outside, the voices of Garp and Dadan could be faintly heard. That child is very understanding, Dadan remarked. Of course. He.S. my grandson. Who wouldn't he be understanding and obedient? Garp replied. Ha 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 ha. My grandson is exceptionally remarkable. Dadan. Nacer carefully removed the amulet pouch from around his neck and placed it gently by his pillow. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the word peace on the amulet, casting a soft glow. He thought to himself that he would protect this home. In his own way, he was the kind of person his brothers would cherish. Subsequently, rolling into Sabo's embrace, he gently lulled Nami to sleep. Meanwhile, in the distant Frostmoon village, Zoro completed yet another swing of his sword, its blade glinting coldly under the moonlight. This night, the winds of the East Sea continued to blow softly. Chapter 21. The four little ones battle the wild boar 3 weeks after Grandfather Carp's departure. The summer in the back mountains of Windmill Village had reached its most bountiful season. The wild fruits in the forest had ripened. The fish in the streams had grown plump, and some wild beasts had become particularly lively, or perhaps audacious, due to the abundance of food. On this fateful morning, Dadan summoned the four boys, her expression unusually grave. Listen well, the mountains have been unsettled lately. Hunters from the north report that an adult wild boar has been roaming nearby, having already destroyed 2 of their traps and nearly injured someone. She paused, her gaze sweeping across for youthful yet earnest faces. I know you have been training diligently, but heed my words. Do not venture deep into the mountains alone, especially you, Luffy. Do not assume that being a rubber man makes you invincible. Uncharacteristically, Luffy refrained from retorting, his eyes sparkling instead. A wild boar? Is it big? Is there a lot of meat? All he could think of was food. Dadan smacked him lightly on the back of his head, exclaiming, that beast could be lethal. Its tusks are this long. She gestured exaggeratedly, warning a single blow could pierce your insides. Ace, arms crossed and brow furrowed, inquired where has it been spotted. From the northern slope to the eastern stream, Dadan replied. I've instructed my men to reinforce the traps, but this creature is cunning. In any case, you are not to stray beyond the oak grove halfway up the mountain. Do you understand? The four boys responded in unison. Yet their exchanged glances sparkled with a different kind of fervor. After breakfast, they proceeded to their secret training base, as usual. However, the atmosphere that day felt distinct. Sabo brought not wooden sticks, but several sharpened iron rods. Ace was checking the short knife he carried, and even Luffy took on an unusual seriousness. stretching his rubbery arms repeatedly. Thus, after they warmed up, Sabo got straight to the point. "We're going to confront that wild boar, right?" Luffy leaped up in excitement. "Of course. Dadan says it's huge. There must be plenty of meat." Ace scoffed. "All you think about is food." "But she is right. That thing is indeed dangerous. And we need a plan." Nami listened quietly, her small hand unconsciously brushing against the amulet pouch hanging from her neck. "I was wondering," Nami suddenly spoke up, her voice soft yet clear, "why would the wild boar come this way? There is plenty of food in the mountains. It shouldn't risk approaching human activity." Sabo's eyes lit up. Nami is right. Unless there is an issue with its territory, or perhaps it is chasing something. Ace stood up. "We'll find out. But remember, we are only scouting. We must not engage unless we are certain." Though they termed it reconnaissance, all four boys understood that once they spotted their target, conflict was nearly unavoidable. They knew each other well. Luffy was impulsive. Ace was combative. Sabo would take the initiative to ensure his brother's safety. And Nami would do anything to protect her brothers. They ascended the northern slope, traversing through familiar oak groves and entering a relatively unfamiliar coniferous forest. The trees here stood taller, casting deeper shadows, and the air was infused with the earthy scent of soil and pine resin. Sabo led the way, vigilantly observing the traces on the ground, while Ace brought up the rear, attentive to any sounds from behind. Luffy and Nami were situated in the middle. Luffy craned his neck to survey the surroundings, while Nami quietly absorbed all that lay around them. After approximately half an hour, Sabo suddenly crouched down, signaling for the group to halt. He pointed to the ground. "Look." Clear hoof prints marred the soil, large and deep, indicative of their owner's considerable weight. Nearby, some plant roots had been uprooted. "It's it," Ace murmured, his gaze sharpening. They continued to follow the tracks, arriving at a valley. The stream here widened and shallowed, forming a stony bank. On the opposite side of the water, a massive shadow was drinking. It was an adult male wild boar, its body length estimated to exceed 2 meters, with its shoulder height nearly reaching Ace's chest. Its coarse, brownish-black bristles covered its body, and the mane along its back stood upright like a row of short spears. Most striking were the curved tusks extending from its snout, gleaming white in the sunlight filtering through the trees. "What a big one," Luffy whispered. Even he recognized the formidable nature of this adversary. The wild boar seemed to sense something, lifting its head and alertly rotating its ears. Its small eyes glinted with menace, nostrils flaring as it sought to detect any unusual sense in the air. Ace quickly gestured for a retreat, urging a slow withdrawal. However, at that moment, an unexpected incident occurred. A loose stone beneath Luffy's feet suddenly rolled away, tumbling down the slope and splashing into the stream with a resounding splash. The wild boar whipped its head around, its gaze locking onto the faint silhouette amidst the trees on the opposite bank. It let out a low growl, pawing the ground, nostrils exhaling mist. "This is bad." Sabo gripped his iron rod. "It has spotted us. Should we run?" Nami inquired. "We can't outrun it," Ace replied, his eyes fixed on the wild boar, his hand already grasping the hilt of his dagger. "It will be faster than us in this terrain. Prepare for a fight." No sooner had he spoken than the wild boar charged forward. Rather than wading directly through the stream, it raced along the bank, seeking the optimal angle for its charge. This beast was indeed cunning. "Scatter!" Ace shouted. "Don't stay together." The force swiftly dispersed. Luffy utilized his rubber abilities to bounce into a tree. Sabo rolled to the left, taking cover behind a massive boulder. Ace moved to the right, drawing his dagger, while Nami, being smaller and quicker, darted into a thicket in a few swift strides. The wild boar chose the most conspicuous target, Luffy in the tree. It took several steps back before accelerating, its massive bulk crashing violently into the trunk where Luffy perched. Crack! The tree, as thick as a bowl, splintered under the impact. Luffy let out a startled yelp as he fell from the tree, his rubber body flailing mid-air, barely managing to grab onto another branch to steady himself. "Hey, you big guy!" Luffy shouted in anger, hanging from the tree, his arms stretching back, rubber pistol, his fist slicing through the air. "Aim for the wild boar's flank." However, the wild boar, with its coarse hide and robust flesh, merely staggered from the blow, becoming even more enraged. It pivoted. Tusks aimed directly at Luffy, preparing to charge once more. Luffy dodged. Sabo burst forth from behind a boulder, swinging a metal rod that struck the boar's hind leg. The creature squealed in pain and turned its aggression towards Sabo. He nimbly leapt back, wielding the rod in an attempt to distract it. Yet his weapon was too short, and he dare not come too close. Ace seized the opportunity, launching a side attack with his dagger aimed at the boar's neck, a relatively vulnerable spot. But the boar reacted with astonishing speed, veering its head just in time, causing its tusks to graze Ace's arm. With a sharp rip, Ace's sleeve was torn, revealing a streak of blood on his skin. Gritting his teeth, he withdrew, his arm ablaze with pain. Nisei observed from the thicket, his heart racing, fists clenched around a nearby branch. He could not simply stand by. He had to intervene. Observe, Nisei, observe. He recalled his brother Sabo's teachings. Identify weaknesses, seek opportunities. The boar's vulnerabilities lay in its eyes, abdomen, and joints, though it guarded its vital areas well. Lowering its head and showcasing its tusks while its thick hide and bristles shielded its flanks. However, during its charge, its gaze would fixate on its target, leaving its sides and rear unguarded. Moreover, after each charge, there was a brief moment of adjustment. Nisei's mind raced as he surveyed his surroundings. A daring plan began to take form in his mind. Risky, yet potentially feasible. Sabo, Nisei called softly from the bushes, lure it to the stream, by the gravelly shore. Although Sabo did not fully grasp Nisei's intent, he trusted his younger brother, who often surprised him. He fought while retreating, deliberately exposing himself. And the boar indeed pursued. Brother, Nisei shouted again, prepare the rubber lasso, snare its hind leg. Luffy's eyes lit up, brilliant idea. He stretched his arms back in readiness. Ace, Nisei glanced at his brother, who was tending to his wound. Wait for it to fall, then strike its neck. To the left. Ace nodded, gripping his dagger firmly. The plan was set in motion, and Sabo successfully guided the wild boar to the gravelly shore of the stream. The uneven ground, slick with pebbles, posed a disadvantage for the four-legged creature. Once more, the boar charged, targeting Sabo. At the last moment, he rolled to the side, causing the boar to brush past him. With the ground slippery, it lost its footing, its front hooves skidding over the stones. Now, rubber lasso. Luffy leapt from the tree, his outstretched arms coiling around the boar's hind legs like a rope, pulling with all his might. The boar lost its balance, crashing to the ground with a tremendous splash of water and debris. Ace, Sabo shouted. Ace had already surged forward, aiming his dagger at the left side of the boar's neck, where the bristles were thinner and the veins lay close to the surface. With all his strength, he plunged the blade in. The wild boar emitted a piercing shriek, thrashing wildly. Luffy was flung away, his rubbery body bouncing off a tree trunk before landing. Ace's knife became lodged in the bone, making it difficult to extract as he nearly lost his footing due to the boar's frantic struggles. Sabo rushed forward, striking the wild boar's head fiercely with a metal rod, attempting to incapacitate it. Yet, the creature's vitality was alarmingly resilient, even when gravely wounded. It continued to struggle desperately. Nami noticed that one of the boar's forehooves was precariously perched on the edge of a loose boulder. Recalling the principle of leverage that Sabo had taught him, he exclaimed, Sabo, that rock, pry it. In an instant, Sabo grasped the concept, abandoning his assault on the boar to use the iron rod to lever the small stone beneath the boulder. With one heave, then another, the boulder lost its support and rolled down the slope, crashing onto the wild boar's hind leg, entangled by Luffy. A distinct sound of fracture echoed through the air. Nami dashed over, driving the sharp tip of a stone forcefully into the boar's major artery. The beast's cries abruptly ceased. It finally succumbed to stillness, though its body continued to twitch involuntarily. The four boys, panting, gazed at the colossal creature that was gradually ceasing its movements. The air was thick with the scent of blood, sweat, and pine resin. After a lengthy silence, Luffy was the first to speak. Did we win? We won, Ace replied, breathless, as he finally extracted the short blade that had been lodged. His arm was bleeding, and his face bore scrapes, yet his eyes shone with remarkable brightness. Sabo leaned on his iron rod, sporting numerous bruises, but his smile was radiant. The coordination was impeccable. Nami's hands trembled from the shock, his face pale, yet his gaze was resolute. He approached Ace, retrieving a clean strip of cloth, a gift from Akino he had been reluctant to use, and carefully bandaged Ace's arm. Nami, Sabo approached, ruffling his hair. Your command and follow-up were excellent. Nami blushed, murmuring, it's thanks to my brother's prowess. Luffy was circling the wild boar, assessing the meat. So much meat. Enough to last several days. No, several weeks. Ace looked at the beast that had required the combined effort of 4 children to bring down, a complex swell of pride blossoming within him. They had achieved this without adult assistance, relying solely on their own strength and brotherly cooperation. However, Sabo observed the injuries on their bodies. If we return like this, Dadan will scold us mercilessly. Ace smirked, then let us ensure she doesn't TC our wounds. Clearing the battlefield was a considerable task. The wild boar was too heavy for them to move entirely. Ace and Sabo employed their blades and iron rods to carve it up, while Luffy utilized his rubber abilities to assist in transporting the heavier parts. Nami was responsible for gathering usable portions of meat, hide, and even tusks. They bound the meat with resilient vines and wrapped it in large leaves, creating 4 substantial bundles. Each boy was assigned a share, with Nami receiving a relatively small one. Can you carry it? Sabo inquired. Nami nodded, hoisting the bundle onto his back. It was heavy, but he gritted his teeth, determined to bear the spoils they had earned together. The descent was more arduous than the ascent, laden with the weight and fatigue. The 4 boys supported each other, taking turns to rest. Ace, injured in his arm, had Sabo help alleviate some of the burden. Although Luffy felt fatigued, the thought of the evening's barbecue invigorated him. He walked slowly, holding Nami's hand, yet he kept pace closely behind Ace and Sabo. As the sun began its descent, they finally caught sight of the smoke rising from Dadan's hut. Dadan, hearing the commotion, stepped outside and was taken aback to see the 4 children covered in blood, some for the wild boar, some their own, returning with enormous chunks of meat. The cigarette fell from her mouth in astonishment. You defeated the wild boar, Luffy proclaimed proudly. We're having a feast tonight. Dadan opened her mouth, ready to scold them for their reckless actions and for returning injured. But as she gazed into the children's eyes, filled with excitement and weariness, yet brimming with pride, her reprimand transformed into a weary sigh. Such reckless little brats, she muttered, turning to call inside. Someone, help carry the goods. Prepare water. Bring the medicine box. The mountain bandits rushed out, taking the meat and exclaiming over the size of the wild boar. Dadan personally tended to the children's wounds, her hands rough yet meticulous. Ace's arm needed stitches, a task Dadan surprisingly knew how to perform. Sabo's numerous bruises required ointment, while Luffy bore scratches all over his body, thankfully without any deep cuts. Nami had the lightest injuries, just a few scratches on his palm from branches, which Dadan carefully disinfected and bandaged. As the boys winced in pain while tending to their wounds, none of them cried out. Feeling the pain? Dadan asked, threading the needle. Will you do it again, next time? Absolutely, Ace replied without hesitation. Dadan's hand trembled slightly, causing Ace to draw in a sharp breath. You little brat, she scolded, though a hint of pride glimmered in her eyes. That evening, a massive bonfire blazed in front of the hut. A whole leg of the wild boar sizzled over the flames, the fat dripping into the fire and crackling delightfully, the aroma wafting through the forest. The bandits brought out their stored wine, and the atmosphere grew festive. The 4 boys changed into clean clothes after bathing, with Luffy staring at the roasting meat, his eyes wide and unblinking. Sabo reflected on the day's experiences, planning how to improve for next time. Ace gazed at the dancing flames, his arms still aching, yet his heart felt full. Nami sipped the herbal tea Dadan had prepared for him, glancing at his 3 brothers. Ace sat upright despite the bandage on his arm. Sabo bore bruises yet wore a gentle smile, and Luffy, though covered in scratches, radiated energy. Today had been perilous. They had been injured and nearly failed, yet they triumphed, and they had done so together. When the meat was ready, Dadan sliced the best portions and served them first to the 4 boys. Luffy devoured his portion ravenously, while Ace and Sabo enjoyed their fill, and Nami savored each bite relishing the exquisite flavor of the meat melting in his mouth. "Delicious," Luffy exclaimed, his face smeared with grease. "The meat I caught tastes so good." Sabo chuckled, wiping Luffy's face. "Slow down. No one is competing with you." Ace tore off a piece of meat and offered it to Nami. "You did well today." Nami accepted the meat, his eyes curving into crescents. "It was my brothers who protected me." Dadan watched this scene from a distance, a cigarette now lit between her lips, her gaze filled with complexity. These children were growing at an astonishing pace. What will today's wild boar bring, and what of tomorrow? The day after? She recalled Kapu's words. Let them grow stronger. Strong enough to protect themselves, resilient enough to survive in this brutal world. Perhaps that old fool was indeed right. As night deepened, the campfire dwindled. The four boys huddled together on their bedding in the inner room. Though their bodies ached all over, their hearts were warm. "Next time," Luffy murmured in his sleep. "Let's make it bigger." Sabo chuckled. "Next time, we must coordinate better. Nasi's keen observation skills can be put to good use." Ace grunted in agreement. Nasi lay nestled among his brothers, listening to their steady breathing and gazing at the moonlight filtering through the window. A charm bag hung at the head of the bed, glimmering softly in the moonlight. He was in Sabo's embrace, who gently patted his back, the warmth of his hand lulling him to sleep. Today, he had protected his brothers, and they had protected him in return. This, he mused, is what family means. Closing his eyes, the images of battles in the mountains replayed in his mind. He was not the strongest, and perhaps he never would be. Yet, he had his place, his way of contributing to this family. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he drifted into slumber. Sabo opened his eyes and looked down at the sleeping face of Nasi, his cheeks flushed, while his starry eyes shimmered with a gentle light. Although his brother was delicate, he possessed great courage. The moonlight was soft, and the mountains were still. For injured yet proud little warriors sank into dreams, perhaps of greater beasts and more perilous battles, but assuredly with visions of standing side by side. Meanwhile, in the distant Frostmoon village, Zoro completed his daily training, his sweat soaking his uniform. The gentle breeze caressed the scars on each of their bodies. Growth is a journey of standing shoulder to shoulder in battle, marked by scars and glory. Chapter 22. The One-Eyed Giant Bear. It has been 2 months since they defeated the wild boar. The late summer wind began to carry a chill, and the leaves on the outskirts of Windmill Village's mountains were tinged with golden hues. During this time, the training of the 4 little ones entered a new phase, each starting to discover a direction more suited to themselves. Luffy's rubber abilities developed further. His arms could whip out like a whip. Though his aim still left much to be desired, the power was not to be underestimated. Ace's strength and speed steadily improved, and the dagger felt increasingly natural in his hands. Sabo's tactical mind grew ever sharper. He researched various combat techniques and organized his knowledge into simple, comprehensible lessons for his brothers. As for Nasi, he discovered his unique path. During a dodging exercise, Sabo was astonished to find that Nasi could traverse the leaf-covered ground without making a sound. It was not a technique, but an innate ability to control his balance and steps. Later, while playing hide and seek, Nasi could conceal himself in a small area for as long as half an hour without being found, even outsmarting Ace. This child, Sabo confided to Ace, possesses a natural talent for stealth. Ace observed for a while before nodding. He was sufficiently quiet, patient, and perceptive. He paused, understanding when to hide and when to act. This became the focal point of Nai's training: concealment, observation, and striking with precision before retreating. Sabo discovered some foundational techniques regarding assassins and scouts from the books sent by the Navy, simplified them, and imparted them to Nais. Nais learned swiftly. His petite frame and nimble movements, coupled with an innate ability to blend into his surroundings, facilitated his rapid advancement. On a crisp morning, Dadan called the children, who were enjoying breakfast. Her expression today was notably more solemn than when she last mentioned the wild boar. Trouble had arisen in the northern mountains. She got straight to the point. It was not a wild boar, but a one-eyed giant bear. For pairs of eyes turned towards her simultaneously. The old hunter had nearly not returned yesterday. Dadan inhaled deeply, stating that the beast had lost its right eye and bore a deep scar across its face, yet it had grown fiercer. It had destroyed Gru's traps and pursued him halfway up the mountain. Why would a bear actively attack humans? Sabo inquired, noting that typically they would avoid human encounters. Dadan shook her head. I do not know, but Gru mentioned that the bear bore other wounds, not consistent with those from a beastly altercation, but rather resembling injuries inflicted by human weaponry. Moreover, it appeared emaciated, likely having gone a long time without sufficient sustenance. A starving, wounded beast is the most perilous, and all four boys comprehended this truth. Thus, Ace set down his bowl. Where is it currently roaming? In the depths of the northern mountains. Near the coniferous forest by the cliff, Dadan replied, fixing her gaze upon them. This time, you are absolutely forbidden from going. Understood, came a muffled response from Luffy. His mouth full, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Dadan knew they had not heeded her warning, but what could she do? All she could do was issue a more stringent admonition and instruct her subordinates to heighten vigilance around the cabin. After breakfast, the four proceeded to the training ground as usual. However, today they did not commence training immediately. Instead, they sat together in a circle. The bear, Sabo began. We must address it. Ace nodded. It is encroaching too close to our territory, and if it is indeed driven by hunger, it will inevitably find its way here. Let us hunt the bear, Luffy exclaimed, excitedly waving his fists. Isn't bear paw delicious? Nyes remained silent, deep in thought. This bear had previously clashed with humans, sustaining grave injuries and losing an eye. Now it returned, fueled by hatred and hunger towards humanity. It hates humans, Nyes whispered, which is why it would attack. Sabo glanced at Nyes, his gaze filled with admiration. Nyes is correct. This signifies it will be more dangerous, yet also more impulsive. Hatred can cloud one's judgment, even that of a beast. What is the plan? Ace inquired. Sabo sketched a rudimentary map in the dirt with a twig. I am familiar with the terrain around the northern mountain cliffs. It is complex, featuring steep slopes, rocky walls, and dense forests, which we can exploit. My rubber abilities allow me to maneuver through the trees. Let us lure it into the wooded area, Luffy suggested eagerly. Ace added, I require a relatively open space to execute my techniques. My swordsmanship is constrained in dense foliage. Then all eyes turned to Nisei. After a moment of contemplation, Nisei pointed to a location on the map. Here, the rocky slope beneath the cliff where the trees were sparse and the ground uneven, strewn with large boulders suitable for cover. Sabo nodded in agreement. An excellent spot, but how shall we lure it over? Nisei gazed at the mark of the one-eyed beast, a plan beginning to take shape in his mind. It possesses but a single eye, rendering it with blind spots. If we approach from its unobserved side. That afternoon, they ventured to the outskirts of North Mountain, under the pretense of foraging for wild fruits. They did not delve into perilous areas, yet Sabo and Ace meticulously surveyed the terrain, while Nisei observed traces of animal activity, not only that of bears but also of various smaller creatures. He recalled Sabo's words, to comprehend your prey, one must first understand its quarry. 3 days later, they were prepared. At dawn, while the light had not yet fully emerged, four figures stealthily departed from the Dadan cabin. Each bore their own equipment. Ace wielded a finely sharpened short knife and a pointed wooden staff. Sabo had replaced his iron rod with a sturdier solid steel pole, and Luffy had fashioned several simple lassos from vines. Nisei's gear consisted of a small knife, a bundle of strong twine, a few homemade smoke bombs, crafted from dried moss and a certain plant that produces thick smoke, and a small pouch of pepper he had procured from Agino. Pepper? Luffy inquired with curiosity. Bears have a keen sense of smell, Nisei elucidated. The pepper can temporarily disrupt its olfactory senses. Sabo patted him approvingly on the shoulder. They trekked northward along the mountain path, entering an increasingly dense coniferous forest. The air was infused with the scent of pine resin and morning dew, the birdsong sparse, rendering the woods eerily tranquil, an indication of the presence of large predators. Suddenly, Sabo raised his hand, signaling for silence. He crouched down, pointing at the tracks on the ground, massive, with clear paw prints and deep claw marks at the tips. Recent traces, Ace whispered. no more than 2 hours old. They proceeded along the tracks, moving with heightened stealth. Nisei brought up the rear, his steps nearly soundless, even the crunch of dry twigs minimized to the utmost degree. After circumventing a rocky outcrop, they beheld it. Indeed, it was a gigantic bear. Even while lying down, its shoulder height exceeded that of an adult's waist. Its fur was a deep brown, yet soiled, caked with dirt and dry blood. Most striking was its face, marred by a grotesque scar over its right eye. A deep claw mark, or perhaps a knife wound, slashing from its forehead diagonally to its cheek, rendering its visage twisted and menacing. Though gaunt, its ribs were faintly visible. Its muscles remained robust. At that moment, it lay beside a fallen tree, seemingly asleep. However, one ear twitched occasionally, betraying its unyielding vigilance. The four took cover behind the rocks, communicating through gestures. Sabo, according to plan, we shall observe first. Ace, I can approach from the side to gauge its reaction. Luffy, I'll use the lasso. Nisei shook his head, pointing to the bear's nose and then to the pouch of pepper in his hand. He gestured for patience. Nisei recalled the teachings of his elder brother Sabo. The essence of hunting lies not in brute strength, but in patience. They waited for a full 30 minutes. The bear stirred twice, but did not rise. As the sun climbed higher, the light in the forest began to shift. At that moment, the bear suddenly lifted its head, its remaining left eye snapping open. Gazing in their direction, it had caught a whiff of something. Discovered. Ace hissed. The plan was set into motion ahead of schedule. Luffy was the first to act, leaping from his hiding place, his rubber arms stretching. Hey, big guy, look over here. The bear let out a low growl and stood up. It was even larger than they had anticipated, towering over 2.5 meters when upright. The single eye locked onto Luffy, a palpable hatred emanating from it. Come chase me. Luffy turned and fled, his rubber legs bouncing as he moved through the woods with an uncanny speed. The bear indeed pursued him, its massive frame crashing through small trees, sending tremors through the ground. Yet it was remarkably swift. Keep up. Sabo dashed out, a steel rod in hand. Ace flanked from the other side. Nisei remained in place, swiftly climbing a nearby tree for a better vantage point. Luffy successfully lured the bear toward the designated location, a rocky slope. Here, the trees were sparse, and the ground was littered with stones of varying sizes, sloping at about 30 degrees. The bear struggled on this terrain, its weight causing the stones to shift beneath it. Now's the time, Sabo shouted. Ace launched a side attack, his dagger aimed at the bear's hind leg. But the bear reacted with astonishing speed, turning and swiping a paw. Ace narrowly dodged, the gust from the strike grazing his cheek, leaving a stinging pain. Sabo's steel rod crashed into the bear's side, producing a dull thud. The bear, momentarily pained, became even more ferocious, turning to assault Sabo. Sabo staggered back, parrying with the rod, each block sending tingles through his arms. Luffy jumped down from the tree, flinging a rubber lasso that ensnared one of the bear's forelimbs. Got it. The bear roared in fury, yanking hard, sending Luffy flying and crashing against the rock wall. Ouch. Yet he was caught by the rope thrown by Nisei, cushioning most of the impact. Nisei reeled the rope back in, observing clearly from the tree. The bear's attention was wholly captured by Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, exposing its blind side on the right due to its lost eye. Like a leaf drifting silently to the ground, he descended from the tree, landing without stirring a speck of dust. A small knife nestled in his mouth, a pouch of pepper in his right hand, and a thin rope in his left. The bear was locked in confrontation with Ace. Ace commanded its full attention, his dagger clashing with the bear's paw, each encounter fraught with peril. Sabo provided distraction from the other side, while Luffy rose again, preparing to use the lasso once more. Nisei approached from behind the bear's right flank, entirely within its blind spot. He treaded slowly, each step meticulously chosen to avoid the shifting stones. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. The bear suddenly twitched its nose, as if sensing an unfamiliar scent. It was about to turn its head. Now, Nisei abruptly hurled a pouch of pepper, striking the bear squarely in the face. The powder exploded, and the bear emitted a pained roar, its remaining eye affected, shaking its head violently in distress. Nisei plunged a small knife directly into the last remaining eye of the bear, shattering the eyeball with a sickening precision. The bear let out a pained howl, thrashing its paws wildly. "Step back, Nisei," Ace shouted, seizing the moment to thrust his blade into the bear's abdomen. Yet the creature, driven to a frenzy by the agony, flailed its massive paws indiscriminately, striking Ace in the chest and sending him flying, blood spilling from his mouth. "Ace!" Sabo rushed forward, wielding a steel rod with all his might, aiming for the bear's skull. The bear absorbed the blow but retaliated, swatting Sabo aside, who crashed onto the rubble, momentarily incapacitated. Luffy's eyes blazed with fury. "You shall not harm my brother." He stretched his rubbery arm to its limits, unleashing a rubber rocket. His fists collided forcefully with the bear's chest. The beast staggered back a few steps but remained upright, its vision obscured and olfactory senses rendered useless, left to attack blindly. Nisei observed Ace struggling to rise, blood staining his chest, while Sabo lay amidst the debris, his steel rod slipping from his grasp. Luffy panted heavily, his arm trembling from the excessive stretch. This bear was far stronger and more tenacious than they had anticipated. Nisei's gaze hardened, transforming from that of a gentle, obedient brother to one of cold focus, embodying a hunter's intensity. He discerned the bear's attack pattern. After each strike, it paused briefly to recalibrate its balance. Blinded, it lacked any visual awareness. Moreover, the bear's nose was bleeding not merely from the pepper spray's effects, suggesting the presence of old wounds. Nisei's mind raced. Scanning his surroundings, a plan utilizing the environment began to form. He stealthily moved beneath the rock face, preparing thin ropes not to bind the bear, but to create a tripwire. He chose several critical spots, ensuring the ropes hung low and matched the color of the rubble. Then, he climbed onto a protruding rock for a better vantage point. The bear was advancing toward the fallen Sabo, who struggled to rise, seemingly hindered by an injured leg. Taking a deep breath, Nisei leapt from the rock, not directly at the bear, but towards a loose boulder situated between the bear and Sabo. His small frame collided with the stone, unable to move it by sheer force. Yet he employed leverage, using a small stick to pry at the boulder as supporting point. "Get away, Sabo," he shouted. Though confused, Sabo's trust prompted him to roll aside immediately. The boulder shifted, beginning to roll, not large, but sufficient to divert the bear's attention. Indeed, the bear was momentarily distracted by the rolling stone, smashing it with a powerful paw. In that instant, its weight shifted forward, exposing its right rear flank entirely. Nisei seized the opportunity, not charging in but sliding in from the side, nearly grazing the ground. In his hand was not a knife, but a sharp flake of stone he had picked up earlier, targeting not a fatal blow, but the Achilles tendon of the bear's right hind leg. The stone sliced through with precision and ferocity. The bear emitted a heart-wrenching scream, its right leg buckling beneath it as it knelt. It spun wildly, but the injured leg could no longer bear its weight. Despite this, it managed to land a strike on Nisei, though the force had significantly diminished. Ace, seizing the moment, endured the pain and charged. Driving his dagger into the bear's carotid artery with all his strength, he plunged the blade deep into the bear's flesh. The creature's final struggles lasted a mere few seconds before it collapsed with a thunderous crash, motionless. Silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the sound of heavy breathing and the subtle clatter of falling stones. The four children, some standing, some sitting, and others lying down, were all battered and bruised, yet miraculously alive. After a long pause, Luffy was the first to speak. "Did we win again?" "Yes, we did," Ace replied, pushing himself up with the knife. Wincing as pain shot through his chest, Sabo slowly sat up, inspecting his leg. It appeared unbroken, though sprained. Nami rose from the ground, brushing off her chest, her small face smeared with dirt and a trace of blood that was not her own, but the bear's. She approached Ace, her little hands trembling as she examined his wounds. "Ace, you're bleeding," she said, carefully tending to him. "I'll be fine," Ace reassured her, ruffling her hair. His gaze complex as he reflected on how precise her earlier action had been. Nami lowered her head, muttering, "I just saw an opportunity." Sabo, assisted by Luffy, gazed at Nami, and spoke slowly. That wasn't he merely seeing an opportunity. Nami, that was about creating one and seizing it. A smile crept onto his lips. You possess the innate talent to become an exceptional assassin warrior. Nami remained silent, her focus unwavering as she diligently bandaged Ace's wounds. Her hands were remarkably steady, a testament to her experience of tending to injuries, often taking the initiative to help. Clearing the battlefield proved more arduous than before. The bear was too large. They could only salvage the best parts, 4 bear paws, prime cuts of meat, and a pelt that, though damaged, still held value. Nami also carefully collected the bear bile and other potentially useful parts, recalling their significance from Sabo's book. The journey back was long and grueling. Ace, nursing his chest wound, moved slowly, while Sabo, with a sprained ankle, leaned on Luffy for support. Nami bore a hefty burden, yet she persevered. When Dadan saw the 4 bloodied figures return, this time she refrained from scolding them. Instead, she stood silently for a long moment before turning away, instructing prepare hot water, the medicine cabinet, and stew the best cuts of meat. The mountain bandits sprang into action. Dadan personally tended to Ace's wounds, which required more stitching than before. Sabo's ankle was severely swollen and needed to be immobilized. Luffy was covered in scrapes and bruises, yet his spirit remained high. Nami's injuries were minor, only a scraped palm and a few small abrasions, along with some bruises on her chest. Throughout the treatment, Dadan remained silent. Once all the wounds were addressed, she looked at the 4 children and asked, "Do you understand how dangerous this was?" "We do," Ace replied. "And you still went?" "Because it was even more dangerous," Sabo calmly stated. "Letting it live poses a threat to everyone in the mountains." Dadan regarded them, finally sighing, a reckless bunch. "But you did well." That night, the aroma of stewed bear meat wafted through the mountains. The 4 boys gathered around the campfire, their bodies adorned with bandages. Yet their eyes sparkled with excitement. "So this is what bear paws taste like," Luffy exclaimed, his mouth dripping with juices. "It's quite nourishing," Sabo added, "beneficial for healing wounds." Then, he naturally extended a hand to Ace. Ace accepted it and began to eat, subsequently tearing off a piece of meat for Nami. "Today, you saved Sabo," he remarked. Nami took the meat and softly replied, "It was a collective effort." As the night deepened, they huddled together on the bedding. Although their bodies ached in various places, an indescribable sense of fulfillment enveloped their hearts. Sabo spoke in the darkness about the bear, describing the gashes on its face as resembling knife wounds, and noting the wear on its teeth, which was not typical of a truly wild creature. "Are you suggesting that it might have been domesticated, only to be abandoned in such a state?" Ace inquired. "Or perhaps it escaped from some noble's domain." Sabo pondered for a moment, then dismissed it. "Never mind. What matters is that we triumphed." Luffy had already fallen asleep, snoring softly. Nami lay awake, gazing at the moonlight filtering through the window. Today, he once again felt the thrill of hunting a formidable opponent, not relying on luck or solely on the protection of his brothers, but through keen observation, strategic planning, and decisive action at critical moments. He touched the amulet pouch around his neck, and then the small knife hidden beneath his pillow. The delicate, soft white bundle could serve as a quiet shadow or a sharp blade in crucial moments. This was his path. He rolled into Sabo's embrace, surrendering to sleep once more. Outside, the windmills of Windmill Village turned slowly under the moonlight. Deep within the mountains, new stories were brewing. Yet tonight, for battle-scarred young warriors needed rest. Tomorrow, they would emerge stronger. Meanwhile, in the distant Frostmoon Village, Zoro completed his 5,000 sword swing of the day. Growth is a journey of repeatedly walking the fine line between life and death, returning with scars and glory, having turned another page of blood and courage. The wind continued to blow, and the pure white moonlight illuminated the natural world. Chapter 23. The Farewell Letter and Sabo's Death on the day Sabo departed. An unusual layer of ominous clouds enveloped Windmill Village. This was not the kind of cloud that heralded rain, but rather a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. As if the very wind had solidified, the events began in the early morning. The 4 boys had just concluded their morning exercises and were washing the sweat off by the stream. Sabo, with his iconic hat, scooped water to pour over his head. his golden hair shimmering in the sunlight. Nami crouched beside him, cradling a small wooden carving, a charmingly crooked little bird that Sabo had gifted him. Sabo, how do I carve the wings here? Nami asked, looking up. With a smile, Sabo took the carving and the chisel, ready to offer guidance, when suddenly, hurried and disordered footsteps echoed through the woods. It was not just one or two individuals. A group was approaching, their steps too synchronized to be those of ordinary villagers or bandits. Ace was the first to sense the danger, swiftly drawing his short blade. Luffy craned his neck to peer around, while Nami instinctively moved closer to Sabo. Approximately 10 men, clad in matching uniforms and wielding long swords, emerged from the trees. Their uniforms were deep blue, adorned with golden trim, and emblazoned with a complex family crest depicting intertwining snakes and swords. Leading them was a man in his 40s, stern-faced, with meticulously combed hair. As Sabo beheld those individuals, his complexion instantly paled. The carving knife in his hand clattered to the ground, producing a faint metallic sound. "Young master." The leading man approached the creek, his expression impassive as he bowed. "The lord and lady request your return." The term young master fell upon him like a block of ice, shattering the warmth of the mountain's morning. Ace, Luffy, and Nami were momentarily stunned. They glanced at Sabo, whose face bore none of his usual gentle smile, but rather an expression they had never witnessed, one intertwined with disdain, fear, and a resolute complexity. "I shall not return." Sabo's voice was frigid, colder than the brother they knew. "Please, young master, do not put us in a difficult position." The man slightly raised his hand, and the guard stepped forward. "The Lord has decreed that you must return. There are important guests arriving in the Goa Kingdom, and your presence is required." "Important guests?" Sabo scoffed. "More of those hypocritical noble gatherings? Or is it the celestial dragons this time?" At the mere mention of the celestial dragons, even the seasoned guard's expressions shifted slightly. The leader's demeanor grew more severe. "Young master, I urge you to choose your words carefully and return with us." I said no. Sabo's sentence remained unfinished as Ace positioned himself in front of him, brandishing a short blade at the guards. "He said he won't go back. Do you not understand?" Luffy joined Sabo's side, his rubbery arm stretching out defensively. "If you wish to take Sabo, you must first get through us." Nami clutched Sabo's clothing tightly, her small fingers trembling but her gaze resolute. The guards' hands moved towards their swords. The leader regarded Sabo, his tone finally betraying a hint of agitation. "Young master, you are aware of the consequences of defying the Lord's orders," and his gaze swept over Ace, Luffy, and Nami. "Are you truly willing to provoke the Lord for the sake of these friends?" The threat in his words was palpable, causing Sabo's body to tense. As Ace prepared to retaliate, Sabo placed a calming hand on his shoulder. Sabo looked at the guards, then at Ace and the younger ones who regarded him as a brother. A fierce internal struggle flickered in his eyes. After a prolonged moment, he inhaled deeply and spoke in a hoarse voice. "I will go with you." "Sabo, brother," the three boys exclaimed in unison. Sabo turned towards them, attempting to muster a smile that appeared more painful than sorrowful. "It's all right. I'll return shortly." Yet, Nami's small hand tightened even more. Sabo knelt down, gently embracing Nami, tousling Luffy's hair, and finally directing his gaze towards Ace. "Ace, please take good care of them." And he lowered his voice. "Stay away from the junkyard for a while. Don't go there recently." Ace frowned. "Why?" Sabo shook his head, offering no explanation. He rose and walked towards the guards. The leading man stepped aside to clear a path, and the guards encircled Sabo, escorting him as though he were a prisoner. Sabo turned back for one last glance. The sunlight illuminated his golden hair and his blue eyes, which were always gentle and smiling. He parted his lips, silently uttering, "Wait for me." Then he was taken away, vanishing into the depths of the forest, as if he had never existed. By the stream, only 3 boys remained, alongside the carving knife that had fallen from Sabo's grasp and the unfinished wooden bird. The atmosphere at the Dadan cottage was unusually heavy for the remainder of that day. Luffy attempted several times to rush down the mountain in search of Sabo, but Ace held him firmly back. Nike clutched the small wooden bird, sitting on the threshold, gazing silently in the direction Sabo had departed, neither speaking nor crying, merely observing in tranquil stillness. Ace remained the calmest among them. Yet the veins in his hand gripped the knife were pronounced. He understood that Sabo hailed from a noble family, was aware of his disdain for them, and recognized that Sabo's choice to live among the mountain bandits must have been driven by compelling reasons. However, he was oblivious to the specifics, as Sabo had never divulged them. That evening, Dadan learned of the day's occurrences and, unusually, refrained from reprimanding anyone. She simply smoked her cigarette, observing the three despondent boys, ultimately stating, "We cannot meddle in the affairs of the nobility." The following day, even graver news arrived, not concerning Sabo, but regarding the uncertain fate of the dump. A vagabond, who had fled back from town, brought alarming tidings. The Goa kingdom had decided to cleanse the dump in preparation for a distinguished guest, not through ordinary means, but by incineration, intending to engulf the entire refuse site, along with its inhabitants, in flames. They claim we are filth, unworthy of sullying the eyes of their esteemed visitors. The trembling vagabond relayed, "The fire has already been ignited. Many have not escaped." Dadan's expression darkened ominously. Ace recalled Sabo's warning before his departure, "Stay away from the dump." It became evident that Sabo had foreseen the impending disaster. That evening, the villagers of Windmill Village beheld the thick smoke rising from the northern sky, dark and oppressive, blotting out the sun. Even from such a distance, one could almost hear the faint echoes of cries and wails. Nike stood outside the cottage, gazing at the obsidian sky. He reminisced about the impoverished yet resilient souls who inhabited the dump, the days spent treasure hunting with his brothers, and how Sabo always shared the good finds with the children there. The flames illuminated the northern night, casting light upon the shattering of something deep within Nike's eyes. In the ensuing days, Windmill Village was enveloped in an eerie atmosphere. Many unfamiliar faces adorned in opulent attire arrived in town, traveling in luxurious carriages. The villagers were cautioned against venturing outside, especially those deemed unseemly. Dadan secured the doors and windows of the cottage, while the bandits were instructed to remain on the mountain. A silent dread permeated the air. On the fourth day, a colossal ship, lavishly adorned in gold and red, adorned with the emblem of the celestial dragons, docked at the harbor of Windmill Village. The villagers were assembled in the square, heads bowed, too fearful to look up. The esteemed guests, clad in bubble helmets and riding atop slaves, strode past, oblivious to the kneeling commoners before them. They were celestial dragons. Nike chose not to enter the square. Instead, Ace and Luffy concealed themselves in the woods behind the cottage, watching from a distance. Luffy yearned to charge forward, but Ace firmly clamped a hand over his mouth. Nike observed the celestial dragons as they callously kicked the kneeling villagers, and as they aimed their guns at a small girl merely for daring to glance upwards. At that moment, something profound and irrevocable transformed within Nasai's heart. It was neither sorrow nor anger, but rather a deeper, colder essence. That night, Sabo did not return. The following day, and the next, there was still no word from him. On the fifth morning, a weary carrier pigeon alighted upon the windowsill of the Dadan cottage, its foot bound with a letter. Ace was the first to notice, as he removed the letter and beheld the familiar, neat handwriting on the envelope. His hands began to tremble. "It's Sabo's writing," he murmured. Luffy and Nasai quickly gathered around, Nasai's small face pale, her eyes fixated on the letter. Ace took a deep breath and opened the letter. The paper was small, the handwriting somewhat hasty, indicating it had been written in urgency. To Ace, Luffy, and Nasai, when you read this letter, I should already be at sea. I apologize for saying goodbye in this manner. I tried, truly I did, but I cannot return. My family has decided to send me to a noble school in the capital, where I will become the person they wish me to be, a hypocritical, indifferent aristocrat, one who sees only status and gain. That is not the person I aspire to become. I wish to be free, as we agreed, to set sail, to seek adventure, to find my own answers. So I have escaped. Now, I am aboard a small sailboat, leaving the kingdom of Goa. My destination? I do not know, but I yearn for the sea, to reach that place where we can all be free. Ace, you are my first true brother. Thank you for teaching me what trust is, what it means to fight side by side. Please take care of Luffy and Nasai, and look after yourself as well. Luffy, my foolish little brother, you are always so innocent, so straightforward. Do not change. Keep voicing your dreams loudly. Continue to fight for meat. You will become the Pirate King. I believe in you. Nasai, my youngest and most adorable brother, you are stronger than you realize. You possess the ability to protect yourself and even others. Keep growing stronger. In your own way. I have heard about the garbage dump. Those nobles, those celestial dragons, do not deserve to be called human. I am even more certain now that I cannot be one of them. I must set sail, become strong enough to change this world, even if just a little. Do not come looking for me. I will be fine. When I make a name for myself at sea, I will return for you. At that time, we will sail together and become the freest of people. Our promise remains unchanged. One day, we shall stand together at the pinnacle of the world. Wait for me. Your forever brother, Sabo. The reading came to an end. The air was oppressively silent. Luffy was the first to speak, his voice trembling. Sabo has gone to sea? Alone? Nasai remained silent, extending her hand to gently touch the inked characters of Sabo's letter. The ink had slightly blurred, as if touched by water. Were those tears? Did Brother Sabo cry while writing this letter? Ace's grip on the letter was shaky, his eyes reddened, yet he clenched his jaw, refusing to let the tears fall. That fool Sabo, he muttered, how perilous it is for one to venture out to sea. Suddenly, an enormous explosion reverberated from outside. It was not cannon fire, but something far more terrifying, a deafening detonation that caused the very ground to tremble. The three of them rushed out the door to witness thick smoke and flames rising from the direction of the harbor. Villagers ran in panic, their screams echoing in the air. What had transpired? Luffy craned his neck to see. A bandit, breathless from his sprint back from town, stumbled before the cottage. His face ashen, the ship, the celestial dragon's ship. They are at the harbor. What is happening at the harbor? Dadan grasped him firmly. They are testing a new weapon. The bandit's voice quivered, pointing to a small boat that had just passed by on the sea. Inside was a child, Sabo. Time seemed to freeze. The letter in Ace's hand slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Luffy's eyes widened, his rubbery jaw nearly dropping to the earth. Nami felt as if all the sounds of the world had vanished, leaving only the pounding of her heart, heavy and relentless, as if it might burst. What small boat? Ace's voice was dry, like sandpaper. A tiny sailboat with a white sail, the bandit murmured. It was blown to pieces. Nothing remained. It truly was Sabo. The white sail. Sabo had once said he had stolen a small sailboat. Nami's body began to tremble, first her hands, then her legs, until her entire being shook. She opened her mouth to speak, but no sound emerged. Luffy was the first to break down. No, it's impossible. He shook his head. Retreating, Sabo wouldn't. Then he let out a heart-wrenching scream, one that seemed beyond human capacity. Sabo, his body, overwhelmed by excruciating sorrow, elongated and twisted. He collapsed to the ground, his hands pounding the earth in a frenzy, tears streaming down like a torrential flood. Sabo, Sabo, Sabo. Each cry pierced the hearts of everyone present like a dagger. Nami watched Luffy's unraveling, observed Ace's pallid visage, and glanced at the letter from Sabo lying on the ground. His world shattered. The soft, white exterior of his hopes crumbled entirely, revealing a bloody, unexposed core. A faint whimper, akin to that of a dying creature, escaped from his throat. Then that whimper morphed into weeping, transforming into wails that were more desperate and fragmented than Luffy's own cries. Sabo, brother. Sabo, please don't die. He fell to his knees, small hands clutching the soil, tears plummeting to the ground in heavy drops. This was not the usual gentle, endearing sobbing. It was a profound, shattering lament, the very essence of his soul being ripped apart. You promised you would return. You said we would sail together. You said you would wait for me. Brother Sabo, you lied. Ace observed the devastation of his two younger brothers, gazing at Sabo's letter on the ground and the lingering smoke from the harbor. His fists clenched, nails digging into his palms, blood dripping to the earth. Yet he could not cry, at least not now. He was the elder brother, with Sabo gone. He had become the eldest. He had to be strong. Ace took a deep breath, bent down to retrieve Sabo's letter, carefully folded it, and placed it close to his heart. He approached Luffy and Nami, crouching down to embrace them both. Luffy trembled in his arms, weeping uncontrollably, his rubbery body morphing in a chaotic manner. Nami, devoid of strength, slumped against him, tears streaming down her face as she repeatedly called out for Sabo. "Let out!" Ace's voice rasped, yet he endeavored to maintain its steadiness. "Cry, and then we must survive." His own tears finally fell, one drop then another, landing on Luffy's hair and Nami's face. "Sabo would not wish to see us like this," Ace lamented, each word akin to a knife cutting into his throat. "He wanted us to grow strong, to endure, to fulfill our promise." That day, the echoes of 3 boy sobs reverberated through the hills of Windmill Village. Their cries were so heart-wrenching that even the mountains seemed to fall silent. Dadan stood at the doorway, watching the 3 children embrace in their sorrow, the cigarette in her mouth long extinguished. She uttered not a word, merely turning to enter the house, remaining inside for an extended period. Meanwhile, in a distant sea, aboard a Revolutionary Army vessel, a blond youth lay unconscious on a sickbed. His eye was injured, his body battered, yet he clung to life. A tall man, adorned with tattoos, stood at his bedside, gazing at him before casting his eyes toward the east blue. "Your brothers must be heartbroken," the man murmured. "But you're still alive. That is hope." The wind continued to blow, sweeping across the shattered harbor, through the smoldering refuse, and into the weeping woods. Growth can be so cruel at times, demanding the ultimate price of losing one's dearest. Sabo's letter lay quietly in Ace's embrace, bearing an unfulfilled promise and a smile that would never return. Nami's world now bore a wound that would remain forever unhealed. Yet the sun would rise again tomorrow. Even the darkest nights must eventually pass. But this pain, this loss, this heart-wrenching weeping would become their heaviest yet most precious burden on the path ahead. For Sabo had said, "Wait for me." Even if everyone believed he had perished, they would wait. Always wait, until the day the sea would reunite them. And that day would come. Surely. Chapter 24. Scars and Rebirth. Sabo floated in darkness for what felt like an eternity. At times, he sensed light, heard sounds, felt the touch of another. Yet, he could not open his eyes, nor could he utter a word. His body felt foreign, heavy, painful, and fragmented. The most excruciating agony resided in his right eye, a searing burn as if something were perpetually igniting within. "It is a miracle this child has survived," a distant voice remarked. 40% of his body is burned, his right eye damaged, and his head has suffered trauma. Even if he awakens, he may remember nothing. Another voice chimed in. Memory? Sabo struggled to grasp the concept, but his mind was a tempest of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? Why does it hurt so much? Occasionally, fragments of golden hair would glimmer in the sunlight, accompanied by a visage of nonchalance, a sunlit, foolish grin, and a pair of pure, large eyes that sparkled with sweetness. Yet, these fragments were fleeting and indistinct, eluding capture. Each attempt to recall would send a piercing pain through his head, as if it might split apart. Deep within, he subconsciously resisted the memories. The first voice suggested it might be a form of self-protection following trauma. Mr. Long, what are your plans for him? The name Long instilled an inexplicable sense of reassurance in Sabo. The man who had rescued him, tattooed, perpetually silent yet possessing a keen gaze. They would speak once he awakened. Long's voice was deep. If Sabo did not wish to return, he could remain. Not wishing to return. Yes, he did not wish to return. Sabo clutched this thought amidst the chaos. He could not return. Return where? He did not know, but he simply could not go back. After an indeterminate passage of time, Sabo finally opened his eyes. His right eye was enveloped in thick bandages, and as his left eye adjusted to the light, he beheld a simple yet clean room. Wooden walls and unadorned furniture, with bright sunlight streaming through the window. A woman resembling a nurse, upon noticing his awakening, hurried off in surprise to summon help. Long arrived swiftly. He stood by the bedside, observing Sabo in silence. Sabo parted his lips, his voice a haunting rasp. Who am I? Long paused for a moment, then replied, You are Sabo. I rescued you from the sea. Sabo repeated the name. Sabo, a strange yet vaguely familiar name. Where do I come from? The East Sea. Long explained. Your ship was sunk. The thought of a sunken ship prompted Sabo to strain his memory, but all he encountered was a void and a fierce headache. He covered his head with his hands, emitting a pained groan. Do not force it, Long said, his hand resting steadily on Sabo's shoulder. If you choose, you may remain here and recover before making any decisions. Sabo lifted his head, his remaining eye locking onto Long's. Where's this place? A place where you can start anew? Long responded, a place that fights to change the world. The Revolutionary Army, Sabo would later learn, a faction opposing the world government, a force aiming to overthrow the tyranny of the celestial dragons. He chose to stay, not out of alignment with any ideology. He could remember nothing. What ideology could there be? But rather out of instinct. Instinct told him he could not return to a certain place, nor become a particular version of himself. And here, this man named Long provided a vague, yet comforting semblance of home. The training was arduous. Even while his injuries had not fully healed, Sabo was thrust into basic training. His body recalled certain skills, the grip of a staff, fundamental footwork, the instinct to fight, yet his memory remained a blank slate. The instructor remarked on his solid foundation, as though he had undergone systematic training, though Sabo himself was oblivious to it all. At times, he would awaken from dreams, tears streaming down his face. Yet he knew not the reason for his sorrow. In his dreams, laughter echoed, sunlight bathed the landscape, forests flourished, and three indistinct figures emerged, two calling him Sabo, and one smaller figure referring to him as brother. Yet upon waking, he would remember nothing. Long would occasionally observe his training, uttering not a word, merely watching. One day, Sabo could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, Mr. Dragon, do you remember the old me? Dragon gazed at him, his eyes profound. I know the person you are now. The former you is something you must rediscover yourself. Sabo touched the bandage on his right eye. The doctor had mentioned that his vision might partially recover, albeit with slight residual effects. Much like his life, shattered and barely pieced together, but never to return to its original state. He fashioned a new eye patch to cover his right eye. Gazing into the mirror at his one-eyed reflection, Sabo felt a sense of correctness. This was the visage he was meant to embody. Sabo, he whispered to himself, let's start anew. Meanwhile, on the rear hills of Windmill Village, time passed in a slow and cruel manner. In the first month following Sabo's death, laughter had nearly vanished from the Dadan cottage. Luffy no longer shouted incessantly for meat. Nami remained quiet yet still smiled obediently, while Ace spoke even less. They resembled three specters. Alive yet part of them had already perished. Training became their sole outlet. They rose earlier and rested later than before. Their training regimen doubled, then redoubled. Ace no longer trained in solitude. He began to instruct Luffy and Nami in a manner reminiscent of Sabo, albeit clumsy and rigid. Luffy, your punch angle is incorrect. Your rubber abilities should be utilized this way. He demonstrated movements precise yet lacking Sabo's gentle patience. Nami, breathe. If you lose control of your breathing during battle, it's over. He adjusted her stance, his hands a bit heavy, yet he endeavored to lighten his touch. Luffy trained until his body felt on the verge of collapse, while Nami pushed herself to the point of cramping calves, unable to stand. Yet neither of them called for a halt, for to stop was to remember Sabo, to recall Sabo's gentle guidance, the way he'd de-smile and ruffle their hair, and his words of promise about making a name for himself on the seas. But Sabo was gone, shattered into pieces, with not even a body to be found. Nami felt a void within her heart, a space once occupied by her brother Sabo. With every breath, she sensed the chilling emptiness seeping through, cold and piercing. However, she could not reveal her sorrow. Luffy was suffering more, and Ace was striving to hold the family together. Therefore, Nami remained the obedient Nami, assisting in meal preparation, tidying their belongings, and wearing a placating smile when Dadan scolded. Only during hunts did the docile Nami vanish. They began to challenge increasingly perilous prey, large wild boars, leopards, and even had a near encounter with a pack of wolves. Nami's combat style evolved into something fierce, not through brute strength, but rather through precision and calmness, striking at weaknesses with lethal efficacy. She was no longer merely supportive or observant. She sought opportunities, set traps, and would use herself as bait when necessary. Ace attempted to intervene several times, but the look in Nami's eyes rendered him speechless. There was a hollow resolve as if life and death had lost their significance. "Nami," Ace once said after a training session, unable to restrain himself, "you don't have to push yourself so hard." Nami, tending to the blisters on her hands from training, looked up with a gentle smile. "I want to become strong, Ace, strong enough to protect everyone." The smile remained as soft and tender as ever. Yet Ace perceived the underlying turmoil, a self-destructive compulsion. Sabo's death had altered many things. Luffy was no longer merely shouting about becoming the Pirate King. He began to contemplate the true essence of strength. Ace's thoughts transcended mere desires for adventure. He started to grasp the profound weight of the word brother. Nami buried her sorrow deep, so deep that she had convinced herself she had moved on, until that fateful hunt. The target was a newly emerged giant bear in the mountains, far more formidable than the last, fierce and accompanied by 2 cubs. It had already attacked hunters twice. Dadan intended to lead a team to confront it, but the 3 boys insisted on joining. "We can do this," Ace declared, his voice imbued with an undeniable resolve. Dadan regarded them and finally nodded. "Come back alive." The battle proved far more arduous than anticipated. The mother bear, fiercely protective, was relentless and maddened. Luffy's rubber strikes were met with brute force. Ace's dagger was swatted away multiple times, and Nami's traps were obliterated by sheer strength. "Retreat," Ace shouted after yet another setback. "We cannot do this today." But Luffy, with reddened eyes, insisted, "No, it can harm Sabo's spirit." This declaration stunned them all. Sabo brother, that name acted like a key, unlocking all repressed emotions. Nami's eyes turned crimson, not from tears, but from something more perilous. "Brother, step back." Her voice was unsettlingly calm. The mother bear charged once more, aiming for the nearest target, Luffy. Having just repelled it with a rubber rocket, Luffy was momentarily caught off guard, unable to evade. Time seemed to stretch. Ace, positioned at the side, could not reach him in time. Luffy's eyes widened. His rubber body instinctively stretched backward, but it was too slow. Nami moved. She did not rush to push Luffy aside, for the distance was insufficient. Instead, she charged toward the mother bear, a small knife in hand. Not aimed at a vital spot, but targeting the bear's eyes. "Nami, no!" Ace's roar echoed through the mountains. The knife pierced the bear's right eye, eliciting a bone-chilling scream from the creature, its paws flailing wildly, striking Nami squarely in the chest. A sickening crack resounded. Nami flew like a severed kite, colliding with a tree trunk before crumpling to the ground, motionless. "Nami!" Luffy's wail surpassed even the bear's roar in its anguish. Ace felt as though the world had been stripped of sound. He beheld Nami's frail form slumped beneath the tree, her chest unnaturally caved in, blood pooling at the corners of her mouth. He witnessed the mother bear thrashing in agony, clutching its wounded eye, and saw Luffy rushing toward Nami, his rubber arms flailing in desperation. Then, something within Ace erupted. It was not rage, but something colder, more terrifying. He charged at the mother bear. His dagger transformed from a piercing weapon to a slashing instrument. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3. There was no technique, only pure, unrestrained fury. The bear's cries diminished, ultimately fading into silence. Yet Ace did not cease until Luffy clung to him from behind, pleading, "Ace, enough. Nami needs you. Nami." Ace's grip slackened, and the dagger fell to the ground. He turned and stumbled towards Nacer's side. Nacer was still alive, though his breath was weak, each inhalation accompanied by blood. His eyes were half open, gaze unfocused. "Nacer, Nacer." Ace's hands trembled, hesitant to touch him, clinging to the hope that his brother was still there. Luffy was crying uncontrollably, his face streaked with tears and snot. "Nacer, don't die. I can't bear to lose you." Ace tore off a piece of his shirt, attempting to bandage Nacer, but the wound on his chest was too severe, blood pouring forth relentlessly. "I will carry him back." Ace croaked, urgency in his voice. "Quickly, we must return." Luffy carefully cradled Nacer's back with his arm, while Ace forged ahead, bearing his brother on his back. both of them racing down the mountain as if driven by madness. The corpse of the mother bear and her cubs were left forgotten in their wake. That journey marked the longest path of Ace's life. Nacer's blood stained Luffy's arms, seeped into Ace's back. Nacer's breath grew fainter, his small face pale as parchment. "Nacer, don't sleep. You mustn't tease sleep," Ace shouted as he ran, his voice breaking as he spoke to his brother. "Nacer." Nacer's eyes fluttered, turning towards Ace, his lips parting slightly. "Ace, I'm here. Brother is here." Nacer's voice was barely a whisper, yet he seemed to hear Sabo calling him not to drift away. Ace's tears finally burst forth. He ran and wept, like a child, wailing uncontrollably. When they burst back into Dadan's cabin, her face went pale at the sight of Nacer. "Quick, lay him on the bed. Hot water. Bring every remedy." That day, Dadan's home descended into chaos. She utilized every ounce of her first aid knowledge, while mountain bandits rushed in and out, fetching hot water, searching for herbs, and seeking a doctor in the town, though the doctor dared not treat such severe injuries. Ace and Luffy were shooed out of the room, left standing at the door, listening to Dadan's authoritative commands and Nacer's occasional groans of pain from within. Luffy collapsed on the floor, his body limp, tears streaming down his face. Ace leaned against the wall, eyes bloodshot, fists clenched, nails digging into his flesh. The thought that Nacer might die sent a chill through Ace. Sabo was already gone. If Nacer were to follow, Ace murmured softly to himself, "No, Nacer will not die." Yet, deep down, he understood the gravity of Nacer's injuries. That blow would incapacitate even an adult, let alone someone as small as Nacer. Time passed, each second stretching painfully like walking on the edge of a knife. Evening turned to night, and night to dawn. When the first rays of morning light streamed into the courtyard, Dadan finally emerged from the room. She was covered in blood, utterly exhausted, yet her expression bore a hint of relief. "He has survived," she said, her voice hoarse, "but he is not out of danger yet. The next 3 days are critical." Ace's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. Luffy rushed into the room. Nacer lay on the bed, his body swathed in bandages, his chest stabilized with a wooden board. He was unconscious, his complexion ashen, yet there was a faint rise and fall of his chest. "He has survived." Ace approached the bedside, gazing at Nacer's serene face, a face that usually radiated a gentle smile, now devoid of color. Memories of Sabo flooded back to him. The memories of Sabo always shielding Nacer come flooding back. I recall Sabo stating that Nacer was still young and that we must protect him. Yet, he failed to do so. Ace knelt beside the bed, his forehead resting against the edge, his shoulders trembling violently. He remained silent, yet tears streamed down his cheeks, soaking the sheets. Luffy embraced him from behind, and there they were, in the morning light, silently weeping for Nacer's survival and their own helplessness. Nacer lay in a coma for a full 5 days. Throughout this time, Ace scarcely slept, vigilantly watching over Nacer, feeding him water through a slender bamboo straw, wiping away sweat, and changing his dressings. Dadan offered to take over, but Ace insisted on caring for him himself. "I am his brother," he said, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable determination. "I will look after him." On the 5th night, Nacer finally opened his eyes. His gaze was initially vacant before it sharpened, landing on Ace at his bedside. "Ace, brother." His voice emerged like a faint whisper of a kitten. Ace grasped his hand, struggling to produce a smile, awkward and unlike his usual demeanor, yet striving to be gentle. "I am here. Does it hurt?" Nacer shook his head slightly, though his brow furrowed in evident discomfort. "Do not be afraid," Ace reassured him, mimicking Sabo-esque previous gestures as he gently ruffled Nacer's hair. "I am here. Rest well and recover quickly." The tone, the actions, and the effort to exude warmth were strikingly reminiscent of Sabo. When Luffy entered with a bowl of porridge, he froze at the doorway upon witnessing this scene. His eyes reddened, yet he did not weep. Instead, he placed the porridge on the table and quietly inquired, "Ace, has Nacer awakened?" Ace nodded, taking the bowl and carefully feeding Nacer. "Eat slowly." Nacer sipped the porridge in small mouthfuls, his gaze fixed on Ace. He observed Ace's clumsy yet cautious movements, the dark circles under his eyes, and his earnest attempt to appear gentle. A warmth seemed to fill the hollow space within his heart, ever so slightly. Ace, brother, Nasir softly spoke, you need not do this. Ace's hand paused. What do you mean? You do not need to imitate Sabo. Nasir met his gaze, his eyes clear. You are you, our Ace brother, and that is enough. Ace was taken aback, and after a prolonged moment, he set down the bowl, lowered his head, and his shoulders shook slightly. Yet his voice trembled as he responded, I failed to protect you. With Sabo gone, I almost lost you too. Nasir extended his uninjured hand, gently touching Ace's. But I'm still alive. Moreover, he gritted his teeth against the pain. Sabo would not wish to see you become someone else. He would want to see you grow stronger. Ace, the brother who can lead me and Luffy forward. Ace lifted his head, gazing at Nasir. The younger brother who had always been obedient, always hidden behind his brothers, yet possessed an inner strength surpassing all. He took a deep breath, wiped away his tears, and nodded. Yes, from that day forth, Ace transformed, not into Sabo, but into a more complete brother. He remained fiery, would still scold Luffy for his foolishness, and would grumble about inconveniences. Yet, during training, he exhibited greater patience in his guidance. During Nice's recovery, he would remember to prepare warm water. When Luffy got into trouble, he would curse while tidying up the mess. It was a clumsy, awkward, yet genuine and steadfast tenderness. Nice's recovery was slow. The fractured sternum required time to heal, and his internal organs were also damaged. The doctor, whom Dadan had forcefully brought in, advised at least 3 months of rest. However, after lying down for only a month, Nice insisted on getting out of bed. He did not wish to be a burden, nor did he want his brothers to be distracted by protecting him. I can do light training, he told Ace, at least to regain my agility. Ace initially wanted to refuse, but upon seeing the determination in Nice's eyes, he ultimately relented. Yet he imposed strict regulations. Training could only occur in the yard. Only the most basic exercises were allowed, and if Nice cried out in pain, he must stop immediately. Nice obediently agreed, but during training, he pushed himself harder than anyone else. Even when the pain drained the color from his face, he refused to call it off, until Ace forcibly carried him back to bed. Do you want to die again? Ace scolded him, though his tone was gentle. Nice merely smiled a compliant smile, but deep within his eyes lay a sense of resolve that Ace could not comprehend. It was a determination born from the absence of Brother Sabo. He had to become stronger. Luffy, too, had changed. He began to contemplate that the essence of strength was not merely defeating foes, but being able to protect others. I want to become very strong, he declared in eyes, strong enough to protect you and Ace, strong enough for Sabo to see us from above. Nice nodded, his small hand clasping Luffy's. Let us grow stronger together. That winter, the echoes of training resounded through the hills behind Windmill Village. Ace's reprimands, Luffy's shouts, and occasionally Nice's stifled groans of pain. Dadan would sometimes stand by the window, watching them smoke, her gaze complex. These children were maturing amidst loss and transforming through pain. Their hearts were all missing a piece, yet they filled each other's voids with brotherhood. Meanwhile, far away, Sabo completed the foundational training for the Revolutionary Army. He excelled and was assigned to the intelligence department. His memories remained blank, but his body retained much: the instincts for battle, observational skills, and a vague yearning for the word brother. During a training break, he gazed towards the East Sea, suddenly struck by a sharp pain in his chest. What's wrong? A comrade asked. Sabo shook his head, unconsciously pressing his hand against his chest. I don't know, I just suddenly feel like I've forgotten something very important. It's probably an old injury, his comrade reassured, patting his shoulder. Sabo nodded, but that afternoon, he found himself distracted during training. Fragments of memories flashed through his mind. Forests, streams, the seaside, 3 indistinct figures, and laughter. He shook his head, focusing on the training at hand. The past was not essential. What mattered was the present. He was Sabo of the Revolutionary Army, and that was sufficient. Yet, unbeknownst to him, in the mountains and forests of the East Sea, 3 boys were striving desperately to grow into the void he left behind. They aimed to one day become strong enough to prevent anyone from departing again, to fulfill the promise that could no longer be realized by the 4 of them together. Scars would become armor, and tears would transform into strength. Yet, dear brother, Even in the face of life and death, we shall remain together in a different manner. As Nasai softly murmured to the starry sky one fateful night, "Brother Sabo, look, we are still moving forward, carrying a piece of you with us." The gentle breeze caressed them, as if in response. Growth continues, albeit at the cost of pain, nourished by loss and propelled by love, until the day they meet again, a day that is certainly destined to arrive. Chapter 25. For years later, time flows quietly, like a gentle stream. In the blink of an eye, the leaves on the hills behind Windmill Village have shifted from green to yellow and back again, as 3 children quietly mature within this cycle. Ace is now 15. The boy who once wore a perpetual frown and spoke in a harsh manner now carries a newfound composure in his gaze. He no longer merely scolds Luffy for his foolishness. Instead, he adopts a serious demeanor when Nasai engages in reckless undertakings, gently ruffling his hair and reassuring him that everything will be all right with his brother by his side. The once sharp edges of his temperament have softened considerably, replaced by a reserved yet responsible gentleness. This gentleness was most vividly illustrated during a visit from Machino one day. "Sister Machino," Ace said, uncharacteristically flustered, "could you teach us some etiquette? Just the basics will suffice." Machino looked at him in surprise, then turned her gaze to Luffy and Nasai, who were squabbling over a piece of cake, Nasai nibbling delicately while Luffy attempted to snatch it away with his rubbery arm. With a smile, she asked, "What has prompted this sudden desire to learn?" Ace turned his face away. "We will have to go out eventually. We cannot always behave like wild children." What he refrained from voicing was that Sabo had once been the most courteous among them, understanding how to communicate appropriately, dine elegantly, and wield etiquette as a weapon when necessary. Ace remembered these lessons, and although he had always dismissed them, he now wished to impart them to his younger brothers. Machino kindly agreed. Thus, every Wednesday afternoon, the yard of Dadan's cottage became the stage for such scenes. Machino would softly explain, while Ace attentively absorbed the knowledge. Luffy, unable to sit still for even 3 minutes, would start fidgeting, while Nasai listened earnestly, his little face a picture of concentration. "This is how you should hold your knife and fork during meals. When speaking to others, you must look them in the eye. When receiving help, you should say thank you, and if you cause someone trouble, you ought to apologize." Luffy found the lessons excruciatingly tedious. How bothersome. Eating is just eating. Why all these rules? Ace shot him a glare. Be quiet and focus. Nasai, however, learned swiftly. With his keen observational skills and an innate ability to adapt, he soon grasped the fundamentals. He even began to unconsciously apply these lessons in daily life, offering items to Dadan with both hands, graciously thanking Machino when receiving gifts, though he had always been polite, and even saying, "Please guide me," before training sessions. This behavior took Dadan by surprise. One time, after Nasai handed her a cup of tea and said, "Please enjoy," the cigarette dangling from her mouth nearly fell. "You little rascal, who taught you this?" Nasai blinked innocently and smiled. "Sister Machino taught me. It is only right to show appreciation for Aunt Dadan's care." Dadan was momentarily taken aback by the soft words, finally muttering, "Only you can talk," while a slight smile graced his lips as he turned away. Meanwhile, Nasai found himself undergoing a remarkable transformation, one he was not even aware of. At 11 years old, Nasai had grown taller. Although he remained more slender than his peers, he was no longer the round, soft child he once was. His facial features had sharpened, the exquisite contours inherited from unknown parents becoming increasingly pronounced. His lashes were long and thick, and his eyes possessed a pristine quality, reflecting the colors of the sky, while his skin was as white as fine porcelain, almost translucent in the sunlight. What was most striking was his demeanor. Typically gentle and soft-spoken, his crescent-shaped smile endeared him to all who beheld it. Yet, when he was earnest, during training or contemplation, that gentleness faded, revealing a certain coolness, focus, and an aloof sense of pride beneath. This combination was quite striking. Even the rough-and-tumble Luffy noticed. "Nasai, have you become more handsome recently?" Nasai, bewildered, responded, "Have I?" Ace scrutinized his brother, ultimately conceding that indeed he had transformed, surpassing the beauty expected of a boy and embodying a pure ambiguous allure. This realization unsettled Ace. He instinctively felt that being too handsome was not a blessing, especially in their environment. His concerns were soon validated. One sunny afternoon, the three boys descended the mountain to procure supplies. Nasai donned a newly made light blue shirt and white trousers, his hair slightly tousled from training, which only added to his effortless charm. Their first stop was a grocery store, run by a woman in her 50s who typically displayed little warmth. However, upon seeing Nasai, her eyes brightened. "Little Nasai has come. Oh, you've grown taller. What would you like today? I'll give you a discount." At checkout, the bill was nearly 30% less than expected. Luffy, delighted, assumed the shopkeeper had made an error, only to be silenced by a glance from Ace. Next, they visited the bakery, where the owner's daughter, a girl about Nasai's age, blushed and handed him 2 freshly baked honey buns. "Here, these are for tasting, no charge." At the fruit stall, an elderly vendor insisted on giving Nasai the largest apples. "Child, eat more fruit. It's good for you." The most extravagant moment occurred at the tailor's shop, where the proprietress rushed out to catch Nasai. "Little Nasai, come here. I just made a new coat. Try it on. If it doesn't fit, I'll alter it immediately. It's a gift for you." Nasai looked at Ace in bewilderment, and Ace sighed, politely but firmly declining the offer. On their way back, Luffy happily clutched an abundance of gifts: extra bread, apples, and even a small jar of jam. "Well, lucky day. Everyone is so generous." Nasai, holding the coat that had ultimately been thrust into his arms, a soft light gray, wore a puzzled expression. "Why are they so kind to me?" Ace gazed at his brother's innocent and beautiful face, wanting to explain, but unsure of where to begin. In the end, he merely tousled Nasi's hair, thinking to himself how he ought to instruct Nasi on how to navigate such complexities, for not every act of kindness is entirely pure. This world does not always extend its benevolence to those who are aesthetically pleasing. Unbeknownst to them, after their departure, the townsfolk continued their chatter. Admiral Carp's little grandson is becoming increasingly handsome, akin to a porcelain doll, and he speaks with such politeness. My daughter incessantly mentions her brother Nasi. Isn't he aiming to become a pirate, or rather, a member of the Navy? He's the grandson of Admiral Carp. Upon returning to the mountain, Dadan raised an eyebrow at the additional bounty they had brought back. "Have you received gifts again?" Ace nodded and set the items down. Dadan approached Nasi, pinching his cheek with a gentleness far lighter than before. "You little rascal, why are you growing so handsome? Just causing trouble." Nasi's face contorted under her grip, and he mumbled, "I didn't Luffy, grinning beside him, chimed in, "Dadan admits Nasi is good-looking." Dadan released her hold with a huff. "What good is being good-looking? Can it be eaten? Can fend off beasts? You too." She pointed at Ace and Luffy. "Keep a close watch on him. Do not let the unseen bully him." Ace nodded earnestly, as he had always done. Training continued, and the years of diligent effort bore fruit, leading to a qualitative leap in the trio's abilities. Luffy's rubber powers evolved, yielding new forms: rubber whips, rubber balloons for defense, and rubber rockets for swift movement. His foundational martial arts were solidified under Ace's strict supervision, and although his movements remained exaggerated due to his rubber nature, his control had significantly improved. Ace himself made even greater strides. His strength and speed approached that of an adult warrior, and his short blade skills became increasingly refined. While not the strongest, he was astonishingly formidable within the East Blue. Both Luffy and Nasi found themselves unable to best him, suffering defeat each time. More crucially, Ace developed a keen combat intelligence. He learned to strategize, utilizing his environment, and increasingly exuded a leadership aura. As for Nasi, he discovered a path uniquely his own. Lacking Luffy's extraordinary abilities and Ace's innate strength, he possessed agility, keen observation, patience, and a quality that allowed him to vanish into his surroundings. The books left by Sabo, focusing on assassins and scouts, were nearly worn to tatters from his perusal. He could now traverse fallen leaves without a sound, conceal himself in dense woods for half an hour without detection, and craft effective traps using simple tools. His combat style epitomized efficiency. Not a single ounce of energy wasted, no superfluous movements, targeting weaknesses for a single decisive strike. During one training session, Ace, not fully attentive, allowed Nasi to attempt an assassination. Standing in the center of the yard, he closed his eyes and counted to 10. When he opened them, Nasi's small blade was gently pressed against his nape. "How did you do that?" Ace exclaimed, astonished, for he had remained vigilant. Nasi retracted his knife and smiled innocently. "When you counted to 7, a bird flew by, and you looked up. I took advantage of that opening, observing the environment and exploiting every subtle distraction. That was Nasi's combat methodology. At times, Dadan would observe their training and reminisce about the 3 impetuous lads from years past, who had once been a source of her concern. Now, they had matured into individuals capable of standing on their own. Particularly Ace, who had once been her greatest headache, had transformed into the most dependable elder brother. "How swiftly time passes," Dadan murmured, lighting another cigarette. Cap was unexpectedly returned one stormy night. There was no prior notice, no grand procession of the Navy, only his solitary figure, drenched in a naval cloak, appearing at the doorway like a mountain. "Grandpa!" Luffy was the first to dash forward, his rubbery arms wrapping around Cap's neck. Cap laughed heartily as he brushed him aside, then turned his gaze to his other 2 grandsons. His eyes lingered on Ace's face for a moment, nodding in acknowledgement, grown up. Then he looked at Neji, his eyes brightening. Little Neji, almost didn't recognize you." Neji sprinted over, and Cap scooped him up, twirling him around. "What a fine young lad you've become. Still as handsome as ever." His words trailed off abruptly, a flicker of emotion crossing his eyes as he set Neji down and ruffled his hair. "Your mother must have been a beauty." Neji, taken aback, asked Grandpa, "What does my mother look like?" Cap chuckled, deftly changing the subject. "What is for dinner tonight?" "Am starving." That evening, Dadan's modest abode was filled with rare liveliness. Cap brought an array of local delicacies and shared tales from the sea, his boisterous laughter nearly lifting the roof off. The 3 boys gathered around him, enthralled by his stories of wonders from the New World, naval battles, and the vast, unfathomable world beyond. Yet, Neji noticed that while Cap was ever jovial, a profound weariness lingered in his brow. Moreover, he would only stay for one night, departing before dawn the following day. "Won't you stay a few more days, Grandpa?" Neji tugged at the edge of Cap's cloak, his voice soft. Cap knelt, gazing at the child he had once rescued from the sea, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Grandpa has work to do, many villains to apprehend, and countless people to protect. He patted Neji's head. "You all must grow strong. Train diligently. When you're a bit older, Grandpa will take you to witness the true ocean." Before leaving, Cap pulled Ace aside and whispered, "Look after your brothers, especially Neji, until he is strong enough not to attract too much attention." Ace furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" Cap shook his head, offering no explanation, merely patting his shoulder. "You are a good brother. Sabo would be proud of you." Mention of Sabo cast a shadow over both Ace and Cap, a silence enveloping them. For years had passed, yet the name still invoked a sharp pang in their hearts. "I must be off," Cap said, donning his cloak once more. "Next time I return, I hope to see you all stronger." He strode into the morning mist, his silhouette swiftly vanishing along the mountain path like a fleeting breeze, leaving behind a transient warmth and a more enduring longing. That day during training, Ace was particularly stern. It was not anger, but a sense of urgency. Cap's words had instilled in him the realization that the East Blue was too small, the world too vast, to protect his brothers and safeguard their home. He must grow stronger, and he must do so swiftly. "Luffy, move a bit faster." "Neji, concealment is not hiding. You must blend into your surroundings." Again, Luffy, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground. "Ace is so strict," he murmured, while Nami, also breathless and glistening with sweat, exclaimed with bright eyes, "What is brother Ace worried about?" Ace gazed at his 2 younger brothers, ultimately refraining from voicing Garp's warning. He simply stated, "We must grow stronger, strong enough to confront anything at all, including our unknown heritage, potential dangers, and this cruel yet beautiful world." The training persisted. Sunlight bathed the 3 boys, their sweat shimmering under its glow. Meanwhile, in the distant Frost Moon village, Zoro tirelessly completed countless training sessions, wielding his sword. The blade sang in his hands, resonating as if in response to its master's resolve. His gaze was sharper than it had been 4 years prior, his muscles more defined, and his demeanor steadier. At the age of 12, Zoro could effortlessly defeat all the adult apprentices in the dojo. Kushiro observed his increasingly formidable disciple with a mix of pride and concern. "Zoro, what does your sword yearn for?" "Battle," Zoro replied without hesitation, "the battle against the strong." Kushiro shook his head. "It is not merely battle. Your sword longs to prove that Kuina's dream remains unfulfilled." Zoro gripped the hilt tightly, silent. Indeed, he sought to affirm, with a name that would echo throughout the world, the dreams of two individuals. In an even more distant location, at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo was organizing intelligence. His eyes were sharp as an eagle's. 3 years of training and missions had stripped away his youthful naivete, leaving behind the steely demeanor of a warrior. Yet, he still could not recall anything. Occasionally, in the depths of the night, he dreamt of forests, laughter, and 3 indistinct figures. Upon awakening, he always felt an emptiness in his chest, as if he had lost something profoundly significant. "Sabo, there is a new mission," called a comrade. "Coming," Sabo replied, shaking off his thoughts and donning his hat. The past was irrelevant. What mattered was the present, the revolution, and changing the world. However, unbeknownst to him, in the mountains of the East Blue, 3 young boys were striving to grow stronger for one another, for a person who could never return. Their paths of growth may differ, yet their destination might converge upon the vast ocean and the legends waiting to be inscribed. The windmills of Windmill Village turned slowly, bearing witness to the passage of time. Ace's tenderness, Nami's beauty and hidden sharpness, Luffy's radiance, and his increasingly formidable strength. Chapter 26. The mountain overlord 17-year-old Ace stood at the highest point of the hillside behind Windmill Village, the morning breeze tousling his slightly curled black hair. His shoulders had broadened significantly over the past 2 years. The once slender frame of youth had transformed into solid muscle, and the sharpness in his gaze had settled into a steady, heroic composure. He wore a yellow shirt and black cargo pants. Yet, what captured attention were his eyes, still bright and imbued with a hint of wildness, now softened by a gentle glow reminiscent of Sabo's. He surveyed the forest below, their kingdom, a territory forged inch by inch over 3 years through sweat and scars. "Brother Ace, they are coming," Nami's voice echoed beside him. The 13-year-old youth has grown significantly taller. Although he remains more slender than Ace and Luffy, his stature stands upright like a young bamboo. He is clad in a form-fitting dark gray outfit that allows for agile movement, and his pink hair is tied back in a small ponytail, with a few strands framing his forehead. His face has become increasingly exquisite, seemingly illuminated by the morning light. Yet his gaze is as calm as ice, fixated on the moving shadow in the valley below. Luffy, now 14, towers over Nasarai by a head, dressed in a red jacket and blue trousers. He possesses an adorable charm that evokes the gentle caress of spring, a sunny boy indeed. Perched on a nearby tree branch, his legs dangle playfully, his eyes wide with excitement. "Wow, so many. We can feast today." In the valley below lies a group of ferocious wild boars on the move. Not just any wild boars, but the iron-bristled variety unique to the forests of the East Sea, known for their tough hides and substantial musculature, with tusks capable of piercing tree trunks. Their temperament is volatile, making them creatures that hunters typically avoid. At this moment, the group consists of 7 or 8, with the lead boar comparable in size to a small elephant. A few years prior, such a pack would have necessitated a life-or-death struggle, possibly resulting in injuries. Yet now, the old routine prevails. Ace's voice is calm as he states, "I will engage the leader head-on. Luffy, handle the 3 on the left. Nasarai, take the 2 on the right. The remaining stragglers will assist as needed. The goal is to avoid injuries. Begin." As his words resonate, 3 figures launch forward like arrows released from a bow. Ace lands first, 20 meters in front of the boar pack. He does not conceal himself, nor take a roundabout path. He stands boldly, his dagger remaining sheathed. The lead boar emits a low, threatening growl, pawing the ground and kicking up dust. It recognizes this human, the black-haired youth who, over the past 2 years, has hunted its kind, either alone or with companions, establishing himself as the true sovereign of this woodland. The giant boar charges, its massive weight creating a gale, tusks aimed at Ace's chest. Such an impact could shatter rocks. Ace moves, not to evade, but to confront. In the instant the tusks nearly reach him, he sidesteps, crouches, and glides smoothly, his movements akin to a dance. The giant boar brushes past him, and he deftly strikes its side, not as an attack, but to redirect its momentum. The boar loses its balance, stumbling and exposing its neck to Ace. The dagger is drawn, revealing no dazzling brilliance, only a clean, precise arc. With a swift motion, the blade pierces the joint of the neck, penetrating the trachea and major blood vessels. The boar's charge abruptly halts, its colossal body crashing to the ground, convulsing briefly before lying still. The entire sequence unfolds in less than 5 seconds, with Ace hardly moving. The hem of his garment remains untouched by the tusks. Meanwhile, Luffy simultaneously confronts 3 wild boars. Rubber whip. His leg lashes out like an actual whip, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. The first boar is struck in the side, the sound of breaking ribs distinctly audible as it is sent sprawling against a tree. Seizing the opportunity, the second boar charges in. Luffy, undeterred, inhales deeply and declares rubber balloon. His chest and abdomen inflate like a balloon, and when the boar collides with him, it feels as though it has crashed into a pile of cotton, its momentum absorbed by the elasticity of rubber, rebounding harmlessly. The wild boar was momentarily stunned by its own force, collapsing softly to the ground. The third wild boar launched a surprise attack from the side, but Luffy, without even a glance, casually waved his rubber arm back. Rubber pistol. His fist struck the boar's brow with precision, and it fell without uttering a sound. As Luffy landed, he brushed off non-existent dust from his hands and grinned. Done? Neji remained the quietest among them, avoiding direct confrontation with the boars. When the 2 wild boars noticed him, the slender youth had already vanished into the shadows of the trees. The boars paused in confusion, their noses twitching as they sought the scent. Suddenly, the first boar felt a sharp pain in its hind leg. A needle, as fine as a strand of hair and coated with a paralyzing agent, had pierced its joint. Stumbling, it had yet to react when Neji appeared behind it, a small knife piercing softly into the area behind its ear, reaching the brainstem. It fell silently to the ground. The second boar, in a panic, turned around only to find Neji standing before it, holding a leaf and gently blowing on it. The leaf floated upward, and for a fleeting moment, the boar instinctively followed its movement. In that instant, Neji sprang into action, not in a straight dash, but with a graceful arc, maneuvering into the boar's blind spot, his knee pressing against its hind leg. The boar knelt, and Neji's knife was already poised against its neck. He did not strike immediately but glanced toward Ace, who observed the 2 remaining boars attempting to flee. Brother, to the left, behind the tree, Neji whispered, his voice soft yet audible to Luffy. Got it. Luffy's rubber arm extended, gripping a branch as he swung forward like a human cannonball toward Neji's indicated direction. Just as the 2 boars reached the tree, Luffy descended upon them, knocking them out with a kick each. The battle concluded in less than 3 minutes. Having vanquished 7 ferocious iron-bristled boars, and not a speck of dust clung to the trio. Ace examined each boar's fatal wound and nodded, satisfactory. Luffy, you could have been swifter with the third. You took an extra half-second. Neji, there was no need to wait for it to kneel. A direct strike to the neck would have saved a second. Yes, Brother Ace, Neji replied obediently, twirling his knife in hand before sheathing it. Luffy scratched his head, but I think that is cooler. Ace flicked his forehead. Fighting is not about looking cool. Got it, Luffy mumbled, already contemplating the various meat dishes they could prepare from the boars. This was their daily routine, true kings of the mountains. From wild boars to bears, from wolf packs to the occasional ferocious beast, there was nothing in these woods that could threaten them anymore. Dadan had even begun to enlist their help in training the new bandit recruits, who were left awestruck at the prowess displayed by the 3 youths. Today was yet another day for a feast, with the evening's banquet always lively and warm. Yet, tranquil days inevitably come to an end. Chapter 27. Ace set sail today marked a special occasion. Ace's 17th birthday and the day he was to embark on his journey at sea, in the village of Windmill. There exists an unwritten rule. The grandsons of Garp may only set sail at the age of 17, a decree established by Garp himself and overseen by Dadan. Ace has been waiting far too long, yearning to become a pirate. As evening fell, a modest birthday celebration was held in front of Dadan's humble abode. Makino brought a specially crafted cake, while the village chief presented a cherished bottle of fine wine, even though Ace and the others were still too young to partake. The bandits roasted an entire wild boar, creating a lively atmosphere that could not quite conceal a lingering sense of melancholy. Ace donned a new outfit crafted by Makino, a deep crimson shirt paired with black trousers, topped with a loose leather jacket. Around his neck hung a necklace, featuring a dark brown wooden bead that matched a string of beads typically worn by Dadan, which she had quietly given to him the night before. "You little rascal," Dadan had said, turning her face away. "Wear this, and no matter how far you go, remember that an old woman is waiting for your return." Ace had solemnly put it on, and now the wooden bead rested against his chest, imbued with the warmth of Dadan's home. As the festivities progressed, Ace stood up, drawing the attention of everyone present. "Thank you all," he said, his voice soft yet clear. "I am grateful for Dadan's care over the years, for Sister Makino's constant gifts of food and clothing, and for teaching me many courtesies. Thank you to the village chief for your concern, and to all the family in the mountains." He paused, gazing at Luffy and Nami. The two younger siblings looked back at him, Luffy's eyes glistening with tears and Nami biting her lip, her small hands tightly clasped beneath the table. "Luffy, Nami," Ace continued, his tone gentler. "I will set sail early tomorrow morning." Luffy's tears finally fell. "Can't you wait a bit longer? Wait for me to go with you." Ace approached him, ruffling his hair as he had when they were children. "It's a promise at 17. Besides, I need to venture out first to scout the way for you." He then turned to Nami. "When you both turn 17, you must also set sail. I will be waiting for you in the new world." Nami stood tall despite her shorter stature, determination etched on her face. "We will become stronger, Ace, strong enough to catch up with you." Ace smiled, warmth and pride radiating from his expression. "I know." Taking a deep breath, Ace retrieved two small objects meticulously wrapped in deep blue velvet cloth, gifts he had saved for long to commission from the finest craftsmen in town. Carefully, he untied the burlap string and spread the cloth open in his palm. The first necklace lay atop the velvet, its chain woven from rustic brown leather, sturdy and robust. However, it was the pendant that drew the eye, a small piece of orange-red amber, expertly polished into the shape of the sun, radiating warmth and brilliance akin to solidified flames and the hues of sunset. The light penetrated the amber, revealing tiny natural inclusions that sparkled like stars, imbuing it with a primal vitality. Ace lifted the necklace, the small sun swaying gently in the breeze. "Luffy," Ace's voice was slightly hoarse, yet his gaze held the familiar, resolute strength that Luffy recognized. "This is for you." He placed the necklace around Luffy's neck, adjusting its length so that the fiery amber sun rested perfectly against Luffy's chest. This amber was discovered deep within the forest, nestled in the resin of an ancient tree, taking a long time to solidify. It resembles your smile and embodies your dreams, forever radiating warmth. Ace's hand pressed firmly on Luffy's shoulder, a weighty promise that a man's vow need not be proclaimed aloud. It can reside close to the heart, serving as a reminder to both you and all who behold it that you aspire to become the Pirate King. This is your sun. Do not allow it to extinguish. Luffy clutched the amber pendant at his chest, fingers tightly gripping its smooth texture. Tears surged forth, mingling with the remnants of his sniffles. Yet he flashed a smile more vigorous than ever, his voice choked yet resonant. "Yes, this is my sun. I will carry it with me, illuminating my path to becoming the Pirate King." Ace's gaze shifted to another necklace, its chain of finer, softer silver metal, emanating a gentle matte sheen. The pendant was a teardrop-shaped moonstone, cradled in an intricately forged silver setting that resembled entwined vines. The moonstone itself, a tranquil pale gray blue, seemed to harbor a hazy, flowing luminescence. When turned toward the light, it would unveil a gentle, flowing iridescence akin to moonlit streams. Nicei. Ace's voice unconsciously softened as he picked up this necklace, gesturing for Nicei to turn around. Obediently, Nicei turned, feeling the cool chain settle against his neck, followed by the moonstone gently resting just below his collarbone. Ace fastened the clasp, turning him back again, and with rough yet exceptionally tender fingertips, he brushed aside a few strands of hair entangled in the necklace. I found this stone by a stream in the forest one night when the moon was radiant, and it lay in the water, glowing by itself. Ace gazed into Nicei's tear-brimmed eyes, clumsily yet earnestly explaining, "It is not as dazzling as the sun, but it is serene and resilient. Its light resides within. Just like you." He paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. "Wearing this, no matter how far apart we may be, when you see the moonlight or the glow from this stone, it will be as though you see your brother by your side. When I am not often near you, let it accompany you." Nicei lowered his head, gazing at the moonstone that appeared to encapsulate a fragment of the tranquil night sky, its warm touch resting against his skin. He remained silent, extending his arms to tightly embrace Ace's waist, burying his face deep within his brother's embrace. His scalding tears silently soaked Ace's clothing, his shoulders trembling slightly. Ace's body stiffened momentarily before he gradually raised his hand, his broad palm resting gently on Nicei's slender back, soothingly patting him. The evening breeze swept by, the amber sun on Luffy's chest refracting blinding light, while the moonstone nestled in Nicei's arms emanated a silent, calming glow. "Brother Ace will be safe," he assured. "Write letters whenever you reach a new island. Think of us. We think of you every day." That night, the three brothers huddled together on a bed, reminiscent of their childhood days. Luffy, lost in slumber, was still sniffling, while Nami quietly leaned against Ace, who lay wide awake, gazing at the moon outside the window. His thoughts drifted to Sabo, wondering what words of encouragement he would offer if he were present. "Ace, you must become a brother that your siblings can be proud of." "I will, Sabo." As dawn broke at the port, nearly everyone from Windmill Village had gathered. Dadan and her band of mountain bandits stood in a row, their expressions a complex tapestry of reluctance, pride, and awkward concern. Makino held a small basket filled with provisions and medicine she had prepared through the night. The village chief leaned on his cane, his eyes glistening with moisture. Ace's modest boat, sturdy yet unassuming, rested at the dock, a vessel he and Sabo had secretly prepared since their childhood. Its sail was a deep blue, adorned with a simple smiley face painted in white, alongside the initials of their names. Luffy and Nami stood at the forefront. "Ace," Luffy sniffed, fighting back tears, "I will become stronger. 3 years from now, I shall set sail. Together, we will be the freest pirates." Ace nodded, then turned to Nami, dressed in a moon-white outfit that Ace cherished. Tailored from fabric Makino had saved from years past, Nami's pink hair cascaded down, her delicate face glowing in the morning light. Though his eyes were red like a little rabbit's, he did not cry. "Ace," Nami stepped forward, producing a small cloth pouch from his embrace and offering it to Ace. "This is for you." Ace opened it to find a handcrafted talisman and a bundle of 3 strands of hair tied together with a red string, black, golden, and pink. "Woven as one. It's my hair, Brother S and Sabo S. I've kept it since it fell on the pillow." Nami's voice was soft. Ace's hand trembled as he grasped the pouch tightly against his chest. "I shall carry it always." The bell at the dock tolled, signaling the moment of departure. Ace embraced Dadan, who awkwardly returned the gesture, scolding him to return soon, then turned away, his shoulders slightly shaking. He embraced Makino, bowed solemnly to the village chief, and exchanged a fist bump with each of the bandits. Finally, he approached Luffy and Nami, enveloping each in a tight embrace. "Wait for me. We will wait for you." Ace released them, turned, and leaped onto the small boat. The sail rose, the sea breeze stirred, and the vessel gently departed from the harbor. Suddenly, Luffy dashed to the edge of the dock, summoning all his strength to shout, "Ace, become the strongest pirate." Nami joined him, cupping her hands around her mouth, her voice trembling yet clear. "Brother Ace, stay safe." Standing at the stern of the ship, Ace waved goodbye to them. The morning light bathed him in a golden hue, and he smiled. The most radiant smile etched in Luffy and Nami's memories. The small boat gradually receded, shrinking into a distant speck upon the ocean, until it ultimately vanished beyond the horizon. On the dock, Luffy finally broke down in tears, collapsing to the ground. Nami, though silent, let her tears flow freely down her face. Maki no gently embraced them, while Dadan turned her face away, and the mountain bandits remained silent. The windmill in Windmill Village slowly turned, marking this farewell. Meanwhile, in a distant new world, aboard a revolutionary ship, Sabo suddenly awoke from his dream. He had envisioned a golden beach where 4 boys were running. The tallest of them, a dark-haired youth, turned back, smiling and waving at him. A sharp pain pierced his chest. Sabo pressed his hand against his heart, frowning. Such dreams had become increasingly frequent. Sabo, what's wrong? His companion inquired. Nothing. Sabo shook his head, gazing out at the sea. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable sense that someone was waiting for him somewhere in the ocean. This feeling had persisted for many years. Meanwhile, in the East Blue, Ace's small boat sailed towards the unknown adventure, greeted by the rising sun. His journey had begun. The 3 years of Luffy and Nami's adventures also commenced. They would grow stronger, they would mature, and they would carry a piece of Sabo with them as they chased after Ace's silhouette, for they were brothers, even separated by the vast ocean. Even with life and death uncertain, the bond of brotherhood would never fade. At the dock of Windmill Village, 2 young boys wiped away their tears, locking eyes with shared determination. Nami, Luffy declared, placing a straw hat atop his head, grinning broadly despite his reddened eyes. From today on, we will double our training. Nami nodded, adjusting his hat. Yes, in 3 years, we will proudly stand before Ace. Brother, let us strive together. The morning light shimmered across the sea, heralding a new day and new growth. Ace's ocean, Luffy, and Nami's mountains. Yet, one day, the mountains and the sea would reconnect. Until then, they would grow stronger. In anticipation of their reunion. Chapter 28. The Straw Hat crew sets sail. The evening breeze in the forest could not halt the passage of time. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had flown by. 17-year-old Luffy stood at the cliff's edge of the back mountain of Windmill Village. The sea wind tousling his black hair and the straw hat that Shanks had entrusted to him. The boyish innocence had faded from the face beneath the brim. His features had softened into a handsome visage, yet his eyes remained clear and bright, sparkling with a sunlit curve when he smiled. Behind him, a figure clung to him like an octopus. Luffy, take me with you. Nami, now 16, had transformed from the once docile, soft white ball into a stunningly beautiful young man. Most striking was his waist-length pink hair, naturally radiant in the sunlight, shimmering like pearls, soft and smooth as the finest silk. He wore Ace's deep red shirt, tailored smaller to fit him, over which he donned a light gray jacket made by Machino, topped off with a fashionable brown beret that Grandpa Garp had retrieved from the Navy a year prior. At that moment, he was completely draped over Luffy's back. His delicate arms wrapped around Luffy's neck, his legs entwined around Luffy's waist, pink hair cascading down, nearly obscuring half of Luffy's form. I told you it's not allowed. Luffy attempted to pry Nami away from his side, but Nami clung on tightly, insisting that they had agreed to wait until she was 17 to set sail. You have a year left, Luffy exclaimed. I don't care. Nami buried her face in Luffy's shoulder, her voice muffled yet resolutely firm. Ace sets sail at 17. And my brother will too. So what difference does it make if I'm 16 or 17? It's just a year. A year is still a year, Luffy countered, turning to grasp Nami's arm in an effort to separate them. But she adhered to him like glue. I want to become the Pirate King and explore distant lands. That is why you must take me with you. Nami lifted her face, her large black eyes, even more enchanting than before, fixed intently on Luffy. Her gaze tinged with a hint of sorrow. I can cook, take care of people, tend to wounds, observe the weather, and... She hesitated, lowering her voice slightly. I can fight. I can protect you, brother. The last words slipped from her lips softly, yet Luffy heard them clearly. He paused, looking at Nami, this younger brother he had grown up with, and gazing into those seemingly innocent yet profoundly deep eyes. Over the past 3 years, Nami had transformed remarkably. Externally, she had become almost unreal in her beauty, with exquisitely delicate features, porcelain-like skin, and waist-length pink hair, coupled with a unique aura that blended charm and aloofness, often drawing attention as she walked through the town. However, internally, she had become even more enigmatic. She still retained the gentle smile, the willingness to help with cooking, and the cleverness to appease during quarrels. But in the heat of battle, her efficiency and precision were chillingly cold. So much so that even Ace had expressed his surprise through letters. "Nami," Luffy said, unusually serious, "setting sail is not a game. We will encounter formidable foes, and we could get hurt or even die." Nami interjected calmly, "I know. Grandpa has warned me about such things. He has captured many pirates." She leaned against Luffy's neck, her voice muffled yet resolute. "That is exactly why I must accompany you. When Ace set sail, he was alone, and I don't want you to be alone. Besides, if I set sail next year, I'll still be on my own. I don't want to be alone." Luffy fell silent, observing Nami's stubborn expression. Finally, he sighed, "Have you truly made up your mind?" Nami's eyes sparkled, sensing Luffy's wavering resolve. She slid down from Luffy's embrace and stood before him, her back straight, though still shorter than him by half a head, yet her posture was as upright as bamboo. "I have made my decision. From the day I set sail, I have known." Nami spoke earnestly. "I want to be the first companion on my brother's ship, the first crewmate. I want to accompany you until you become the Pirate King." Luffy gazed at Nami and suddenly broke into a wide grin, his smile radiant like the midday sun. "All right, then you shall set sail with me. You will be the first member of my Straw Hat Pirates." "Yay!" Nami cheered, leaping to embrace Luffy. "I knew you would come around." Luffy returned her embrace, stretching his rubbery arms to envelop her completely. "But remember, once we set sail, you must listen to the captain." At that moment, it was uncertain who would heed whom. After all, it was I who held the reins. Without me, foolish brother would surely perish at sea. Nysa nodded vigorously, her pink hair dancing with emotion. "I will listen to my brother." That day marked Luffy's birthday, and a grand celebration was held in Windmill Village. It was not only a festivity for Luffy's birthday, but also a farewell to him. The open space in front of Dadan's cabin was adorned with long tables filled with food sufficient for 500, provided by Makino, who also brought out her cherished vintage wine. The mountain bandits had roasted 30 wild boars, a feat performed by Nysa and Luffy. Everyone was present. Even Makino's tavern in town closed early as she ascended the mountain with a few familiar patrons. The villagers, once prejudiced against the mountain bandits, had largely altered their views over the years. The 3 boys had helped drive away beasts threatening the village, rescued endangered hunters, and even saved a family from a mountain flood on one occasion. "Luffy, be cautious out at sea," the old hunter Glue said, patting Luffy on the shoulder. "The sea is far different from the mountains." Nysa, too, was urged to take care of herself. Makino grasped Nysa's hand, her eyes glistening with moisture. "You both must return safely." Nysa nodded obediently, her pink hair glowing warmly in the firelight. "I will take good care of my brother, Sister Makino." Dadan occupied the seat of honor, a cigarette between her lips, gazing at the 2 youths surrounded by well-wishers, her expression complex. 3 years prior, she managed to maintain her composure when sending Ace off, but this time, with both Luffy and Nysa departing, the mountain felt achingly empty. "Aunt Dadan," Nysa approached, holding a platter of roasted meat and placing it before her. "This is your favorite rib. I prepared it especially for you." Dadan looked at him, observing that exquisite face and those perceptive eyes that seemed to see into one's heart. She sighed, "You little rascal, once at sea, don't always indulge that foolish Luffy. When he needs scolding, scold him. When he requires discipline, be firm." "I will," Nysa smiled, his expression both obedient and slightly mischievous. "But I will protect him even more." The feast continued into the deep of night. Luffy's belly swelled, round as a balloon from the copious food. Nysa sipped juice, absorbing the well wishes and advice from the crowd, etching them into his heart. Finally, the village chief rose, raising his cup. "Luffy, Nysa, Windmill Village will always be your home. Wherever you may go, whatever challenges you face, Remember that there are those who await your return. Everyone raised their glasses. Even the children who did not drink alcohol lifted their juice. Luffy stood, his straw hat particularly striking against the firelight. Thank you, everyone. I will become the Pirate King, and I will return with my friends. Nisa also stood, his pink hair gently swaying in the night breeze. Thank you all for your care over the years. My brother and I will surely return safely. That night, Luffy and Nisa squeezed in the bed they had once shared with two others. The house had felt empty for 3 years since Ace set sail, yet they were still accustomed to sleeping together. Brother, Nisa whispered in the dark, we will meet Ace, right? Of course. Luffy's voice brimmed with confidence. Ace is now quite famous. We will venture to the new world to find him. Nisa turned over, facing Luffy, and declared, we shall find Brother Sabo. Even if it's merely a faint clue. Silence enveloped them. Nisa continued, his voice soft yet resolute. But I have this unwavering belief that Brother Sabo is still alive, somewhere out there. It was a sensation he could not quite comprehend, one that had intermittently surfaced throughout the years. Luffy remained silent, extending his hand to tousle Nisa's hair gently. Sleep now. We must rise early tomorrow. The following dawn, the port of Windmill Village was teeming with people. Nearly the entire village had gathered. Dadan and her band of ruffians stood in a row, their eyes swollen with tears. These rough men had wept heartily through the night. Makino held a large bundle, filled with every conceivable maritime necessity she could think of. The village chief leaned on his cane, flanked by many townsfolk. At the dock lay a small vessel, not the makeshift sailboats crafted by Luffy and Ace, but a true, single-masted sailboat purchased collectively by the villagers. The hull was painted in vibrant red and yellow, adorned at the bow with the emblem of Windmill Village, and the orange sail bore a large, cheerful face painted in black. This is a gift from all of us, the village chief said, his voice thick with emotion. Use it wisely, and do not disgrace our name. Luffy's eyes widened in delight. What a magnificent ship. Thank you, everyone. Naichi bowed deeply, his pink hair cascading down. Thank you. The moment of farewell had finally arrived. Dadan stepped forward first. She gazed at Luffy, then at Nisa, her mouth opening several times before she simply extended her rough hand, affectionately ruffling the hair of the two boys. You two rascals must return alive. Do you hear me? And Luffy, don't let anyone take Nisa away. Understood. Luffy grinned, though his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Nisa leapt into Dadan's embrace, tightly holding onto the woman who, despite her constant berating, had nurtured them as if they were her own children. Aunt Dadan, thank you for everything. Dadan stiffened momentarily, then embraced Nisa fiercely, her voice hoarse. Don't cry, you silly boy. Yet her own tears flowed freely. Makino stepped forward, wrapping the two in a warm embrace, stuffing their pockets with handwritten notes and emergency supplies. Remember to eat on time, stay aware of the weather, and tend to any injuries promptly. We will, Sister Makino. Naichi replied obediently. One by one, the bandits approached, offering clumsy yet heartfelt advice. Luffy, if you can't win, just run. There is no shame in that. Nisa, keep an eye on this fool, and don't let him eat anything weird. Luffy, you must protect Nisa. Don't let anyone bully him. Write letters. Every year, when you become great pirates, we'll boast that we raised you. Luffy and Nisa responded affirmatively, embracing each one in turn. Finally, they stood at the edge of the boat. Luffy donned his yellow straw hat, while Nisa adjusted his brown beret, his pink hair dancing in the sea breeze. Luffy, Naichi, the crowd suddenly chorused, become formidable pirates. Take good care of your brother, Luffy. Take good care of yourself, Nasi. Come back alive. Luffy raised his fist and responded loudly. We will. When we return, we shall be renowned pirates across the seas. Nasi waved back, her hair shimmering in the morning light like a flowing rainbow. Everyone, take care. The small boat slowly departed from the harbor. Luffy took the helm while Nasi stood at the bow, their silhouettes gradually diminishing in the morning glow. On the dock, Dadan could no longer contain herself. She crouched down, covering her face, her shoulders trembling violently. Machino and the village chief were also in tears, while the mountain bandits bit their lips, fighting back their sobs. The small vessel drifted further away, eventually vanishing beyond the horizon. The windmills of Windmill Village turned gently, marking yet another farewell. Meanwhile, at the other end of the East Sea, in the port of Shellstown, a green-haired youth was descending the gangplank, carrying 3 swords. Zoro, 18 years old, the once youthful boy from Frost Moon Village, had now become a somewhat renowned bounty hunter in the East Sea. He had grown taller and more robust. Beneath his green hair was a chiseled, handsome face, adorned with 3 golden teardrop-shaped earrings on his left ear. Most striking were the 3 swords hanging at his waist, Wado Ikamanji on his left side, and 2 newly acquired blades on his right. Hey, have you heard? There's a pirate making waves, hailing from our East Sea. Voices murmured in the tavern. Is it that Fire Fist? I heard he is quite formidable. Remember 3 years ago? He quickly made a name for himself among the newcomers. Zoro sipped his drink, not paying much attention. He had recently been tracking a pirate crew known as Buggy the Clown, rumored to be operating around Orangetown. Unbeknownst to him, the threads of fate had already begun to weave together. On that red and yellow vessel, Luffy excitedly pointed at the navigation chart. Nasi, our next island is right here. I wonder if we'll encounter any companions. Nasi, adjusting her wind-tossed hair, smiled. Sure, but brother, should we have some kind of navigational compass or the navigator's journal Grandpa brought back? All right, Luffy's eyes brightened. Then let us see if we can find one on that island. The small boat cut through the waves, sailing towards uncharted adventures. Meanwhile, at the Revolutionary Army headquarters, Sabo was processing a recently arrived piece of intelligence when his hand suddenly froze. A newspaper detailed a boy who had consumed the flame fruit's powers, though no image accompanied the article, leaving his appearance a mystery. Sabo stared at the paper, his heart racing, an intense and inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over him. He murmured, "This name aches in my chest, Ace. Why is it so familiar?" Shaking his head, he filed the newspaper away, dismissing it as a mere illusion. Yet, unbeknownst to him, across the vast ocean, his 2 brothers had already embarked on their journey, to seek him out, to search for Ace, to pursue their path toward becoming the Pirate King. The wind continued to blow, and the waves continued to surge. The saga of the Straw Hat Pirates was officially beginning. The first companion, the beautiful youth Nasi, stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the distant sea, her eyes shimmering with anticipation and unwavering resolve. "Ace, brother Sabo," he whispered softly, "wait for us, we'll come find you." Behind him, Luffy, steering the ship, smiled brightly like the most radiant sunshine of the East Sea. The adventure had commenced. Chapter 29. A newcomer's comedic escapade at sea in the first month of Luffy and Nami's voyage. Describing their experiences as chaotic would be an understatement. The red and yellow, single-masted sailboat, upon which the villagers of Windmill Village had placed their hopes, encountered a crisis within the first week of departure, not from pirates or storms, but from its captain's peculiar thought processes. "Nami, look, a jumping fish," Luffy exclaimed, pointing at a flying fish leaping above the surface of the water, his eyes wide with excitement. Without hesitation, he stretched out his rubber arm, declaring, "Rubber fishing, brother." No, Nami's warning came too late. Luffy's arm shot out like a slingshot, successfully catching the unfortunate fish. However, the fish's struggle was unexpectedly vigorous, combined with Luffy's excessive enthusiasm. Splash! Both Luffy and his arm were pulled into the sea. "Help! Nami! I can't swim," he spluttered. Nami tossed aside the navigational charts she was organizing and dashed to the edge of the boat. Her pink hair danced wildly in the sea breeze as she swiftly grabbed a spare rope loop from the deck, expertly casting it to ensnare Luffy's ankle as he sank. "Hold on." Nami gritted her teeth, her slender arms exhibiting remarkable strength as she gradually pulled the rubber captain back from the depths. By the time Luffy was dragged back onto the deck, he had swallowed a mouthful of seawater, his stomach swollen like a balloon, lying on the deck and rolling his eyes. "Cough, cough, Nami, I almost drowned." Nami knelt beside him, her face pale with anger as she slapped his inflated belly, exclaiming, "Who told you to jump in suddenly? You're a devil fruit user. You can't go in the water. How many times have I said this?" With a splutter, Luffy expelled a jet of water, his belly deflating. But the fish was jumping, Nami facepalmed. This was only the first day. In the ensuing weeks, similar comedic escapades unfolded. On the second day, Luffy, curious about whether clouds that looked like cotton candy were edible, nearly launched himself into the sky with a rubber rocket, only to be saved by Nami's timely net. On the third day, he decided to test if a rubber balloon could serve as a sail, resulting in chaos as it inflated and rolled around the deck, damaging the railing and a spare barrel. On the eighth day, upon spotting a pod of dolphins, Luffy excitedly leaned over the side of the boat to race them, nearly being dragged into the water once more. Each time, Nami's quick reflexes saved him, employing both coaxing and scolding to bring him back to safety. During this period, Nami felt less like a pirate and more like a kindergarten teacher and full-time nanny. Brother. One evening during dinner, as Nami cooked a simple fish soup, she said seriously, "We need to establish some ship rules." Ship rules? Luffy mumbled with his mouth full of jerky, confused. Rule number 1. The captain cannot engage in any dangerous activities without crew supervision. Rule number 2. The captain must eat and sleep on schedule and cannot sneak food at midnight. Rule number 3. The captain must learn basic navigation skills. At the very least, know which direction we are heading. Luffy blinked. Which direction are we heading now? Nisei inhaled deeply, pointing towards the setting sun. To the west. We have sailed for 3 days now, brother. Our destination is not Log Town. Log Town lies to the east. Luffy scratched his head. Is that so? I think the scenery here is much nicer. Nisei's pink hair floated in the breeze, a clear indication of his exasperation. He silently approached the helm and began adjusting their course. Are you angry, Nisei? Luffy leaned in, his rubbery face nearly touching Nisei's. No, Naichi replied, his expression stern, though his ears betrayed him, slightly reddening from irritation. But your hair is flowing. Like an angry little kitten. Brother, please clean the deck. This is rule number 4 of ship protocol. A captain who angers the crew must take responsibility for the cleaning duties. Why is it like this? Despite the ongoing antics, the two gradually adapted to life at sea. Nisei exhibited remarkable learning abilities, quickly mastering basic navigational skills. Able to predict the weather by observing the clouds and wind direction, albeit not to the level of a seasoned sailor. The ship he organized was always immaculate, with everything having its designated place. The meals he prepared, though simple, were always varied enough to satisfy Luffy. Of course, Luffy also showed signs of growth. He began to heed Nisei's advice, at least regarding some of the less exciting matters. He started to realize that although Nisei always appeared gentle and kind, he could be quite fearsome when angered. On one occasion, Luffy snuck the last piece of cured meat from their supplies in the middle of the night. The next day, Nisei smiled as he served Luffy a plate of a dreadful concoction made from some extremely bitter seaweed mixed with fiery spices. I am sorry, Naichi. I want to steal food again. Luffy cried, tears streaming down his face. Good, finish it, Nisei said with a smile, his pink hair gently swaying in the morning light, while his gaze was unwavering. From that moment on, Luffy dared not touch the supplies again. In the second week at sea, they encountered their first real band of pirates. Though Nisei would later remark that these individuals were even less formidable than wild boars from the mountains. Their vessel was a single-masted sloop, twice the size of theirs, adorned with a crooked iron barrel emblem on its sail. The pirates aboard numbered about 10, all with menacing visages and armed with knives and axes. Hey, look at the little kid's ship. Hand over your valuables, bellowed a pirate captain missing a front tooth, standing at the bow. Luffy's eyes lit up. Naichi, it's pirates. We can fight now. Nisei, seated at the ship's edge mending the canvas torn by Luffy, glanced up momentarily before returning to his task. Brother, let us wrap this up in 5 minutes. I still need to repair the sail. Understood. Luffy grinned, his rubbery arm stretching. Rubber gun. The battle was a foregone conclusion. This self-proclaimed Iron Barrel pirate crew was only slightly stronger than the bandits from Windmill Village. Luffy dispatched 5 of the pirates on deck with a few punches and kicks, while the others, sensing their impending defeat, attempted to leap overboard. Nisei skillfully ensnared them with a fishing net. Indeed, a fishing net he had picked up from the side of the ship. casting it with precision to capture the airborne pirates. "Nicey, you're amazing," Luffy applauded. Nicey hoisted the fishing net, revealing 5 pirates struggling within like fish caught in a trap. With a mere display of finesse, he calmly stated, before crouching down and casting a charming smile at the pirates trapped within the net. "Gentlemen, would you kindly surrender your provisions and fresh water? We are in dire need of supplies." That smile, innocent and harmless, struck the pirates as more terrifying than any demon. They had just witnessed this pink-haired youth deftly render their strongest comrade unconscious with a wooden stick, his technique so clean and efficient it sent chills down their spines. Give everything. Please don't kill us," the pirates cried out. Thus, Luffy and Nicey secured their first bounty after setting sail: 2 barrels of fresh water, a crate of cured meat and hardtack, several bags of dried fruits, and a small pouch of berries. Though meager, it was a fortune for novice pirates. As Nicey tallied their spoils, Luffy squatted before the pirate captain, who was bound like a rice dumpling, and curiously inquired, "Why did you choose to be pirates?" The captain, with a woeful expression, replied, "Because being a pirate is cool." "Is it?" Luffy tilted his head, "But you all seem quite weak." This remark, though not harsh, bore a sting of deep insult. The pirate captain nearly fainted from indignation. Nicey approached, offering the captain a simple nautical chart. "Sail in this direction for a day, and you will find a small island. You can start anew there. Piracy does not suit you." The captain, bewildered, accepted the chart. You want to kill us? What purpose would that serve?" Nicey tilted his head, his pink locks cascading over his shoulder. "It would only dirty our ship. Now be gone before I change my mind." His tone was gentle, yet the pirates scrambled back to their vessel, hastily setting sail as if pursued by sea monsters. Luffy observed the retreating ship, scratching his head. "Nicey, you were quite fearsome just now." "Was I?" Nicey resumed his usual amiable demeanor. "I merely directed them to a more suitable place." Luffy pondered for a moment, then grinned broadly. "But Nicey is indeed impressive. It's wonderful to have you aboard." A faint blush crept onto Nicey's cheeks as he turned away to organize their bounty. "Brother, come help me with the supplies." This encounter enlightened Nicey on 2 matters. First, that the average level of some pirates in the East Blue might indeed be rather low. Second, that Luffy's strength could allow him to dominate the East Blue, provided he did not recklessly plunge into the sea. He also realized that his combat style was equally effective at sea, avoiding direct confrontation, utilizing the environment, striking with precision, and prioritizing efficiency. The band of pirates hadn't even seen how he had struck. They only felt a flash of pink, and then a comrade collapsing. "Nicey moves like a ghost," Luffy remarked. "A pink ghost." Nicey remained non-committal about this moniker. He simply believed that if one could resolve issues with minimal cost, there was no need for a grand spectacle. Days passed, and they encountered their first true storm. That afternoon, Nicey noticed an unusual formation in the clouds on the horizon. It was not the typical cumulonimbus, but a leaden, ominous mass that seemed heavy enough to crush the sea beneath it. The sea breeze shifted direction, carrying a salty, foreboding scent. "Brother, a storm is approaching," he warned. Nicey gathered the drying clothes, lowered the sail, and secured everything in place. Luffy, unusually obedient, helped the two quickly prepare against the wind. Nicey fastened all movable items with ropes, checked the cabin seal, and retrieved the spare canvas, ready to patch any leaks. The storm arrived in the evening, not as mere rain, but as if the heavens had torn open, unleashing torrents of water. The rain did not fall gently, it cascaded down. The waves transformed from gentle undulations to furious roars. Their small boat resembled a leaf, tossed upon the crests of the waves and plunged into the depths. "Hold the helm tight," Nicey shouted amidst the tempest, his pink hair drenched and clinging to his face, yet his hands remained steady as stone on the wheel, striving to keep the bow facing the incoming waves. This was noted in the navigation manual given by Magino. Facing the waves was safer than being broadside to them. Luffy secured himself to the main mast with his rubber arm, extending the other to grasp Nicey's waist. "Naichi, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Nicey gritted his teeth. "Brother, look to port. There are shadows of reefs. A flash of lightning split the darkness, illuminating the vaguely visible black rocks ahead. Nisei yanked the helm, the ship tilting nearly 90 degrees, narrowly avoiding disaster. This storm raged for a full 3 hours. When the last dark cloud dispersed and the starry sky reappeared, both collapsed onto the deck, utterly exhausted. The ship was in disarray. A wooden barrel had been swept away. The canvas was torn in several places, and the spare oar was broken. Yet the vessel floated, and they were alive. "We survived," Luffy gasped. Nisei lay beside him, soaked to the skin, his pink hair splayed across the deck like blooming flowers. He gazed at the starry sky and suddenly smiled. "Brother, we are truly at sea." "Yes. Just now I was really scared." Nisei whispered. "I feared the ship would sink, that we would die, that I would never see Ace or Aunt Dadan again." Luffy turned to him. "But Nisei, you were so composed like Brother Sabo." At the mention of Sabo, a hush fell over them, broken only by the sound of the waves and the wind. After a long pause, Nisei sat up to inspect the damage to the vessel. "Brother, help me get the toolbox. We need to patch the broken areas, or we'll take on water." That night, beneath the starry sky, they repaired the ship. Nisei's hands were skilled. The torn canvas was mended so expertly that the scars were nearly invisible, and the broken oar was reinforced with spare wood. Luffy assisted. Though clumsy, he was earnest in his efforts. Once the repairs were complete, they sat side by side at the bow, sharing the last bag of jerky that had escaped the brine. "Nisei," Luffy suddenly said, "thank you for coming out to sea with me." Nisei was taken aback. "Why the sudden gratitude?" "Because without you, I might have fallen overboard and drowned on the first day, or starved, or steered the ship to some unfathomable place." Luffy grinned widely. "Nisei is the best crew member in the world." Nisei's face flushed under the moonlight. He lowered his head, nibbling on the jerky. "Brother, I did it willingly." "I know," Luffy replied, gazing at the stars, "so I must thank you even more. When we find other companions to join our adventures, we will also find Sabo." "Yes," Nisei nodded, though a thought lingered in his heart. Would they truly be able to find Brother Sabo? Yet he did not voice it. Some hopes, however tenuous, must be clung to fervently. That night, they shared many conversations, reminiscing about their childhood adventures in the mountains. The exhilaration of their first triumph over a wild beast, the moments when Sabo taught them to read, and the reflections of Ace's silhouette as he set sail. As Luffy drifted into slumber, his rubbery form sprawled across the deck, softly snoring. Nami covered him with a dry garment, yet found herself unable to sleep. She wandered to the stern. "Sabo, brother," she whispered, "please bless us, grant my brother the fulfillment of his dreams, and may we reunite once more." The gentle sea breeze caressed her, as if in response. On the 7th night following the storm, the sea lay tranquil, a black mirror reflecting the full moon and the entire galaxy. Nami took the helm at the stern. Having sent Luffy to rest after he had exhausted himself during the day, attempting to grasp the luminous moon, which was merely the reflection of moonlight, with his rubber arms. Nami cherished such nights. They were serene, filled only with the sounds of the waves and the wind, the starry sky seemingly within reach. She loosened her hair, allowing her pink locks to cascade freely, shimmering softly in the moonlight. At that moment, she beheld something unusual. Initially, she believed it to be a piece of driftwood or perhaps the fin of some marine creature. However, Nami's keen eyesight, one of her advantages as a scout, allowed her to squint and discern that it was indeed a person. A person, lying on a wooden plank, adrift at sea. "Brother," Nami softly called, knowing Luffy would hear her even in slumber. "To the starboard. Someone has fallen overboard." Like a spring, Luffy sprang up from the deck. "Where? Where? Does someone need help?" "Quiet." Nami sighed. "Over there, alive. I saw him move." Chapter 30. The first encounter under the moonlight. The two adjusted their course, their small boat gradually approaching the suspicious floating object. Luffy craned his neck, his rubber neck elongating. "It really is a person. A man. Is he still alive?" Nami, with her sharp eyes, utilized the moon's gentle glow to discern a young boy of approximately 17 or 18 years, clad in an open white shirt, with what appeared to be 3 swords hanging from his waist. He lay upon a piece of wood, likely a fragment of the ship's hull, his consciousness fading. Rubber rescue. Luffy's arm stretched out swiftly, expertly grasping the collar of the man's shirt, hoisting him and the plank as if fishing. With a splash, the man was unceremoniously deposited onto the deck, water spraying onto Nami. Brother, be gentle. Nami wiped the seawater from her face and quickly crouched down to inspect. As she finally beheld his full visage, she noted he was around 17 or 18 years old, with short green hair and a striking countenance. 3 golden earrings adorned his left ear, and most notably, he indeed bore 3 swords at his waist. A swordsman, Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. And he has 3 swords. So cool. Yet Nami found herself momentarily stunned. The instant she recognized the man's features, her heart felt as if it were grasped by an invisible hand, pounding fiercely. A strange, intense sensation coursed through her chest, as if her blood were rushing in her ears, causing her fingertips to tingle slightly. Instinctively, she pressed her hand to her heart, which was beating with an unprecedented fervor. How strange it is to feel this heart now. The man coughed a few times, expelling seawater, his eyelashes fluttering as he slowly opened his eyes. They were eyes sharp as unsheathed blades, keen and alert, exuding an undeniable presence even in their weakened state. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze skimming over Luffy before finally resting on Nai's. Their eyes met. Nai's face flushed crimson, warmth radiating from his cheeks to the nape of his neck. He should have checked the man's injuries, fetched dry clothes and fresh water. Yet, his feet felt as if they were nailed to the deck, immovable. He could distinctly hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat, thumping loudly as if the entire world could hear it. Who are you? The man's voice was hoarse yet powerful. I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man destined to become the Pirate King. Luffy flashed his signature grin, slapping his arm on Nai's back, causing him to stagger. This is Nai's, my brother, my navigator, chef, doctor, and my very first companion. What is your name? Why were you adrift at sea? Are you a swordsman? Do you carry 3 swords because you often lose them? A barrage of questions bombarded the man. Zoro, overwhelmed by the influx of information, blinked slowly before finally responding. Roronoa Zoro, my ship sank, and I've been adrift for 2 days. 2 days, Luffy exclaimed. That's incredible. You didn't die? If it were me, I would have starved by now. Zoro smirked slightly. I nearly did, but fortunately I encountered you. He paused, adding, and I carry 3 swords because I am a 3-sword style swordsman, not because I'm forgetful. 3-sword style. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. How does that work? Do you bite one? Won't you bite your tongue? What do you do when it's time to eat? A vein throbbed on Zoro's forehead. That's unimportant. Nai's finally regained some semblance of movement, awkwardly making his way back to the cabin, his hands trembling as he nearly dropped the water kettle while pouring. He returned with a blanket and water. As he approached, he caught the salty scent of seawater mingled with a hint of iron and sweat emanating from Zoro. His face grew even hotter, almost daring not to meet Zoro's gaze. He carefully draped the blanket over Zoro's shoulders. Why your wounds need attention, Nai stammered, pointing at the scrapes on Zoro's arms and shoulders. I'll go get the medical kit. All right. Zoro accepted the water, drinking deeply, yet his gaze remained fixed on Nai's. He fled back to the cabin, leaning against the wall, taking deep breaths. His heart continued to race, his face feeling hot enough to fry an egg. What was happening? Why did he feel this way upon seeing this man? After all, he was merely a stranger they had just met. Nai's slapped his face, trying to collect himself. Calm down, Nai's, you must take care of the injured. When he returned to the deck with the medical kit, Luffy was engaged in conversation with Zoro. So, you're a bounty hunter? Specializing in capturing pirates for their bounties? Yes. But recently I've been searching for someone and got lost. Lost. Luffy blinked. Don't you have a ship? It sank. Zoro's expression remained stoic. And I'm not very good with directions. Nai's couldn't help but chuckle, though he quickly covered his mouth, his eyes curving into crescent moons. The individual, having lost his way, found himself adrift at sea for 2 days, yet he unabashedly claimed to possess a poor sense of direction. Upon hearing laughter, Zoro turned to face Nami, who immediately lowered his head, kneeling beside Zoro and opening the first aid kit. I will tend to your wounds. It may sting a bit. "It's fine," Zoro replied, extending his arm. Nami's hands were steady, despite his racing heart. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain a professional demeanor as he cleansed the wound, applied ointment, and bandaged it with gentle, practiced motions honed from years of caring for his reckless brothers. Zoro observed him quietly, while the boy kept his gaze lowered, his eyelashes casting delicate shadows on his cheeks, reminiscent of fragile butterfly wings in the moonlight. This pink-haired youth possessed a beauty that transcended femininity, embodying a pure, androgynous allure. His fingers were slender, yet strong, and his focused expression while bandaging drew one's gaze irresistibly. His touch was cool, causing Zoro to instinctively tense his muscles upon contact. "Does it hurt?" Nami suddenly looked up, concern evident in his eyes. "No," Zoro averted his gaze. Oddly, he usually wouldn't concern himself with such minor injuries. "All done." Nami tied the final knot and lifted his head, only to find Zoro staring intently at him. The atmosphere turned suddenly still. "I'll go make soup," Nami exclaimed, springing up like a startled rabbit, clutching the first aid kit as he dashed toward the cabin, only to trip over his own feet. Trouble," Zoro remarked, his eyes following Nami's retreating figure, instantly aware of his near fall. He instinctively reached out to assist, but Nami regained his balance, rushing into the cabin without looking back, leaving only the words, "I'm fine," fluttering in the breeze. Luffy, stroking his chin, leaned closer to Zoro. "Nami seems a bit off today. Usually he is quite composed, like a little adult." Zoro remained silent, his gaze fixed on the cabin. Luffy inched closer, his rubbery face nearly pressing against Zoro's. "Zoro, you're impressive, right? You say you're a swordsman, or is it three-sword style?" Although Luffy didn't comprehend the distinction between three-sword and one-sword styles, Zoro leaned back slightly. "Not bad. Are you a devil fruit user?" "Yes, I'm a rubber man," Luffy exclaimed, stretching his arm to demonstrate. "See." A flicker of interest passed through Zoro's eyes. "Rubber is an intriguing ability. Would you like to join my pirate crew?" Luffy suddenly proposed, his eyes sparkling. "I'm looking for comrades." "You're a swordsman, right?" "I need a swordsman." Zoro raised an eyebrow. "A pirate crew? Just you and him?" "Yeah, although it's just me and Nami now. We'll find more companions," Luffy declared, clenching his fist. "I want to become the Pirate King." Zoro regarded the earnest Straw Hat Boy, then glanced back at the cabin, where Nami was carefully emerging with a pot, his pink hair flowing like a river of light in the moonlight. "The Pirate King, huh?" Zoro said. "I agree. I aim to become the world's greatest swordsman." "The world's greatest swordsman? How impressive. The Pirate King should have such allies." "Splendid." Luffy beamed with joy. Nami approached them with a steaming pot of soup, his expression now calm, if one overlooked his still flushed ear tips. Seaweed fish soup, with a hint of ginger to ward off the chill. He ladled a bowl and offered it to Zoro. Zoro accepted the soup and took a sip. The warmth flowed down his throat and into his stomach, dispelling the chill from the sea. Although the soup was simple, made from dried fish and seaweed, its flavor was delightful and comforting. "Thank you," Zoro said to Nami. She shook her head and sat beside Luffy. "It's delicious." Luffy had already served himself a large bowl, gulping it down eagerly. "Nami's soup is the best." "I'm glad you like it, brother," Nami replied, sipping her own bowl while her gaze involuntarily drifted toward Zoro. Every time Zoro glanced her way, she would immediately lower her head, pretending to drink earnestly, her pink hair falling to conceal her flushed ears. Suddenly, Luffy exclaimed, "Nami, your face is so red. Are you getting a fever?" "And no," Nami stammered, "it's just that the soup is too hot." Luffy looked at Nami and then at Zoro, before suddenly clapping his hands in realization. "Ah, I know. Nami, do you think Zoro's three swords are super cool?" Nami's heart raced. Right. That's why you're nervous." "I felt the same when I first saw Shanks." Zoro. Nami sighed with relief, forcing a chuckle. Yes, they're really cool." Zoro observed Nami's guilty expression, the corners of his mouth curving up slightly, unbeknownst to himself. As night deepened, Luffy sprawled across the cabin floor, his rubber limbs occupying the entire bed. Nami had covered him several times, only for him to kick the blankets off in his sleep. "Never mind," she sighed helplessly, struggling to sleep. Nami sat up and gazed out at the starry sky, her heart in disarray. Roronoa Zoro, she silently repeated his name. Why did this person stir such turmoil within her? What was this unfamiliar, exhilarating feeling that left her bewildered? Nami recalled what Makino had once said about love. Makino had said that to love someone meant feeling your heart race upon seeing them, blushing, wanting to do nice things for them, and giving them your best. All these seemed to resonate with some symptoms she felt towards her brothers. But why did she feel the same towards Zoro? No, it couldn't be. They had only just met, and besides, they were both men. Yet, Nami turned to look at Zoro, who was sleeping on the deck. She got up, took another blanket, and walked over. Zoro leaned against the ship's railing, his 3 swords neatly arranged beside him, eyes closed as if in slumber. The moonlight cast a soft glow on his chiseled face, creating an astonishingly gentle aura. Even in sleep, his brows were slightly furrowed, as if he were lost in a serious dream. So handsome, Nami thought, immediately shaking her head and lightly slapping her face. Nami, what are you thinking? But she couldn't restrain her gaze, nor the rapid beating of her heart. Taking a deep breath, she tiptoed closer, intending to drape the blanket over him. Just then, Zoro suddenly spoke. I'm not asleep. Startled, Nami's hand trembled, causing the blanket to slip from her grasp and fall to the deck. Zoro opened his eyes and looked at the flustered Nami. Aren't you going to sleep? I was worried you might be cold. Nami replied softly, picking up the blanket. I brought you another one. Zoro's deep-set eyes were fixed intently on Nami, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Thank you, but it's late. You should get some rest. After handing him a blanket, Nami hastily provided him with a cushion, then swiftly departed. Indeed, she fled as if her life depended on it. He observed the delicate silhouette of her pink hair, a fleeting look of confusion crossing his face. Moreover, the blush that adorned his cheeks. Zoro shut his eyes, deciding to dismiss the thought. The moonlight gently bathed the sea, glimmering upon the small boat and the 3 youths, each harboring their own secrets. The threads of fate, on this night, wove together quietly. Nami was unaware of the profound change this encounter would bring. All she knew was that from the moment she laid eyes on Zoro, something had irrevocably altered. Chapter 31. The turmoil of Orangetown as the first rays of morning sunlight graced the deck. Nami awoke. She lay on the small bed in the cabin, her face concealed beneath a blanket. Her pink hair sprawled across the pillow, resembling a blossoming flower. Today, she would prepare breakfast as usual, inspect the ship's hull, and chart their course, just like any other day. Nami donned a simple deep gray outfit, tying her pink locks into a high ponytail for a more spirited appearance, conducive to movement. She practiced her smile in the small mirror affixed to the cabin wall, striving for a natural expression. Good morning, Mr. Zoro. No, that felt too formal. Morning, swordsman. Still awkward. Zoro, brother. Perhaps that was too intimate. Shaking her head, she resolved to let things unfold naturally. Stepping out of the cabin, the morning light enveloped her entirely. On the deck, Zoro was already awake. He sat cross-legged at the bow, 3 swords neatly arranged beside him, eyes closed, breathing steady and profound, clearly engaged in some form of meditation. The sea breeze caressed his open white shirt, revealing a muscular chest and defined abs. Morning light gilded his green hair with a golden sheen, accentuating the sharp lines of his profile. Nami's footsteps faltered. Her heart began to race uncontrollably, her fingertips tingling slightly. She instinctively clutched the hem of her clothing, taking deep breaths and then another. Nami, good morning. Luffy sprang out of the cabin with a spring-like exuberance, his rubbery body bouncing. Wow, I'm so hungry. What as for breakfast? His cheerful greeting shattered the delicate atmosphere. Morning, big brother, Nami replied, feeling a bit flustered but quickly regaining her composure. Zoro opened his eyes and turned his gaze toward them. Nami immediately averted her eyes, hastening to the small stove at the back of the ship. Yes, we have some dried fish left from yesterday, and I'll make porridge. Dried fish porridge. Yay! Luffy cheered, then turned to Zoro. Morning. Are you training? That's amazing. Zoro stood up, stretching his shoulders. He had spent the night sleeping on the deck, although Nami had provided a cushion. The dampness of the sea had left his muscles a bit stiff. Morning. It's not exactly training, just adjusting my breathing. His gaze fell upon Nami's busy figure. The pink ponytail danced behind her with every movement, captivating in its allure. Zoro shifted his gaze toward the sea. Where's the ship headed? I don't know. Luffy leaped onto the railing, craning his neck to look around. Nami, where are we going today? Nai cautiously tore the dried fish into fine shreds. And upon hearing a comment, his hand trembled, nearly causing the fish to tumble into the pot. I must check the nautical chart. We may have deviated from our course after last night's storm. He set down his task and reached for the chart. As he passed by Zoro, a faint scent wafted towards him from Zoro's direction, causing his cheeks to flush. Hastening past, Nai unfurled the nautical chart on the deck at the entrance of the cabin, with Luffy and Zoro gathering around him. We are likely positioned here. Nai pointed to a spot on the chart, though uncertainty lingered in his voice. The storm had indeed shifted their course significantly. If we sail east for about a day, we should reach a small island called Orange Town, where we can replenish our fresh water and provisions. Orange Town. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are there oranges? I love oranges. Perhaps, Nai replied hesitantly. Sister Makino's sailing manual states that Orange Town is renowned for its abundant citrus fruits. Zoro scrutinized the nautical chart, his brow furrowing. Which direction is east? Nai looked up and met Zoro's gaze, his amber eyes deep and captivating in the morning light. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly averted his gaze, pointing towards where the sun rose. That way is east. Oh, Zoro nodded, then naturally added, you keep an eye on the direction while I steer. Yeah. Nai was taken aback. Zoro, can you steer? No, Zoro replied with unyielding confidence. But if you tell me the direction, I can adjust. Luffy burst into laughter. Zoro and Nai make a great team. One directs, the other steers. Perfect. Nai's face turned even redder at the prospect of being so close to Zoro while steering. I'll make porridge. He nearly fled back to the stove. Breakfast unfolded in a subtly charged atmosphere. The fish porridge Nai prepared was aromatic, sprinkled with bits of seaweed and sesame. He served each person a bowl, but as he handed one to Zoro, his fingers inadvertently brushed against Zoro's hand. It felt like an electric shock, and Nai quickly withdrew his hand, nearly toppling the bowl. Be careful, Zoro steadied the bowl and glanced at Nai. Your hands are quite cold. It's colder on the sea in the morning, Nai stammered, lowering his head to sip his porridge, unable to meet Zoro's gaze. Luffy, blissfully unaware of the delicate atmosphere, slurped down his porridge and stretched his arm toward the pot. Nai's porridge is the best. Isn't it, Zoro? Zoro took a sip and nodded. Not bad. Those two simple words made Nai's heart feel as if it were steeped in honey, sweet and dizzying. He sipped his porridge in small gulps, unable to suppress a smile. After breakfast, they adjusted their course as planned and set sail towards Orange Town. Nai stood at the bow, observing the sea and clouds, occasionally calling out direction adjustments. Though Zoro was still somewhat clumsy at the helm, he was surprisingly steady and demonstrated a remarkable capacity to learn. Yet, he consistently veered off course, and Nai had lost count of how many times he had to correct him. Luffy, meanwhile, was on lookout duty, perched on a beam of the mast, swinging his legs and occasionally shouting, "Wow, I see so many seagulls. There's a big bird flying by. That cloud looks like meat. 15 degrees to port." Nai quietly advised. Like this? Zoro adjusted the helm. Just a bit more to the right. Yes, hold steady. The collaboration between the two was surprisingly harmonious. Nai's voice was gentle yet clear, while Zoro executed his tasks with precision and decisiveness. Occasionally, when Nai turned to confirm their course, he would catch a glimpse of Zoro's focused profile as he steered the ship, the morning light accentuating his rugged jawline. How handsome, Nai thought, then immediately scolded himself in his mind. Nai, what are you thinking? To divert his attention, Nai began to organize the items on board. He neatly coiled the ropes that had been scattered by the storm, inspected the damaged canvas, and took stock of their remaining supplies. There were 3 days' worth of fresh water left, and if his brother didn't sneak any food, they had enough for 5 days. Nisei muttered to himself that they would need to restock in Orange Town and also buy some medicine and spare tools. You are quite meticulous. Zoro's voice suddenly came from behind him. Startled, Nisei nearly jumped, dropping his ledger onto the deck. He hurriedly bent down to retrieve it, and Zoro did the same, their heads bumping gently together. I'm so sorry, Nisei exclaimed, retreating with his hand on his forehead, his face flushed with embarrassment. Zoro picked up the ledger and handed it to him, saying it's fine. Taking the book, Nisei whispered, "Thank you. You don't need to keep saying thank you." Zoro observed Nisei's reddened face, a flicker of curiosity crossing his eyes. "Are you nervous?" And no, Nisei immediately denied, "I'm just not used to having strangers on the ship." He regretted his words instantly. Was Zoro considered a stranger now? They had rescued him, shared breakfast, and now sailed together on the same ship. He was already part of his brother's crew. Zoro said nothing, merely nodded and returned to the helm. Nisei watched his retreating figure, a wave of regret washing over him. Had he said something wrong? Would Zoro think he was unwelcome? The entire morning passed in this turmoil for Nisei. He wished to speak with Zoro, but lacked the courage. He wanted to appear natural, yet found himself clumsy and flustered. He longed to steal a few more glances at Zoro, yet feared being caught. Meanwhile, Zoro seemed entirely unaware of Nisei's unease. Most of the time, he was either steering the ship or resting with his eyes closed, occasionally exchanging a few words with Luffy, their topics revolving around swordsmanship, battles, and experiences of getting lost. Luffy expressed great interest in Zoro's talent for navigating the wrong way. "Zoro, can you really get lost in a forest for 3 days?" "Yeah, and at sea too? Getting lost, doesn't T count if the ship sinks? What if it doesn't T sink? I would still get lost." Luffy burst into laughter. "Zoro, you're so interesting. Nisei, don't you think?" Suddenly called upon, Nisei, who was mending the canvas, nearly pricked his finger with a needle. "Huh? Yes. Very interesting," he stammered. Zoro looked at Nisei, who immediately lowered his gaze, his pink hair falling to cover his flushed cheeks. Lunch consisted of simple grilled fish and hard bread. Nisei handed the largest fish to Zoro, saying, "Zoro, you're injured. Eat more to regain your strength." Zoro accepted the fish, replying, "Thanks." "You're welcome," Nisei murmured, picking up a smaller fish and taking small bites. Luffy had already devoured 3 fish and was now staring at the one in Nisei's hand. "Nisei, aren't you going to eat that? If not, give it to me. I'll eat it." Nisei instinctively shielded his fish, but couldn't help glancing at Zoro to see if he was enjoying his meal. Zoro's manner of eating was rugged. He tore into his food with his hands, yet his actions were not crude. Rather, they possessed a certain majestic beauty. He noticed Nami's gaze and looked up, inquiring, "What's the matter?" "And nothing." Nami hurriedly lowered her head and asked, "Is the fish good?" "Quite good," he replied succinctly. Though it was merely 2 words, Nami felt a sense of satisfaction. In the afternoon, the sea was calm, and Luffy proposed that they engage in some training aboard the ship. "Zoro, let us spar," Luffy exclaimed with enthusiasm, striking a pose. "Show me your 3-sword style." Zoro was in the midst of polishing his swords, 3 uniquely styled blades, one of which had an exceptionally simple sheath, yet he handled it with utmost care. "Fighting on a ship will cause it to sink," Zoro stated without looking up. "Then we won't fight," Luffy readily acquiesced. "Zoro, why don't you demonstrate? I want to see your 3-sword style." Nami also paused her work, stealing glances at Zoro, curious about the essence of the 3-sword style. Zoro glanced at the 2. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement, and although Nami feigned interest in organizing ropes, her ears were clearly perked up. "Very well," Zoro said, standing up and moving to the relatively spacious center of the deck. He took a deep breath, gripping 2 swords at his waist with his right hand, while biting down on the sheath of the 3rd sword. Nami held her breath in anticipation. In the next moment, Zoro moved, not swiftly, but with a graceful fluidity that exuded strength. The 3 swords in his hands and mouth seemed to come alive, carving through the air with clean precision. The pressure of the wind causing Nami's pink hair to flutter gently. There are no flamboyant moves, just the basics of slashing, chopping, thrusting, and parrying. Yet each strike was executed with pinpoint accuracy, each maneuver imbued with aesthetic beauty. The sunlight reflected off the blades, casting a cold gleam upon Zoro's focused face, rendering Nami spellbound. She had witnessed Ace's ferocity with a dagger and Sabo's agility with a steel rod, but she had never seen swordsmanship that harmonized power with finesse, ruggedness with delicacy. It was akin to art, yet resembled a dance of death. Her heart raced, not from anxiety this time, but from sheer astonishment. Or was it something else? Nami could not discern. She only knew she could not tear her gaze away. Zoro sheathed his swords. All three returned to their scabbards almost simultaneously, producing a crisp sound. Wow! Luffy clapped his hands, exclaiming, "That was amazing! Zoro is incredible!" Nami instinctively joined in the applause, albeit softly, her face flushing red, this time from the embarrassment of being caught lost in admiration. "Thank you," Zoro said to Luffy, then turned to Nami, asking, "Do you want to learn?" Nami was taken aback. Can I really learn?" "The basics are fine," Zoro replied, stepping in front of her. He unsheathed a shorter blade from his waist. Not one of the three main swords, but a spare short blade. "Try this one." Nami took the knife. It was light, yet bore a substantial weight in her hand. She looked up at Zoro, her expression somewhat bewildered. "How do I hold it?" In truth, Ace had taught her, for what assassin would not know how to grip a knife? Yet she felt that learning from Zoro would be different. "Like this," Zoro said, reaching out to clasp her hand, adjusting her grip on the knife. His warm palm enveloped hers, causing her to freeze in place. Zoro's hands were large, with thick calluses, the result of years spent wielding swords. His body temperature radiated through his skin, causing a tingling sensation in Naise's fingertips. The thumb rested here, the index finger relaxed, and the wrist remained unyielding. Zoro's voice resonated in his ear, deep and steady. Naisei could feel Zoro's breath caressing the shell of his ear, his face instantly flushed, the heat spreading from his cheeks down to his neck. "Do you understand?" Zoro released his grip. Naisei mechanically nodded, his mind a blank slate. He held the sword, standing in the posture Zoro had just taught him, yet completely forgot what to do next. "Try swinging it," Zoro instructed. Naisei's movements were stiff, akin to a marionette. Zoro frowned. "Too rigid, relax. Use your waist for power, not your arms." He stepped closer, placing his palm against Naisei's side. "Here, generate your strength." Naisei nearly jumped. His side was a sensitive area, and Zoro's hand made him feel as though he were ablaze. "Zed Zoro, Naichi's voice trembled. I may not be suited for this." "Suitability is irrelevant. It is only a matter of desire," Zoro retorted, stepping back. Ultimately, he steeled himself to continue learning. The following dusk, the outline of Orange Town emerged on the horizon. They had finally arrived, albeit with great difficulty, as Zoro's poor sense of direction necessitated constant reminders from Naisei to stay on course. It was a small island surrounded by citrus groves, its houses painted in vibrant colors, appearing warm and serene in the evening light. "We've arrived," Luffy exclaimed, stretching his neck. "Look, so many oranges. I want to eat 100. Naisei sighed in relief. He could finally disembark. Being on the ship with Zoro was becoming unbearable for his heart. Zoro stood up, gazing at the approaching island, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. The atmosphere here feels off. The harbor of Orange Town was eerily desolate. Logically, a fruit-renowned island like this should be bustling with activity, merchant ships coming and going, farmers hawking their produce. Yet, at this moment, only a few small boats were docked, and the shore lay deserted, lacking even a solitary guard. "It's too quiet." Naisei stood at the bow, his pink hair billowing in the evening breeze. Sensing something amiss, Luffy, unable to contain his excitement, leaped onto the shore. "Who cares? Let's find some oranges. I smell them." Resigned, Naisei secured the boat line and disembarked with Zoro. Zoro, with 3 swords strapped to his waist, scanned the surroundings with vigilance. The trio walked along the pier's path toward the town center. Indeed, the citrus grove beside the road was laden with fruit, the bright oranges bending the branches, and the air was filled with a sweet aroma. Strangely, there was not a soul in sight among the trees, and some fallen oranges lay untouched on the ground. "What a waste," Luffy lamented, having already plucked several oranges to devour. "So sweet. Nai-chi. Zoro, you have to try this." Nicei took an orange, peeled it, and offered half to Zoro. Zoro, would you like to taste? Zoro accepted it, eating his segment. Just one word, yet it brought Nicei a sense of fulfillment. He savored a piece himself. It was exceptionally sweet, a rare quality from the East Blue. As they ventured deeper into the town, the oddity became increasingly evident. Most of the shops lining the streets were closed, and some windows were shattered, left in disrepair. Occasionally, residents hurriedly passed by, their eyes filled with wariness and dread upon seeing the three strangers swiftly retreating into their homes. It seemed they were afraid of us. Luffy scratched his head, pondering how he could appear so frightening. He gently touched his cherubic face. Nami frowned. It's not us they fear, but rather the outsiders. Something must have transpired in this town. Just then, a cacophony erupted ahead. The trio followed the sound, arriving at a small square. In the center stood a makeshift stage, upon which an individual clad as a clown was positioned. Indeed, he was a clown in the literal sense. A red nose, exaggerated makeup, multicolored attire, and a captain's hat adorned his head, all while wearing a mischievous grin. Surrounding him were several menacing pirates, while a throng of trembling townsfolk gathered below. Dear residents of Orangetown, the clown Buggy proclaimed in a comical tone, his eyes gleaming with malice. Today marks the monthly collection day for protection fees. Form an orderly line and present your prepared berries. Remember, if even a single coin is missing, I shall demolish a house. He toyed with several round objects, which Nami recognized as cannonballs. It's Buggy the Clown, Zoro murmured, a notorious pirate from the East Blue, with a bounty of 15 million berries. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Pirates, we can fight. Nami restrained him. Brother, wait, we must assess the situation first. Chapter 32. The Straw Hat Crew versus Buggy's crew. The townspeople began to queue up to surrender their berries, each expression rife with despair. An elderly woman trembled as she produced a small cloth bag, only for it to be snatched away by Buggy's pirates, who counted its contents. Old woman, you're short 100 berries. The pirate sneered. No, it can't be. The old lady's face turned pale. I've saved for an entire month. Stop your whining. Buggy waved dismissively. Boys, blow up her house. No. The old woman collapsed to the ground, just as the pirate raised a torch, preparing to hurl it at her wooden cottage, which was piled high with dry firewood. A pink blur zipped past like the wind. Nami had already positioned herself in front of the old woman, her waist-length hair flowing gracefully in the air as she moved at high speed, creating a gentle arc. No one could discern how she had crossed the distance, nor could they see when she had stealthily acquired a short knife, meant for slicing fruit from a nearby stall. The blade, no longer than a palm, glimmered ominously. The torch, accompanied by a whistling wind and waves of heat, came crashing down. Nami did not retreat. She executed a remarkably delicate flick of her wrist, the short knife tracing an almost invisible silver line in the light. With a soft sound akin to slicing through thin paper, the torch was severed, the burning half falling to the ground with a thud, sparks flying as the flames rapidly dwindled to mere wisps of smoke. The remaining half remained clutched in the pirate's hand, his sinister grin frozen in place as he stared blankly at the half of the wooden stick left in his grasp. A moment of silence enveloped the square. The sea breeze seemed to halt, the townspeople gazed in wide-eyed astonishment, and the minions of Buggy the Clown gaped in disbelief. Even Luffy and Zoro paused in their actions, turning to regard the slender figure standing resolutely with the knife. Nicei gently tilted his body, using one hand to support the trembling old lady, his voice soft and tender, a stark contrast to the fierce tone he had just displayed. Grandma, please step back. It is dangerous here. The old woman's clouded eyes gazed at him, her lips quivering as he carefully escorted her to the safety of the eaves behind. Then, Nicei turned to face the Buggy pirates, his expression inscrutable. Yet, his always clear and gentle doe-like eyes held a serene intensity as they met the gaze of the clown Buggy, imbued with an almost imperceptible chill. Buggy blinked his paint-smeared eyes, his mouth agape, before erupting into a cacophony of raucous laughter. Ha ha ha. Who is this little girl? Trying to play the hero and save the beauty? No, wait. Save the old? His crew joined in the malicious laughter, their eyes filled with contempt as they scrutinized Nai C's delicate waist and exquisitely refined features. Perceiving him as utterly non-threatening, they regarded him as a lost, naive scion of wealth, entirely out of place in the brutal and bloody world of pirates. "Hey, brat, do you know the might of the buggy pirates?" A burly pirate, wielding a cleaver, stepped forward, his meaty hand slicing through the air towards Nai C's slender shoulder. Warning: you better not cry if you get hurt. Just as his hand was about to make contact, the pirate felt a swift tug at his ankle, causing his center of gravity to falter dramatically. He failed to comprehend how Nai Ci had moved. It seemed as if he had merely sidestepped and extended his foot. With a thud, the pirate's massive form lunged forward, crashing face first into the ground, his front teeth clattering against the stone pavement, eliciting a nauseating crunch as blood gushed from his mouth and nose. "Oh dear," Nai Ci exclaimed, widening his eyes slightly. Stepping back with a hand raised to cover his mouth, his tone a perfect blend of regret and bewilderment. "I'm terribly sorry. It appears there was a stone on the ground. Do be careful where you walk next time." He even tilted his head slightly, the innocence in his expression making it seem like nothing more than an unfortunate accident. Zoro raised an eyebrow from a distance, a flicker of interest passing through his eyes, while Luffy's face swelled with fury, his rubbery features contorting. "Hey, you scoundrels, don't you dare touch my brother." "Brother?" Buggy paused, glancing between Luffy and Nai Ci, his expression turning even more comical. "A rubber idiot and a pretty boy are brothers? This is quite amusing. Don't call me brother, you pretty boy." Luffy bellowed, his rubber arm shooting out. Rubber pistol. I told you. Buggy was utterly unfazed. Luffy's fist struck with precision against the face of another pirate attempting to ambush Nai Ci from the side. The man did not even utter a cry, akin to being struck by a battering ram, as he was sent flying, crashing through half a wall. The battle had officially begun. Luffy versus Buggy, a comical and chaotic confrontation. Luffy, brimming with fervor, turned to face the speaking Buggy. With a resounding thud, his fist connected solidly with Buggy's chest. However, Buggy's body shattered like porcelain, instantly fracturing into numerous pieces. Luffy's fist passed through the gaps between the fragments, striking at nothing but air. I, the esteemed one, have consumed the split fruit and transformed into a being of division. Physical assaults are futile against me. Buggy's head floats in the air, brimming with self-satisfaction. His body parts dance in the sky, each limb and torso engaging in battle independently, launching assaults upon Luffy from all directions. Initially, Luffy appeared somewhat flustered, his rubbery form receiving several hits. How peculiar. Why can't I land a blow? Yet, he quickly found amusement in the chaos, exclaiming, "Wow, my body can separate. How delightful. Behold my rubber fireworks." He stretched himself like a slingshot and then, with a vigorous spin, propelled himself towards Buggy's dispersed body parts, attempting to knock them all away. The scene was a whirlwind of confusion and hilarity. Zoro cast a glance at the playful Luffy and sighed. It seemed the warm-up had commenced prematurely. The Buggy pirates numbered around a few dozen, boasting numerical superiority, yet their quality varied significantly. Most were mere ruffians, with only a handful of officers displaying any noteworthy skill. Zoro versus Buggy pirates officers. The overwhelming three-sword style in stark contrast, Zoro faced the advancing minions with remarkable ease, not even requiring 3 swords for the task. Demon Slash. His deep voice resonated as he wielded only one sword, the Wado Ikemonji, advancing like a specter. The blade flashed among the crowd, and the first 5 or 6 pirates at the forefront had scarcely registered the origin of the strike before they felt a chill in their wrists, knees, or weapons, collapsing to the ground, stripped of their combat capabilities. Impressive. An officer wielding throwing knives and another brandishing a heavy iron club flanked him from either side. The knives rained down towards Zoro's vital points, while the iron club whistled through the air, aiming for his head. Zoro's gaze sharpened as he finally drew his 3 swords. 3-sword style, cow needle. He clenched the Wado Ikemonji in his mouth, gripping the other 2 swords in his hands, his form surging forward like a rampaging bull, moving so swiftly that only afterimages remained. Clang, clang. The throwing knives were all deftly deflected, and he narrowly evaded the heavy strike of the iron club, countering with an upward slash that left a bloody mark on the arm of the club-wielding officer. "Curse you!" the iron club officer roared. Meanwhile, the throwing knife officer circled around, seeking an opening. Zoro faced two opponents with apparent ease. The three swords in his hands seemed to possess a life of their own, seamlessly coordinating offense and defense, weaving a tightly knit web of blades that firmly suppressed both foes. Nami versus Buggy Pirate's minions. The dancer in the shadows on Nami's end. She maneuvered along the outskirts and gaps of the battlefield, her combat style contrasting sharply with Luffy's straightforward approach and Zoro's fierce dominance. She resembled a dancer gliding along the edges of light and shadow, or perhaps an assassin. The short blade in her hand appeared to be merely a prop. She predominantly utilized her environment, speed, and an almost terrifying precision. One pirate, spotting her alone, grinned menacingly and swung his blade with brute force. Nami did not meet the attack head-on. Instead, she gracefully bent her waist, slipping sideways at an astonishing angle, narrowly avoiding the blade. Simultaneously, her empty left hand casually brushed against the pirate's elbow. Ugh! The pirate felt an instant wave of weakness and numbness flood his entire arm, causing his sword to clatter to the ground. Before he could react, Naise's dagger struck heavily against his neck. The pirate's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. Another pirate, witnessing his comrade's fall, roared as he lunged from behind, attempting to overpower Naisei with sheer weight. Yet, Naisei seemed to possess a sixth sense. Without even glancing back, he deftly propelled himself upward with a slight push from his toes, landing gracefully atop a nearby, toppled barrel, executing a backflip in midair. Not only did he evade the assault, but he also turned effortlessly in the air, delivering a precise kick to the pirate's nape. He landed soundlessly, his pink hair tracing a graceful arc before cascading back onto his shoulders. Capture that child. A cunning pirate, realizing Naisei was a formidable adversary, diverted his attention toward the stunned little girl nearby. Naisei's gaze turned icy. In an instant, the dagger slipped from his grasp, soaring like a silver bolt, slamming into the pirate's wrist. The pirate cried out in pain, releasing his grip, while Naisei appeared beside the girl as if teleporting, lifting her effortlessly in one arm and retreating to safety under a nearby awning with a series of light, agile leaps. Thank you, thank you. The girl's mother wept as she took her child. Naisei offered a slight nod, a gentle, reassuring smile gracing his lips, pure and warm, banishing the bloodshed's grim aura. However, as he turned to face his adversaries once more, his expression hardened into a frigid resolve. No longer confined to his dagger, the stones he picked up, broken sticks, and even weapons seized from the pirates transformed in his hands into lethal threats. He consistently manifested at the most inconvenient positions for his foes, targeting joints, pressure points, and the vulnerable connections of their weapons with fluid, terrifying efficiency. What appeared to be light taps would invariably render foes far larger than himself incapacitated in an instant. The tide of battle swiftly clarified. Luffy, through a game of hide-and-seek with Buggy, stumbled upon a strategy, unexpectedly rebounding a cannonball he had launched back at Buggy, leaving him and his dismembered parts covered in soot and temporarily silenced. Meanwhile, Zoro unleashed the might of his three-sword style, the Tiger Hunt, shattering the last defenses of two cadre members, who fell to the ground, battered and incapacitated. The remaining rabble had already been dispatched by Naisei's elusive strikes to pressure points and joint manipulations, groaning as they lay scattered. The moonlight once again bathed the streets of the town in tranquility, though the air was tinged with the faint scent of gunpowder and dust. Naisei sheathed the humble dagger and approached an elderly woman, checking on her well-being. His long hair fluttered gently in the night breeze. The boy who had once resembled a cold blade on the battlefield had vanished, leaving only a gentle guardian. The initial raid of the Buggy Pirates concluded in a manner that astonished all present. The townsfolk stared, wide-eyed, at the trio of youths, particularly at Naisei. They found it hard to believe that this boy, who bore an ethereal beauty akin to that of a girl, had just felled 7 or 8 pirates with a mere stick, his movements so swift and precise it sent shivers down their spines. "Is it over?" a resident timidly inquired. Yes, it's fine now," Nice CI replied, brushing off the dust. Luffy was inspecting the spoils, having extracted a considerable amount of berries from Buggy, along with a treasure map. "Nami, Zoro, look, a treasure map. Let us embark on a treasure hunt." Zoro sheathed his sword and turned to Nami, asking, "Are you all right?" She shook her head, assuring him she was fine. Zoro then turned to Luffy. "What shall we do now?" He trailed off as a girl with short orange hair suddenly dashed around the corner, lunging for the treasure map in Luffy's hands. Chapter 33. The temporary navigator, Nami, the treasure is mine. The girl's movements were astonishingly swift, akin to a nimble cat. Seizing the moment Luffy lowered his gaze to the treasure map, she snatched it and fled. "Hey, my treasure map!" Luffy reacted promptly, extending his rubber arm to grasp it. Yet, the girl appeared to have eyes at the back of her head. She ducked and evaded, leaping onto a nearby rooftop, and with a few agile hops, vanished into the alleys. The entire encounter transpired in less than 5 seconds, fluid and evidently the act of a seasoned thief. Nami and Zoro stood in stunned silence. After her, Luffy was the first to bolt, propelling himself like a cannonball. Nami and Zoro exchanged glances before following suit. Nami's agility was on full display as she darted between rooftops, relentlessly pursuing the orange-haired girl. Although Zoro was not slow, he struggled with his sense of direction, leading him to take a wrong turn. 10 minutes later, Nami cornered the girl atop an abandoned warehouse. The girl, approximately 16 or 17, with her short orange hair and sun-kissed skin, wore a simple tank top and shorts, her slender frame exuding vitality. She clutched the treasure map tightly, eyeing Nami warily. "Return the treasure map," Nami demanded, standing firmly on the adjacent rooftop, her hair billowing in the evening breeze. "Why should I?" The girl defiantly raised her chin. "I saw it first. That belongs to my brother," Nami replied calmly. "And as you witnessed, we defeated Buggy's pirate crew. This town is temporarily safe, and out of gratitude, you shouldn't steal from us." The girl hesitated, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. "You defeated Buggy?" "Yes. So what?" she retorted, stubbornly asserting, "The treasure map is mine now. Come and take it if you can." She turned to leap off the rooftop, but Nami was quicker. She deftly threw a thin rope, ensnaring the girl's ankle with precision. The girl lost her balance and began to tumble from the edge, but Nami slid beneath her in time, catching her securely in a princess carry. Their eyes locked momentarily, and the girl's face flushed crimson, caught off guard by being held by such an attractive young man. Nami, equally flustered, quickly set the girl down, though the rope remained entangled around her ankle. "Let me go," the girl protested, struggling. "Return the treasure map, and I will—" Nami tightened her grip on the other end of the rope. Just then, Luffy's swift figure appeared, and Zoro, finally guided by Luffy, arrived as well. Upon seeing the treasure map in the girl's possession, Luffy immediately reached out, exclaiming, "Give it back." The young girl shifted her eyes and suddenly displayed a pitiful expression. Trudisore. "I didn't mean to steal. I just needed the money." Her acting was remarkable, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her voice tinged with a quiver. "My village was destroyed by pirates, and I need money to rebuild my home. This treasure map might fetch a considerable sum. I swear, I'm not a bad person." Luffy's heart softened immediately. Is that so?" However, Nami furrowed her brows. She had encountered too many individuals. The girl's tears were too sudden and feigned, and her agility while fleeing was not characteristic of an ordinary villager. Yet, Luffy had already fallen for her act. "Then, may I lend you the treasure map? We're off to seek treasure anyway. You can join us. If we find the treasure, you shall have a share, brother." Nami wished to intervene, but it was too late. The girl's eyes lit up. "Really? That's wonderful. My name is Nami. I'm a navigator. I can assist you in your journey. In exchange, take me with you to find the treasure." "A navigator?" Luffy exclaimed with delight. "We need a navigator. Though Nice I knows a bit, it's not nearly enough. Nami, join us. A temporary addition. Nami emphasized, "Once we find the treasure, I'll take my leave." "Deal." Nisai and Zoro exchanged a glance, both recognizing the inevitability reflected in each other's eyes. Luffy's decision was unyielding. Thus, the adventure team from Orange Town transformed from 3 members to 4. Nami indeed proved to be an exceptional navigator. With just a glance at the treasure map, she identified the treasure's location on a nearby island and mapped out the optimal route. "We shall depart early tomorrow morning, with favorable winds. We can reach it in half a day." Nami suggested, "Tonight, let us rest in town. I know a safe place." She led them to a modest wooden cabin on a hillside just outside of town, which she claimed was her temporary refuge. The cabin was simple yet clean, equipped with basic furniture and a supply of food. "You'll sleep on the floor while I take the bed," Nami declared nonchalantly, then turned to Nisai, winking little beauty. "Would you like to join me in the bed? The floor is rather hard." Nisai's face flushed instantly. "And no, it's fine. I'll sleep on the floor with my brother." Nami burst into laughter. "You look so adorable when you're shy." Zoro glanced at Nami, but said nothing, merely finding a corner to sit and begin sharpening his sword. Dinner, surprisingly bountiful, was prepared by Nami. She crafted grilled fish, vegetable soup, and orange marmalade bread from the supplies in the cabin. The flavors were delightful, even prompting Zoro to partake in 2 extra bowls. "Nami is impressive," Luffy exclaimed, mouth full. "Your cooking is delicious." Nami smiled proudly. "Of course, living alone, I would have starved if I couldn't cook." In truth, all of this was prepared by the villagers. Nami herself was not skilled in the culinary arts. Nisai sipped her soup delicately, secretly observing Nami. This girl was complex. Her nimble fingers were adept at thievery. Her acting skills were effortless, and she possessed professional nautical knowledge. Her claim of a destroyed village could very well be a fabrication, yet there was a palpable, profound sadness hidden in her eyes, undeniably real. After dinner, Luffy quickly succumbed to sleep, sprawled on the floor, snoring lightly. Zoro practiced his swordsmanship outside, claiming he couldn't sleep in confined spaces. Only Nasi and Nami remained in the room. Nami was organizing the nautical charts, while Nasi mended the clothes that Luffy had torn during today's battle. His pink hair cascaded down, glimmering in the warm glow of the oil lamp. "Hey, Nasi," Nami suddenly spoke. "Are you and Luffy brothers?" "Well, sort of," Nasi replied. "My brother is my grandfather's grandson, and I was picked up by my grandfather." "Picked up?" Nami raised an eyebrow. "So you must have a good relationship." "My brother, Ace, and Sabo are my most important family," Nasi said softly. "Those Sabo and Ace?" Nami noted these names. "Your family seems quite complicated." Nasi smiled faintly and chose not to elaborate further. After finishing the last stitch, he looked up at Nami. "Sister Nami, do you truly only desire treasure?" Nami's hand hesitated for a moment before she casually replied, "What else would I want? Money is the most beautiful thing in the world. But when you gaze at the nautical charts, your eyes reflect more than just treasure," Nasi observed. "You look at the sea as if you were gazing upon a familiar old friend." Nami fell silent. After a while, she set down the nautical chart and walked to the window, staring at the starry sky outside. "Nasi, you have keen observation skills," she said softly. "But knowing too much about certain things can be detrimental." "I apologize," Nasi replied. "I simply feel that you don't seem like a bad person." Nami turned and smiled. Her smile genuine yet tinged with a hint of bitterness. Distinguishing between good and evil isn't so simple. "Sleep now, for we must rise early tomorrow." That night, Nasi slept uneasily. He dreamt of Sabo, of Ace, and of the quaint cottage in Windmill Village. Then the dream shifted, and he saw Zoro practicing his swordsmanship. Turning to him, Zoro said, "Nasi, you're holding your sword incorrectly." Nasi awoke to the faint light of dawn. Zoro had somehow returned to the room. Leaning against the wall, whether resting or sleeping was uncertain. Luffy sprawled out in slumber, while Nami curled up on the bed like a small cat. Nasi quietly rose and stepped outside. The morning sea breeze was chilly, and he tightened his coat, gazing at the slumbering town of Orange. "Up so early?" Zoro's voice came from behind. Startled, Nasi turned to see Zoro stepping outside as well. "You woke up too?" "I'm used to it," Zoro replied, moving to Nasi's side as they both looked out at the distant sea. "You just had a nightmare." It was not a question, but a statement. Nasi nodded. I dream of the past. The past will fade away, Zoro said, his voice calm against the sea breeze. What matters is the present and the future. Nasi turned to look at Zoro. The morning light was soft, and Zoro's profile appeared gentler in the hazy illumination. His green hair was tousled by the wind, a few strands sticking to his forehead. He looks nice, Nasi thought, quickly averting his gaze. Why do you want to become the world's greatest swordsman? Nasi asked. Zoro paused for a moment. For a promise to someone very important. Is it someone you like? Nasi regretted the question as soon as it left his lips, deeming it too personal. But Zoro was not offended. He merely shook his head. It's a rival, a comrade. Nasi inexplicably felt a sense of relief, followed by confusion about his own feelings. And what about you, Nasi? Zoro countered with a question. Why accompany Luffy on his journey to the sea? For the dream of his brother, came the unwavering reply from Nami, who added that it was also to reunite with Ace and to trace the whereabouts of Sabo. He hesitated momentarily, his eyes suddenly gleaming with intensity, driven by the desire to grow stronger, strong enough to safeguard those he holds dear. Zoro cast a profound glance at Nami, his eyes reflecting depth. You are already quite formidable. Yet, it is still insufficient. Nami shook his head. Yesterday, during the encounter with the buggy pirates, I was still too slow. If Luffy were to encounter danger, I cannot assure that I would respond in time. No one can guarantee everything, Zoro interrupted. During battle, trust in your comrades and focus on what you can do. That is sufficient. Nami was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Zoro speaks the truth. As dawn broke, the horizon shimmered with golden light. A new day had begun. Chapter 34. Treasures and Lies according to Nami's plan. They set out early towards the small island marked on the treasure map. Nami steered the ship while Luffy and Nami adjusted the sails, and Zoro confirmed their direction. Over there, Zoro pointed toward the direction. Nami glanced at the compass and sighed. That is to the west. We are headed east. That way is east. Zoro pointed nonchalantly to another direction. That is north. Luffy burst into laughter. Zoro truly gets lost. Nami couldn't help but chuckle as well, but quickly covered her mouth, fearing Zoro would be displeased. However, Zoro appeared unfazed, merely clicking his tongue before retreating to the bow of the ship. The voyage proceeded smoothly, as Nami's navigational skills were indeed proficient, effectively utilizing the wind direction and currents. By midday, they arrived at their destination, a small island strewn with rocks. The location marked on the treasure map was a cavern at the island center. The four of them disembarked, with Luffy charging ahead, Nami closely following, while Nami and Zoro brought up the rear. The cave was shrouded in darkness, and Nami had prepared torches. Luffy ventured forth, carving a path, while Zoro drew his sword in vigilance, and Nami observed the surroundings, a habit honed from years of hunting. It seems someone has been here. Nami pointed to fresh scratches on the rock wall. Perhaps it was a previous treasure seeker, Nami speculated, though her eyes flickered with uncertainty. After delving 100 meters into the cave, they arrived at a larger chamber. According to the treasure map, the treasure should be located here. Luffy, brimming with excitement, began to dig with his hands, displaying remarkable efficiency. After digging approximately 2 meters deep, his fingers grazed something solid. Found it. It was an iron chest, not large, yet surprisingly heavy. Luffy dragged it out and opened it, only to be met with a pile of scrap metal, along with a few tattered nautical logs. Huh. Luffy's face fell in disappointment. It was not the treasure he had hoped for. Yet, Nami's eyes lit up as she swiftly perused the nautical logs. Her expression transitioned from anticipation to shock, then to anger. Indeed, Nami gritted her teeth. This treasure map is a forgery. It was a trick devised by Buggy. A forgery? Luffy's disappointment deepened. However, Nami noted that something was amiss in Nami's reaction. If it was merely the discovery of a false treasure map, why was she so enraged? In her gaze, there resided not just disappointment, but a profound animosity. Nami, Nisei softly inquired, are you aware that this treasure map is a forgery? Nami's body stiffened momentarily before she offered another one of her disingenuous smiles. How could that be? I was deceived as well. What a stroke of bad luck to have made a fruitless trip. Yet, Nisei remained unconvinced, as did Zoro, whose hand rested firmly on the hilt of his sword. At that moment, a clamor erupted from outside the cave. It was the buggy pirates. They had pursued them. Hold them down, especially that orange-haired woman. She has stolen my genuine treasure map. Buggy's voice echoed from outside the cave. Genuine treasure map? Luffy and Nisei turned their gazes toward Nami, who paled at the mention. She hastily produced an older and more intricate nautical chart from her bosom. My apologies. This one is the authentic map, but I require it. Farewell. With that, she pivoted and fled, her movements swift as a gust of wind. Nami, Luffy intended to give chase, but the buggy pirates had already surged into the cave. This time, they appeared well prepared. Among the influx of ordinary crewmates were several previously unseen, more formidable officers. One was exceptionally burly, brandishing a massive iron shield, while another, lean and elongated, wielded a pair of uniquely curved short blades, his gaze menacing. Oof. No matter how many minions there are, they remain mere fodder. Zoro scoffed coldly, his 3 swords drawn, their gleaming reflections dancing upon the flickering torchlight against the cavern walls. He stepped forward, his aura intensifying, capturing the attention of the majority of foes. 3-sword style, leopard's melody. Zoro roared, his figure darting forth like a cheetah, the 3 swords whirling into a tempest of blades as he plunged into the throng of enemies. The clash of metal and the cries of agony erupted in unison. The burly man with the iron shield bellowed and charged ahead, the weighty shield crashing down toward Zoro. With a piercing glare, Zoro swiftly altered his stance, executing the 3-sword style, Demon Slash. He met the iron shield head-on. With a thunderous clang that reverberated throughout the chamber, sparks flew. The hulking man staggered back, his face displaying sheer astonishment. A deep gash marred his iron shield. Meanwhile, Luffy found himself immersed in a game akin to whack-a-mole. Buggy had fragmented into dozens of pieces, arms, legs, torso, and head attacked from all directions with precision, sometimes striking with fists, others with kicks, and occasionally reassembling to unleash a buggy bomb. Rubber battle axe. Luffy leapt, his rubber leg descending like a giant axe, shattering Buggy's reformed lower half once more. Annoying, like a swarm of flies. Luffy grumbled. Yet his face was alight with exhilaration, as if he relished this hide-and-seek style of combat as a new game. His rubbery form stretched and contorted, attempting to ensnare all of Buggy's scattered parts in a single net of rubber. On Nisei's side, the slender officer wielding the peculiar dual blades seemed to have singled him out as an easy target. Like a silent serpent, he crept closer, his blades carving devious arcs aimed at Nisei's joints and vital points, both swift and ruthless. With unwavering focus, Nisei adjusted his breathing to its most serene state, evading the seemingly soft yet unpredictable trajectories of the curved blades. He moved with a grace that resembled a dance upon the edge of a blade, deftly evading attacks by mere inches. The intricate formations within the caverns served as his ally. At times, he would push off the rocky walls to alter his direction, and at others, he would conceal himself within the shadows cast by the stalactites. Is evasion all you can manage, little beauty? Taunted the dual-bladed officer, intensifying his onslaught. Nisei offered no reply. In a moment that appeared to be a desperate retreat, his fingertips subtly grasped a sharp shard of stone from the ground. Just as the officer's blades crossed in a lethal assault, Nisei's waist bent backward, as if it were broken, and with a flick of his wrist, the shard shot forth like a bullet, not aimed at the officer himself, but rather at a precariously positioned rock spike above his head. Crash! The spike plummeted. Although the officer sensed the impending danger and attempted to retreat, he was still hindered by the scattering debris that obscured his vision and disrupted his footing. It was in that fleeting moment of vulnerability that Nisei sprang forth like a coiled spring, launching himself from a low position. Instead of employing a blade, his fingers, like a sword, precisely struck the acupoint on the officer's wrist holding the weapon. The officer gasped as his entire right arm was suddenly overcome with numbness and weakness, causing the curved blade to slip from his grasp. He hastily attempted to shield himself with his left hand, but Nisei, as slippery as an eel, had already evaded, and a short dagger appeared in his left hand, striking firmly against the side of the officer's knee. The officer let out a muffled grunt and knelt upon one knee. Without lingering in battle, Nisei swiftly distanced himself, his pink hair billowing in the rapid motion, his gaze scanning for other adversaries attempting to encircle him. His combat style was efficient and lethal, exerting no unnecessary force. Every movement aimed at neutralizing his opponent's combat capability rather than showcasing flamboyance or engaging in prolonged struggle. Naichi, go find Nami, Luffy shouted amidst the chaos, demanding to know why she had deceived them. He had already ensnared Buggy's floating head with his rubber arm, hurling him like a flail towards a burly man with a shield, igniting a small-scale upheaval. Nisei understood the intent. He noticed Zoro clearing the surrounding pirates with a dual sword technique, creating a pathway into the depths of the cavern. Nodding in acknowledgement, Nisei transformed once more into a wisp of pink smoke, darting through the narrow gaps between enemies. Occasionally, he would strike, trip, or redirect force, deftly brushing aside any obstacles, swiftly departing from the main battlefield in pursuit of Nami's vanishing form. Nami ran swiftly, but Nisei was even faster. He caught up to her amidst the island's jungle, positioning himself before her. Nami, please explain, he panted, yet his gaze remained resolute. Nami halted, gazing at Nisei, tears cascading down her cheeks in earnest. Suddenly, it was as if all her strength had been drained. She leaned against a large tree and slid down, covering her face with her hands. Suppressed, fragmented sobs escaped through her fingers. Nisei was taken aback, not anticipating such a reaction. After a moment of hesitation, he cautiously approached, squatting before her, waiting quietly without urging her to speak. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Naichi. Nami's voice quivered with deep emotion, tears cascading down her dirt-streaked cheeks. I deceived you all from the very beginning. That authentic nautical map was a counterfeit treasure map I pilfered from Buggy, deliberately placed there to facilitate my escape. After a moment, she continued, I am truly sorry, but I desperately need this map. My village, Kokoyashi, is under the control of the Arlong pirate crew. I require 100 million berries to secure our freedom, and this map might be worth a fortune. Her sobs were heart-wrenching as she laid bare her soul. She was a girl from Kokoyashi, ensnared by the fisherman Arlong, whose villagers were compelled to pay exorbitant protection fees monthly. Since childhood, she had honed her skills in navigation and thievery to amass the sum necessary to reclaim her village and her freedom from Arlong's grasp. Nai's doubts began to dissipate as he listened to her, and he even found himself feeling sympathy. Nami's tears were too genuine. The despair and struggle she portrayed could not be feigned. So you stole the treasure map and deceived us, all for the sake of your village? Nai inquit. Nami nodded, wiping her tears, though she continued to tremble. I am truly sorry. I have no other means. Arlong is too powerful for an ordinary person to contend with. This was my only option. Nai fell silent for a moment before suggesting, Nami, come back with us. What? She exclaimed. My brother will not care that I deceived him. Nai replied, if he knows the truth, he will surely assist you. But the Arlong pirate crew is formidable. Your brother is strong as well. Nai smiled reassuringly. And there is also Zoro and me. We will aid you together. Nami stared at Nai, taking in the sight of the beautiful boy with pink hair and the pure trust and kindness reflected in his eyes. Why? Why would you help me? We have only known each other for a day. Because your gaze towards the sea is akin to his, Nai responded. It is a gaze filled with love for freedom. And pirates should embody that freedom. My brother's ship requires a navigator, and we need you. At that moment, Luffy and Zoro arrived after resolving their battle. Luffy, with a few scrapes on his face but a radiant smile, exclaimed, Nami, we found you. Buggy has been sent flying. Nami looked at Luffy, then at Zoro, and finally back at Nai, and suddenly felt that perhaps, just perhaps, she could trust them. She divulged everything to Luffy and Zoro, who listened intently. After she finished, Luffy grinned widely. So that's how it is. That's easy. We'll go and defeat Arlong and help you reclaim your village. Fool, that is exceedingly dangerous, Zoro cautioned. But we are comrades, Luffy declared, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Nami is our navigator and also a comrade. Nami's tears fell once more, But this time they were tears of gratitude. Thank you. Thank you all. However, Luffy added, before that, Nami must officially become our navigator. Permanently, not just temporarily. Nami, her tears giving way to a smile, took a deep breath and endeavored to steady her voice. Until we reach the next island, or until I gather 100 million berries, I shall temporarily serve as your navigator. How stingy. It has to be permanent. Luffy protested. Enough chatter. I said temporarily means temporarily. All right then, it's settled. Luffy shrugged, not dwelling on the matter, seeing Nami gradually regain a semblance of her former spirit. Nai exhaled in relief, a smile lighting up his face. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a dappled glow upon the four companions. Having returned to their vessel, they set sail once more, this time with the destination of Cocoa Village. The atmosphere aboard was considerably more vibrant with the addition of a new member. Nami, ever the chatterbox, could create a cacophony when paired with Luffy. Zoro spent most of his time either napping or practicing his swordsmanship, while Neji took on the responsibilities of cooking and organizing. Neji was intrigued by Nami, a girl burdened with such a heavy secret, yet capable of radiating such brilliance in her laughter. He admired her resolve. It took immense courage and perseverance for one to toil for their village over so many years. During lunch, Nami leaned closer to Neji and whispered, "What is your relationship with Zoro?" Startled while stirring the soup, Neji accidentally added too much salt. What relationship? We are merely comrades. Is that so? Nami teased with a mischievous grin, but I've noticed you stealing glances at him, and your face turns crimson. And no, Neji's cheeks flushed instantly. Don't say such things, Nami. Oh, look who's shy again, Nami exclaimed. At that moment, Luffy, hearing the commotion, approached. What is going on with Zoro? Nami sighed. Luffy, you wouldn't understand. Zoro, practicing his sword techniques at the bow of the ship, seemed oblivious to the conversation. Yet Neji noticed his ears seemed to redden. Perhaps it was just his imagination, he thought, quickly diverting his focus back to the soup, too shy to glance towards the bow again. That night, the stars shone brilliantly. Nami was teaching Luffy to navigate by the stars while Zoro sharpened his sword, and Neji busied himself mending the clothes torn during the day's skirmish. This time, Zoro's attire. He insisted it didn't need mending, but Neji was determined. Your hands are quite skillful, Nami remarked, casting a glance. Whoever marries you will be quite fortunate. Neji's face flushed again. But I'm a boy. Does being a boy mean you cannot marry? Nami teased. Nami. Luffy laughed heartily, and even Zoro allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. The gentle sea breeze caressed them as the small boat sailed beneath the starlit sky, embarking on new adventures. Completing the final stitch, Neji looked up at Zoro, who fortuitously met his gaze. Their eyes locked, and Neji's heart raced. Yet this time he held his ground and smiled. Zoro appeared momentarily taken aback, then subtly nodded in acknowledgement. That night, Neji slept soundly, free from the shadows of sorrowful past, enveloped instead in the warmth of the present and the promise of a hopeful future. They had gained a new companion and a new objective. The Straw Hat Pirates were gradually taking shape, and the innocent flutter in Neji's heart was quietly blossoming. He was uncertain of its nature, but he knew that being alongside Zoro, Luffy, and Nami brought him joy. That alone sufficed. As for the future, thoughts of reaching Cocoa Village and defeating Arlong could wait. The small boat cut through the waves, carrying the dreams of 4 individuals toward an unknown tomorrow. Ahead, the vast ocean of destiny unfurled its grand tapestry. Chapter 35. Famine in the first week of the second month at sea. Although the Straw Hat Pirates comprised merely 4 souls, they encountered an unprecedented crisis. It was not pirates, nor storms, nor sea kings, but rather famine. Nami and Luffy lay in the cool shade of the deck. His rubbery form sprawled out like a pool of melted jelly. His stomach emitted a series of thunderous gurgles, resonant and prolonged, echoing into the air. Is there anything to eat? I feel as if my very soul is about to float away from hunger. Nami crouched at the storeroom door, counting the last few provisions. Her expression darker than the bottom of a pot. There was barely half a barrel of fresh water left. As for food, she grimaced and lifted an empty cloth bag, its edges still bearing bite marks, The very bag of jerky pilfered by some rubber-brained fool yesterday. Our last rations. I told you that was for emergencies. Luffy weakly raised a hand. I apologized, didn't I? Besides, it was beckoning to me, saying, eat me, eat me. Food doesn't speak. Nami delivered a light smack to Luffy's head. Her strength diminished by hunger. Nami's companion, Nami, sat in the shadow at the stern, his pink hair lacking its usual luster, drooping against his cheek. A small notebook lay open on his knees, and he held a piece of charred wood as a makeshift pen, making final calculations with a rare seriousness etched across his features. Fresh water, based on the bare minimum survival standard, is 500 milliliters per person per day. We can last another day and a half, he murmured, his voice hoarse. As for food, we are at 0. If we do not find an island or passing vessel before sunset today, starting tomorrow, our only sustenance will be. He lifted his gaze, scanning the 3 on deck, each embodying the will to encourage survival. Zoro leaned against the main mast, arms crossed and eyes shut, seemingly meditating. Yet, a closer look revealed beads of sweat forming at his temples, his throat occasionally tightening involuntarily. A barely audible gurgle emanated from his abdomen, nearly drowned out by the sound of waves. Zoro did not flinch. He merely tightened his embrace of his arms. The dignity of a swordsman would not allow his stomach to betray him. It must be a trick of the waves. The origin of their plight could be traced back 3 days. They had just departed from the island where they had once again thwarted Buggy. Nami suggested they first visit a nearby island to gather some funds and intelligence before devising a specific plan against Arlong. The sea was calm, and their voyage was smooth until Luffy, with eyes sharp as a telescope, spotted a small, floating on the horizon. A ship in distress. Luffy exclaimed excitedly. Treasure. There must be treasure. Nami glanced at the nautical chart, frowning. That area is marked with reefs. It's best to steer clear. Steer clear? The treasure is right before us. Luffy's eyes transformed into symbols of treasure chests, his rubbery form extending as he craned his neck, his head floating high like a balloon. Wow, it's truly the wreckage of a large ship. There are boxes on it. Nami, turn, turn. Under the relentless assault of Luffy's excited cries, treasure, meet, a new ship. Nami reluctantly adjusted their course. Consequently, as they cautiously approached the wreck, Luffy reached out to retrieve the so-called treasure chest when, crack, the bottom of the ship was met with a jarring screech and the sound of splintering wood. They had collided with a sharp reef hidden beneath the surface. The sea began to surge tumultuously. Luffy, Nami's furious roar echoed through the heavens. What followed was a chaotic scramble for repairs. Nami and Zoro worked swiftly to stem the leaks, while Luffy was tasked with using his rubber body as a makeshift water pump. Amidst the cursing, Nami desperately salvaged the drenched nautical charts and belongings. By the time the leaks were patched, half a day had slipped away, and their precious reserve timber and waterproof materials were nearly exhausted. To make matters worse, Nami discovered that the critical markings and island coordinates on the soak charts had blurred into a murky stain. Pointing at the awkward blotch on the map, her voice trembled as she remarked, "We might be within this indistinct circle, or perhaps in the adjacent shadowy area," or her finger drifted to a completely blank space, in a location we have no knowledge of whatsoever. The 3 possible locations were distant and divergent on the chart. Oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Luffy, rubbing his growling stomach, optimistically declared, "It's all right. The sea is vast. There must be an island. Maybe the next one has a gigantic barbecue restaurant." Reality dealt him a heavy blow. They drifted for 3 interminable days across what seemed an endless blue desert. Not only were islands absent, but even decent clouds were a rarity. Seagulls? They had become mythical creatures. Food and fresh water vanished at an alarming rate, primarily due to Luffy's otherworldly rubber stomach. Nami, stepping up in this crisis, took charge of rationing supplies and instituted a strict distribution system. In the morning, each received half a piece of bread so hard it could serve as a weapon. At noon, a bowl of clear porridge with rice grains that required diligent searching. In the evening, a few slices of meat jerky so thin they could only be discerned under moonlight. For Luffy, this was sheer torture. "I want meat." His wails echoed daily at breakfast, lunch, and dinner, accompanied by the sound of his rubber body flopping in agony on the deck. Whole roasted pig, braised beef, fried chicken legs. Even Zoro's seaweed balls would suffice. Zoro's forehead bulged with veins. Whose seaweed balls? And my hair is not for eating. Nami, resembling a weary guardian, sighed as she tripped Luffy, who attempted to sneak into the storeroom or temporarily bound his rubber legs with a clothesline. With a tone of gentle coaxing, she reassured him, "Brother, conserve your strength and save your energy. Imagine an island ahead piled high with mountains of meat." This morning, the last crumbs of hard bread had vanished. The true era of zero inventory had arrived. At this moment, the four of them, or more accurately, 3.5, as Zoro continued to maintain his facade of not being hungry, sprawled on the deck in various positions. Their vacant gazes stared into the deceptively alluring, azure yet bountiful in appearance sea. As for why they hadn't attempted fishing, on the first day, buoyed by confidence, Luffy had showcased his super fishing technique using his rubber arm, only to find that no fish were caught, and the bait was devoured by the cunning fish of the sea. By the second day, they began to feel that fishing was too energy-consuming, preferring instead to lie down and conserve their strength. On the third day, even the strength to stand was yielding to the fundamental survival skill of breathing. I observed Luffy's vacant gaze, a suspicious transparent liquid trickling from the corner of his mouth. Roasted chickens flew above, while pigs swam in the clouds, and meatballs descended like rain, hallucinations induced by dehydration. Nami, weak and weary, corrected him, leaning against the ship's railing as darkness encroached upon her vision. Was there truly no way for Nami? I seemed to see Bailey smiling at me. Nami blinked forcefully, her parched eyes straining as she compelled herself to rise. The oversized white shirt hung loosely on her frame, and the sea breeze rendered her appearance even more fragile. She stumbled slightly, regained her balance, and moved to the bow of the ship, raising her hand to create shade and gazing intently into the distance. This remarkable vision, honed from years of hunting in the forest alongside Ace and Sabo, allowed her to detect the slightest movements through the dense foliage. As time passed, hope began to wane. But then Nami's pupils constricted slightly, at the 11 o'clock position on the port side. Her voice, hoarse from thirst, carried a note of clarity and excitement. There were flocks of birds, numerous, circling above a fixed point. Nami nearly sprang into action. A gathering of birds typically signifies the presence of islands or schools of fish below. Quickly, Zoro, take the helm. Nami adjusted the sails. Luffy, wake up. An island. An island likely means food. Hope reignited. The promise of food acted like a tonic, and Luffy abruptly opened his eyes. Though still weak, his body instinctively began to move toward the helm. Food. Island. Meat. Zoro also rose instantly, and though his steps were unsteady, he managed to grip the wheel firmly. Nami gritted her teeth, exerting all her strength to pull the ropes and adjust the angle of the sails. Driven by the primal instinct for survival, the small boat wobbled toward the direction of the birds. An hour later, a vague green speck finally emerged on the horizon, growing larger and clearer as they approached. It was indeed an island, and it appeared lush and vibrant with vegetation. As they drew closer, the sight of pristine white sands and verdant forests came into view, even revealing the faint wisps of smoke rising from the forest's edge and the outlines of houses. A village, an island inhabited by people. Nami was nearly overcome with joy. Where there were villages, there was food, there was water, there were supplies. I can smell the scent of meat. I'll scout ahead. No sooner had she spoken than she extended her arm and grasped a branch of a large tree by the shore. Her rubbery body shot forth like a stone from a slingshot, tracing a parabolic arc in the air. With a splash, she landed amidst the island's woods, startling a flock of birds. "Brother, wait for us," Nami called anxiously, but Luffy had already vanished into the depths of the forest. She hurriedly began to lower the sail and secure the boat. This single-celled organism, Nami sighed. "Zoro, go find that idiot and prevent him from destroying the village. Nami, come ashore with me. Let us gather information in the village, and most importantly, buy food." Zoro nodded. leaping off the ship and striding purposefully towards the direction where Luffy had vanished. Despite his unparalleled sense of directionlessness, it remained uncertain who would ultimately find whom. Chapter 36. The deceptive long-nosed one Nami and Nacer secured their small boat in a concealed spot and stepped onto the soft, white sandy beach. By the time they reached the shore, Luffy had already disappeared without a trace. The island was picturesque, with the air infused with a gentle fragrance of flowers and ripe fruits that invigorated the spirit. However, as they walked, both sensed an unsettling quietude. It was too silent. The pathway leading inland from the beach was well kept, flanked by wildflowers, yet not a single soul was in sight. The outlines of houses in the distant village were clear, yet the usual sounds of life were conspicuously absent. Even the smoke from cooking fires was sparse, hinting at an oppressive stillness. "Something feels off," Nacer murmured, instinctively slowing his pace and tensing his body as he entered a state of alertness. His intuition had always been remarkably sharp. Nami, too, gripped the short staff she carried with trepidation, which was originally intended for reprimanding Luffy. When they finally entered the village, the chilling scene confirmed their unease. The village was modest in size, with several simple wooden houses scattered about, which should have been brimming with life. Yet now, every door and window was tightly shut, curtains drawn with precision. The streets lay deserted, save for a few dry leaves rolling in the wind. A few emaciated wild dogs huddled in the corners, watching them with vigilance and emitting low whimpers. In the center of the village stood a rudimentary wooden sign, bearing a newly posted, stern proclamation, the ink still appearing fresh and threatening. Ultimatum: Captain Kuro of the pirate fleet and his crew will officially visit this village in 3 days. Each household is required to prepare valuables worth no less than 50,000 berries or equivalent food supplies as tribute. Failure to comply or insufficient quantities will be considered an act of rebellion, with severe punishment. Respectfully, Captain Kuro. Beneath the text was a uniquely styled skull emblem, its eyes marked with conspicuous X's, radiating malice and menace. Captain Kuro. Nami's complexion paled instantly as she instinctively touched her concealed stash, though it was currently empty, wondering how her luck could turn so quickly after evading Buggy. Nacer's brow furrowed deeper. He noticed several fresh footprints with distinctive tread patterns in the mud beneath the sign, as well as a few alarming bullet holes in the adjacent wall. The signs were recent. "This village is under threat," Nacer concluded in a hushed tone, his gaze piercing as it swept over the tightly shut doors and windows. The threat loomed ominously, and the villagers were engulfed in fear. Almost as if to validate his words, a curtain on the second floor of a nearby house stirred slightly. A pair of wary, frightened eyes peeked through the gap, scanning them swiftly before vanishing. "Hello, is anyone there?" Nami called out bravely towards the window. "We're travelers passing through. Our ship needs supplies. We have money to buy food and water." Bang! The response she received was the sudden sound of a window being slammed shut, accompanied by the clatter of a door latch. Naisei and Nami exchanged glances, both perceiving the predicament reflected in each other's eyes. The villagers' extreme resistance made it nearly impossible to procure supplies or even gather information. Just as the two were at a loss, contemplating whether to take the risk of foraging for wild fruits in the forest, a commotion erupted from the opposite end of the village. Among the cacophony, the unmistakable voice of Luffy rang out. "Hey, you bunch of scoundrels. Don't bully people." Alongside him was Zoro's impatient voice. "Luffy, get a grip on the situation." And a strange, young man, his voice trembling and laced with tears, was incoherently pleading. "Wait, wait. Heroes, don't act rashly. They are very dangerous. I swear it on the honor of my 8,000 subordinates." Naisei and Nami immediately dashed towards the source of the noise. In a clearing at the village's edge near the forest, they beheld a dramatic scene. Luffy, with his characteristic rubber arms, stood like a wall before a tall, slender young man with a long nose. Opposing them were 3 men clad in matching black attire, their menacing faces illuminated by the gleam of knives and swords as they approached with ill intent. Zoro, arms crossed and holding his 3 swords, stood nearby with an expression of mild annoyance. seemingly reluctant to intervene. Yet his gaze was fixed on the three black-clad men, akin to a leopard eyeing its prey. Nisei and Nami rushed over. The young man sheltered behind Luffy, none other than Usopp, clutched Luffy's shirt tightly. His face was ashen, tears welling in his eyes as he fervently attempted to mediate. Heroes, thank you for stepping in. You are truly embodiments of justice. But they are Captain Kuro's men. They are formidable. No, they're super formidable. We should flee. I know a secret path. The leader of the three black-clad men, a burly figure with a grotesque scar across his face, let out a harsh, mocking laugh upon hearing Usopp's words. Usopp, what kind of help have you summoned this time? A silly straw-hatted kid, a cool-headed green-haired swordsman, and his gaze drifted past Luffy, landing on Nami and Nisei, lingering particularly on Nisei's face for a moment, his eyes glinting with a repulsive lewdness. Oh, and a pretty little damsel, and my, this pink-haired beauty is quite rare. Zoro's muscles tensed, his grip on the hilt of his sword tightening as the temperature in his gaze plummeted. Nisei's expression remained unchanged, though his doe-like eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of icy coldness glimmering within. However, he did not move, simply stepping beside Luffy and softly inquiring, "Brother, what is happening?" Luffy, fuming, replied, "They want to steal this person's belongings. They even threatened to burn down the village." Oblivious to the tension, the scar-faced man arrogantly pointed his blade at Usopp. "Usopp, don't say we didn't give you a chance. Your father, Yasopp, ruined our Captain Kuro's plans, and this debt shall be paid by you. Today, you have two options. Either relinquish all your meager possessions to settle your debts, or—" He weighed the knife in his hand, a clear threat in the air. "My father is a great warrior of the seas." Although Usopp trembled in fear, he mustered the courage to retort against the insult directed at his father. His voice barely a whisper, almost as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Yet it was true. We really had no money left. No money? The scar-faced man's eyes darkened with malice. Then let it be paid with your life. He swung his knife fiercely, aiming to strike Usopp. Rubber pistol. Luffy's fist was swifter than the blade. With a sound that pierced the air, it landed squarely on the scar-faced man's sneering face. Bang! The man had no time to react before he was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing against a large tree, causing leaves to rain down. He rolled his eyes, sliding down the trunk, unconscious. The sinister smiles on the faces of the two cloaked figures froze, replaced by shock and terror. Zoro made his move. Without even drawing his sword, he flickered into existence between the two men like a wraith. With both hands, he deftly seized their wrists, twisting with precision. Crack. Crack. The sickening sound of dislocated bones echoed. A pair of piercing screams rent the air. The knives clattered to the ground as the two men writhed in agony, clutching their grotesquely contorted wrists. The skirmish began and ended in under 5 seconds. Usopp's mouth hung agape, his eyes nearly popping out, as the heroic scenes he had envisioned of his 8,000 subordinates battling valiantly crumbled before reality. "Why, you really won." Luffy retracted his fist, a triumphant grin spreading across his face as he patted Usopp on the shoulder, causing him to stumble. With a radiant smile, Luffy declared, "Look, it's all right now. The villains have been defeated. I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King." Nami approached the unconscious scar-faced man, crouching to check quickly. He was out cold, with a broken nose and a concussion, temporarily no threat. Rising, she calmly turned to the still-shocked Usopp. "Are you a villager from this town?" Usopp suddenly snapped back to reality, his expression shifting from shock to deeper fear. "Yes, that's me. This is bad. Really bad. You've attacked Captain Kuro's men. He will surely retaliate. A terrifying retaliation. You must flee. Now. Immediately. Flee." Nami stepped forward, her primary concern now the supplies. "Our ship is out of food and water. Running away would mean death. Is there food for sale in your village? We will pay." "Food? Yes. I still have some rations at home." Usopp was frantic, scratching his head. "I can give it to you, even for free, but you have to leave quickly. Captain Kuro is no ordinary pirate. He is known as Kuro of 100 Plans, cunning and treacherous, a master of schemes. His influence in these waters is vast, with hundreds of men at his command. You cannot defeat them, Zoro scoffed, finally speaking with a tone of disdain. Hundreds? Just cut them down. Luffy, unperturbed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Pirates? Captains? Will defeating him grant us treasures and meat? Usopp was on the verge of tears. Heroes, brave souls, listen to me. Kuro's ambition extends beyond mere theft. He has spent 3 years lurking in our village, aiming for the immense fortune of Miss Kaya's family. Nami and Nesara exchange a glance. 3 years of scheming to seize a village? This does not resemble the actions of an ordinary pirate. Such patience in lurking is uncommon. Pirates typically engage in outright plunder. Usopp's tone grew frantic as he elaborated on Kuro's plot. He intended to disguise himself as a pirate, create chaos to eliminate Miss Kaya, and then, assuming the role of the butler, claim everything legally. The posters and his subordinates were all part of a strategy to instill fear, preventing the villagers from resisting. He recounted Kuro's machinations in detail, explaining how Kuro, under the alias Clabotter, earned Miss Kaya's trust, gathering intelligence on the villagers and the terrain over 3 years, and was now poised to strike. So those pirate notices were a ruse of his own making? Nami realized. To fabricate a plausible excuse for an attack, while simultaneously intimidating the villagers? Exactly. Usopp nodded fervently. Today, I was cornered by his subordinates who were dispatched to scout and provoke trouble. They even intended to eliminate me, the one always shouting about pirates in the village. He lowered his head in despair. Though I may have exaggerated at times, this time it is genuine. Yet no one believes me. Luffy blinked inquisitively and asked, "Do you often lie?" Usopp's face flushed, his fingers fidgeting nervously. Well, not often. Occasionally, I embellish the tales to make them more exciting. Like what? Nami crossed her arms, arching an eyebrow at him. For instance, I claim to have 8,000 valiant subordinates, when in reality, it's just 3 snot-nosed kids in the village willing to listen to my tall tales. Usopp's voice dwindled. Or when I said I defeated the Sea King with my bare hands, when in truth, I merely glimpsed its shadow and rode away in fright. I even claimed my father was a legendary pirate of royal caliber. While he is indeed a remarkable pirate, he hasn't quite reached that level. Listening to his flawed yet poignant tales of grandeur, Nesara couldn't help but chuckle gently at the sight of Usopp, frightened yet determined to protect his village and friends. This Usopp, though prone to exaggeration and cowardice, possessed a genuine heart full of kindness and courage. Thus, Nesara concluded, her voice gentle yet clear, Kuro's plan is to exploit the disparity of information and wield intimidation, staging a pirate attack in 3 days with the goal of murdering Miss Kaya and seizing her wealth. And you, Usopp, wish to safeguard all of this, yet due to your past credibility issues, you find yourself distrusted and isolated. Usopp, with tear-filled eyes, nodded vigorously as if he had found a kindred spirit. Exactly. Kaya is my most important friend. I promise to protect her, but I feel utterly powerless. Luffy patted him heartily on the back, causing him to cough. It's all right. You are very brave. And now you have us. Together. We will defeat that Kuro fellow and protect your friend and this village. Luffy grinned broadly, his radiant smile almost blinding. In exchange for our assistance, your village must provide us with ample food and water. He gestured towards a small boat moored by the shore. I believe we require a larger vessel. Your boat appears quite satisfactory. Usopp stood momentarily stunned, glancing from Luffy to Nami, who nodded in agreement, then to Zoro, who, though holding his sword, showed no sign of dissent, and finally to Nami, who had already begun calculating the protection fees. Usopp's mind struggled to comprehend the situation. My father left me a small boat, located beyond the cliff, but it's a deal. Luffy seized Usopp's hand, shaking it vigorously, his rubbery arm creating a gust of wind. Now, Usopp, lead us to your home. I am absolutely famished. Chapter 37. Discussing plans after a satisfying meal 5 minutes later. They found themselves in Usopp's modest dwelling perched on the edge of the cliff bordering the village. The space was somewhat disheveled, brimming with the essence of a single young man's life. The walls were adorned with an assortment of peculiar trophies, including what was said to be a sea monster's tooth. It appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary stone. In one corner lay a collection of his own makeshift inventions, such as a prototype of Usopp's explosive star, which was notorious for its unpredictable detonation direction. Usopp rummaged through his belongings, extracting all his provisions. He produced 2 slightly damp bags of rice, a handful of withered wild vegetables, a few small salted fish, and a tiny jar of strawberry jam, a gift from Miskaya that he hesitated to consume. Nami rolled up her sleeves, naturally taking charge of the kitchen, if that makeshift stove could indeed be considered a kitchen. With the limited ingredients at his disposal, he swiftly concocted a steaming pot of fish and vegetable porridge, the aroma tantalizingly wafting through the air. The rice was cooked to perfection, and the salty fish harmonized beautifully with the fresh vegetables, creating a taste that was nothing short of paradise for the ravenous group. Luffy could hardly contain himself. His rubber neck stretched eagerly, drooling profusely. As soon as the porridge was served on a battered wooden plank, no less, he devoured 15 large bowls in a blur, his rubbery belly visibly expanding into a round sphere, rising and falling with each breath. Zoro and Nami also ate rapidly, yet they maintained a semblance of decorum. Usopp sipped his porridge cautiously, his eyes darting nervously towards the window and door, his spoon trembling slightly in his hand. Once Nami finished her portion, she instinctively began to clear the dishes, directing Luffy to wash up while simultaneously instructing Zoro to fill the water barrel. Zoro shot him a glance, but surprisingly refrained from arguing, quietly rising to fulfill the task. Meanwhile, Nami carefully licked the last grain of rice from her spoon before broaching the subject. Usopp, are you certain that Kuro will strike in 3 days? If so, we still have time to prepare. Nami turned her gaze to Nais, and Nais, what are your thoughts? Nais, wiping his hands, looked up, his gaze intensely focused, habitually tapping his chin with his fingertips as he pondered. The crux of Kuro's plan hinges on leveraging fear and trust. Naisei analyzed slowly, his voice resonating with clarity. On one hand, he instilled fear throughout the village using pirate threats, rendering the villagers paralyzed with dread, perhaps even prompting them to consider sacrificing Miskaya's wealth for their own safety. On the other hand, he exploited the absolute trust Miskaya had in him, cultivated over 3 years, placing her in peril without her awareness, potentially turning her into his shield at a critical moment. Thus, the key to unraveling this situation rested upon Usopp. Firstly, they needed to dispel the villagers' terror, revealing the truth to them, ensuring they would not become accomplices of Kuro. Secondly, they had to shatter Miskaya's trust in Kuro, allowing her to perceive the true nature of those around her. However, Usopp despaired, raking his fingers through his hair. The villagers won't believe me. If I speak out, they'll think I'm spinning tales again. Kaya is too kind-hearted. Kuro has been nothing but attentive to her these past 3 years. She regards him as a trustworthy elder. Therefore, they cannot speak directly. A faint, cunning smile suddenly graced Naisei's lips, reminiscent of a mischievous little fox preparing for a prank. What we need is some tangible evidence, along with a touch of performance. Luffy leaned in, his eyes sparkling. A performance? Like Usopp's tall tales? I excel at that. I can perform the act of devouring a whole pig. Luffy. That is probably not the kind of performance we need, Usopp replied. Zoro leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, grumbling, why not just go and chop that guy down? Nami smacked Zoro on the back, careful not to exert too much force for fear of retaliation. You fool. That would make us murderers. Besides, Kuro is currently a respected steward. If you kill him, the villagers and Miskaya will despise us. How can we expect supplies and a ship then? Naisei nodded in agreement. Nami is correct. We require a stage to allow Kuro to reveal his true nature. Only then can Miskaya and the villagers witness his conspiracy with their own eyes. Thus, we shall emerge as the heroes who save the village, rather than the villains who slay a good steward. Why make it so complicated? Luffy asked, confusion etched across his face. Naisei explained, because if we use Usopp's method, Kuro would merely dismiss it as another one of Usopp's fanciful tales and remain unperturbed. Usopp's eyes lit up. Yes, that way, I want to expose myself. Then Nai continued. We need to lay in wait on the day of the pirate attack, ready to reveal Kuro's true colors when the moment arises. He moved closer to Usopp, lowering his voice, though all present could hear, and began outlining a preliminary plan. Luffy listened intently, occasionally exclaiming in realization. Nami nodded along, her eyes shimmering with shrewdness as she calculated the potential economic benefits of their plan. The reward for rescuing a wealthy young lady would undoubtedly be substantial. Though Zoro still wore an expression of annoyance, his ears were evidently perked up. Outside, the sun gradually sank in the west, draping the frightened little village in a warm golden hue. The lights within the cliffside cottage flickered to life, and an unexpected arrival, spurred by hunger, was on the verge of transforming into a counterattack against the schemer, replete with surprises and performances. Chapter 38. The implementation of Plan B. As evening descended, the stars twinkled in the sky, and the sea breeze carried a briny scent. They meticulously elaborated on their plan, with Nisai taking the lead while the others obediently listened. Listen to me, Nisai said, his fingers tracing a diagram on the humble wooden table of Usopp's home. We must lay in wait at strategic points ahead of the pirate assault. He cast a glance at the 4 individuals before him. The moment Kuro reveals his fangs amidst the chaos, preparing to strike Miss Kaya, we shall seize him on the spot, forcing him to confess his schemes in front of everyone, with both the evidence and the culprit in hand. Irrefutable. Nisai's gaze shifted to Usopp, who was still sulking, doubting Kaya's trust in him. Usopp, you previously mentioned that there are 3 children in the village who are your subordinates? Huh? Oh, you mean Mary, Onion, and Carrot. Usopp brightened somewhat at the mention, but his expression soon fell again. They just play along with me, and while they listen to me, Nisai, they are merely children. Mary is 8, and Onion and Carrot are only 7. Asking them to confront fierce pirates? That's too much. Nisai shook his head, his tone gentle yet resolute. Children possess their own advantages. Their small stature makes them less conspicuous, and they are more familiar with every nook and cranny of the village than we are. They can be entrusted with discreetly notifying the villagers and guiding them to safer areas before the attack, thereby preventing them from becoming hostages in the crossfire. Luffy nodded vigorously, his rubbery head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. Exactly, just like when Ace, Sabo, and I used to play hide and seek in the forest. Kids are best at hiding. Usopp pondered for a moment, his eyes gradually lighting up. Are you suggesting we form a special operations team led by Captain Usopp, responsible for relaying intelligence and evacuating the populace? That sounds feasible. Mary is the fastest, Onion is the bravest, second only to me, and Carrot is the cleverest. We'll handle combat. Nisai turned to Luffy, Zoro, and Nami. Brother will engage Kuro directly. Zoro will deal with the main officers. I will clear out the minions and secure the evacuation route for the villagers, he said, looking at Nami. Nami immediately straightened, her eyes sparkling with the gleam of berries. I will assess the battlefield situation, locate potential hiding spots for their treasures, and provide tactical support when necessary. Zoro shot her a sidelong glance, refraining from revealing that her primary objective was the treasure. Excellent. The plan is set, Luffy exclaimed, leaping into the air and delivering a thunderous clap of his rubber fists. Now for the first step. Usopp, take us to Kaya. We must reveal the truth to her. Usopp's excitement suddenly froze, morphing into familiar hesitation and retreat. Go see Kaya now. Kuro is surely by her side, Luffy retorted with conviction. That way, he won't be able to scheme behind our backs. Nisai pressed his forehead in exasperation. Brother, that would alert the guards. Yet Luffy had already seized Usopp's arm and began to drag him along. Let us go, Usopp. Lead the way. Wait. Luffy, I'm not mentally prepared yet. My hairstyle, my cape. Ultimately, the quintet, with Usopp being half-dragged, made their way towards the center of the village, heading for the conspicuous white mansion of the Kaya family. Indeed, Kaya's residence was befitting the wealthiest family in Syrup Village. The pristine white walls, the grandly ornate iron gates, and the expansive courtyard adorned with lush green grass, punctuated by meticulously trimmed rose bushes, all framed the three-story main house. Its red-tiled roof gleamed with a warm glow under the setting sun. With guards stationed at the front entrance, it was certain that an alert had been sent to Kuro. Usopp lowered his voice and pointed toward the wall. "We can climb over here. The garden is just beyond. Kaya usually reads there. Let us be quick and then leave." The wall climbing operation commenced. Luffy had the easiest task. Extending his rubbery arm, he grasped the bricks at the top of the wall, and with a gentle tug, his body catapulted upward like a slingshot. He performed a somersault in midair and landed silently within the wall, flashing a victorious gesture to himself. Zoro scoffed disdainfully, took a step back to gain momentum, and with a powerful push against the wall, he leapt gracefully into the air. With one hand on the wall's edge, he deftly flipped over, landing with barely a whisper of fabric rustling. Nisei moved with the finesse of a nimble cat. Without a running start, he gracefully leaped from standstill, his toes barely brushing the wall as he utilized the vines to aid his ascent, effortlessly flipping over and landing with hardly a stir of dust. Nami assessed the height and then her short skirt, decisively conceding, "Usopp, lift me up." "Me?" Usopp pointed to himself in disbelief. "Hurry. Are we to rely on that directionally challenged fool or Luffy the idiot?" Nami shot back, with no choice but to comply. Usopp squatted down, allowing Nami to step onto his shoulders. Gritting his teeth, he shakily rose, muttering under his breath, "Usopp, the Great, can bear the weight for his comrades." Finally managing to elevate Nami to the top of the wall, the moment she flipped over, Usopp lost his footing and tumbled backward with a yelp. Inside the garden, Luffy's rubbery arm swiftly extended, coiling around Usopp's waist like a rope, yanking him back into safety. With a thud, Usopp landed hard, wincing in pain but suppressing any cries. The garden was suffused with the fragrances of roses and earth, and beside a flourishing cluster of white roses stood a white iron bench. There sat a golden-haired girl in a simple white dress, a book resting on her lap. The moonlight cast a pale sheen over her delicate features, rendering her both fragile and exquisitely serene. Indeed, it was Kaya. Upon hearing the rustling sounds, she lifted her gaze, her eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of Usopp emerging from the rose bushes, accompanied by four distinctly unfamiliar figures. Her book slipped from her hands and fell onto the grass. "Usopp, who are these people?" "Kaya, listen to me." Usopp rushed forward, exclaiming in an exaggerated tone, "I have obtained top-secret information. Butler Kuro is actually a cursed demon. He will reveal his true form on the night of the full moon in 3 days. By then, he will devour the entire village. We must be prepared." Kai was taken aback, then chuckled, "Usopp, you're spinning tales again. This time it's the truth." He abruptly turned around, pointing at the four behind him, his voice rising dramatically, filled with epic solemnity. "This man is destined to reach the pinnacle and become the Pirate King. Monkey D. Luffy." Luffy grinned in response, revealing his shining white teeth. "This is the hellish three-sword style master, Roronoa Zoro. He once cleaved the very sky." Zoro, clutching his swords, twitched his mouth, suppressing the urge to retort. "This is the unparalleled navigator, Miss Nami, who can perceive the trajectories of the stars and command storms." Nami displayed a standard, deceptively sweet smile. Usopp's gaze landed on Nami, momentarily stalling, before inspiration struck. "And this is the pink-haired specter Nami, guardian of moonlight and dreams. She can see through all hypocrisy and lies." Nami, silently, she slowly raised her hand to cover half of her face, her ears visibly reddening. "What on earth is a pink-haired specter?" Nami's face flushed slightly, yet she politely bowed to Kaya, saying, "Hello, Miss Kaya. We are indeed friends of Usopp." Kaya looked up at Nami, sensing that this youth was not malevolent, thus responding in a kind tone, "Hello. Though you are friends of Usopp," she glanced at the others, her expression shifting from suspicion to confusion. "You are not from the village? We are travelers. Our ship is damaged, and we came to the village for supplies." Nami flashed her friendliest smile. "Usopp helped us, so we wish to repay him." "What he says is true," Luffy added earnestly. "That Kuro is a bad man and intends to harm you." Kaya shook her head. "That's impossible. Butler Kuro has taken care of me for 3 years. He is very responsible and kind to me. That is just a facade, Usopp exclaimed in frustration. Kaya, believe me this once. Just once. Kaya studied Usopp's anxious expression and then looked into the sincere eyes of Luffy and the others, remaining silent for a long while. Finally, she softly replied, Usopp, I know you mean well, but Butler Kuro is truly not a bad person. You should all return for now. If you need supplies, I can have Butler Kuro prepare them. The plan had failed. Usopp, dejected, led the four away from the manor. He felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him, leaving him utterly deflated, shoulders slumped, voice dulled. See? She doesn't believe me. I always cry wolf. If the Real Wolf comes, no one will believe me. His eyes began to redden. Nami approached him, offering no comforting words, merely asking calmly, Usopp, do you still have any of your jam? Huh? Yes, there is still a little, Usopp replied, bewildered. Let's go back and brew some tea, Nami suggested. We still have Plan B. Plan B? Luffy perked up. Since Miss Kaya does not believe us. Nisei turned around, facing the white manor, her gaze tranquil. Then let us seek the irrefutable evidence she cannot deny. Chloe has been lurking for 3 years for this plan. He must have left traces, secret correspondence with pirates. Or perhaps he does not possess the identification of Clabatel. Nami quickly grasped the implication. Infiltrate the manor? Search the butler's quarters? Or study? Zoro, gripping his sword, suggested. Let us take a direct approach. Capture that fellow and interrogate him. No, Nisei shook her head. Acting without concrete evidence would only heighten Miss Kaya's and the villagers' animosity towards us. What we require is tangible proof, something to present before everyone. Luffy, already brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, infiltration, evidence gathering, just like in an adventure tale. How delightful. Nisei looked at her brother with exasperation. Brother, this is perilous. It's not a game. I know, Luffy replied, his expression earnest. But for the meat, for my friends, and for justice. Infiltration team, set forth. After some discussion, primarily between Nisei and Nami, and various admonishments directed at Luffy, the plan was finalized. The infiltration team would consist of Nisei and Zoro. Naichi, agile and perceptive, was suited for searching, while Zoro's strength would serve as a safeguard against any unexpected confrontations, particularly given Luffy's unpredictable nature. Though Nisei privately harbored reservations about Zoro's sense of direction, she kept those thoughts to herself. The support team would comprise Luffy and Nami. Luffy would remain outside the manor, poised for a rubbery rescue, while Nami would monitor the movements of the manor's guards. The lookout and communication team was entrusted to Usopp, who would observe the manor and coastline from a high vantage point, such as the cliff near his home, using his specially crafted slingshot and signal flares, which were essentially fireworks, to alert them of any significant disturbances. To prevent Usopp from losing his focus or prematurely firing the flares out of fear, Nisei reiterated the signaling protocol. As nightfall gradually enveloped the surroundings, Nisei conducted a final check of her small pack, which contained rudimentary tools and emergency supplies. The time for action was set for midnight, and everyone would return to Usopp's house to rest, eat, and gather their strength. Usopp looked at these strangers, whom he had known for less than a day, yet were willing to risk everything for him and his cherished village. His heart swelled, and he rubbed his nose. Standing tall, Captain Usopp will surely fulfill the lookout duty. I swear it on the honor of my 8,000 subordinates. Luffy chuckled as he wrapped an arm around Usopp's shoulders. Now, that is more like it. Partners. Zoro had already settled in, closing his eyes to rest. Nami meticulously calculated the moon's position and the potential guard rotation times for midnight. Nisei gazed out at the now pitch-black sky and the brightly lit white manor, gently clutching the moonstone pendant at her chest. We will undoubtedly find the evidence. Chapter 39. The battle approaches as the night deepened like ink. The operation officially commenced. Nisei donned a deep gray outfit suited for nocturnal activities, garments she typically wore for hunting, now fitting surprisingly well after several repairs. He meticulously gathered his waist-length pink hair into a bun, securing it tightly with a dark cloth strip, and finally obscured his mouth and nose with a black fabric, leaving only his bright eyes visible in the darkness. Zoro donned a dark, flexible outfit conducive to movement, his signature abdominal wrap still intact. Yet he carefully wrapped the sheaths of his 3 swords with strips of cloth to minimize any potential reflection from the metal. "Remember our objective." Nami's voice was somewhat muffled through the mask, yet her gaze was sharp. "Search diligently in the study on the 2nd floor of the main house and in the private quarters of Butler Kuro. Focus on correspondence with pirates, detailed attack plans, maps, and evidence of identity disguise. Avoid confrontation if possible. If discovered, prioritize evacuation and safeguard the evidence." Zoro nodded succinctly. "You take the left flank, and I'll take the right?" "Yes, let us regroup here in half an hour." The two moved like specters merging with the night, silently scaling the wall. Nami's stealth skills were on full display at this moment. She did not merely move swiftly. She synchronized her steps with the blind spots of patrolling guards, the rustling of leaves in the wind, and even the distant rhythm of the waves. She was like a true shadow, pressed against the walls, gliding past the bushes, each pause perfectly timed to coincide with the guards' turns. She first infiltrated the study, gently prying open an inadequately locked window, and slipped inside. The study was spacious, filled with shelves of books, and a desk neatly arranged with stationery and documents. She quickly scanned the papers on the desk. Most were estate accounts, purchasing lists, and Koya's health records, nothing amiss. Just as she was about to turn to the bookcase, her gaze was drawn to a small brass lock on the central drawer of the desk. The lock appeared ordinary, yet the area around the keyhole bore faint scratches, distinct from everyday wear, and the design of the lock deviated slightly from the rustic style of the desk. Nami removed a slender hairpin from her head, a clever trick taught by Marcy, and gently inserted it into the lock, pressing her ear against the drawer to listen intently for the sound of the tumblers turning. After 3 minutes, with a satisfying click, the lock opened. Inside the drawer lay a stack of letters and a detailed map. Nami quickly skimmed through the letters, her expression growing increasingly grave. These were correspondences between Kuro and a certain pirate crew, discussing how to divide Koya's assets, along with detailed attack plans that mirrored what Usopp had described. The map marked the routes of attack, ambush points, escape routes, and even the distribution of the villagers. Damning evidence indeed. Carefully, Nami tucked the letters and map close to her body, preparing to retrace her steps, when suddenly, she heard the doorknob turn. Instantly, she darted behind the curtains. The door opened silently. A tall, slender figure entered, the moonlight illuminating his meticulously styled hair and reflective round glasses. It was Kuro, or rather Butler Clabatel. Yet Nami could sense a chilling, dangerous aura emanating from him. He approached the desk with elegance, but upon discovering the opened, empty drawer, his demeanor froze in an instant. The hand that pushed up the glasses paused in midair, and the gaze behind the lenses momentarily shed all its gentle pretense, turning as cold and sharp as the sea on a winter's night. His hand slowly descended, pressing against a certain fold of fabric at his waist, faintly revealing the outline of a hard object. Nisei, hidden behind the curtain, felt as though his heartbeat had ceased, his fingertips silently gripping the hilt of a concealed dagger nestled in his sleeve. At that moment, from the depths of the manor, near the warehouse, a sudden cacophony of crashing objects erupted, accompanied by a few sharp gasps and a familiar, impatient voice that muttered, "How troublesome." It was Zoro. He had been discovered. Klo abruptly turned his head towards the source of the voice, his brow furrowed tightly, a flicker of menace crossing his face. No longer preoccupied with the empty drawer, he turned decisively and strode quickly out of the study, his footsteps receding rapidly. Nisei emerged from behind the curtain, exhaling in relief, but his heart immediately surged again. Trouble had arisen with Zoro. He must provide assistance. But he resolved instantaneously to deliver the evidence to Kaya with utmost haste. He darted out of the window like a nimble night owl, relying on his memory and keen sense of the terrain to evade patrols, stealthily advancing towards Kaya's bedroom. Fortunately, the balcony door to Kaya's room was unlocked. Nisei alighted on the balcony as lightly as a feather, swiftly slipping the letters and map through the crack of the door. and gently rapped 3 times on the door panel before turning without delay and racing towards the direction of the commotion emanating from the warehouse. A melee unfolded in front of the warehouse. Indeed, Zoro's situation was rather comical. His discovery was not due to incompetence, but rather a misdirection. He intended to visit Chloe's room, but upon arriving, he mistakenly concluded that he had chosen a villain's lair fitting for not wanting to attract attention, and thus, he nimbly climbed through a window. Consequently, he tumbled into a heap of burlap sacks, the air thick with the acrid scents of gunpowder and rust. In the moonlight, he discerned that the area was cluttered with swords, firearms, and even several small cannons. This was no bedroom. It was Chloe's secret armory, a stash for gathering his henchmen. To make matters worse, in the corner of the warehouse, a few of Chloe's loyal subordinates were counting weapons when they were unexpectedly collided with by the falling Zoro. "Who goes there?" In startled exclamations, 7 or 8 individuals within the warehouse immediately seized their weapons and closed in, while more figures surged forth from the shadows deeper within the warehouse, quickly surrounding Zoro. Zoro clicked his tongue, but remained unfazed. Discovered, indeed. He flexed his shoulders, 3 blades having unsheathed themselves unbeknownst to him, glinting coldly in the dim light. "Well then, this saves me the trouble of searching. Where's your boss?" "Itigan brat." "Seize him," bellowed the leading henchman. Now, Zoro found himself encircled by over 40 burly men wielding swords. Yet, he remained unperturbed, his 3 blades at the ready. 3-sword style, on a gyri. The blades flashed, and several henchmen fell to the ground. The others, daunted by this display, hesitated to advance. When Chloe arrived, the scene that met his eyes was precisely this. He pushed up his glasses, his voice calm. "Oh, a nocturnal visitor? Is it Usopp who summoned you?" Zoro wiped the blood from his blade. "Are you Crocodile?" "Indeed, it is I," Crocodile replied with a smile. "Dear swordsman, we have no grievances between us. Why involve yourself in this matter? If it is for monetary gain, I can offer you double, no triple." Zoro scoffed, clenching the 2 additional swords in his hands. The blade of Enma clenched between his teeth. "I have no interest in money." "What then piques your interest?" Crocodile's gaze turned perilous, akin to a venomous serpent eyeing its prey. "Is it the frail Miss Kaya? Or perhaps some ethereal sense of justice?" "Justice?" Zoro laughed derisively, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. "That concept holds no relevance to me." He assumed a combat stance. "I merely promised to assist someone, and I intend to fulfill that vow." Crocodile sighed softly. "Then it seems there is no alternative." Suddenly he moved. In an instant, he vanished from sight. It was not a straightforward dash, but rather a bizarre glide, slipping seamlessly into Zoro's peripheral vision, brandishing a pair of glinting, razor-sharp claws. Quick, cunning, deadly. The claws silently lunged towards Zoro's vital ribs. Zoro's pupils constricted as he swiftly evaded, narrowly parrying the attack with the hilt of his sword. Yet the outer side of his arm was still grazed, leaving a shallow but painful wound. The searing pain surged through him. How swift! Zoro's expression grew grave. Crocodile's techniques were unorthodox, reminiscent more of assassination than traditional swordplay. He launched another strike, the dagger emerging from incredible angle, each thrust aimed at critical points. While Zoro managed to block the attacks, it required immense effort. Crocodile's speed and unpredictable movements surpassed his expectations. Moreover, dozens of underlings and several officers lurked menacingly around them. At that moment, a slender pink figure descended like a fluttering butterfly from the beams above the warehouse, landing silently. Nami had arrived. She swiftly joined the fray, not charging at Crocodile, but instead slipping gracefully among the minions, attempting to encircle Zoro. A seemingly ordinary yet remarkably resilient steel wire danced to life between her slender fingers, transforming into a deadly, constricting serpent. The wire deftly wrapped around the wrist of one underling wielding a blade. With a flick of her wrist, she yanked, sending the man shrieking as he lost his weapon and stumbled forward, colliding into another comrade attempting a sneak attack. She skillfully tripped one with the wire, striking joints with precision, each move efficient and accurate, swiftly clearing a relatively safe space for Zoro to fight. Another intriguing little one? Crocodile noticed Nami, his offensive momentarily slowing as he scrutinized her, his tone dripping with unwelcome frivolity. Such rare pink hair. From afar, one might mistake you for a beauty. But up close, what a pity. His condescending tone only served to chill Nami's gaze further. Zoro, focus on him. Leave the underlings to me. Nami's cool voice cut through the tumult of clashing swords. Zoro nodded, his 3 blades once more aimed at Crocodile. This time, I shall not let you escape. The battle intensified. The clash of swords between Zoro and Kuro resonated like a torrential downpour, while Nami deftly maneuvered through the crowd, each strike resulting in another foe falling. However, Kuro, having lurked for 3 years, was thoroughly prepared, his forces far exceeding expectations. For every group Nami felled, more emerged from the depths of the warehouse and various corners of the estate. Nami, after all, was not renowned for his strength, and this relentless, prolonged battle against multiple adversaries was decidedly unfavorable for him. Sweat soaked his brow, and his breath grew increasingly labored. Additionally, his pink hair had come undone in the fray, cascading down like flowing silver in the moonlight, yet it also rendered him a conspicuous target. At that moment, one of Kuro's subordinates, seizing the opportunity as Nami was ensnared by several foes, flashed a malevolent glint in his eyes. Armed with a hefty iron hammer, he lunged from Nami's blind spot, the hammer whistling through the air as it descended toward the back of his head. Nami sensed the impending danger from behind, yet the blades of 2 enemies before him barred his escape. Just as peril loomed, rubber rocket launcher. Boom! The subordinate with the hammer was struck squarely by the dual rocket launchers, sent hurtling back like a kite severed from its string, crashing through several layers of shelves before finally coming to a halt, completely unconscious. Nami, Zoro, I'm here to help. Luffy landed firmly, his face alight with the thrill of battle, entirely oblivious to the notion of stealth. True to form, Luffy would not remain idle. Luffy, Nami, and Usopp had all arrived. How'd you all get in here? Nami panted slightly, a mix of exasperation and warmth enveloping him. How could we just wait outside? Luffy retorted with conviction. It sounded so lively in here. Usopp, with a slingshot in hand, though trembling, had a resolute gleam in his eyes. And Kaya is here too. She saw everything. Kaya stood not far away, her face pale, clutching tightly to a letter that Nami had stealthily given her moments before, containing some of Kuro's incriminating evidence. She gazed at Kuro, her eyes filled with shock and sorrow. Is it true, Kuro? Do you truly wish to kill me? Kuro's movements faltered for a moment before he broke into a smile, one that was no longer gentle and refined, but rather starkly cruel. Miss Kaya, since you've seen through my facade, I shall no longer pretend. Indeed, I desire your wealth. I covet this village. The care I've shown for these past 3 years was merely a charade. Tears streamed down Kaya's face. Why? Why? Kuro scoffed. For money, my dear lady. The inheritance left by your parents is more than enough for me to live comfortably for a lifetime. And you, a frail little girl, what right do you have to possess so much? Usopp roared in anger. Kuro, you scoundrel. He raised his slingshot and fired a specially crafted smoke bomb, his own creation. Though its power was modest, it was sufficient to incite chaos. As the smoke enveloped the scene, pandemonium reigned. Luffy, Zoro, and Nami pressed their assault on Kuro. Yet his movements were so elusive that he consistently evaded their strikes from seemingly impossible angles. Moreover, his subordinates continued to surge forth in relentless waves. If this continued, there would be no end in sight. Nami, in a state of urgency, wondered aloud. Where are the villagers? Why is no one coming to assist? Usopp, while harassing the enemy with his slingshot, shook his head bitterly. They might be afraid. I sent Mary to notify them. But before he could finish, as if to respond to his words, the long silent copper bell in the direction of the village, which only rang during significant festivals or crises, suddenly tolled. Boom! Chapter 40. United as one, the deep and resonant sound of the bell pierced the night sky, instantly overshadowing the cries of battle in the warehouse district. Following that, a second and then a third bell toll rang out, each more urgent than the last, imbued with a sense of resolve. Then a miracle occurred. A tightly shut window illuminated with light. Another door swung open, revealing brightness. The third and fourth houses flickered to life, like fireflies awakened by the bell's chime, rapidly spreading throughout the once silent village. Doors opened. Villagers emerged. In their hands were not refined weapons, but rather hoes, pitchforks, kitchen knives, wooden sticks, and even pot lids and rolling pins. Fear still lingered on their faces, their legs perhaps still trembling. But their gazes had shifted from passive numbness to a fierce determination to defend their home. The elderly village chief, supported by the 3 children, Mary, Onion, and Carrot, walked at the forefront. With a heavy thump of his cane, his aged yet powerful voice resonated around. Villagers of Zillaboo, how much longer must we hide? That boy Usopp has been crying wolf for 3 years. Today, the wolf has truly come, but is not here to take our sheep. It seeks to steal our homes and harm our Miss Koya. Can we allow this? No, we cannot. The crowd erupted with thunderous roars. The fears accumulated over 3 years, transforming into a surging courage in that moment. Protect the village. Protect Miss Koya. Let us fight these villains. Charge! The crowd surged like a flood breaking through a dam, rushing towards a manor, towards the warehouse district. The 3 children led the charge, nimbly darting about, using stones and slingshots, mimicking Usopp to harass the enemy, guiding the adults to avoid obvious traps. Kuro's expression changed. His plan was flawless. But the only variable was the villagers' resistance. He had assumed that after 3 years of psychological oppression, they had lost their courage. Yet he underestimated Usopp, the boastful long-nosed youth, whose incessant cries of wolf had, although tiresome, subtly prepared the villagers mentally. He underestimated these seemingly timid villagers, who, when faced with a genuine threat to their home, erupted with courage. Capture her. As long as we have a hostage, there is still a chance to turn the tide. Kuro's form transformed into a specter, breaking through the gaps in Luffy and Zoro's defenses with astonishing speed and angles. His claws aimed directly at Koya's neck. Koya! Usopp's anguished scream shattered the air. A figure moved faster than the sound. It was Nami. Without a moment to think, her body instinctively reacted. He pushed his speed to the limit, almost leaving a pink afterimage in the moonlight and firelight. Just as closed claws were about to graze the delicate skin of Kaya's neck, he forcefully inserted himself between them. A sickening thud echoed as the blade pierced flesh, causing every heart to momentarily cease its rhythm. Closed claws sank deeply into Nacer's left shoulder, instantly staining his dark gray outfit with crimson. Nacer! Both Luffy and Zoro shouted in unison. Ugh! Nacer let out a muffled groan, the excruciating pain draining the color from his face. Yet he did not retreat. Instead, he fiercely locked the embedded claws with the muscles of his injured shoulder, and with a flash of cold steel, his loyal little knife struck with precision towards Klo's wrist tendons. Klo winced in pain, releasing his grip. In that fleeting moment of stillness, Zoro and Luffy seized the opportunity. Zoro's fury and fighting spirit surged to a peak, his 3 blades humming. 3-sword style, leopard's plectrum. He transformed into a swirling tempest of blades, completely engulfing Klo and sealing off all avenues of escape. Luffy raised his rubber leg high, like a mighty axe of war, fueled by the rage of protecting his brother. How dare you harm my brother? Rubber battle axe. His colossal foot came crashing down. Klo barely managed to cross his arms in a futile attempt to block, but under the pressure of Zoro's blade and Luffy's wrathful strike, a sickening crack echoed as bone shattered. He was smashed into the ground like a rag doll, dust swirling around him, and after spewing a mouthful of blood, he succumbed to unconsciousness. With their leader down, wounded, and witnessing the villagers rushing in like a tide, their eyes ablaze with fury, the remaining crew members lost all will to fight, abandoning their weapons and fleeing in all directions or kneeling in surrender. The battle, amidst the villagers' furious roars, finally came to an end. Nacer stumbled slightly, swaying precariously. Kaya and Usopp rushed to support him from either side. Nacer, are you all right? Don't scare me. Usopp's voice quivered with tears, his hands fidgeting as he attempted to apply pressure to the wound without causing him pain. Nacer, shook his head, his face pale, yet smiling. It's just a minor injury. Luffy rushed in like a gust of wind, his rubber arm extending to carefully yet tightly wrap around Nacer. Pulling him away from Usopp, he held Nacer close. A mix of fear and concern etched on his face. Nacer, you scare me to death. Zoro approached as well, bearing a few new wounds of his own, though not as severe as Nacer's. He gazed at the glaring crimson on Nacer's shoulder, his brows furrowing. You fool. Why did you block the knife? Nacer leaned against his brother's warm embrace, feeling the tension in his nerves begin to ease, and softly replied, because Miss Kaya is someone Usopp would risk his life to protect. Usopp is a friend acknowledged by my brother, and important friends deserve protection too. Usopp's tears finally fell. Nacer, thank you, thank you. Kaya knelt nearby, tears cascading like a string of pearls, not for herself, but for Nacer. I'm so sorry. So sorry. It's all because of me, Mr. Nacer. Nisei gently shook her head, her voice soft. There is no need for apologies. Protecting those who matter does not require justification. Look, everyone is safe, and the village has been preserved. Nami had already directed the villagers with some medical knowledge to fetch clean cloth and water, carefully tending to Nisei's wounds, applying medicine and bandaging them. Her movements were gentle, her eyes slightly red. Bear with it, Nisei. Your wounds are somewhat deep, but fortunately, they did not reach the bone or major blood vessels. The villagers gathered around, casting glances at the fallen crocodile and his subordinates, then at the injured Nisei, their eyes filled with gratitude and guilt. Usopp, I am truly sorry. The elderly village chief lamented. We have always doubted you and even mocked you. The other villagers bowed in gratitude, their voices choked with emotion. Usopp wiped away his tears, forcing a smile, albeit an awkward one. It's all right. What matters is that you believe in me now. Crocodile and his men were bound and prepared for delivery to the Navy, though Usopp mentioned that the Navy might not intervene, at least they would be detained for now. That evening, Shurub village hosted the most magnificent and heartfelt feast in its history. The surrounding fears and gloom were dispelled by the flames of celebration. The villagers brought forth their treasured wines and finest ingredients, igniting a massive bonfire in the village square. Luffy, at last, fulfilled his desire, lunging toward a whole roasted pig. Golden and dripping with juices, with another waiting beside it. He devoured it ravenously, his rubbery stomach expanding at an astonishing rate, while continually beckoning others. Usopp, meat. Zoro, drink. Naichi, soup. This soup is amazing. Zoro was surrounded by a group of young villagers, who gazed at his 3 swords with awe, listening to his brief and somewhat impatient explanations of basic stances. Several empty wine barrels were stacked before Zoro. He drank heartily, grumbling about the inconvenience. Yet he did not shoo away the curious youths. Nami was busy counting the treasures recovered from Crocodile, most of which belonged to Kaya's father, coveted by Crocodile. Kaya insisted on gifting a substantial portion of these treasures to Nami and the others as a token of gratitude, while Nami pretended to decline. Her eyes transformed into symbols of currency, swiftly calculating their worth, unable to suppress her smile. Nisei's shoulder was securely bandaged, and she had changed into clean clothing. Wrapped in a soft blanket, sitting quietly at a distance from the bonfire, she sipped delicately from a nourishing hot soup brewed by Kaya herself, enriched with precious medicinal herbs. Her complexion remained somewhat pale, yet her spirits had improved significantly. Usopp settled beside her, cradling a small wooden box he had crafted himself. Nisei, this is for you. He opened the box to reveal a set of exquisite medical tools, small scissors, tweezers, needles, threads, and various ointments. I made these myself. When you're out and about, you can tend to your wounds. Nisei accepted the gift, her eyes crescent-shaped with gratitude. Thank you, Usopp. I should be the one expressing my thanks. Usopp replied earnestly. If it weren't for you all, Kaya and the village would have been doomed. You saved us. Nisei responded. If it weren't for your provisions, we might have starved. Usopp scratched his head and chuckled. At this moment, Koya, accompanied by the village chief, arrived at the center of the bonfire. She donned a simple yet dignified dress, her tear-stained face now dry, although her eyes were still slightly swollen. They shone with clarity and determination. Mr. Luffy, Mr. Zoro, Miss Nami, Mr. Nasra, Usopp, her voice. Though soft, resonated throughout the square, silencing the crowd. And to all my fellow villagers, I have an announcement to make. All eyes turned toward her. I wish to bestow upon you the ship left by my father as a token of gratitude for saving me and our village. The Going Merry? Luffy mumbled, his mouth full of meat. Indeed, it is a remarkable vessel, rich with memories, currently docked in the private harbor to the east. A glimmer of nostalgia filled Koya's eyes. Yet her smile radiated warmth. My father once said that a ship's life lies in its voyage and in carrying dreams. I believe that if it were in your capable hands, Mr. Luffy, the Merry would realize its true worth, sailing towards broader and more exhilarating seas. This is the most heartfelt gratitude I can express on behalf of my father and myself. Usopp's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Koya, that was Mr. Ban's most treasured possession. Precisely because it is precious, I wish to gift it to those who truly deserve it. Koya gently interjected, her gaze tenderly fixed on Usopp. And Usopp, have you not always dreamed of becoming a brave warrior of the sea, like your father, Yasopp, to set sail in search of him and make his name proud? Her voice carried encouragement. That ship holds countless memories of my father and embodies my blessings for you. Now, with reliable companions and a sturdy ship, what are you waiting for? Usopp stood frozen. Yes, he yearned to venture out to sea, to emulate his father as a courageous warrior. Yet, he had always lacked the courage, masking his cowardice with lies. I, Usopp, am weak, prone to lying, and timid. He murmured, lowering his head. But today, you were incredibly brave, Koya affirmed. You stood before Kuro to protect me. Usopp, you are stronger than you realize. At some point, Luffy had swallowed his food and approached Usopp, resting an arm on his shoulder, a rare seriousness gracing his expression. You protected Koya and our village, Usopp. You are indeed courageous. Then, he broke into his signature grin. Usopp, join us as our sharpshooter. We need you. Sharpshooter? Usopp was taken aback. Yes, your slingshot is impressive, Luffy exclaimed, and you can build and repair things. Your tall tales, though often exaggerated, are quite entertaining. Nasra nodded in agreement. Usopp, my ship requires someone like you as a companion. Although Zoro remained silent, he gave a slight nod. Nami sighed. While having more men means more mouths to feed, you have indeed been of great help, and an additional ally means greater strength. Usopp looked around at everyone, his eyes reddening once more. After a long moment, he took a deep breath, straightened his posture, and declared, all right, I will join. I aspire to be a brave warrior of the sea. I will make my name resound across the oceans. Let my father be proud of me. Hooray! Luffy cheered. Usopp is now our new companion. Chapter 41. The Going Merry. The following morning, the entire village gathered at the eastern dock. Upon witnessing the Going Merry, astonishment enveloped them all. It was a magnificent single-masted sailboat, its hull adorned in hues of white and gold, with a charming ram's head sculpture at the bow and elegant lines at the stern. The sails, pristine white, sparkled in the morning light. This vessel was at least 3 times larger than their previous small red and yellow boat, featuring a complete cabin, kitchen, storage room, and even a small infirmary. What a splendid ship! Nami exclaimed, her eyes gleaming like berries. This ship is worth at least 30 million berries. Luffy, brimming with excitement, leaped aboard, running across the deck. This is my ship now. The Going Merry. Awesome. Zoro inspected the ship's structure, nodding in approval. It's sturdy and suitable for long voyages. Nico Robin caressed the ram's head sculpture, smiling warmly. It has a comforting aura. Usopp stood at the edge of the dock, gazing at the vessel he had seen since childhood, his heart swelling with emotion. Kai approached him gently, whispering, Usopp, stay safe. Usopp nodded vigorously. I will. Once I become a great warrior of the sea, I will return to see you. I'll be waiting for you. The moment of farewell arrived. The villagers provided an abundance of supplies, food, fresh water, medicine, and tools, all filling the Merry storage room. The elderly village chief grasped Luffy's hand. Mr. Luffy, thank you for saving our village. If you pass by in the future, please come back to visit. Absolutely. Luffy grinned widely. Kaya presented each of them with a hand-stitched talisman, crafting a particularly exquisite one for Nami, having noticed her attention to detail. "Nami, take care of yourself. And do not get hurt again," Kaya said tenderly. "I will, and please take care of yourself too, Miss Kaya." Finally, Usopp bid farewell to each villager, exchanging high-fives with the three children, Mary, Onion, and Carrot, promising, "When I return, I will tell you true adventure stories." The five of them boarded the Going Merry. Luffy took the helm, Nami adjusted the sails, Zoro and Usopp untied the ropes, while Nico Robin stood at the bow, her pink hair dancing in the morning breeze. The ship gradually departed the dock, sailing toward the vast sea. On the shore, the villagers waved goodbye, with Kaya standing at the forefront, tears glistening in her eyes but a smile gracing her lips. Usopp is destined to become a brave warrior. Mr. Luffy is to become the Pirate King. Wishing you all safe travels. The Merry sliced through the waves, gradually distancing itself from the small island. Aboard the ship, the five stood on the deck, gazing at the diminishing village. Usopp wiped away his tears and puffed out his chest. "All right, from this day forth, I'm a sharpshooter of the Straw Hat Pirates." "Captain Usopp." "No, Usopp-sama." Luffy burst into laughter. "Usopp, welcome aboard." Nami began charting their course. "Our next destination is Cocoa Village." Zoro leaned against the railing, looking at Nami. "Is your injury all right?" Nami shook her head. "It's fine now. The medicine Kaya provided was very effective." She walked over to Zoro, standing beside him as they both gazed out at the sea. The sunlight shimmered on the water's surface, creating a dazzling spectacle. The Going Merry carried the dreams of five young adventurers, setting sail toward new adventures. With a new ship, new companions, and fresh aspirations. Provisions of food and water were abundant. The vessel sailed swifter, and the sailors were skilled, while the sharpshooter took his position. The Straw Hat Pirates were gradually expanding. Nami glanced back at the cabin door, where Usopp was boasting to Luffy about his fabricated feat of single-handedly repelling 5,000 pirates. Nami rolled her eyes, and Zoro shook his head in resignation. A smile graced his lips. Such days were truly delightful. The Going Merry unfurled its white sails, carrying laughter and dreams toward the vast ocean. However, a calamity erupted in the kitchen on the second day of the Golden Mary's voyage across the tranquil East Blue. "Nami!" Luffy's wail reverberated throughout the ship, startling even the seagulls perched on the mast. On the deck, Nami was hanging the freshly washed clothes that Luffy had accidentally dirted the day before. Her pink hair was gathered with a simple wooden hairpin, a few stray strands brushing against her fair neck. Upon hearing the commotion, she nearly dropped the freshly laundered shirt into the sea. "What now?" Nami sighed, setting aside her task and hurrying toward the cabin. The kitchen was in utter disarray, quite literally a mess. Flour was strewn across the floor, resembling a snowfall. Broken eggshells painted abstract designs on the ground. Vegetables were chopped into bizarre shapes, some as thin as hair, others as thick as fingers. In a pot, a dark, unidentifiable substance bubbled suspiciously with purple froth. At the center of this chaos stood Luffy, his rubbery face smeared with flour and egg, wielding a kitchen knife incorrectly, as if it were a sword. Before him lay a charred remnant of what was once meat. "Nami!" Luffy's eyes welled with tears upon seeing her. "I want to make barbecue for you." But the meat just jumped into the fire and got burnt. Nami placed her hand on her forehead. This marked the third kitchen disaster of the week. Chapter 42. Seeking a chef, this was Luffy's third attempt to assist in the culinary endeavors, and for the third time. He had transformed the kitchen into a near-disaster zone. On his first attempt, he sought to utilize his rubber arm's efficiency by simultaneously stirring 5 pots of simmering soups. However, the rapid motion of his arms inevitably tangled within the confined kitchen space, culminating in a rubber arm storm. Not only did he splatter all 5 pots across the ceiling, walls, and each other, but he also ensnared himself, becoming a massive, soup-covered figure rolling helplessly on the kitchen floor. Nami directed Zoro and Usopp, who spent an entire afternoon cleaning up the sticky, aromatic sea of soup. On his second attempt, Luffy expressed dissatisfaction with the ship's small oven, deeming it lacking in the fiery spirit needed for roasting meat. Thus, he whimsically devised a solar-powered barbecue apparatus on the sun-drenched deck using wooden boards, aluminum foil, and shards of mirror, confidently placing his prized thigh of meat inside. He merely asked Usopp for a quick tip, and then proceeded with unabashed enthusiasm. As a result of a completely erroneous angle calculation, one he had not even attempted, he failed to cook the meat thoroughly. In his prolonged squatting beside the device, adjusting the utterly non-existent focal point, he nearly succumbed to the sun's reflected rays, which threatened to render him as pliable as rubber. Ultimately, it was Nasir who noticed his dazed state and overheated skin, swiftly dragging him to a shaded area where he poured several buckets of water over him to revive him. Now, it was the third occurrence. Nasir endeavored to keep his voice gentle. I have mentioned numerous times that the kitchen is best left to me. All right? Luffy's face instantly lit up with a smile that bore a mix of flour and regret, only to quickly sag into a portrait of utter grievance. But Nasir, Luffy's tone was tinged with disappointment. You work so hard. You have to mend our clothes, direct me and Usopp in cleaning, and cook for everyone. I want to help. I wish to do something for you. This sentiment arose because Luffy frequently tore his clothes, and his playful antics with Usopp often led to chaos. Moreover, the culinary efforts of others were hardly palatable. Gazing into Luffy's earnest eyes, brimming with the desire to assist, Nasir's heart inevitably softened. He stepped closer, cautiously sidestepping the flour-laden minefield on the floor, seized the pitiful knife from Luffy's hands, and set it aside. Then he picked up a clean, damp cloth and gently wiped the colorful remnants of battle from Luffy's face. I appreciate your intentions, brother. It truly brings me joy. Nasir's voice softened, resembling that of one soothing a well-meaning yet misguided large dog. However, as his gaze swept across the kitchen, seemingly ravaged by a mini hurricane, and the pot emitting an ominous purple smoke, his tone turned resolute. The kitchen is simply not suited for you. This space cannot endure a fourth instance of your assistance. Luffy's rubbery lips deflated, his cheeks puffing up like inflating balloons, growing larger until they resembled two round, disgruntled pufferfish, even displacing his straw hat. Undeterred, Luffy protested, but at that moment, an incredulous gasp erupted from the kitchen doorway, followed by Nami's elevated voice, laced with fear and anger. Luffy, what have you done to the kitchen? I can smell it. Is that the scent of charred food? I just wanted to prepare a surprise dinner. Luffy retreated slightly, his pufferfish visage deflating a bit. A surprise. More like a fright. Nami bellowed, already calculating the damages. 2 bags of flour, a dozen eggs, and the cost of repairs for the kitchen. Luffy, I will tell you this. The expenses will be deducted from your allowance. No. She recalled that Luffy had no so-called allowance. His funds were either spent on meat or on the way to procure it. From your future meat rations. For the next 2 weeks, no, 1 month. You will receive half your meat quota. Please no. Luffy's wail echoed throughout the Mary, his rubbery form twisting in despair. My meat. Nami, are you a demon? This cry of anguish successfully summoned another comrade. Zoro appeared at the kitchen door, yawning, having been roused from his comfortable slumber on the deck by the penetrating cacophony emanating from within. With bleary eyes, he cast a glance into the kitchen, his brows arching in curiosity. What new mischief is afoot this time? A flou explosion? Or perhaps you've mistaken Nami's spices for experimental explosives. His gaze settled upon the cauldron of a purple concoction, and his lips twitched at the sight. Its hue suggested that consuming it might lead one directly to the river Styx. Usopp, with his nose twitching like a houndess, squeezed in behind Zoro, his elongated snout acutely sensitive to the chaos. I can smell the scent of failure, and something burnt along with a whiff of egg, and a mysterious spice that may well have originated from the abyss. Luffy, you haven't summoned the kitchen's malevolent spirits, have you? Nami, exasperated, sighed, her patience wearing thin with her companion's unconventional methods of concern. With a resigned demeanor, she began to meticulously direct the cleanup of the calamity. Brother, first sweep up the flour from the floor, but be careful not to stir up more dust. Then, use a damp cloth to wipe up the egg mixture. She also enlisted Usopp, who was merely spectating, to assist. Usopp, you handle scrubbing the purple residue from the stove and the walls. As for that pot, She glanced at the still bubbling purple liquid, her lips twitching again. Zoro, you can dispose of it. Let us hope the creatures of the sea have a stronger digestive system. Zoro transitioned from passive observer to reluctant cleaner, akin to Luffy, albeit only tasked with discarding the soup. While Luffy mourned the halving of his meat ration, he nevertheless complied with Nami's directives. Usopp rolled up his sleeves and promptly attended to his share of the mess. Luffy soon followed suit, his rubbery arms transforming into remarkably efficient cleaning tools, albeit occasionally rebounding the flour he had gathered back into the air, prompting another round of shrieks from Nami. Yet overall, progress was being made. Suddenly, Nami, arms crossed, spoke with an unprecedented seriousness. This cannot continue. We need a chef. All eyes turned towards her. A true, professional chef. One who one tea turned the kitchen into a battlefield. A chef, Luffy exclaimed, dropping his broom with a clatter, his eyes sparkling like stars. Yes, a professional chef. One who can prepare the most delectable meats. Luffy had clearly forgotten to return his cleaning tools to storage, utterly captivated by the prospect of a chef. Nami's suggestion resonated deeply within Naitsu, who silently agreed with her proposition. While he was more than willing to cater to everyone, his culinary skills were limited to wholesome, balanced meals that ensured no one went hungry, far from the realm of deliciousness. His gaze instinctively drifted towards Zoro, who had returned from disposing of the soup and was leaning against the doorframe. With arms crossed and a neutral expression, Zoro seemed neither opposed nor particularly enthusiastic about the idea. Chef, Luffy was now in a state of ecstatic fervor, flailing his arms. I want to find the world's greatest chef, one who can make the most exquisite grilled, stewed, fried, and steamed meats. That is not what I meant by ordering food. Nami swung her fist in a futile gesture, exclaiming that they needed a companion, someone who could board their vessel, sail alongside them, and be responsible for their daily meals. And did you think the world's finest chef would be as inconsequential as a mere roadside cabbage? What could possibly attract such a renowned individual to our humble little ship and to you, you fool? Because I aspire to be the pirate king, Luffy declared proudly, his chest puffed out, his conviction unwavering. This rationale, however, was one that only you deemed perfectly reasonable. Nami sighed, feeling her blood pressure rise. Usopp timidly raised his hand. Well, I do know someone with decent culinary skills. He grills fish to perfection, crispy on the outside, tender within, and seasoned just right. Both Luffy and Nami turned their gazes toward him. However, Usopp quickly added, he is merely a fisherman who occasionally cooks for village feasts. He knows nothing of sailing and suffers from seasickness far worse than I do. No, Luffy instantly rejected the notion, shaking his head vigorously as if to dispel the idea. I want a professional, someone grand, a chef from a restaurant adrift on the sea, clad in white attire, wearing a tall hat, capable of conjuring a feast with a mere flick of his wrist. A floating restaurant? Nami raised her head deep in thought. After a moment, she mused. Are you referring to Bartai? That renowned sea restaurant in the East Blue, famous for its exceptional chefs? Yes. That is the one, Bartai. Luffy nodded enthusiastically, his eyes sparkling as if he could already scent the savory aromas wafting from Bartai. I've heard that their meat is the finest in the entire East Blue. Let's go find a chef there. Ace once mentioned it in a letter. Luffy and Nami had wanted to visit ever since. Nami exchanged a knowing glance with Natsai. They were well aware of Bartai's reputation, hailed as the holy land for chefs in the East Blue, with the legendary head chef, Zeph, known for his eccentric personality and relentless standards. The proud chefs under his command would never abandon Bartai's luxurious environment and esteemed reputation to join their fledgling pirate crew. It's simply impossible, Luffy. Nami poured cold water on his enthusiasm, though she too felt tempted by the prospect of a professional chef. The chefs at Bartai are all highly selective, and their conditions are excellent. What do we have to offer? A modest ship, a captain with dreams of becoming the pirate king, a directionally challenged swordsman, a boastful sharpshooter, and, she glanced at Natsai, her tone softening, a kind-hearted but limited cook, along with a meticulous navigator. What do you think could possibly attract them? How will we know unless we try? Luffy's logic was simple and straightforward, leaving no room for rebuttal. Nami, adjust the course. Hey, I haven't tea agreed yet. And our route doesn't tea even lead that way. Let us go, let us go. Nami, I want to eat meat. The meat from Bartai. Didn't you just have lunch? After causing all that trouble, you still want to eat meat? Produce. We can't afford to dine at Bartai every day. Then let us find a chef to come aboard and cook for me daily. Is your logic spiraling out of control? Observing the two individuals ensnared in a juvenile quarrel, Nai sighed in resignation, yet a faint smile graced his lips. He turned to Zoro and gently inquired, "What do you think, Zoro?" Zoro let out a mighty yawn, seemingly unimpressed by the bickering. He scratched his short green hair and succinctly replied, having a dedicated chef would be beneficial. At the very least, he cast a sidelong glance at Nai's. You could take it easy without having to bustle around the kitchen all day. That simple statement, devoid of ostentation and barely qualifying as concern, warmed Nai's heart, akin to the gentle caress of afternoon sunlight. Then let us proceed, Nais declared, directing his attention to Nami, who was still engaged in a playful tussle with Luffy. His tone was gentle yet persuasive. Nami, it just so happens that we are running low on some premium spices and seasonings in our kitchen. I have heard that the ingredients and condiments at Bartai are of the highest quality. We could replenish our supplies, and moreover, he glanced at Luffy, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation. Let's allow him to witness the true essence of a professional kitchen and savor the culinary delights. Nami pinched the bridge of her nose, exasperated. You two indulge him too much. Fine, go ahead, but remember, she pointed a finger at Luffy's nose. Once we arrive at Bartai, no causing trouble, no ordering recklessly, no sneaking bites. Most importantly, if any trouble arises, all reparations will be deducted from your meat allowance for the next 100 years. Understood? Yay! To the sea restaurant. Find a chef. Eat meat. Luffy's jubilant cheer nearly threatened to uproot the very roof of the Mary, completely disregarding Nami's ominous warnings. Thus, with Luffy's insatiable appetite and Nai's tacit approval, the Going Merry adjusted its course, sailing towards the renowned sea restaurant, Bartai. Chapter 43. The sea restaurant Bartai, true to its illustrious reputation, Bartai awed all as the Mary approached. It was no mere ship. It resembled a floating culinary castle upon the waves. The vessel's grand hull was painted in an elegant cream, white adorned with opulent gold, featuring a multi-tiered deck design, with gigantic sails embellished with exquisite patterns of forks and plates. Most astonishing of all was the figurehead, a lifelike bronze statue of a chef, towering 3 stories high. One hand wielded a frying pan, while the other brandished a spatula, striking a pose as if to sear steak. The steak itself gently swaying in the breeze, likely some clever mechanism. Even from afar, the rich and complex aromas wafted through the air, grasping each person's nostrils and appetites like an invisible hand. Woof! Luffy's rubbery neck extended to its limits, his nose twitching like a fan, as if he might float off the Mary. It's meat. It's top-tier grilled meat. It's stew infused with 18 spices. It's freshly baked bread, crisp on the outside and soft within, coated in honey, and not to mention the freshness of seafood soup, the sweetness of cream sauce. I can't take it anymore. I must land immediately. Rubber, landing rocket. Idiot. Wait. First, let us secure the ship. Nami, quick as lightning, seized Luffy by the back of his collar, preventing him from launching directly onto the restaurant's roof. Nais, unable to resist, inhaled deeply. The aroma was rich and layered, perfectly cooked, an experience far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary home kitchen. The home-cooked dishes he prepares, which satisfy the elder brothers, exist in an entirely different realm. The Mary cautiously docked at the exclusive pier of Bartai, where several magnificent passenger ships were already anchored, their decks gleaming and undoubtedly of considerable value. In contrast, while the Mary exuded warmth, it undeniably appeared somewhat modest. Wow, how impressive! Usopp exclaimed, clinging to the ship's railing with eyes as wide as saucers. How much must it cost to build something like this? Would dining here require me to sell my slingshot? Nami, succumbing to her professional instincts, swiftly assessed the situation. Look at those pure silver utensils gleaming and the silk attire of the patrons. The average expenditure per person must be no less than 50,000 berries, If they order the signature dishes, it starts at 100,000. 50,000. 100,000. Usopp and Luffy cried out in unison. However, Usopp's was a lament of despair while Luffy's was an excited squeal. The meat here must be so delicious it could send one to the heavens. Luffy's saliva was cascading like a waterfall. Before I ascend, I must eat. Nami was inspecting the ropes tied by Zoro when she heard Luffy's exclamation and looked up. Brother, we didn't come here just to eat. We are searching for a chef. To find a chef, one must first assess their culinary skills. Luffy responded with a sense of righteousness, his logic bizarrely coherent. Otherwise, why would we bring aboard a chef who cannot cook? As mere decoration? Zoro, clutching his sword, scoffed. I think you just want to eat. Zoro, don't you want to eat? Luffy retorted, your stomach just growled. I heard it. Zoro replied, that was the sound of the waves. The others chimed in, no. We all heard it. It was clearly a gurgle. As they stepped onto the deck of Baratai, the disparity became even more pronounced. The pristine tablecloths, shining silver cutlery, and elegantly dressed patrons engaged in hushed conversations filled the air with the refined strains of a violin and the tantalizing aroma of exquisite cuisine. They felt utterly out of place. Luffy, clad in a red jacket paired with blue shorts and flip-flops, his straw hat perched atop his head, craned his neck to survey the surroundings, drooling onto the deck. Nami wore a light blue sweatshirt and black cargo pants, her pink hair and overly delicate features drawing numerous glances. Zoro sported a green tank top, black trousers, and 3 glinting swords hanging at his waist, emanating an aura of annoyance. Nami donned a simple yet comfortable tank top and skirt, appearing both playful and adorable. Usopp was attempting to conceal himself behind Zoro. Welcome to Baratai. A waiter in a crisp black and white uniform approached, his hair meticulously styled. A standard professional smile adorned his face, though his gaze quickly swept over the 5, lingering momentarily on Luffy's flip-flops and Zoro's swords, the warmth of his smile failing to reach his eyes. May I ask if you have a reservation? Reservation? Luffy blinked with wide eyes, utterly perplexed. Do you need a reservation to eat? Can't one just come in when they're hungry? The waiter's lips twitched imperceptibly. I apologize, but this establishment is one of the finest restaurants in the East Blue. To ensure quality of service and dining experience, we typically require reservations 3 to 5 days in advance. But we are hungry. Right now. We want to eat immediately. Luffy's stomach emitted a thunderous growl, causing several nearby diners to furrow their brows and cast disapproving glances. Nami stepped forward, slightly bowing, her voice clear and gentle, imbued with just the right amount of apology. I sincerely apologize. We hail from afar and are unfamiliar with the customs of your esteemed establishment. Might we trouble you for a moment of leniency? We can wait in a corner and promise not to disturb the other guests. He raised his head, his pink hair radiating a soft glow in the sunlight, his delicate features and earnest gaze rendering him irresistibly endearing. The server's face flushed suspiciously, his demeanor evidently softening. Please hold on. I need to consult with the head chef. After the server departed, Nami sighed in relief and whispered in crucial moments. Nasi proves to be quite effective. Luffy, resembling an overly energetic child, twisted his rubbery neck left and right, his eyes fixated on a sizzling, oversized T-bone steak at the adjacent table, his gaze transforming into that of a meat-shaped glutton. Wow. That one. Nasi. I want to eat that. And that lobster. And that smoking dessert. Brother, please be quiet. Everyone is watching us, Nasi softly reassured, a flush creeping onto his cheeks, primarily from embarrassment at the attention. What is there to fear? Dining should be joyful. Luffy dismissed the concern. At that moment, a discordant commotion erupted within the restaurant, accompanied by the jarring sound of shattered porcelain. I told you, this soup is salty enough to choke a sea king. Remake it. Immediately. A rude, boisterous male voice drowned out the music, prompting patrons to turn their heads. At a large table in the center of the dining area, a rotund man clad in a flamboyant suit adorned with gold chains slammed his hand on the table, spitting as he spoke. Before him lay a bowl of soup, toppled and spilling its contents. Opposite him stood a blond youth, appearing to be around 17 or 18, dressed in pristine chef's attire, his tall frame betraying a simmering fury as he clenched a cigarette between his lips. Sir, the blonde youth, Sanji, maintained a relatively calm tone, though his tightly clenched fists revealed his agitation. This essence of a sea soup has been meticulously prepared, with salt levels calibrated to a precise golden ratio. Confirmed by the head chef. He flicked the unlit cigarette. You have returned this soup 3 times, citing it was too bland, too hot, and now too salty. What do you mean? Are you implying I am deliberately causing trouble? The rotund man's face turned crimson, and his 2 muscular bodyguards, clad in sunglasses, stepped forward menacingly. Do you know who I am? I'm a guest of Admiral Creek, the future overlord of the East Sea. The mention of Creek's name felt like a block of ice dropped in the restaurant, causing many patrons to change their expressions and murmur amongst themselves. One of the East Sea's largest pirate crews, Admiral Creek was notorious for his brutality and avarice, with a bounty of 17 million berries. Sanji's gaze turned icy. I care not who you are. Here at Baratai, food is meant to be savored, not insulted. Insulted? The rotund man sneered. What if I did insult it? This shabby restaurant may have an appealing decor, but the culinary skills are utterly abysmal, especially someone like you, with your yellow hair. How dare you call yourself a chef without even having fully grown hair? It's laughable. He reached out to push Sanji, who slightly sidestepped, causing the hefty man to stumble forward, his fury intensifying. Sir, please show some decorum. Decorum? The hefty man signaled, and 2 bodyguards approached, flanking Sanji. Teach him a lesson. He barked at the bodyguards. With sinister grins, the 2 bodyguards advanced, their fists as large as clay pots cracking ominously. The atmosphere became taut with tension. Luffy, brimming with excitement, stood on tiptoe. A fight is about to break out. Look, that golden-haired chef is going to get beaten. Nami restrained her eager brother. Wait, brother. Look at that chef's eyes. Doesn't he seem like someone who would be easily defeated? Indeed, as Sanji regarded the approaching bodyguards, he sighed, placing his cigarette but in a portable ashtray he carried, his movements imbued with an unusual elegance. Must it come to this? It's quite troublesome to clean up afterward. Kid, kneel and apologize now, and serve me all the finest dishes from your establishment. If I'm in a good mood, perhaps I'll let you off. The hefty man proclaimed imperiously. Sanji smiled, a shallow smile, yet laced with a hint of biting mockery. I'm afraid my knees only bow in reverence to worthy cuisine and beautiful ladies. No sooner had he spoken than he sprang into action, not with his hands, but with his legs, swift, precise, ruthless. All present could only witness 2 golden leg shadows whip through the air like whips, accompanied by a sharp whoosh. Bang, bang. 2 dull thuds resonated almost simultaneously. The bodyguards, who looked as though they could fell a bull with a single punch, had no time to react, hurtling backward like discarded sandbags, howling in agony as they crashed into 2 tables draped in pristine white cloth, dishes and soup scattering everywhere. A profound silence enveloped the room, broken only by the distant sound of waves crashing and the abrupt cessation of the violinist's melody. Sanji leisurely adjusted his slightly skewed chef's neckerchief and turned to the astonished hefty man, restoring a tone of polite formality, yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. Now, please leave. Baratai does not welcome guests who disrespect food and chefs. The hefty man's complexion turned ashen, his trembling finger pointed at Sanji, but ultimately, under the scrutinizing gazes of the other patrons and Sanji's cold stare, he spat a feeble threat. You'll regret this. Admiral Krieg will not let you off. Then, accompanied by his soiled bodyguards, he slinked out of the restaurant, humiliated. The waitstaff, well-trained, promptly began to clear the scene and soothe the startled guests. Sanji then turned to the remaining patrons, bowing deeply with sincerity. I sincerely apologize for the disturbance to your enjoyment. As compensation, today's desserts will be offered to you complimentary. Please enjoy. His gentle and courteous demeanor sharply contrasted with the fierce prowess he had just displayed. Luffy's eyes sparkled like shining stars, his rubbery face nearly pressed against the glass. So cool. That kick. Whoosh. Just like that. And he protected the food. He.s. a chef with dignity. Amazing. Nami, we need him. We must have him. Nisei was indeed touched by Sanji's demeanor. This golden-haired youth harbored a profound respect for food, exhibited a remarkable ability to counter unreasonable demands, and displayed an extraordinary gentlemanly grace, making him a truly exceptional individual. At that moment, the earlier waiter returned, accompanied by a one-legged elder named Zep, who wore a chef's tall hat and had a wooden prosthetic limb. He was the owner and head chef of Bartai. "Is it these little rascals?" Zep's voice was gravelly as he scanned the 5 individuals, momentarily pausing on Nisei's face before settling on the boisterous Luffy. "Noto Sebastian." Nisei stepped forward again, politely addressing him. "Mr. Zep, we sincerely apologize, old man." Luffy interjected, pointing his rubber arm at Sanji, who was calming the guests. "Give us that golden-haired chef. We want him to be our ship's cook." The atmosphere froze once more. Even Sanji, with his back turned to them, tensed his shoulders before slowly turning around, a look of utter bewilderment on his face. Zep was taken aback for a full 3 seconds before erupting into a thunderous laugh. "Ha ha ha! Kid, do you have any idea that Sanji is my prized apprentice, raised and trained by me since childhood? Do you know how many nobles and restaurant owners from the East Blue have come offering mountains of gold to recruit him? And you think you could just take my treasure away with your, well, rather cozy little ship?" Chapter 44. A grand feast of merry is not a little ship. Luffy protested, puffing out his rubbery cheeks. "It's called the Going Merry. It's fantastic. It can take us anywhere. I don't care if it's called the Rose or the Chrysanthemum." Zep replied, his smile fading as he glared with one eye. "Sanji will not be going with you. He must remain at Bartai to inherit my legacy. Now, since you have no reservation, kindly leave and do not disrupt my business." He waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away flies. "But we are truly starving." Luffy's stomach let out a thunderous growl, the sound so pitiful that it made Zep frown. Just as Zep was about to instruct the waiter to forcibly remove them, Sanji approached. "Old man, hold on," Sanji said, once again clutching a cigarette, lighting it and releasing a puff of smoke. His gaze swept over the 5, lingering on Nisei's face for a moment longer. "As guests from afar, it's not Bairdie's way to send away those who arrive hungry. Please arrange for them a discreet table out of the way. I will prepare some food to see them off." Zep squinted at Sanji for a moment, then huffed. "Suit yourself." He turned and left, his wooden leg tapping against the floor. Sanji tilted his head toward the 5. "Follow me." He led them to a secluded table in the far corner of the restaurant, near the kitchen's back door, away from the clamor of the main hall. "Menu." Sanji slapped a hefty leather menu onto the table, succinctly presenting it. Luffy snatched the menu with gleaming eyes and began to chant the dish names in an epic tone. "This one, that one, and this whole page. This looks like it has a lot of meat. This one has bones. This one is smoking. This one, Nisei promptly covered Luffy's mouth with his hand, offering an apologetic smile to Sanji. "My apologies, just 5 portions of the chef's recommended special for us will suffice. Something simple that can fill our stomachs." He was well aware of Luffy's voracious appetite. To say it simply was merely a formality, as the portions could certainly not be scant. Sanji raised an eyebrow, observing Nami's obedient yet pleading gaze. His tone inadvertently softened. "All right, just wait." He collected the menu and turned to stride into the kitchen, the hem of his white chef's attire tracing a graceful arc. During the anticipation, Nami began to mentally calculate how much this meal would cost, potentially derailing her budget for new clothes. Usopp anxiously scanned the surroundings, fearing that the portly figure might indeed summon the dreaded Admiral Creek. Zoro, clutching his sword, kept his eyes closed. Luffy lay sprawled on the table, his rubbery visage flattened, tongue extended in a dramatic plea towards the kitchen. "Meat, come save me." Nisei sat quietly, her gaze contemplative as it drifted towards the kitchen. How to extend an invitation? Sanji was evidently held in high regard here, leading a life of comfort and a promising future. They were merely a fledgling pirate crew, impoverished and struggling. Just as these thoughts lingered, Sanji emerged from the kitchen bearing a grand tray. Instead of serving dishes one by one, he presented an entire table filled with 5 bowls of creamy seafood chowder, adorned with vibrant green herbs, 5 perfectly roasted fish with golden, crispy skin, A large bowl of colorful vegetable salad drizzled with a special sauce, and a basket of steaming, soft homemade bread, with butter presented in a small silver dish. The aroma instantly captivated everyone's senses. Start with a little appetizer. The main course requires time, Sanji announced, placing the tray down with fluid elegance. The fragrance wafted enticingly. Luffy, unable to contain himself, reached for the roasted fish, only to have Nisai gently tap his hand with a fork. Use a knife and fork, brother. But that is so troublesome, as Sister Makino taught me, Luffy pouted, yet he picked up the utensils, albeit with a grip reminiscent of wielding a weapon. Sanji watched their interaction, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. He did not leave, but instead pulled up a chair and lit a cigarette. Where do you hail from? Windmill Village. Luffy exclaimed with his mouth full, his words muddled. Windmill Village? That tiny village on the west of the East Blue? Quite a distance. Sanji arched an eyebrow. We're pirates, Luffy added. Though their numbers were few, they would surely grow. Sanji chuckled. Pirates? Just you little brats? We're not little, Luffy protested. EM-17. Nisai is 16. Sanji turned to Nisai. 16? You're quite exquisite. Nisai momentarily froze, lowering her gaze to sip her soup delicately. The soup was delightful, rich yet not overwhelming, the essence of the seafood fully unleashed. This soup is incredibly delicious, Nisai remarked softly, her appreciation genuine. Sanji's eyes lit up. Really? It's made with lobster heads and crab shells as Usopp indulged in delectable morsels. He glanced around anxiously, half expecting a confrontation between Zoro and Luffy, while some onlookers continued to mockingly relish their meals. However, the serene dining experience was short-lived. A cacophony of noise erupted outside the restaurant, more raucous and chaotic than before, accompanied by the sounds of colliding ships and crude shouts. It was the rotund man returning, this time with a cadre of 50 fierce-looking pirates, armed with an array of weapons. They surged forward, surrounding a towering figure clad in golden armor and a horned helmet, flooding the deck of Baratai like a relentless tide. Admiral Kurok, a guest exclaimed in shock. The Kurok pirates, one of the most formidable pirate factions in the East Blue, led by the notorious Admiral Kurok, who had a bounty of 17 million berries, had arrived in person. It's him, that golden-haired brat, and those ruffians with him. The stout figure hid behind Kurok, shrieking in recognition. Kurok's hawkish gaze swept across the restaurant, finally landing on Sanji, his voice booming. Oh, the apprentice of that old coot Zeph? You've got some guts for striking my men. Zeph emerged from the kitchen, his wooden leg thumping heavily on the ground. Kurok, this is my territory. Take your dogs and get lost. Zeph, it's been 20 years, and your temper remains as foul as ever. Kurok grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. I didn't come here to reminisce. I hear your chef is quite impressive. I need a good cook on my ship, especially that golden-haired one. Borrow? Zeph sneered. Does that word even exist in your vocabulary? ISNT it more like outright theft? 1 million berries a month, Kurok said, extending a finger adorned with a metallic glove. I want only the best, this lad. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression impassive. I refuse. Refuse? Kurok's eyes narrowed, an aura of menace enveloping him. Listen, boy, I'm not negotiating. You can either come with me willingly and live a life of luxury, or I'll demolish this shabby restaurant and drag you away. His crew members moved forward in unison, unsheathing their weapons, their blades glinting ominously. The patrons, pale with fear, contemplated fleeing, but the exits were blocked by Kurok's men. Luffy, brimming with excitement, leapt from his chair. Wow, what a spectacle! A brawl is about to break out. Nami, this time, refrained from restraining him, merely whispering a caution. Brother, let us assess the situation first. That armored figure looks formidable, so be careful. Zeph stepped protectively in front of Sanji. Kurok, do you really think this old body is incapable of wielding a blade? Whether you can or not, we'll find out, Kurok retorted dismissively. The legendary red-leg Zeph is a tale from 20 years ago. Now, you've lost a leg. How much can you still do? The atmosphere plunged into an icy silence. Sanji pushed Zeph aside and stepped forward. Old man, this is my fight. I'll handle it. You handle what? Zeph barked back, Get back and chop your onions. But no buts. I'm a boss. Listen to me. Q-Rock, growing impatient, wave his hand. Enough chatter. Attack. Seize the golden-haired brat. Any resistance will be dealt with ruthlessly. In an instant, the battle erupted as Q-Rock's men lunged at Sanji with ferocity. Sanji's eyes narrowed, ready to engage in battle when suddenly, rubber gun, a rubber fist shot forth with a thunderous roar, striking precisely against the faces of the three pirates at the forefront. Bang! The trio was sent sprawling backward, colliding with their comrades behind them. Luffy leaped onto the table, his smile beneath the straw hat dazzlingly bright. Hey, golden-haired chef, we're here to help you fight. Afterward, how about considering joining our crew? All meals and lodging covered, plus adventures await. Sanji nearly slipped, gazing at Luffy in utter disbelief. You this guy? Kurubi squinted, his gaze from beneath the helmet fixed on Luffy. Where did this reckless brat come from? Listen well, Luffy declared, hands on his hips, his voice resonating throughout the restaurant. I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man destined to become the Pirate King. I've set my sights on this chef. No one is allowed to steal him away. Anyone who tries will be sent flying. Pirate King? Ha ha ha. Kurubi erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. You, a mere bean sprout? Men, let us chop this brat up too. More pirates surged forward, blades flashing. Zoro lazily stood up, 3 swords in hand, seemingly oblivious to the chaos. It's quite noisy, Nami. Keep an eye on Nami and Usopp. Nami nodded and drew a short blade from her waist. Not a renowned sword, but its edge was sharp, feeling weightless in her grip. Usopp, though his legs trembled, brandished his slingshot, loading specially designed ammunition. I am Captain Usopp, with 8,000 subordinates. I am not afraid of you. Nami sighed, face-palming. Why does every peaceful dining plan always turn into this? The battle erupted in earnest. Though Kurubi's crew had numerical advantage, their combat prowess was inconsistent, mostly relying on brute strength. Luffy's rubber fruit abilities shone in the chaos of battle, his punches and kicks toppling foes effortlessly, his movements comical, bouncing enemies around like rubber bands. Zoro's 3-sword style was devastating, slicing through foes and weapons alike. And he even took a moment to grumble about how cutting through these weaklings was an insult to his swords. Nami darted through the fray like a pink specter, avoiding direct confrontation, targeting joints, pressure points, and weapon connections with fluid grace. Each strike rendered an enemy temporarily or permanently incapacitated, creating an odd beauty amidst the conflict. Usopp's slingshot launched lethal pepper stars and stinky egg bombs. While not immensely powerful, their disruptive effect often created unexpected opportunities. Lacking combat prowess, Nami stayed in the background, focused on self-preservation, ensuring she wouldn't add to the chaos. Sanji observed the 4 astonished. He had expected a group of naive youngsters, but was surprised by their impressive skills, especially the pink-haired boy, whose movements were precise and effective, resembling a dance rather than a fight. Hey, chef, stop daydreaming, Luffy shouted. Join the fray. Snap back to reality. Sanji smiled. All right. No longer hesitating, he sprang into action, joining the melee. Prime meat, back meat, saddle meat. His kicking technique is both exquisite and lethal, with legs dancing in the air, each strike landing precisely on vital points, causing the pirates to stagger helplessly. Even amidst the fierce battle, he astoundingly manages to divert his attention to protect the overturned dining table and the food. That bottle of 72 vintage red wine. Don't touch it, you scoundrel. He even takes the time to escort a terrified lady to a safe corner, saying, Beautiful lady, please wait a moment. I shall resolve this shortly. The coordination among the 5 is surprisingly harmonious. Chapter 45. The Dapper Chef Sanji. Luffy draws the fire directly, charging headlong into the fray. Zoro flanks the enemies, slicing through the stubborn foes. Nami weaves through the battlefield, dealing with any stragglers and ambushers. Usopp harasses from a distance, creating chaos. Sanji, akin to a firefighter, fills in wherever needed, his legs executing both offensive and defensive maneuvers. Creek's subordinates fall one after another, as if reaped like wheat. The remaining pirates and the rotund Creek are left pale-faced. A bunch of worthless fools. Creek growls in fury, his heavy golden armor stomping forward, causing the ground to tremble. He no longer remains a bystander. He steps into the fray personally, targeting the most unruly, Luffy. The armor moves surprisingly swiftly. He unleashes a punch, accompanied by a heavy gust of wind. Luffy, with his rubbery body, leans back just in time to evade it, but Creek's other hand, clad in a metallic glove, reaches for Luffy's neck like a vice. Capture the king to catch the thief. Luffy leans back, narrowly escaping, but Creek's speed exceeds expectations. And his other hand is already grasping for Luffy's throat. "Brother," Nami exclaims in alarm. And just as the situation reaches a critical moment, whoosh, a flash of silver zips through the air. The dining knife Nami, previously used to enjoy her soup, is deftly thrown by him at a precise angle, striking true at the seam of Creek's wrist armor. Clang! With a sharp sound, the blade pierces slightly into the gap. Ugh! Creek winces, his movements faltering, his grip loosening momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy retracts his rubbery neck, slipping away from the grasp, and with a thumping heart, he pats his chest, exclaiming, "That was close." "Thanks, Nami." Creek yanks the knife from his wrist, blood seeping out, and in a fit of rage, he laughs maniacally, his gaze fixated on Nami. Well, a little beauty with pink hair? Quite skillful and audacious. Just perfect. I shall take you back as my plaything. That lewd gaze sends a chill down Nami's spine. She despises such looks. Zoro, fueled by fury, brings his sword down. "You're courting death." Three-sword style on a jirai. Clang! Sparks fly as Zoro's determined strike only leaves a shallow white mark on Creek's golden chest armor. Useless. Creek bellows with glee, his voice echoing within the helmet. This battle armor is crafted from a special super alloy, invulnerable to blades and bullets alike. And you think your scrap metal can harm me? He retaliates with a punch aimed at Zoro, who blocks with his sword, but the monstrous force sends him reeling back, his hands numbing from the impact. Following closely, Sanji delivers a sharp kick, a meat platter kick to Creek's ribs. Yet, it only produces a dull thud, and Sanji himself is jolted back, his foot tingling from the recoil. Is the physical defense maxed out? Nami's face darkens. Luffy, undeterred by adversity, unleashed a barrage of rubber fists. Rubber Gatling. The rhythmic clangs echoed like the sound of blacksmithing. Creek, steadfast as a mountain, seized one of Luffy's rubber arms and hurled him violently against the wall. "Luffy!" Sanji exclaimed, rushing to his aid. Yet, Zeph was swifter. Despite possessing only a wooden leg, the speed of the red foot erupted, positioning him instantly in Luffy's trajectory. With a deft maneuver of his lone leg, he absorbed the force and gently lowered Luffy to the ground. The elder Sanji stood momentarily stunned. Zeph stood protectively before the youth, his single eye fixed on Creek. "Bullying a child. Creek, you are regressing." Creek narrowed his eyes. "Zeph, are you finally going to make your move? Get out of my restaurant." Zeph's voice was icy. "And if I refuse, then you shall die." The confrontation between two seasoned warriors was imminent. At that moment, Nami spoke up. "Mr. Creek, your armor is not entirely invincible, is it? At the joints? For the sake of mobility, there must be gaps inside the elbows, behind the knees, and the connection between the neck and helmet, though minute. I observed slight movements during my brother S, Zoro S, and Mr. Sanji S attacks." Creek's massive form momentarily stiffened, the expression beneath his helmet shifting. Sanji's eyes brightened. Indeed, no matter how solid the armor, the joints must be its vulnerabilities. However, the gaps are so tiny that they're challenging to strike. You have keen observation, little Nami. Zoro licked his lips, his fighting spirit rekindled, then let S aim for the joints. Luffy sprang back into action, his rubber fists colliding. "Oh, found the weakness." "Nami is the best." Creek's eyes glinted with malice, his roar resonating as he disregarded Zeph and turned to charge at Nami, the one who had discerned his greatest flaw. She must be eliminated first. Yet, to Nami, his movements appeared sluggish. Years of hunting had honed her dynamic vision, allowing her to perceive Creek's every trajectory with clarity. Like the most agile deer in the forest, Nami gracefully sidestepped, narrowly evading Creek's forceful grasp. Simultaneously, her short blade struck like a venomous serpent, precisely targeting the gap in Creek's injured right elbow. "Ah!" Creek cried out, his right arm suddenly stiffening. Seizing the moment, Sanji's kick followed like a shadow, landing forcefully on Creek's left knee. Zoro's three-sword style pierced directly at the vulnerable junction where Creek's neck armor met his chest plate. Luffy combined his rubber rocket punches, channeling all his strength and fury, crashing towards Creek's chest, which had become slightly unbalanced due to the joint injury. Ugh! Creek let out a roar of defiance, but under the barrage of precise strikes, with his joints compromised and movements hindered, his massive form could no longer maintain balance. Zeph, seizing this fleeting opportunity, launched his single leg like a red lightning bolt, delivering a simple yet potent kick that had been honed over decades. Striking Creek squarely on the chin. Bang! The heavy impact resounded like thunder. The once invulnerable golden helmet of Krieg now bore cracks, as he was sent soaring through the air, crashing to the floor like a meteor, causing the entire restaurant to tremble. He struggled momentarily, but ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. With their leader's devastating defeat, the remaining pirates lost all will to fight. Some discarded their armor and jumped into the sea to flee, while others knelt in surrender. The battle concluded with an unexpected and precise joint strike. The restaurant lay in disarray, yet no casualties occurred aside from Krieg and his crew. A profound silence enveloped the restaurant for a brief moment before erupting into cheers and thunderous applause, celebrating their survival. The patrons gazed at the Straw Hat crew and Sanji with eyes filled with gratitude and awe. It was magnificent. Truly, this was Bartai. Those young men were remarkable. In a burst of excitement, Luffy dashed towards Nami, wrapping his rubber arms around her in an exuberant embrace, spinning in circles. "We won. We won. Nami is incredible." She discovered the villain's weakness. Dizzied by the twirl, Nami wore a reassuring smile. It was a collective effort. Sanji approached Nami, his gaze complex. "Little Nami, your observational skills are astonishing." "Thank you." "You're welcome, Mr. Sanji," she replied with a smile. Zoro sheathed his sword and grunted. "Not bad." Just those two words felt more rewarding to Nami than any praise. Zeph glanced at the unconscious Krieg on the floor and said to Sanji, "Contact the Navy and have these scoundrels removed." "Yes, old man." When the Navy arrived to escort Krieg and his crew away, order was restored in the restaurant. In an unprecedented act, Zeph instructed the kitchen to prepare an extraordinary feast to honor the Straw Hat crew as a token of gratitude. After handling the Navy's affairs, Sanji returned to his comrades, his expression laden with complexity. "Thank you all," he said, "even though you came looking for trouble." Luffy grinned widely. "No need for thanks. So, Chef, will you join us?" Sanji replied. How does he still remember that? Zeph approached and patted Sanji's shoulder. "Kid, the decision is yours." Sanji was taken aback. "Old man, you spent 10 years at Bartai. You've learned all that you could." In an uncharacteristically gentle tone, Zeph responded, "It's time to see the world. The ocean is larger than you can imagine." Sanji fell silent as he observed Luffy, the reckless yet sincere Straw Hat boy, Zoro, the formidable swordsman, Nami, the resilient yet beautiful young woman, and Usopp, though a coward, had stood tall when it mattered. And there was the ship, small yet warm. "Do you really need a cook?" Sanji finally asked. "Absolutely." Luffy nodded vigorously. "We really need you. Nami's been working so hard, and your food is delicious." Nami added softly, "Mr. Sanji's culinary skills are exceptional. It would be our honor if you could join us." As Sanji gazed into Nami's earnest eyes, his heart inexplicably quickened. He turned his face away and lit a cigarette. "Let me think it over." Sanji took control of the knife. The appetizer consists of caviar paired with delicate pancakes, followed by a sublime seafood bisque. The main courses feature pan-seared foie gras, truffle-infused steak, char-grilled colossal lobster, and lamb shanks braised in red wine. The desserts include flambéed ice cream and molten chocolate cake. Each dish is a masterpiece, so exquisite that one might wish to swallow their own tongue in delight. Luffy, consumed by emotion, finds his rubbery belly inflated like a balloon, exclaiming, "Delicious! Is this heaven, Sanji? Join us." Make this for me every day. Sanji, holding a glass of red wine, leans against the wall, observing this group of gluttons. Only Nami and Robin maintaining a semblance of decorum, as they indulge with abandon, a subtle smile creeping upon his lips. After the meal, Sanji beckons Luffy to the railing on the deck, the night deepening, and the sea breeze cool against their skin. Why do you insist on having me around? Is it solely because my cooking is exceptional? Sanji inquires, puffing out smoke rings. With his mouth still full of cake, Luffy mumbles earnestly, because you're a great chef. You take food seriously, you're tough in a fight. And you protect your guests and the restaurant. You're a good person. He swallows the cake, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Is that all? And Luffy grins, adding, Nami said your dishes are delicious. If Nami said it's good, it must be. Sanji raises an eyebrow. Is your brother significant to you? My brother is my most important family. Luffy replies without hesitation, and Ace, and Sabo. Though Sabo, Sanji falls silent for a long while. The sea breeze brushes past, the ember of his cigarette flickering in the night. I have a dream, Sanji suddenly states, to find the legendary sea, all blue, where all fish from every ocean converge, a chef's paradise. Luffy's eyes light up, all blue. That sounds amazing. Let's go find it. It could be perilous. Adventure is inherently dangerous. Luffy laughs, but if we don't seek it out, dreams remain just dreams. Sanji gazes at Luffy, observing this carefree yet earnest youth. He remains silent for an extended moment, the red glow of his cigarette illuminating the night. Memories of Zeph's sternness and mentorship flood his mind, the bustling kitchen of Baratai, and his longing for the fabled sea. Ultimately, he extinguishes the cigarette, turning to Luffy with a relieved, slightly roguish smile. All right, I'm in. But let me make it clear, the kitchen is my sanctuary. No trespassers allowed, especially you. If you dare to pilfer ingredients, I shall throw you overboard. Yay! Luffy's cheer reverberates through the night sky of Baratai. The chef has joined us. We now have the world's greatest chef. The following morning, the deck of the Going Merry welcomes a new, golden-haired youth, Sanji. He carries only a modest satchel, containing his cherished chef's knives and a few recipe books filled with his culinary insights. Dressed in a somewhat aged black suit, complete with a tie, his hair neatly combed, he inhales his first morning cigarette. Zeph, accompanied by all the chefs and waitstaff of Baratai, arrives at the dock to bid farewell, the occasion grand. You little brat, don't die out there. Zeph's voice retains its gravelly tone, yet his single eye betrays a hint of tenderness. If you find all blue, be sure to return and share the news. Sanji's eyes were slightly red as he blinked forcefully, bowing deeply and formally to Zeph and Baratai. Thank you, old man, for your nurturing and guidance over the years. I am leaving. Zeph averted his gaze and waved his hand dismissively. Go on, don't get sentimental. Sanji straightened up and turned to Luffy and the others. So, Captain, what's our next destination? Luffy stood at the bow, grinning widely as he pointed to the horizon. Set sail. To Cocoa Village. Let us help Nami defeat the bad guys. Another fight? Sanji raised an eyebrow, but then smiled. All right, it's just the right opportunity to stretch my legs. He naturally made his way towards the kitchen, pausing beside Nami, his tone soft and gentle. Nami, the kitchen will be under my care from now on. You just focus on being adorable. Nami blinked in surprise, her cheeks slightly flushed. Yet she politely nodded. Thank you, Mr. Sanji. Just call me Sanji. He affectionately ruffled Nami's hair. Nami's expression shifted, and her eyes sparkled. Sanji and I. Sanji beamed with satisfaction before humming a tune as he entered the kitchen, planning to prepare seafood fried rice for breakfast with the leftover lobster from yesterday. The Merry set sail once more, the figures of Baratai and Zeph gradually shrinking in the distance. A new chef, a dreamer, and a fighter had joined the crew. The kitchen became a sacred space, strictly off-limits to Luffy, who would face a week's punishment of deck scrubbing if he trespassed. Sanji quickly adapted to life aboard the ship, preparing nutritious breakfasts in the morning, experimenting with recipes in the late morning, crafting sumptuous lunches at noon, bantering with Zoro in the afternoon. Nami following you again, Mosshead. What is it to you, Curlybrow? In the evening, he would prepare exquisite dinners, and at night, He would brew a calming tea for Nami, who often struggled to sleep. "This tea aids sleep," he would say, and she would accept it with a quiet thank you. Sanji's overt enthusiasm towards Nami, asking, "What does Miss Nami want to eat today?" contrasted with his gentle, brotherly kindness towards Nami, which brought her warmth. Life at sea became increasingly delightful. Sanji's culinary skills elevated everyone's happiness. Even Zoro acknowledged that despite being annoying, Sanji's cooking was indeed delicious. Usopp had new bragging rights. "I have the best chef in the East Blue among my crew." Nami calculated the increase in food expenses since Sanji joined, but had to admit that good meals lifted everyone's spirits and enhanced productivity. As for Nami, she was finally liberated from the burdensome kitchen duties, affording her more time to indulge in her favorite activities. Although she still mended clothes, she also had the chance to observe or secretly watch Zoro practice his swordsmanship. Days passed peacefully and warmly. Chapter 46. The rivalry for Nami. The Golden Mary sailed across the tranquil waters of the East Blue for 3 more days. The sun shone perfectly, and the sea breeze remained gentle. Everything felt serene, if one disregarded the daily spectacle of the rivalry for Nami unfolding on the deck. Sanji, cigarette in mouth, held a delicate white porcelain plate adorned with perfectly shaped, steaming little bear cookies, and furiously shouted towards the bow, "Mosshead, please keep your distance from Nasir. At least 3 meters, no, 5 meters away." His golden hair gleamed under the sunlight, and the cuffs of his black suit were rolled up, revealing his elegantly sculpted forearms. Were it not for the grimace upon his face, the scene would indeed be quite pleasing to the eye. At the bow of the ship, Zoro sat cross-legged, 3 swords laid out before him, as he meticulously polished the blade of Enma with a soft cloth. The sunlight glinted off the blade, reflecting a sharp, cold light. Less than a meter behind him, specifically at a 45-degree angle to his left, sat Nasir, also cross-legged, engrossed in carving something with a small chisel and a piece of warm-toned boxwood. His long hair was loosely tied back with a simple deep blue hair tie, with a few rebellious strands dancing in the sea breeze, occasionally brushing against his focused profile. Nasir's hairstyle was fashioned by Luffy, who, despite his usual mischief, occasionally tended to his younger brother. Upon hearing Sanji shout, Nasir lifted his head, blinking his doe-like, clear eyes in confusion. "Brother Sanji, what is the matter?" Sanji strode over, his dress, shoes tapping rapidly against the wooden deck. He placed a plate of cookies firmly in front of Nasir, his control precise enough to prevent any crumbs from breaking. His tones softened slightly. "That guy reeks of sweat. I can smell him from 5 meters away, and he has handling those dangerous weapons." He tousled Nasir's hair. "What if you accidentally scratch your delicate skin? Come, try my freshly baked cookies, made with the finest butter and vanilla from Alabasta." Nasir obediently picked up a bear-shaped cookie, its ears perfectly browned. He took a small bite, the crisp texture melding with the rich aroma of milk and the sweet scent of vanilla, causing his eyes to turn into adorable crescent moons. "Delicious. Thank you, Brother Sanji." Zoro, without lifting his gaze, continued to wipe the blade with the cloth, his voice flat and unruffled. "Do you ever get tired of bothering me? Nasir can sit wherever he pleases. It's none of your concern." He finally lifted his eyelids to glance at Sanji. "I just took a shower this morning. I don't smell. It's you who reeks of grease. Keep your distance from Nasir." "Grease? Grease smell?" Sanji exclaimed, as if a cat had stepped on his tail, his voice rising. "That is the fragrance of a culinary soul, the essence of gastronomic art. What would you? A mere brute with a green moss head, understand?" "I understand that you're disturbing me while I'm cleaning my sword," Zoro retorted, returning his focus to the blade as if Sanji were merely a bothersome seagull. "You." Sanji inhaled deeply, deciding not to stoop to Zoro's level. He turned to Nasir, instantly adopting a gentler expression. "Nasir, would you come to the kitchen and help me taste the dishes? Today I want to experiment with a new dessert, using oranges from the East Blue as a base, complemented by light cream and crispy flakes. I'm sure you'll love it." Nasir glanced at Sanji's eager face, then discreetly stole a glance at Zoro, who was seemingly entranced in his sword polishing. His small face twisted in contemplation as he softly murmured, "But I wish to wait for Zoro to finish sharpening his sword. He mentioned that he might teach me the fundamentals of holding a knife later." The latter part of his statement was tinged with uncertainty, his voice dwindling to a whisper. Zoro's hand, busy with the blade, paused imperceptibly, though he did not raise his head. What did I ever say that? Yesterday afternoon, Nasai replied, setting down his carving knife to scrutinize Zoro's profile intently. When you finished practicing your sword swings 3,000 times, and I handed you water, you said that on a day when you're in a good mood. You might teach me a few basic techniques of knife handling. This morning, you devoured 3 bowls of seafood fried rice, and even requested an extra bowl of miso soup. He hesitated, a hint of affirmation creeping into his voice, and while you were sharpening your sword, you hummed a tune, albeit a rather peculiar one. It must be a sign of your good spirits, right? Zoro's fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword. He could not recall ever humming a tune, and what did it mean that the melody was odd? Sanji's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly dropping the cigarette from his mouth. What? Mosshead, you want to teach Nasai how to use a knife? Absolutely not. That is far too dangerous. Such delicate and graceful hands as Nasai's should be reserved for playing the piano or arranging flowers, not wielding such a crude weapon. If one must learn, it should be the art of kicking. It's elegant, swift, and embodies a powerful aesthetic while minimizing the risk of self-injury. Sanji entirely disregarded Nasai's previous combat experience, perhaps unwilling to revisit those memories. Your kicking technique is the real danger, curly brow. Zoro finally lifted his gaze, his expression darkening. You casually shatter stones and splinter tree trunks. What if Nasai, being so slender, were to learn your kicking technique and end up with a fracture? My kicking technique is precise and controlled. Moreover, I will devise a specialized flexibility training regimen, progressing gradually. Sanji argued back. Come on, the last time you taught Usopp to kick, you nearly kicked him into the sea. That was Usopp's own lack of balance. Are you blaming the student for your poor teaching? What did you say? As the tension between the two escalated, the air crackled ominously, the temperature dropping sharply, and the specter of conflict loomed. Nasai let out a quiet sigh, hastily finishing the last piece of his bear-shaped biscuit before carefully packing away his carving knife and a half-carved wooden bird. He stood up, brushing off the tiny wood shavings clinging to his pant leg. I'm a bit thirsty. I'll head to the kitchen for a glass of water. I'll also check on my brother. He seems unusually quiet. He jogged away from the imminent dispute, his pink ponytail bobbing behind him. Zoro and Sanji turned simultaneously, watching Nasai's retreating figure until he vanished behind the kitchen door. Then they exchanged a glance, both snorting in unison. Humph. One continued to sharpen his sword with excessive vigor, while the other picked up the biscuit tray and turned to leave. This was the daily routine aboard the Thousand Sunny since Sanji had joined. The atmosphere had become considerably more lively. This transformation was most evident in several aspects. First, the culinary standards had leaped from merely edible to the realm of gourmet excellence. Sanji's culinary prowess was nothing short of magical, with each day's menu presenting a delightful surprise akin to unboxing a mystery gift. He possesses the remarkable ability to craft astounding dishes using the most ordinary ingredients, skillfully adjusting his creations according to each individual's needs. For Luffy, who expends considerable energy, he prepares high-protein, high-energy meats. Nami, who has recently become somewhat finicky due to being pampered, is treated to vegetables that are prepared in such a way that they become even more delectable than meat. Zoro, in need of replenishing his strength, is served substantial portions. Nami, with her penchant for elegance, enjoys meticulously arranged plates. Usopp, who is not picky at all, has Sanji deliberately whip up nut snacks that replenish his creative energy. Even Zoro once muttered after a meal, having devoured 10 bowls of seafood risotto. Not bad for a cook with curly eyebrows, though he was immediately retorted by Sanji with, "And who are you to judge?" Secondly, the ship's sanitation standards are rigorously aligned with those of the Navy headquarters. Sanji's obsession with cleanliness borders on the fanatical. On the very first day aboard, he wielded a bucket and brush, scrubbing the kitchen from ceiling to floor 3 times, achieving a gleam comparable to that of a mirror. In Chapter 47, he subsequently instituted the sanitation management regulations for the kitchen and dining area of the Going Merry, Sanji's version. The regulations include but are not limited to a mandatory 20-second wash of hands with a special soap before entering the kitchen, high-temperature disinfection of all utensils before and after use, and strict separation of raw and cooked ingredients. Anyone daring to enter the dining area with dirty shoes would be met with a rough reception. Luffy once faced the consequence of scrubbing the deck for 2 entire nights after pilfering improperly handled sashimi, toiling until his rubber arm felt as if it had shrunk a size. Thirdly, 2 distinct guardian dogs mysteriously appeared behind Nami, glancing at each other with disdain, yet sharing an oddly aligned purpose. Sanji openly dotes on Nami, ensuring that breakfast always includes her favorite sweet tamagoyaki or fruit pancakes, and he prepares refreshing, light dishes for lunch. Each night, he serves her a cup of perfectly warmed herbal tea before bed, as Nami appears to have a light sleep, and this aids in soothing her nerves. Upon noticing a tear in her clothing, he promptly retrieves his sewing kit to assist her in mending it. He even attempts to teach her how to elegantly use cutlery without making a sound on the swaying ship, despite her table manners already being impeccable enough to make nobles feel ashamed. Zoro, on the other hand, embodies the silent yet caring demeanor. While he often grumbles about the inconvenience of others following him, his actions tell a different story. During morning practice, he conveniently positions himself within Nami's line of sight to demonstrate fundamental techniques. As he maintains and cleans his swords, he casually imparts knowledge about their structure and upkeep. During night patrols, he inevitably passes by Nami's sleeping quarters multiple times, when Nami nearly stumbles due to Luffy's rubber antics. It is always Zoro's arm that instinctively reaches out to steady her. Even when she asks questions with impatience written across her face, he never provides dismissive answers. As for Nami herself, she seems entirely unaware that she has become a focal point of attention. She simply enjoys being near Zoro, as she does now. She claims she is heading to the kitchen to fetch water and check on Luffy, but upon entering, she quickly takes a sip, greeting Luffy, who is attempting to balance a pot lid on his head, embodying a makeshift warrior. He slipped out through another door in the kitchen, treading lightly as he circled back to the bow of the ship. This time, he kept his distance, settling on a wooden barrel about 2 meters away from Zoro, taking out his wood carving and knife once more to grapple with the unfinished wooden bird. Sunlight filtered through his lowered lashes, casting delicate shadows. Through the mirror-like blade of his sword, Zoro caught a glimpse of that familiar pink head returning. His motion of polishing the blade imperceptibly slowed, and the corners of his mouth seemed to lift slightly, only to quickly revert to a straight line as he resumed his serious task. Sanji, hidden behind the kitchen window, nearly crushed the onion he was slicing in his frustration. What kind of cursed potion had that damned green-haired man given to Nami? Sanji! Usopp's voice echoed from the deck, accompanied by hurried footsteps. He was in a state of utter urgency. Luffy's rubber stomach had emitted the ultimate hunger alert. They needed to replenish the energy with grilled fish immediately, or else a terrifying rubber dissolution incident would occur. Let him jump into the sea and fight the fish himself. Sanji barked, though his hands remained busy as he turned to retrieve several plump sea fish from the refrigerator, expertly seasoning them. Tell him if he tries to use that rubber dissolution excuse to swindle food again, there will only be stir-fried seaweed for dinner. Yes, Sanji-san. Usopp saluted sharply. He then leaned closer to the window, lowering his voice conspiratorially. But Sanji, have you noticed that Nami seems particularly fond of following Zoro around? Look, she's sitting over there again. Sanji's knife came down hard on the cutting board with a thud, causing Usopp to flinch. It's not that she likes following him. That green-haired guy has a brooding charisma that lures in innocent souls like Nami. Sanji gritted his teeth, determined to show Nami what it truly meant to be a mature, elegant, and reliable man. Usopp glanced at Sanji, whose intense focus on the fish was palpable, then looked back at the serene scene of Zoro polishing his sword and Nami carving wood, wisely deciding to remain silent. Nami locked herself in her room, diligently sketching. She had to keep the door shut, otherwise, Luffy would cause chaos, preventing her from concentrating. Another day of guarding against Luffy. Usopp sneaked back to inform Luffy that grilled fish was on the way, but the chef was in a foul mood and it might be a bit salty. On the other side of the deck, Luffy and Usopp were engaged in a grand maritime endeavor, fishing. Usopp, look, that fish is enormous. Its shadow is bigger than the Mary's anchor. Luffy leaned precariously over the ship's edge, his rubber neck stretching long as he fixated on a massive shadow gliding beneath the water. Where? Where? Let me see. Usopp quickly joined him, brandishing his makeshift fishing rod. The Usopp God's deep sea conqueror, which was merely a sturdy cedar pole. However, he adorned it with colorful twine, gleaming shells, feathers from unknown birds, and a wooden board painted with a frightening visage, creating a striking visual impact that resembled a tribal ceremonial staff. The two of them leaned over the ship's railing, much like a human pyramid, fully engrossed in observing the ocean surface. Luffy's fishing technique exemplified his characteristic straightforwardness. No bait, no hooks, no finesse. He simply extended his rubber arm like a lasso, plunging it directly into the depths of the sea for a bare-handed capture. Although the moment his hand submerged, he lost strength, he relished this method. As long as he refrained from falling overboard or attempting to swim, Nami would turn a blind eye, allowing him to enjoy himself, though she would impart a few words of admonition afterward. Hey, I caught something. We're having extra dishes tonight, Luffy exclaimed excitedly, swiftly retracting his rubber arm and sending a splash of water flying. He then raised his prize, his smile frozen in place. It was a writhing, slippery, giant kelp, approximately 1.5 meters long, with a bewildered little crab clinging to its top. Usopp, supporting his forehead, let out a prolonged sigh. Luffy, that's kelp. Giant kelp. Though the crab could indeed be a meal, Sanji might use it to smack you. Huh, but still moving. It's quite vigorous, Luffy protested, shaking the kelp in his hand, causing the little crab to be flung into the sea while the kelp continued to writhe. Of course it moves. The seawater is flowing, and it's just drifting along. Usopp attempted to explain scientifically. Oh, I see. Disappointed, Luffy tossed the kelp back into the ocean and resumed reaching out with his arm, aimlessly groping in the water. Come on, big fish, come out, he chanted. Got it. Wait, what is this? A broken barrel? Nami carved for a while, but her gaze inadvertently drifted toward Zoro, who was sharpening his sword. Zoro had finished honing the Wado Ikemonji and was now meticulously polishing his second blade, his profile strikingly defined in the sunlight. Glancing back at Luffy, she hesitated but ultimately decided to stay put. The view was splendid, proximity to Zoro was advantageous, and as she observed his actions, she suddenly asked softly, Zoro, why do you have 3 swords? Zoro paused momentarily. Because I practice the 3-sword style. What does 3-sword style mean? It means I fight with 3 swords. Oh, Nami said, somewhat understanding, wouldn't that be heavy? I'm used to it. An interval of silence followed. Zoro, why do you have 3 earrings on your ears? For decoration. Oh, a comfortable silence enveloped them once more, filled only with the sound of the sea breeze, the distant banter of Luffy and Usopp, and the subtle sounds of Zoro polishing his blades. Nami continued her carving, finding it much easier this time. After a while, she spoke again, her voice quieter, tinged with curiosity and caution. Zoro, you seem to sleep a lot during the day. Did you not sleep well at night? She recalled the sounds of his swordplay that sometimes echoed across the deck in the dead of night. This time, Zoro did not respond immediately. He set down the knife in his hand, turned his head, and looked at Naisai, raising an eyebrow slightly. Why do you have so many questions? His tone was not unkind, yet it lacked genuine patience. Naisai shrank back a little, resembling a startled creature, but his eyes remained bright as he gazed at Zoro, responding earnestly, because I want to know about you, Zoro. I want to know everything. Zoro met his clear, untainted gaze, filled with pure curiosity and an unconscious sense of closeness. He paused for a few seconds, turned away, picked up the knife again, and replied in a flat voice, I train at night and catch up on sleep during the day. Training? Naisai blinked. Is that swinging the sword? Sometimes I wake up at night and hear sounds. Yes. Is it tiring? It was tiring at first, but I got used to it. Naisai lowered his head, his fingertips gently brushing against the wings of the wooden bird that was nearing completion. After a few seconds, he raised his head again, this time asking a broader question. So, Zoro's dream is to become the world's greatest swordsman, right? Zoro truly paused all his movements this time. He gripped the knife, his gaze cast toward the distant horizon, where the sea and sky merged into an endless expanse. He did not answer immediately, seemingly in contemplation or perhaps reminiscence. After a few moments, he turned back to Nasai, his eyes sharper and more resolute than ever, clearly uttering two words, correct. Nasai's eyes instantly sparkled, as if he had fallen into a constellation, filled with pure admiration and conviction. That's amazing. The world's number one. Zoro regarded the unabashed adoration in his eyes, feeling a subtle stir within him. Yet his expression remained impassive as he replied mildly, "What is so amazing? I haven't achieved it yet, but you will." Nasai's tone was unwavering, imbued with inexplicable confidence. For Zoro was strong, and his gaze had never wavered. He referred to the unwavering, blade-like intensity in Zoro's eyes when he spoke of his dream. Zoro felt the corners of his mouth involuntarily curve upward, and this time he did not attempt to hide it. He withdrew his gaze and resumed polishing the blade, though his movements were noticeably lighter. "You flatter me. I'm being sincere," Nasai defended softly, a smile gracing his face. "And what about you?" Zoro suddenly countered, still not looking up. "What is your dream?" Nasai was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Zoro's inquiry. He set down the carving knife and wooden bird, wrapping his arms around his knees, resting his chin on his arms, and gazed thoughtfully at the shimmering sea. "I want," he murmured, his voice somewhat ethereal in the sea breeze, "to always be with my brother and Ace. Now, I also want to be with you, Sanji, Nami, and Usopp, to embark on adventures together, to explore many places until my brother becomes the Pirate King." He paused, a deeper tenderness and a hint of subtle sorrow flickering in his eyes, along with the desire to find any trace of Sabo. The last few words slipped from his lips softly, nearly drowned out by the sound of the waves. Zoro's movements to wipe the blade slowed imperceptibly. He was aware of Sabo's story. On a starless night, during the vigil, Nasi unexpectedly took the initiative to sit beside him, gazing at the pitch-black sea, and softly spoke of a golden-haired older brother who wore a top hat and bore a warm smile. At that moment, the perpetually smiling youth shed silent tears, filled with profound sorrow. "You will find him," Zoro assured, his voice unusually gentle. "Everything you seek will be found." Indeed, Nasi nodded vigorously, turning to look at Zoro. Her eyes were slightly reddened, yet her face radiated a broad, trusting smile, one that shone brighter and warmer than the sunlight at that moment. "I believe so, too." Just then, a powerful shout resonated from the kitchen, where Sanji called out, "Dinner is served." Today's main course features fragrant grilled golden ribbon fish accompanied by lemon cream sauce, along with a seafood medley pizza. "Luffy, if you dare to use your rubber hand to sneak a bite, prepare to eat nothing but vegetables for a month." Chapter 48, Beast Master Nasi. "Meat!" Luffy exclaimed, akin to a warrior responding to a battle cry, instantly launching himself from the ship's railing to the dining room, his rubber arms leaving a blur in the air. Luffy paid no heed to the latter part of Sanji's statement. All he knew was that there was more delicious meat, and his stomach could be filled once again. Usopp followed closely behind, shouting, "Wait for me, Luffy. Save me a piece of the fishtail." Nami closed her navigation log and sketchbook, emerging from the navigation room, stretching her arms in a grand yawn, her orange short hair dancing in the sunlight. "Finally, it's mealtime. I'm so hungry that I almost skew my map." Sanji's expression instantly transformed, his eyes morphing into swirling pink hearts as he glided towards Nami with the grace of a ballet dancer. With one knee bent, he presented her with an exquisite plate adorned with a beautifully arranged seafood salad. "Miss Nami, this is a special treat for you, the Ocean's Heart Salad. Crafted from the freshest lettuce, cherry tomatoes, and cucumbers, paired with a specially prepared yogurt mint dressing, guaranteed to maintain your perfect figure while radiating vitality." Nami smiled as she accepted it, gently patting Sanji's golden head as he leaned closer. "Thanks, Sanji, it looks delicious." Sanji instantly felt as though he were floating on a cloud, surrounded by countless pink bubbles. "Miss Nami's praise is the greatest motivation for my cooking." Nasi rose, carefully storing away her carving knife and the nearly completed wooden bird, brushing off wood shavings from her pant legs as she turned to Zoro. "Zoro, it's time for dinner." Zoro sheathed his final knife with a fluid motion, standing up and stretching his shoulders, which had stiffened from prolonged sitting. "Got it." The two made their way to the dining room, with Nasi slightly ahead and Zoro half a step behind. However, after a few steps, Nasi quietly slowed her pace, aligning herself alongside Zoro, her height allowing her to gaze up at his profile. Sanji, momentarily shaken from his pink bubble reverie, caught sight of the scene and immediately gritted his teeth, the spatula in his hand creaking under pressure. Damn, that green-haired guy using his silent charm tactics again. Lunchtime was as lively as ever, the long dining table nearly overflowing with food. Luffy occupied a third of the table all by himself. Before them lay a small mountain of fish bones and pizza crusts, as a rubbery arm waved in the air, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. With his mouth stuffed full, he managed to murmur, "Sanji, this fish is delicious. The skin is crispy and the flesh tender. The pizza is great too, just a tad short on cheese." Usopp and Nami engaged in a lively discussion while savoring their meal, deliberating over an intriguing ocean current phenomenon they had just discovered on the nautical chart. Sanji, for the most part, busied himself around Nami, replenishing dishes and pouring drinks, all the while casting lethal glances at the quietly dining Zoro. However, Zoro remained impervious to Sanji's visual assaults, methodically yet efficiently devouring the food before him. Nami ate delicately, occasionally extending her arm to pass a napkin to Luffy or directing him to wipe away the sauce that had splattered onto the table. After the meal, as Sanji began to clear the dishes, he announced an important revelation. "Everyone, after meticulous calculations by this culinary genius, our stock of ingredients, particularly fresh vegetables, fruits, and certain specific spices, has reached a critical level." He cast a glance at Luffy, who was sprawled on the sofa, fully satisfied, noting that they could only last for 5 more days at most. The next island must be a significant supply stop. Otherwise, some individuals' rubbery stomachs would soon face a dire crisis. Nami promptly unfurled the nautical chart on the table, her orange head leaning in closely, her finger gliding across the map. "Let me see which island is closest with a reliable supply point." Her finger halted at a meticulously marked island shape, her expression briefly faltering. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. "Cocoa West Village, based on our current speed and wind direction, will take approximately 4 days to reach." Finally, they would arrive at her hometown. Although Luffy and the others were embarking on this journey to assist her, she couldn't shake off her worry. Would they truly be capable of it? Cocoa West Village? Usopp leaned in to take a closer look. "That's our destination, Nami, your hometown." Luffy interjected, "Nami, your village sounds like it produces cocoa. Will there be lots of chocolate to eat?" He was already salivating at the thought of Sanji making chocolate-flavored cake. "It's oranges," Nami corrected him, her tone flat. "That place is renowned for its citrus fruits. It's a lovely village." The last few words were whispered softly, her finger unconsciously tracing the outline of the island on the chart. Nais caught the fleeting hint of unease in Nami's expression and the subtle shift in her tone. He glanced at her, then at the point on the nautical chart, saying nothing, merely returning to sip the hawthorn tea that Sanji had specially prepared for him to aid digestion. Zoro leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to the destination. After all, they were heading there to drive away those who had occupied the villagers' land. Meanwhile, Sanji was already contemplating the specific varieties of oranges and spices to procure in Cocoa West Village. He was not entirely aware of the situation, only knowing that Luffy had mentioned going there to help Nami without providing further details. Luffy exclaimed, "A new island. Adventure," and helping Nami send that evil dragon flying. Usopp quietly corrected him, "It's Arlong." Nai continued his daily routine, closely observing Zoro as he practiced his swordsmanship. He was there while Zoro slept, meticulously carving nearby. He sat beside Zoro during meals, and when Zoro lost his way, it was Nai who guided him back on the correct path. Yes, lost. Nai soon realized that Zoro's sense of direction was astonishingly poor. A straightforward route from the deck to the kitchen seemed to bewilder him, as he managed to make 3 turns and ended up at the stern of the ship. The first time this happened, Eye was hanging close at the rear when he spotted Zoro standing there, a perplexed expression on his face, seemingly contemplating the whereabouts of the kitchen. Zoro? Eye inquired. Where are you headed? To the kitchen, to fetch some water. The kitchen is that way. Eye pointed in the completely opposite direction. Zoro stood in silence for 3 seconds before turning around and heading in the direction Eye indicated. Halfway there, he paused and looked back. Is it this way? Eye set down the clothes and jogged over. Let me take you there. From that moment onward, whenever Zoro ventured beyond the deck, Eye would follow like a diligent radar, ensuring he didn't wander into unfamiliar territory. Meanwhile, Luffy, holding the special jerky that Sanji had prepared for him, watched Eye trailing behind Zoro in confusion. He wondered why his brother chose to be with Zoro instead of sharing meat with him. After all, he could sing to his brother, which was far more entertaining. He quickly devoured another piece of jerky, his cheeks puffing out like a balloon. Sanji vehemently protested. Little Eye, you can't pamper him like that. Let him find his own way. If he gets lost, let him starve, or fall into the sea. That would be a perfect feast for the Sea Kings. Zoro's response was always a glare followed by a retort. Are you looking for trouble, curly brow? Do you want to chop down your kitchen door? You wouldn't dare. That is the favorite beechwood door of little Eye. I don't care what kind of wood it is. And what does it matter if Eye follows me? It matters a lot. Little Eye's time should be spent on more meaningful activities, like helping me taste dishes or chatting with Miss Nami, not trailing behind you, the directionally challenged. Who are you calling directionally challenged? Whoever agrees is the one. At that moment, Eye would sigh and walk over to Zoro, gently tugging at his sleeve or the hem of his garment. With a clear voice, he would deftly divert the conversation. Zoro, you mentioned yesterday that you would evaluate my technique of wielding the sword 500 times today. Are you free now? Indeed, Zoro's attention would immediately shift, and the priority of their quarrel would diminish. Now, sure, let us go to the bow. All right. Eye then led Zoro towards the open space at the bow, leaving Sanji behind, hopping in frustration, realizing that Eye had once again fallen for Zoro's antics. Usopp had once privately gossiped with Nami. Nami, don't you think Eye's way of handling Zoro is akin to a trainer with a, somewhat stubborn but inherently good-natured, large feline? Just a gentle stroke of his fur, and he becomes obedient. Nami, counting the day's earnings, chuckled. I believe it's Zoro who genuinely enjoys being managed by Eye. He may appear fierce, but when has he truly shaken off Eye? He even waits for Eye to come and retrieve him when he has lost. Usopp nodded in agreement. In the open space at the bow, Zoro was correcting Eye's grip on the sword. Your wrist needs to be steady. Don't let it shake. Like this? Lower it a bit more. How about this? Good. After a brief pause, is it like this? Eye adjusted the position of her fingers. Her thumb pressed here, not there, just a little more to the left. Zoro lightly pointed at a specific spot on Nicey's hand. Following Zoro's instructed posture, Eye slowly swung the blade, her movements precise. Do not strive for power. Zoro advised, your strengths lie in speed and accuracy. Focus first on precision. How do I practice? Zoro picked up a few fallen leaves from the ground and tossed them into the air, sliced them all before they touched the ground. To Eye, this seemed trivial. Yet as she watched the drifting leaves, she took a deep breath and struck. The first leaf was severed, the second grazed, and the third missed entirely. Eye bit her lip, feigning disappointment. Zoro picked up more leaves. Continue. Thus, throughout the afternoon, Eye practiced slicing the leaves. Zoro stood nearby, occasionally offering guidance, but mostly remained silent. As the setting sun bathed the sea in a warm orange hue, Eye had achieved the ability to consecutively slice 5 leaves. Her progress was swift, rare praise from Zoro eliciting a sparkle in her eyes. Really? She inquired. Zoro replied nonchalantly. That will be all for today, he announced. Glancing at the sky, Eye halted her movements, wiping the sweat from her brow, slightly breathless. Yet her eyes shone brightly as she looked at Zoro. Zoro, can I practice again tomorrow? We'll see, he replied, turning to pack away his sword, maintaining his indifferent demeanor. Eye followed closely behind, contemplating. and softly proposed, "How about I make you and me rice balls tomorrow morning? It's a secret recipe that Sister Makino taught me. My brother can eat 4 or 5 of them each time. We can add grilled salmon or pickled plums. Which do you prefer?" Zoro's fingers, tying the sword sheath, paused imperceptibly. With his back turned to Nisei, his expression remained obscured, but he muttered in a low tone, "Whatever." Yet, Nisei understood, her eyes crinkling into a smile. The sea breeze continued to caress them as the thousand sunny sliced through the waves, carrying them towards Cocoa Village. Chapter 49. Cocoa Village. That evening, as the silhouette of Cocoa Village emerged at the horizon where sea met sky, a subtle change enveloped the atmosphere aboard the Thousand Sunny. It appeared to be a quintessential eastern sea island, lush trees covering most of the land, with houses of red tiles and white walls scattered harmoniously across the hills. A few weathered fishing boats rested in the small harbor. The remnants of the sunset generously cast a warm, tranquil golden glow over the village, the sea, and the air, rendering the scene as serene as an illustration from a fairy tale. However, standing at the bow, gripping the wooden railing tightly, Nami's knuckles turned pale. Her orange hair fluttered gently in the sea breeze, and her usually sparkling eyes, filled with intelligence or mirth, now fixated intensely on the approaching island. Within her gaze swirled a complex tapestry of emotions: nostalgia, sorrow, anger, and a subtle, barely perceptible fear. Sanji approached, holding a cup of freshly brewed lemon water, sweetened with honey, and keenly perceived Nami's unusual silence and tension. "Miss Nami," he softly spoke, extending the cup towards her with an uncommon tenderness in his voice, "you seem a bit weary. Is it the nostalgia of returning home, or is the sea breeze too chilly?" He instinctively reached to remove his jacket, but Nami raised a hand to stop him. Accepting the warm cup, her fingers brushed against its surface, offering a slight reprieve. She shook her head, forcing a smile that failed to reach her eyes. "It's nothing, Sanji. It's just that it has been quite a while since I returned. I feel a bit sentimental." Naichi, who had been assisting Usopp in sorting through the potential treasures they had salvaged from the sea, approached quietly upon hearing the commotion. Unlike Luffy, who would have boisterously exclaimed, or Sanji, who would have directly inquired, he merely stood by Nami's side, slightly behind her, gazing at the island. After a moment, he spoke softly yet clearly, "Sister Nami, the oranges here must taste delightful, for even the breeze carries a hint of sweetness." He paused, his tone softening further. "If you need any assistance, no matter what it is, we are here for you. Brother, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and me." Nami turned her gaze towards Nisei. The sunset cast a warm glow upon his delicate profile, the long lashes creating a fan-like shadow beneath his eyes, which were filled with unreserved concern and a quiet resolve. A powerful warmth surged through Nami, dispelling the gloom that had settled in her heart. She inhaled deeply, her smile becoming more genuine as she reached out to tousle Nisei's soft hair. "Yes, I know. Thank you, Nisei." She then addressed Sanji and the others who were watching, her tone regaining strength. "Prepare to dock, everyone. Welcome to my hometown, Cocoa Village." The Mary smoothly glided into the small harbor, gradually coming to rest beside a somewhat rudimentary wooden dock. The port was tranquil, with only a few weathered fishermen, their sun-kissed skin etched with lines from years of toil, tending to their nets. They regarded the unfamiliar yet well-maintained sailing vessel and the eclectic, diverse group of young individuals on board with expressions of surprise and curiosity. Though none approached to speak, they simply observed in silence. They did not even recognize Nami, as it had been years since her last visit. Here we are, a new island, a new adventure. Luffy was always the first to leap from the ship, his rubbery body bouncing in the air before landing firmly on the dock. He spread his arms wide towards the sky and the sea, shouting, "I can hear my stomach rumbling. Sanji, I smell grilled fish. Is it over there?" Luffy craned his rubbery neck, sniffing towards the village like a hound. Usopp followed closely, habitually surveying the surroundings, shading his eyes with his hand. "Is this really Nami's hometown? It looks quite peaceful, and the houses are rather well-ordered. Perhaps a bit more prosperous than Syrup Village? I hope there are no monsters," he murmured, tightening his grip on a slingshot. Zoro, clutching his sword, was the third to disembark, his steps steady and his gaze sharp as it swept over the surroundings. He lingered for a moment on the silent fisherman, a slight furrow creasing his brow. The stillness was unsettling, imbued with a sense of oppression. Sanji, embodying the essence of a true gentleman, leapt from the ship first, then turned, extending his hand in an exaggerated gesture of invitation towards Nami, who remained aboard. "Miss Nami, permit me the honor of escorting you ashore." Nami chuckled at his antics, gracefully leaping down to join him. "Thanks, Sanji." Nico was the last to descend, instinctively trailing half a step behind Zoro, her pink hair fluttering in the evening breeze, curiously surveying the hometown that held such profound significance for her sister. The air was indeed imbued with a faint, refreshing scent of oranges, mingled with the briny sea breeze and the earthy aroma of the land. Nami stood on the dock, gazing at the familiar yet foreign uphill path leading to the village center, her steps momentarily stalling. At that moment, a voice filled with a mixture of tears and delight rang out from the direction of the village entrance. The group looked up to see a tall young woman with neatly cropped blue hair racing toward the dock, clad in a simple tank top and long pants. Her sun-kissed skin radiated health, yet her face was etched with urgency and excitement, her eyes rimmed with red. "Noki," Nami called out, sprinting toward her sister. The two embraced tightly in the center of the dock, Noki holding Nami as if afraid to let go lest she vanish again. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Her voice choked with emotion. "You're back. You've really come back. This time, you won't leave again, will you?" Nami returned the embrace with equal fervor. Burying her face in Naka's shoulder, her voice muffled yet resolute, echoing the same tremor of emotion. "I'm back, sister. This time is different." The sisters held each other for a considerable while, their emotions gradually settling. Noki released Nami and wiped her tears, only then noticing the 5 strangers behind her sister, each distinct yet all fixated on them. Her gaze swiftly assessed the boy in a straw hat, grinning widely. Luffy, the cold and cool young man with the sword, Zoro, the golden-haired gentleman in a suit, Sanji, the striking girl with pink hair, Nico, and the nervous boy with a long nose, Usopp. A flicker of deep concern and confusion crossed her features. "Who are they?" Noki inquired hesitantly. Nami turned to face her companions, her back to the village, her orange hair lifted by the evening wind. Her voice rang clear and strong, infused with an unprecedented sense of pride and declaration. "Noki, these are my companions, members of the Straw Hat Pirates. They are individuals I can trust completely with my life." "The Straw Hat Pirates?" Noki repeated softly, her expression now heavy with worry. She was aware that their village had been overrun by a pirate crew, and she knew how much Nami despised pirates. Yet, as she gazed into Nami's eyes, filled with a long-lost, bright, and unwavering light, she ultimately swallowed her words of caution. With a slight nod, she addressed Nami's companions. "Welcome to Cocoa West Village. I am Noki Gao, Nami's sister. Thank you for taking care of her." "Hee, no need for thanks. Nami is our navigator." Luffy grinned, completely oblivious to the complex emotions in Noki Gao's words. "The beautiful Miss Noki Gao, it is an honor to escort Miss Nami back to your side." Sanji immediately adopted a chivalrous demeanor, his eyes transforming into hearts, only to be interrupted by a swift elbow from Nami. Zoro merely nodded in acknowledgement. Nisai politely bowed slightly. "Hello, Sister Noki Gao, I am Nisai." Usopp hurriedly introduced himself. I am Usopp, the brave warrior of the sea." Noki Gao observed the group, her worries not entirely dissipated, yet the trusting gaze from Nami compelled her to temporarily place her faith in them. "You must be weary from your journey. Let us return home. We have plenty of oranges." She grasped Nami's hand and gestured to the others, inviting them along. "Though our home is modest, we should all fit comfortably." Nami's family orange orchard, bathed in the glow of the setting sun, resembled a splendid oil painting. The orange trees stood in neat rows, their branches laden with heavy, golden fruit, and the air was infused with a rich and sweet citrus fragrance. A quaint little house nestled at the center of the orchard, simple yet warm. "Wow, so many oranges." Luffy's eyes instantly transformed into orange shapes, and his rubbery arm extended eagerly to pluck one. Brother, those belong to Sister Nami. Nisai swiftly wrapped his arms around Luffy's elastic waist, insisting they wait for permission to pick. But they look so delicious. Luffy drooled, his rubber face contorted under Nisai's grip. Nokigao chuckled, it's all right, go ahead and pick. They're meant to be eaten. The oranges here are the finest in the East Blue. As she spoke, a hint of pride mingled with an almost imperceptible bitterness in her tone. Luffy cheered and immediately picked several of the largest oranges, peeling one and shoving it into his mouth, juice splattering everywhere. So sweet, so tasty. Sanji, use this for cooking. Sanji, already in his element, examined the oranges. The color, fragrance, and plumpness are extraordinary. We could make orange marmalade, orange pie, orange-infused meats, and an orange-flavored seafood soup. What splendid ingredients! He promptly rolled up his sleeves and turned to Nokigao. Miss Nokigao, would you mind if I borrowed your kitchen? Please allow me to prepare tonight's dinner. Nokigao intended to decline out of politeness, but upon seeing Sanji's professional and sparkling eyes, coupled with Nami's encouraging nod, she acquiesced. The kitchen is over there. Feel free to use it. We should have sufficient ingredients. With confidence, Sanji turned to Nisai. Little Nisai, would you assist your brother? I shall also teach you a few culinary tricks with oranges. Nisai glanced at Nami and Nokigao, seemingly wishing to hear their conversation, but eventually nodded. All right. Zoro, uninterested in the kitchen, found a spot under a tree outside to meditate, though his ears remained alert. Usopp, on the other hand, curiously explored, captivated by the various small insects in the orange grove. Dinner was held in the spacious yard outside the house. Sanji displayed his utmost skill, crafting a breathtaking feast with limited ingredients and a garden full of oranges. Nami poked her furry head out, announcing, dinner is served, everyone. Chapter 50. Orange Delicacies and Bittersweet Memories. Golden and crispy fried fish fillets paired with refreshing orange sauce, rich and creamy pumpkin orange bisque, invigorating orange seafood salad. And as the main course, fragrant orange fried rice with distinct grains. To top it all off, he even whipped up a simple yet aromatic orange cake using freshly picked oranges and a sprinkle of sugar. Each dish of this dinner exemplified Sanji's culinary magic under constrained conditions. The golden and crispy fried fish fillet with refreshing orange sauce featured the freshest sea bass, procured that morning from the port by Sanji. The fillets were expertly sliced to an even thickness and coated with a feather-light secret batter. As they sizzled in hot oil, they quickly floated to the surface, forming an enticing golden brown crust. When lifted from the oil, the delicate crunch of the crust echoed a delightful crackle. The accompanying orange sauce was the piece de resistance. He squeezed fresh orange pulp for juice, added a touch of sugar and lemon juice, and simmered it until thickened, finally garnishing it with fine shreds of orange peel. The sauce shimmered with a bright amber hue, boasting a silky texture, a bright acidity, and a subtle sweetness that perfectly balanced the greasiness of the fried fish while enhancing its fresh sweetness. Luffy took a hearty bite, the crust shattering, revealing steaming, tender fish that nearly melted on his tongue, complemented by a dip in the orange sauce. His eyes squinted with delight. Wow. Crispy on the outside, soft on the inside, with a hint of orange flavor. Sanji, I could eat 100 of these for 100 berries. The rich and creamy pumpkin orange bisque was made from the exceptionally sweet golden pumpkin grown on an old vine in the corner of the garden. Sanji cut the pumpkin into chunks, steamed them until tender, and mashed them into a fine puree, which he then combined with sautéed onions in a pot, adding milk and a touch of light cream to simmer gently. The soup gradually thickened to a velvety consistency, presenting a warm, pale orange hue. The crucial final step involved squeezing in fresh orange juice just before extinguishing the flame, swiftly stirring it to meld. The bright acidity and fruity aroma of the orange instantly elevated the rich creaminess of the milk and the sweetness of the pumpkin, creating an exceptionally layered experience. On the surface of the soup, Sanji artfully drizzled a few drops of cream, creating a simple leaf pattern, and sprinkled roasted pumpkin seeds and fine orange zest for decoration. Nami scooped up a spoonful, the thick soup clinging to the edge of the spoon as she brought it to her lips. The warmth of the creamy essence enveloped her first, followed by the natural sweetness of the pumpkin, and finally, The refreshing orange flavor blossomed in her mouth, leaving a silky texture and a lingering aftertaste. She couldn't help but murmur softly, "Delicious," with such rich flavors. The refreshing orange seafood salad was a veritable symphony of colors and flavors. Vibrant green lettuce leaves, tender yellow corn kernels, halved orange-red cherry tomatoes, perfectly cooked, plump shrimp, and pristine rings of squid. Sanji's salad dressing is uniquely crafted, blending olive oil, orange juice, honey, a hint of Dijon mustard, and a sprinkle of salt and black pepper, resulting in a delightful balance of tangy sweetness with a touch of spice that is exceptionally appetizing. He gently combines all the ingredients in a wooden bowl, ensuring each leaf of lettuce is enveloped in a delicate layer of glistening dressing. To finish, he grates a touch of fresh orange zest on top, as if sprinkling a layer of golden fragrance. Nami and Noki particularly adore this dish, finding it refreshing and light, with the aroma of orange beautifully complementing the freshness of the seafood. "This dressing is magnificent," Noki exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. "Sanji, could you share the recipe with me? It leaves a wonderful sensation in my stomach." For the citrus-infused fried rice, Sanji utilizes day-old rice, sautéing beaten eggs in oil until they transform into fluffy golden crumbs before adding the rice and quickly stir-frying. The grains remain distinct, dancing in the pan, evenly coated in a sheen of oil. He seasons it simply with salt and a dash of soy sauce to enhance the flavor. The soul of the dish lies in the final moments before serving, when he tosses in finely julienned orange peel and a handful of fresh orange segments, swiftly stir-frying them together before turning off the heat and plating. The fragrant zest and the slightly tart, juicy fruit meld into the warmth of the rice, infusing each bite with a subtle yet delightful citrus aroma that cleanses the palate while enhancing the dish. Zoro silently refills his bowl multiple times, though he says nothing. His rapid consumption speaks volumes. The improvised orange cake showcases Sanji's extraordinary ability to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. He extracts juice from the sweetest oranges in the garden, mixing it with flour, eggs, sugar, and a touch of melted butter to create a batter, which he pours into a grease-deep dish before placing it into the still-warm oven. There are no intricate procedures or elaborate decorations, but as it bakes, the scent of orange mingling with caramelized sweetness permeates the entire yard, drawing intrigued glances from everyone. The cake emerges with an enticing golden brown crust and a moist, fluffy interior. Sanji cuts it into rustic yet uniformly sized pieces, plating it directly. Warm and inviting, the cake offers a wholesome eggy aroma and the gentle sweetness of flour, soon followed by an explosion of rich orange flavor that is both simple and heartwarming, especially when paired with a thick orange jam he effortlessly crafted from the leftover fruit. The sweetness reaches a delightful crescendo. Usopp, with cake crumbs adorning his mouth, mumbled, "Sanji, you are truly a magician. How can ordinary oranges taste this exquisite?" This dinner, interwoven with oranges from start to finish, not only soothed the weariness of their voyage, but also, through the warmth and deliciousness of the food, subtly united their spirits. It gathered gentle yet steadfast strength for the impending storm. Each delectable bite is a tribute to the precious beauty found in everyday life. Noki, after tasting a piece of fried fish, widened her eyes in disbelief, hardly able to trust her taste buds. "Is this really made from the oranges from my home and regular fish? It's absolutely delicious. I've never tasted anything so delightful." Subsequently, feeling a bit embarrassed, she confided in Nami about her initial misunderstanding regarding Naji's gender, relieved she hadn't voiced her assumption directly, thus avoiding potential awkwardness. Yet her gaze was surreptitiously fixed upon Nami. Nami stifled a laugh, then spoke up, proudly endorsing Sanji as if the praise were directed at herself. Sanji's culinary skills have even been acknowledged by the head chef of the Baratai, and he is a chef whom many would pay exorbitantly to hire. Nami refrained from mentioning Nojiko. Luffy had already entered a state of voracious consumption, mumbling praises as he ate. "Sanji, amazing. This is delicious. And that is too. Bring me 30 more bowls of orange fried rice." Sanji hummed with delight, relishing the admiration of the two ladies. Nami took small bites, occasionally passing water to the choked Luffy, her lips curving into a gentle smile. Usopp's face was smeared with grease as he exclaimed that this was the essence of life. Zoro silently consumed rice and soup. This warm and delectable dinner temporarily dispelled the ominous clouds looming over Cocoa Village. Yet, everyone understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. After the meal, they all helped to tidy up the dishes and gathered in the courtyard. The night sky was speckled with stars, and the shadows of the orange trees swayed gently under the moonlight, the atmosphere settling into tranquility. Nami and Nojiko exchanged a glance, a flicker of determination evident in their eyes. Taking a deep breath, Nami turned to her companions, her previously relaxed smile fading, replaced by a weighty seriousness. "Everyone," she began, her voice resonating with clarity in the silent night. "Thank you for accompanying me back and for sharing this meal, but there are matters I must disclose about this village, about myself, and what we are to face ahead." She commenced her narrative, from the catastrophic tsunami a decade ago to the arrival of the Arlong pirates. She recounted how Arlong had ruled the village with brutality, coercing the villagers to pay exorbitant fees they could not bear. She spoke of Aunt Belmir's tragic demise while trying to protect her and Nojiko. She recounted her own harrowing decision to join Arlong's crew in order to gather the 100 million berries needed to buy back the village, enduring humiliation and misunderstanding, becoming a traitor in the eyes of her fellow villagers. She described the 8 years spent secretly charting maps and the relentless struggle to save money amid despair. She also spoke of the corrupt Navy commander, Mouse, in collusion with Arlong, who collected bribes and turned a blind eye to the villagers' suffering. "Do you understand?" she pressed. "What we face is not only the vicious and formidable Arlong pirates, but also the Navy, which ought to protect the people yet colludes with them. Their reign of terror over the past decade has been enabled by the tacit approval of higher authorities." Nami's voice quavered, striving to maintain composure. "Here, the Navy's justice was but a farce." A sardonic yet sorrowful smile tugged at her lips as she remarked, "Sometimes I feel, Luffy, that although you are pirates, what you do resembles the noble deeds of chivalrous heroes far more than those clad in Navy uniforms." As Nami's calm, yet heart-wrenching tale unfolded, the atmosphere in the courtyard grew increasingly tense. Usopp's face turned pale. He had experienced a crisis akin to that of Syrup Village. Yet, the fear and oppression he felt paled in comparison to the despair that had seeped into the marrow of Cocoa Village for a decade. He tightened his grip around his knees, yet his gaze gradually transformed into one of unwavering resolve, understanding the sentiment of safeguarding one's homeland. Zoro's arm muscles tensed as he clutched his sword, his brow furrowed, and his eyes gleamed with a sharp intensity. Though he remained silent, the chilling aura emanating from him revealed his simmering anger. Sanji had long extinguished his cigarette, his expression dark and foreboding. The look he cast towards Nami was rife with a complex blend of sympathy and fury. Upon hearing of the grievances Nami endured to save money and the villagers' misunderstandings, he felt an overwhelming urge to burst forth once more. Luffy, unusually subdued, had his straw hat casting a shadow over his eyes. Unlike his usual boisterous self, he merely clenched his rubber fist tightly, producing a faint creaking sound. He glanced at Nami, who had her head bowed, and then at Nacer, whose eyes were glistening with unshed tears due to Nami's tale. An unprecedented anger ignited within him, but he recalled Nacer's earlier plea for calm, urging him to allow Nami to finish her story. From the moment Nami began recounting tales of Aunt Belmir, Nacer's eyes had turned red. Hearing how Nami bore the weight of the entire village's hopes alone, enduring solitude, misunderstanding, and peril, like a wounded yet tenacious little beast struggling through the darkness, his tears became uncontrollable, cascading down his cheeks. He remained silent, tears flowing freely, his long hair brushing against his cheeks, his nose slightly reddened from crying, and his lips pressed tightly together. In his typically clear eyes, a profound sorrow and empathy for Nami filled his gaze. He raised his tear-streaked face to look at Nami, sitting across from him, whose eyes were slightly reddened, yet who endeavored to maintain her composure. even describing certain details in a light-hearted tone. This sister, merely 2 years his senior, bore an unfathomable burden upon her shoulders. How could she be so resilient? As Nami recounted a humorous incident involving one of Arlong's subordinates tormenting her, she sought to lift the oppressive atmosphere. Upon meeting Nasr's gaze, his large, tearful eyes, shimmering with a hue of red, were fixed on her without blinking. The tears streamed down like pearls set loose from their string, and the tip of his nose took on a rosy hue, appearing far more sorrowful than she. The subject of the tale, Nami couldn't help but chuckle at his expression. Nasr was indeed a brother with an extraordinary capacity for empathy. In that moment, the tenderest part of her heart was poignantly touched. The calmness and indifference she had maintained throughout her narrative shattered in an instant, replaced by a bittersweet warmth flooding her heart. Unable to contain herself, she let out a soft laugh, even as tears glimmered in her eyes. "Nasr, why are you crying?" "I'm not crying," she said, reaching across the table to gently ruffle his hair, her tone unexpectedly tender and soothing. "Don't cry. It's all in the past. And look, I have you all now." Yet, her attempt at comfort only exacerbated Nasr's tears, which flowed even more fiercely. He nodded vigorously, his voice thick with emotion as he declared, "Yes, Sister Nami, we will protect you. You will never be alone again." The blend of his earnest yet sorrowful expression was both endearing and heart-wrenching. Upon witnessing his brother in tears, Luffy's rubbery face contorted into a frown. His lips pursed as if he were on the verge of crying himself. "Nami, do not weep. That villain named Arlong, I shall surely send him flying. To the moon. No less." He bounced in place, fueled by anger, yet he refrained from launching himself into action upon noticing Nami's tears still falling. Sanji stood up abruptly, tossing his cigarette but forcefully to the ground, extinguishing it with his foot. His golden hair seemed to bristle with rage as he exclaimed, "It is unforgivable that Miss Nami and Miss Nojiko have endured such suffering. That scoundrel fishman, along with those despicable Navy scum. I shall kick them all into the depths of hell." He made a rush outside. "Sanji, calm down," Nojiko interjected, alarmed, quickly standing to block his path. "It's far too dangerous to go now. Arlong Park is heavily guarded, and they outnumber us." Zoro finally spoke, his voice icy. "What is the rush? If we are to cut them down, it must be with clarity at dawn." He turned his gaze toward Nami and continued, "What is the layout of Arlong Park? And when might the Navy arrive?" Although Usopp's legs trembled, he mustered his courage to speak up. Yes. We need a plan. We can't act recklessly. I can stay back and provide support with my slingshot. Create chaos. I still have plenty of special ammunition left." Nami wiped her tears vigorously, striving to articulate her thoughts, clearly despite her choked voice. She sniffled, glancing at Nami and Nojiko, then at Luffy and the others. Chapter 51. Formulating the plan to exterminate Arlong. Nami's voice was hoarse, but her thoughts had crystallized. "Sister Nami, Sister Nojiko, we need detailed information about the Arlong pirates, their numbers, the abilities of their key officers, the internal layout of Arlong Park, and when Colonel Mouse typically arrives along with how many Navy personnel he brings. The more detailed, the better." Turning to Luffy, she implored, "Brother, I know you are furious, and I, too, wish to strike those villains at once. However, we are not merely contending with pirates. The Navy may also intervene. If we act recklessly, we could endanger the village and jeopardize Nami's efforts over the past decade." Luffy gazed into Nami's reddened eyes in earnest expression, his rubbery fists alternately clenching and relaxing before he finally nodded resolutely. He sat down, his fighting spirit undiminished. "All right, Nami, what do you suggest we do? But remember, that foulest villain, Arlong, is mine to defeat." Nami nodded, turning to Zoro and Sanji. "Zoro, Sanji, we need to divide our tasks. There are likely more than 1 or 2 of Arlong's officers, and the Navy may also have formidable characters." She added, "Moreover, it is imperative to ensure the villagers' safety during the conflict, and to prevent the Navy from distorting the truth afterward, casting blame upon us or the villagers." Although Sanji remained furious, hearing Nami's well-structured analysis forced him to regain his composure. He lit another cigarette, acknowledging, "Little Nami is right. those Navy vermin will likely strike back. So we need evidence or to render them speechless. Zoro, clutching his sword, remarked, "Just cut it down, you foolish green-haired fool. If you strike, the Marines' attention will only escalate." Sanji shot him a glare. "Then let us take them all down together. What else do you have in mind besides fighting?" Zoro retorted. "Well, there's drinking and sleeping," Sanji shot back. As the tension between the two began to rise, Nami quickly interjected. All right. Let's hear what Nisai has to say first." Nisai had already produced a small notebook and a charcoal pencil, illuminated by the lanterns in the courtyard, and began to swiftly jot down notes and sketches. "My proposal is that we cannot passively wait for Arlong to discover us or for the Marines to arrive. We must proactively create our own opportunities." He lightly tapped his chin with the pencil. "Ideally, we should lure the main forces of Arlong's pirate crew and any potential Marine arrivals to a relatively controllable area, away from the village, to resolve matters." Nisai bit his lip. However, someone must protect the villagers to prevent them from being taken hostage. And we also need someone to gather evidence of Arlong's collusion with the Marines. He turned to Usopp. "Usopp, you excel at creating noise and chaos. Could you, along with Noki, discreetly inform reliable villagers ahead of time to guide everyone to a safe location when the battle breaks out? Meanwhile, you could provide remote harassment and support from a higher vantage point. Your specialized ammunition will surely prove invaluable in such a scenario." Usopp felt a surge of responsibility upon being entrusted with the task of guiding the villagers and providing long-range support. Though still somewhat apprehensive, he puffed out his chest. "Leave it to me. I am Captain Usopp. Retreating is my forte. My slingshot will show those villains the might of the Usopp magic stars." Noki nodded. "I know every household in the village well and can lead Usopp to notify those we can trust." Nisai then turned to Sanji and Zoro. "Sanji, Zoro, you are our primary combatants. Arlong undoubtedly has several officers, perhaps even a substantial number, that you will need to deal with. As for the Marines, I will intercept them, and any grunts can be left to me." Sanji exhaled a smoke ring. "No problem, it's just the right opportunity to stretch my muscles." Zoro grunted in agreement. "Nami, you are most familiar with the terrain of Arlong Park and their habits," Nisai said, looking at her. "We need you to devise the most suitable route to draw them out and determine the optimal timing to strike. Also, do you have any idea where Arlong might keep the evidence of his collusion?" A sharp glint flickered in Nami's eyes. "Arlong and his crew are quite arrogant. Any important items should be in his room. Leave the route and timing to me. I know how to provoke him and make him dance to our tune." Finally, Nisai turned to Luffy, his tone unusually earnest. "Brother, your task is the most crucial and the most perilous. You will confront Arlong directly. He is a fisherman, and his strength multiplies in water, which makes him incredibly formidable." Nisai tilted his head thoughtfully. "You need to draw him to a location distant from the water for the fight. I also worry that rat of a captain might resort to some underhanded tactics if he appears, so exercise utmost caution." Luffy grinned widely, colliding his rubber fists. "Don't worry, Nisai. I'm the man who will become the Pirate King. I shall strike down every fishman and sea serpent that dares to confront me. As for ambushes..." Nisai tilted his head slightly, reassured by the presence of Zoro and Sanji, and with Nisai's reminder, "I am unafraid." Nisai nodded, swiftly jotting down key points in his notebook. He raised his gaze, declaring, "I will first provide mobile support while devising a way to infiltrate Arlong's chamber in search of evidence, all the while keeping an eye on the Navy's movements to thwart any tricks they might attempt." Nami nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with trust. "All right." Nisai then closed his notebook, his long hair gently swaying in the night breeze. Though his eyes were still reddened, his gaze had transformed into one of unwavering clarity. "Let us rest for a while. We shall commence preparations at dawn." He extended his hand into the air, asserting that this battle was not solely to seek justice for Nami and the people of Kokuyashi Village, but also to convey to those self-proclaimed rulers that some truths shine brightly, even without the guise of the Navy. He mused that if his grandfather were aware of the existence of such scoundrels within the Navy, he would surely be incensed. His grandfather, a paragon of justice who tirelessly roamed for the sake of many families, would be disheartened by the actions of these naval officers. This fight was not just for Nami and her village, but also for his grandfather's sense of justice. Luffy stood up, his smile beneath the straw hat exuberant and unrestrained. Well said. For our comrades. For meat. For adventure. Let's vanquish them. Luffy placed his hand atop Nice Eyes. Zoro approached, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Just slice them down. He placed his palm over Luffy's hand. Usopp rose, gripping his slingshot tightly. For courage. He covered Zoro's hand with his own. Sanji lit another cigarette, his gaze sharp amidst the swirling smoke. For Miss Nami's smile. He stepped forward, resting his hand on top. Nami took a deep breath, expressing her gratitude. Thank you all. We shall fight together. With a faint smile, she placed her hand firmly atop the others. For the freedom of our village. Everyone exclaimed in unison, their voices resonating beneath the moonlit sky. The heavens were adorned with twinkling stars, each one shimmering beside the clouds. No Kigo observed these spirited young souls, tears glistening in her eyes, yet her face bore a genuine, hopeful smile. Nice Eye glanced at his companions and then at the flickering stars above. He understood that plans seldom keep pace with change, especially with his brother's unpredictable presence in the mix. Nevertheless, it mattered not. As long as their hearts were united and their direction aligned, they could confront any unforeseen challenges together. The night in Kokuyashi village stirred with the breeze, but this wind no longer carried a decade's worth of oppression and despair. Instead, it hinted at the promise of change and hope. The leaves of the orange trees rustled in the wind, as if softly rallying for the impending dawn of battle. The morning in Kokuyashi village arrived, infused with the sweet scent of oranges and an undercurrent of unease. According to Nice Eye's meticulously devised plan, everyone began their preparations early. No Kigo, accompanied by Usopp, stealthily infiltrated the village under the cover of morning mist. They knocked on the doors of trusted villagers, speaking in hushed tones to swiftly convey the situation. Initially, there was a sense of shock and fear, but as the villagers heard that Nami had returned with reliable companions, a flicker of long-extinguished hope ignited in their eyes. They nodded in silent determination, beginning to prepare for evacuation to the concealed cave in the mountains, a secret location discovered by Belmere in her lifetime. Sanji and Zoro engaged in their final warm-up in the clearing of the orange grove. Rather than a warm-up, it was more of an escalated version of their usual bickering. Green Algae Head, don't drag me down later. I want to kick Fishman while also having to save you, Sanji remarked while stretching his ankles, his mouth running. Zoro, arms crossed, and without even a glance, retorted, mind your own business, curly brow. Don't let those stinking fish and rotten shrimp make you cry. Or you'll need Nami to save you. Who is going to cry? You should be the one to say that. Sanji shot back, ready for a fight. At that moment, Nami, who was organizing Luffy's straw hat strings, paused as she sensed the impending clash between the two. With a sigh, she called out, Sanji, can you make those special energy rice balls you mentioned last night? Everyone needs to replenish their strength before the battle. The mention of food instantly shifted Sanji's demeanor, his anger dissipating. Of course. Just wait a moment, Nami. He shot a glare at Zoro, muttering, you're lucky, Green Algae Head. I'll feed you starting fools first. Zoro huffed, but sheathed his sword, securing it at his waist. He approached Nami, watching her meticulously check Luffy's clothing for any tears that needed mending. Suddenly he spoke. Stay close to me, or to Curly Brow, and don't run off. Nami looked up, surprised at Zoro's concern. He turned away, adding, your plan to infiltrate and gather evidence is too risky. If you can't find anything, retreat immediately. If all else fails, just cut them down. I understand. Nami nodded obediently, yet her eyes reflected unwavering resolve. But the evidence is crucial, Zoro, for Nami and to prevent the Navy from distorting the truth in the future. Zoro regarded her silently before awkwardly saying, do as you wish, just don't get yourself killed. Luffy, grinning beside them, chimed in, don't worry, Zoro. I'll protect Nami. Just make sure you don't make the battlefield any messier. Zoro replied without mercy. Nami emerged from the house, holding a detailed hand-drawn map, her gaze sharp as a drawn blade. Are you ready? I've marked the terrain of Arlong Park, the patrol patterns, and the main buildings. According to previous patterns, Captain Mouse will inspect every 2 weeks to collect money. He just passed through yesterday, but if we make enough noise, he might arrive early or hide further away. If he dares to come, we'll send him flying too," Luffy declared, fist clenched. Chapter 52. Straw Hat versus Arlong at 9 in the morning. The sun shone brightly, even somewhat scorching. Arlong Park, a garish water park built from the 10 years of blood, sweat, and savings of the villagers of Cocoa Village, was once again filled with its usual coarse uproar. The fishmen basked under the azure poolside, their azure or gray-green skin glistening as they raised oversized cups filled with subpar liquor, indulging in raucous laughter that echoed around them. They pointed and jeered at the villagers nearby, who were reluctantly up early to tidy the grounds, trim the gardens, and transport goods, relishing in their role as the overlords. Just as this daily cacophony reached a crescendo, a thunderous bang erupted, accompanied by the splintering of wood and the shrill sound of twisting metal. The grand entrance to the park, adorned with grotesque sea beast carvings symbolizing absolute authority, was sent flying. The heavy doors spun through the air, soaring over half the pool before crashing into the deep end with a resounding splash, drenching several fishmen who were enjoying their drinks. The uproar abruptly ceased. All the fishmen turned in shock, their gazes drawn to the swirling dust at the entrance. Amidst the haze, a golden figure gracefully retracted its long legs, elegantly brushing away non-existent dust from the legs of its black trousers. S'enregistrait-elle, lit a cigarette, inhalait deeply, and flashed a smile that could only be described as benevolent towards the stunned fishmen, some of whom had liquor trickling from the corners of their mouths. His voice was clear and magnetic. "Good morning, seafood miscreants. I've heard that your service here is appallingly atrocious, a disgrace to the East Sea in how you treat your masters. Thus, as a concerned citizen and food critic, we have come to deliver a 5-star negative review." Standing beside him, Zoro, clutching his sword, coldly added, "And while we're at it, let us tear down this eyesore of an illegal structure." At the forefront stood Luffy, wearing his straw hat. He remained silent, the shadow of the hat concealing the upper half of his face, revealing only tightly pressed lips devoid of their usual mirth. His rare display of handsome composure radiated a chilling intensity. His gaze, like a hawk fixated on its prey, traversed the throng of fishmen, fixating on the opulent lounge chair at the deepest part of the pool, which resembled a throne. In that chair sat a remarkably tall and muscular figure, who slowly straightened up. His jagged nose glinted coldly in the sunlight, and his azure skin concealed muscles as knotted as rock, with the emblem of the Sun Pirates inked upon his chest. It was none other than the notorious Arlong, who had ruled over Cocoa Village for a decade, instilling endless nightmares. Luffy grinned, revealing his white teeth. "Hey, you're the fishman who bullied Nami, right? I'm here to send you flying." Arlong squinted his cruel fish-like eyes, scrutinizing the trio of audacious human imps at the entrance. From Luffy's straw hat to Zoro's 3 swords, and finally to Sanji's suit, his gaze returned to Luffy. After a few moments, he let out a derisive snicker, filled with disdain. "Is this the help that little thief Nami sought? Just you few hairless little brats?" He stood up, his nearly 3-meter height casting an overwhelming shadow over the area before him. "Perfect. I want to have to send anyone to capture her. Kirby, Chew, Small 8. Play with these little fools, but don't kill them too quickly. I want to savor their despair." "Yes, Arlong brother." 3 figures emerged in response. The battle erupted instantaneously. Without a moment's respite, the instant Arlong's words fell. Sanji versus Kirby, an elegant kick technique versus the fierce martial arts of fishman karate. Kirby, the soft-boned fishman and a master of fishman karate, remained taciturn, uttering not a word as he assumed the standard stance of his martial art, his lower body as steady as a mountain. In the next moment, his right arm lashed out like a whip devoid of joints, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed at Sanji's midsection from an exceptionally challenging angle. Sanji, as light as a feather, delicately tapped his toes on the ground, effortlessly retreating half a step, narrowly allowing the whip-like strike to graze past his clothing. Simultaneously, his left leg struck like a viper, silent yet swift, aiming for the unguarded side of Kirby's neck. Kruby reacted with remarkable speed, raising his left arm to block. Bang! The collision of leg and arm produced a dull thud. Kruby staggered slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes at the strength of this young human's legs. They were formidable. The fishman karate's thousand-tile fist. No longer testing the waters, Kruby lowered himself into a stance, his right fist clenched tightly, the muscles in his arm bulging. A wave of water-like energy began to coalesce before his fist, exuding the power to shatter stone, as it surged towards Sanji's face. Sanji's gaze sharpened, and instead of retreating, he advanced. Spinning rapidly on his left foot, like an elegant dancer, he narrowly evaded the punch, channeling the centrifugal force generated by the rotation into his right leg. A swift and ferocious combination kick descended like a tempest. The lamb chop set. Bang, bang, bang. A series of precise kicks struck Kruby's arm, ribs, and shoulder, producing a sound akin to a drum's thunderous beat. Kruby grunted repeatedly, his robust fishman physique allowing him to withstand the blows, though he retreated half a step. A glint of ferocity ignited in his eyes. Seizing the fleeting moment when Sanji's final kick lost some power, his slightly numbed left hand lunged forth, grasping Sanji's right ankle like an iron claw. Got you. Human, perish. Kruby growled, channeling his strength to hurl Sanji to the ground like a ragged sack. Oh, quite the strength indeed. Though caught by the ankle, Sanji exhibited no signs of panic, a mocking smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. His captured right leg tensed with the firmness of steel, and, simultaneously, he leveraged his body to spin in midair. His left leg arced like a scorpion's tail, tracing a golden trajectory. With an intensified gust of wind, he aimed a powerful kick at Kruby's slightly forward-leaning face. However, to be so crude in the presence of a lady would certainly incur the penalty of a breach of etiquette. Kruby's pupils contracted, forcing him to release Sanji's ankle, crossing his arms defensively before his face. Bang! The heavy kick numbed his arms, causing him to stagger backward several steps before regaining his balance. Sanji landed gracefully, dusting off his trousers, though unsoiled, and beckoned to Kruby with a finger. Warm-up concluded, Mr. Seafood. Shall we proceed to the next round? Kruby's expression darkened as he shook his numbed arms and resumed his stance. The two combatants once again engaged in fierce confrontation by the edge of the pool, their legs and fists intertwining, while splashes of water erupted with the force of their energy. The battle raged on intensely, with Sanji's elegant and swift kicking techniques clashing against Crocodile's steady and powerful karate, neither party yielding an inch. On another front, Zoro faced off against Chopper, embodying a clash of styles. The three-sword style versus the chaotic six-sword flow of the water-spewing Chopper. The scene where Zoro fought appeared rather lively. The kissing fishman Chopper stood atop a decorative fountain, a distance of several meters from Zoro, puffing out his comical cheeks like a balloon, aiming at him. With a rapid succession of water droplets, akin to bullets from a machine gun, Chopper unleashed a barrage of projectiles toward Zoro. Annoyed, Zoro merely clicked his tongue in impatience. His brow unfurrowed. Just as the droplets were about to reach him, he sprang into action. Three-sword style, tornado. All three of his swords were drawn simultaneously. Zoro's body spun like a top, not conjuring winds, but a tempest of fierce sword energy. The incoming water droplets collided with this realm of blades, instantly shredded and dissipated into harmless mist. Zoro's spinning figure surged forth like a tornado equipped with thrusters, charging defiantly towards Chopper amidst the rain of droplets. Do not think you can advance. Witness my prowess. Six-sword flow, octopus dance. Chopper bellowed, brandishing his 6 blades of varying lengths, 2 in his hands and 4 held by his agile tentacles, forming a spiny barrier reminiscent of a hedgehog bristling with blades, obstructing Zoro's path. The 6 blades danced in a mesmerizing, impenetrable display, glinting menacingly. Zoro's speed remained unwavering, his gaze sharpening like that of a tiger zeroing in on its prey. 6 blades? Mia impediments. Before Chopper could finish his thought, Zoro boldly surged into the seemingly daunting web of steel. Three-sword style, demon slash. Three swords transformed into three intersecting beams of chilling light, devoid of any flamboyance, striking with deadly precision. The blade lights, as if animated, slithered through the ostensibly dense formations of Chopper's six blades, exploiting the inevitable gaps born from their coordinated control. Clang, clang, clang. A series of rapid metallic clashes echoed, causing hearts to race. Chopper felt waves of agonizing pain and numbness coursing through his wrists and tentacles as the flashing blade lights overwhelmed his vision. By the time he regained his senses, he was horrified to discover that three of his six blades had been sent soaring into the air, while the remaining three had been deflected, leaving him vulnerable. What? This is impossible. Chopper's octopus-like eyes widened in disbelief. Zoro wasted no time in capitalizing on Chopper's shock, using his forward momentum to deliver a crushing shoulder tackle to Chopper's chest. The impact sent the hefty fishman soaring like a bowling ball, crashing directly towards Chopper, who was still perched atop the fountain, puffing up his cheeks for another wave of water. Help me, Chopper. Chopper flailed helplessly as he flew towards his comrade. Startled, Chopper hastily swallowed the water cannon he had been brewing, almost choking in the process, scrambling to catch his companion. As a result, the two tumbled down from the top of the fountain, landing in a disheveled heap. Two-sword style, eagle wave. Zoro, like a shadow, swiftly pursued, crossing his blades to unleash two fierce arcs of sword energy akin to a soaring eagle in pursuit of its prey. The recently risen Chu and Little Eight had no time to evade and could only brace themselves. Boom! The sword energy erupted, sending them flying once more, this time crashing into a decorative artificial hill by the pool, which stood 2 meters tall. They found themselves buried beneath the rubble, unable to extricate themselves for the time being. Zoro sheathed his swords, flicked his wrist, and cast a glance at the fierce battle between Sanji and Kruby. Another sweep of his eyes across the battlefield revealed no trace of the pink figure, and he pursed his lips. He then turned his attention to the main battlefield between Luffy and Arlong, his brow furrowing slightly. It seemed Luffy was encountering some difficulties. Chapter 53. The Battle 2, Luffy vs. Arlong. The Rubber Surprise Versus. The Fishman's brutality on the main battlefield. The clash between Luffy and Arlong was characterized from the outset by raw, primal violence. Rubber pistol. Luffy launched a tentative punch, cutting through the air towards Arlong's face. Arlong, with his mouth full of serrated teeth, grinned mockingly, unflinching, as he effortlessly caught Luffy's rubber fist with his hand. The immense grip caused Luffy's fist to emit a faint creaking sound. A rubber man? An ability user of the devil fruit? Such a rarity in the East Blue. Arlong scoffed, tightening his fingers in an attempt to crush the bothersome rubber hand. However, the feeble force felt more like a tickle to him. While he sensed the elasticity resisting his grip, it seemed insignificant against his formidable fishman's strength. Luffy felt a sharp pain from the pressure on his fist. Yet his gaze remained unwavering. With a sudden burst of power, the trapped rubber arm did not retract, but instead elongated forward, leveraging the grip. Luffy propelled himself like a stone shot from a slingshot, utilizing both Arlong's forceful grasp and his own rubbery elasticity to close the distance at an astonishing speed. In an instant, they were mere inches apart. Luffy's other fist, which had been coiled with energy, now unleashed its full force and the maximum compression of rubber. Akin to a cannonball fired from a chamber, struck Arlong's unsuspecting abdomen with tremendous might. Rubber rocket. Boom! A sound far more resounding and weighty than any previous impact echoed. The solid muscle of Arlong's abdomen visibly caved in, bending his towering frame backward, his feet carving shallow grooves into the ground. The mockery vanished from Arlong's face, replaced by astonishment and pain. The power of this punch far exceeded his expectations. This rubber boy was no ordinary foe. However, the fishman's robust physique allowed him to quickly regain his stance, and the pain in his abdomen ignited his ferocity. Releasing his grip on Luffy, he retaliated with a straightforward, unadorned punch, fast as lightning, crashing back into Luffy's chest. Luffy attempted to absorb the force with his rubber body, but this punch was too swift and too heavy. Thud! Luffy's chest suddenly caved in, his rubbery physique resembling a deflated ball. He was propelled backward, bouncing several times on the ground before barely regaining his footing, clutching his chest, and coughing, a fleeting look of pain crossing his face. Such a hard punch. Luffy rubbed his stinging chest, his rubber body rapidly healing, yet his eyes shone with excitement and focus. How fascinating. Again, the two combatants charged at each other once more, akin to two ferocious beasts, abandoning most techniques. They engaged in a direct, brutal clash of raw power. The sound of fists colliding echoed incessantly, reminiscent of the thunderous drums of war. The ground beneath them cracked under their stomps and collisions, debris flying as waves rippled through the pool's water. Luffy's rubber body granted him remarkable resilience and peculiar angles of attack. At times, his arms lashed out like whips from the side, while his legs swept low like rubber sticks. Arlong, wielding immense strength, tough skin, and extensive combat experience, met force with force. Each counterattack was a heavy blow, attempting to crush the bothersome rubber man with sheer might. Meanwhile, amidst the fierce battle that captivated nearly all the fishmen's attention, a pink shadow glided silently, like a true specter, nestled against the shadows of the buildings, behind the rock formations, and even beneath fallen decorations. With incredible speed and stealth, it circumnavigated the main battlefield, stealthily making its way toward the opulent main building deep within Arlong Park. Nami suppressed her breathing, heartbeat, and even her presence to the bare minimum. Her pink hair was tightly secured under a dark cloth, and she donned dark clothing that allowed for ease of movement. She did not obediently follow Zoro or Sanji. She had more pressing matters to attend to. In her mind, the detailed map of Arlong Park, drawn by Nami herself, vividly unfolded. Every corner and every potential guard point was etched clearly in her memory. Occasionally, she encountered one or two solitary fisherman patrols, distracted by the commotion of the main battlefield. Nami offered them no chance to react. Like the wind, she swept past, her fingers or elbows precisely striking their joints and pressure points, or using deft maneuvers to trip them, pushing off their momentum. Each strike was swift and fluid, never lingering. The attacked fishmen often felt a flash before their eyes, a tingle or pain in their bodies, and inexplicably lost their balance or temporarily their ability to move. They barely caught a glimpse of their assailant's shadow. Her target was clear, Arlong's study. Based on Nami's intelligence and logical deductions, it was the most likely place to find incriminating evidence of Arlong's collusion with Captain Mouse, such as transaction records and bribe accounts. Simultaneously, on a hillside with a splendid view, densely populated with citrus trees, Usopp and Nokigo had established a temporary command center. Nokigo crouched nervously behind a large rock, closely observing the battle in the park below through a telescope left by Nami, her palms slick with sweat. Usopp showcased his astonishing potential for chaos. He swiftly constructed a sturdy launch platform using the trees and rocks on the hillside, setting up his super slingshot, which he had meticulously modified and dubbed the Usopp God S long-range artillery system. The slingshot S elastic band had been replaced with a highly resilient CB sinew, procured from an unknown source, while the frame was reinforced with robust branches and vines. Beside him lay several open cloth bags, each meticulously organized with his various self-made Usopp magic stars. Noriko, report the target. Usopp's expression was grave, aside from his slightly trembling legs. He exuded the demeanor of a general commanding legions. Right ahead, on the east side of the pool. 5 fishmen are attempting to sneak around for a surprise attack on Luffy. Noriko reported quickly. Understood. Witness my ultimate chili star smoke bomb modification. Usopp swiftly retrieved a red-cased ammunition marked for interference from the designated bag. He loaded it into the slingshot, tightened the elastic, squinted one eye, and relied on his years of bird-hunting experience to take aim. Fire. The projectile traced a graceful parabolic arc, soaring nearly 100 meters before precisely landing among the 5 sneaky fishmen. Bang! A sound not overly loud erupted, followed immediately by a dense, vibrant red cloud of spicy smoke that enveloped the 5 fishmen entirely. Cough, cough. What is this? My eyes. I can't see. It burns. My nose. Achoo. Help. I can't breathe. Amid the smoke, the anguished coughs, sneezes, and cries of the fishmen echoed. They dropped their weapons, clutching their faces and rolling on the ground, utterly incapacitated. Direct hit, Usopp exclaimed, pumping his fist in triumph. Next target, left rear, beside the warehouse. 3 fishmen armed with nets and hooks seemed to be attempting to capture Sanji from the side. Noriko reported again. Received. Try this ultimate super sticky, stinky egg aerial assault. Usopp switched to a green-cased ammunition adorned with a grotesque face, drawing back the slingshot once more. The projectile arced through the air, and this time, as it approached the target, it exploded again, transforming into dozens of small, foul-smelling, sticky globules that accurately rained down upon the area occupied by the 3 fishmen. Ugh! What is that smell? It stinks. 1,000 times worse than rotting seaweed. I'm stuck. My foot is glued. The 3 fishmen were instantly overwhelmed by the nauseating stench, their feet firmly adhered to the ground by the viscous substance. They could do nothing but gag and futilely struggle. Perfect. Usopp beamed with pride. Noriko, did you see? This is the strategic artistic strike of Captain Usopp. Not only do we defeat the enemy, but we also shatter their spirit and sense of smell. Noriko observed the chaos below caused by Usopp's magic, significantly alleviating the pressure on Luffy and the others. She couldn't help but cover her mouth with a smile, her tension dissipating considerably. Incredible, Usopp. It truly is like magic. As the tide of battle began to shift due to Usopp's distractions and the valiant efforts of the Straw Hat crew, a commotion and the sound of hasty footsteps erupted once more at the park entrance. A group of approximately 20 individuals, clad in naval uniforms, yet sporting crooked hats and disheveled attire, entered with an air more befitting ruffians than soldiers. At the forefront was a diminutive, gaunt man with 2 conspicuous whiskers resembling those of a rat, his eyes darting about with a sly and lecherous glint, none other than the infamous Colonel Mouse, who had conspired with Arlong for a decade. Captain Arlong, what on earth is happening here? How has it come to this? Colonel Mouse's shrill voice carried an exaggerated panic, yet his beady eyes swiftly scanned the battlefield, particularly honing in on the sight of Crocodile being subdued by Sanji, Chu and Little 8 being dispatched by Zoro, and the fierce clash between Arlong and Luffy. His pupils noticeably contracted, and his mind whirred with calculations. With a powerful punch, Arlong sent Luffy staggering back 2 steps and seized the opportunity to cast a glance at Mouse, his tone impatient. Mouse, you've arrived just in time. These reckless youngsters are in league with those rabble. Subdue them all. As per our usual arrangement, the accolades will be yours, and you shall not miss out on the treasures here. He attempted to stabilize this opportunistic ally with the promise of profit. Colonel Mouse's eyes flickered with trepidation as he cursed internally. Judging by the situation, Arlong might not secure victory after all. Those youngsters were ferociously formidable. His own men were utterly useless. Chapter 54. Irrefutable evidence, however, he maintained a facade of righteous indignation, pointing at Luffy and his companions with a shrill command. Pirate Straw Hat crew, and you audacious hooligans who dare to assault legitimate merchants. This colonel demands your immediate surrender. He gestured to his subordinates, shouting, advance, capture them. Yet, his naval soldiers exchanged hesitant glances, none daring to charge forward, fully aware of their own limitations. Clearly, they were waiting for the 2 sides to weaken each other before swooping in to claim the spoils. At that moment, Nami had successfully infiltrated Arlong's study. The room was vast, adorned in a rugged yet opulent style, exuding an air of nouveau riche, with various gold and silver artifacts haphazardly displayed, and exaggerated marine specimens mounted on the walls. Nami remained focused on her objective, disregarding the treasures as she meticulously searched. Before long, she halted before a concealed safe embedded in the wall, secured with a sturdy iron lock. With her lockpicking skills and a few tools, the safe was quickly opened. After all, she had successfully accomplished this feat before. Inside, rather than gold or jewels, she found several hefty ledgers wrapped in waterproof leather, alongside documents neatly sealed in envelopes. As she quickly perused the contents, Her heart raced with anticipation. The ledgers were densely filled with records detailing a decade's worth of bribes to Colonel Mouse and other naval officials, meticulously noting the time, place, amount, and items exchanged, including berries, jewelry, and even precious marine produce surrendered by villagers. Each entry was crystal clear. Among the documents lay receipts and guarantees signed by Colonel Mouse and several higher-ranking officials, prominently bearing the seal of the 16th Naval Division. The evidence was irrefutable, sufficient to condemn Colonel Mouse and those who stood behind him. Nisei swiftly wrapped the ledger and essential documents in a pre-prepared oilcloth, securing them tightly to his back. Just as he was about to retrace his steps, a sharp, piercing voice, rendered even more sinister by its hushed tone, pierced through the slightly ajar window of the study. "Quick, you two, follow that fishman to the back mountain. Flush out those hiding wretches, especially the old, weak women and children. Capture a few as hostages. I want to see if these arrogant pirates can still prance about without those burdens." Nisei's gaze suddenly turned as cold as steel. He stealthily approached the window, peering through the gap to see Colonel Mouse issuing low commands to several seemingly astute naval soldiers and a few fishermen subleaders familiar with the terrain. The trio nodded and stealthily made their way toward the back path leading to the mountain. A wave of dread washed over Nisei. The safety of the villagers was paramount to their plan. He had to thwart them. These were defenseless, ordinary people. Without a moment's hesitation, Nisei abandoned the conservative route through the door. Like a nimble cat, he leaped out of the window, grasping the ledge with one hand, and with a powerful twist of his waist, executed a graceful somersault onto the roof. On the slanted tiles, he moved with ease, swiftly traversing the main building toward the direction of the three sneaky figures. He leaped from the rooftop, landing soundlessly, perfectly positioned in their path. "This way is blocked." Nisei stood tall, his voice low yet clear, reaching the ears of the trio. He tightened the bundle of evidence on his back, his right hand resting on the hilt of his short blade, still sheathed, as his sharp gaze swept over them. "Another little brat?" The leading fishman subleader hesitated momentarily before breaking into a sinister grin, seeking death. "Just right to serve as an appetizer for Boss Along." He brandished a harpoon and lunged forward. Nisei did not engage in a direct confrontation. At the moment the harpoon came thrusting toward him, he slid sideways as if weightless, his right hand striking out like lightning. Instead of drawing his blade, he precisely tapped the fishman's wrist and the side of his elbow with the sheath. Ugh! The fishman subleader immediately felt his entire arm go numb and weak, the harpoon clattering from his grasp. Before he could react, Nisei closed in, delivering a heavy elbow strike to his ribs, while his right foot deftly hooked. The fisherman let out a cry of pain, losing his balance, and crashing into a nearby naval soldier who was preparing to draw his pistol, tumbling into a chaotic heap. The remaining naval soldiers turned pale with fear but gritted their teeth, raising their firearms to aim at Nisei. "No, don't move." Nisei's eyes narrowed. At the instant one soldier pulled the trigger, his body moved like a specter, leaping to the left front, the bullet grazing his right shoulder and shattering a decorative stone panel behind him. Simultaneously, Nisei's sheath whipped out like a lash, striking precisely at the wrist of the naval soldier. The firearm clattered to the ground. Nisei stepped forward, the sheath sweeping upward to strike the soldier's chin. The naval soldiers, without uttering a sound, rolled their eyes and collapsed to the ground. The mermen who had been knocked down, upon seeing their comrade incapacitated in an instant, felt a chill of fear and hesitated to advance. In the distance, on a main battlefield, Sanji and Zoro caught sight of the situation, noticing that Nami was temporarily surrounded. An urgency gripped their hearts, causing their assault to momentarily falter. "Don't worry about me. Protect my brother. I can handle this," Nami shouted, her gaze fixed warily on the surrounding foot soldiers, her stance slightly lowered, akin to a poised leopard ready to pounce. He could not allow anyone to pass, not a single soul, having promised to assist Nami in safeguarding the villagers. Observing Nami's ability to manage her predicament, Sanji and Zoro steadied themselves, their fury and combat spirit igniting further. Luffy, too, was drawn into the fray, involuntarily casting a glance. His face, inflated with rage, expressed, "You despicable Navy. Worse than pirates." He extended his rubber arm to intervene against the Navy, only to be struck on the shoulder by Arlong, sending him staggering. Arlong cackled maniacally. "What is wrong, brat? Distracted? You dare to look around while fighting me? Perish!" He opened his razor-toothed maw, lunging at Luffy with a bite. Luffy narrowly dodged, a tear in his shoulder garment marking the close call. Meanwhile, Sanji's gaze sharpened, and his aura shifted dramatically. He swept his right foot across the ground, as if igniting invisible flames. The warm-up was over. Mr. Seafood's demon wind kick. His right leg blazed crimson, radiating heat, amplifying both speed and power. Crocodile felt an immediate surge of pressure as the fishman karate techniques were thoroughly suppressed. On another front, Zoro assumed a formidable stance against the staggering Chu and Karubi. Three swords emanating a swirling aura of deep violet energy. Three-sword style. Beautiful Night's unending ghost slash. The hauntingly beautiful yet perilous blade light re-emerged. This time, Chu and Karubi lacked even the ability to defend themselves, their bodies erupting in a spurt of blood as they collapsed once more, losing consciousness entirely. Having dispatched their respective foes, Sanji and Zoro immediately shifted their focus to the climactic battle between Luffy and Arlong, while keeping a watchful eye on Nami's movements. The conflict between Luffy and Arlong had escalated to its most brutal phase. Luffy was covered in bruises and abrasions, his straw hat knocked away to a distant spot. His rubber body bore a wound, albeit shallow, inflicted by Arlong's sharp teeth. Arlong, too, was not in a better state, with several visible indentations on his chest and abdomen from Luffy's strikes, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, breathing heavily, and his azure skin marked with numerous contusions. The fishman's inherent strength, amplified in the water, even from splashes, had given Luffy a significant challenge. Yet, the formidable resilience endowed by the gum-gum fruit, his unconventional attack style, and Luffy's indomitable spirit, which grew stronger with each encounter, propelled him to rise again and again. Gum-gum axe. Luffy leaped high into the air, stretching his rubber leg to its limit, akin to a Titan's battle axe, striking down towards Arlong's head with the force of a mountain cleaving the earth. Arlong's eyes glinted with ferocity as he crossed his arms, his muscles bulging to their utmost, bracing for impact. Boom! The ground erupted in a web-like pattern around Arlong, his feet sinking half a foot into the earth. Yet he withstood the brutal impact. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped Luffy's rubber ankle, exclaiming, "Got you, brat." With a savage grin, Arlong unleashed his strength, swinging Luffy like a wrecking ball, tracing a wide arc before crashing him violently against a massive marble column. "Brother." Nami watched from a distance, her heart nearly stopping as she attempted to rush forward, only to be ensnared by the recovering fishman lieutenant and the Navy. Unable to break free. Crash! Luffy's body collided solidly with the column, the thick stone shattering with a resounding crack, debris scattering everywhere. For a moment, Luffy lay motionless beneath the rubble. "Luffy!" Sanji and Zoro shouted in alarm. Arlong, panting heavily, surveyed the wreckage, bursting into triumphant laughter. "Ha ha ha! Do you see this? This is the fate of those who defy me. Humans are forever a lesser race." Amidst the debris, a hand, stained with dust and blood, emerged, pushing aside the stones. Luffy shakily stood up from the rubble, shaking his head and spitting out sand and blood. Though his face was dirty, his eyes burned with an unprecedented fiery intensity. Bright enough to terrify. "It hurts. My bones feel like they're about to shatter," Luffy murmured, rubbing his shoulder. Yet the corners of his mouth gradually curled into an utterly pure and audacious smile. "But how can I lose here?" He bent down, retrieving his straw hat from the debris, brushing off the dust, and placing it back upon his head, its brim lowered. "Nami's waiting for me to send you flying. The villagers are waiting for freedom. Noki is watching. Usopp is striving to support. Sanji and Zoro are fighting. Nami is worried about me." With each declaration, his presence grew stronger, an intangible aura of kingship beginning to emanate, thickening the surrounding air. Arlong's smile slowly faded, replaced by uncertainty. This brat. If I lose... Luffy lifted his head, his eyes piercing through the brim of his hat as he stared directly at Arlong, his voice calm, yet brimming with volcanic power. How can I be their captain? How can I become the Pirate King? With that, Luffy's fists clenched tightly, his rubber arms stretching back, extending to an unprecedented length, the muscles compressing with a faint creaking sound. The rubber fibers beneath his skin writhed visibly. I will never lose to a bully like you. Rubber, Gatling gun. This time, it was not a mere test of strength. Luffy's fists transformed into a true storm of metal. Countless punches tore through the air, leaving visible afterimages and sonic booms, striking Arlong with a speed and density far surpassing before, like a torrential downpour. Each punch encapsulated Luffy's rage, conviction, and power. Arlong's pupils dilated as he crossed his arms to shield his head and chest, attempting to block the onslaught. Bang, 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 bang. The cacophony of relentless impacts merged into a singular roar, reminiscent of a machine gun firing at close range. Eren felt an excruciating pain rip through his arms, the horrifying force rendering him incapable of standing, forcing him to stagger backward as cracks began to appear in his formidable fishman's skin, blood seeping forth. How could this be? His strength was still augmenting. A sense of dread enveloped Eren. Amidst the torrential assault, Luffy seized upon a fleeting vulnerability exposed by Eren's agony and the force of impact. Involuntarily, Eren gasped in pain, revealing his signature serrated teeth, once capable of crushing the bones and weapons of countless resistors. In a flash, an absurd yet entirely rational thought flickered through Luffy's mind. His left hand, shrouded by the myriad of fists raining down, stealthily lunged forth like a venomous serpent. Rather than striking at Eren's body, it swiftly plunged into Eren's mouth, which had opened wide in a cry of pain. Eren was taken aback. What was this brat attempting? Offering him an extra hand? Then, he felt a sharp agony as Luffy's fingers firmly grasped one of his most pointed, razor-sharp canine teeth. With sudden force, Luffy yanked it out, producing a sickening crack that sent shivers down the spine. A bloodied, glimmering serrated fishman tooth was forcibly extracted from Eren's mouth. A howl of anguish erupted from Eren, clutching his bleeding mouth, the pain nearly rendering him unconscious. The agony of tooth extraction, especially when violently wrenched, was unbearable even for a fishman. Luffy gazed at the bloodied tooth in his hand, which glimmered in the sunlight. A mischievous smile spread across his face, embodying a childlike glee and the exhilaration of impending triumph. Chapter 55. The Village Reborn. I've heard your teeth are formidable, Luffy remarked as Eren bent over in pain, exposing the tender skin at the back of his neck. Clutching the tooth, he aimed its tip at that vulnerable spot. Summoning all his strength, he drove the tooth forcefully into Eren's flesh. With a sickening puncture, the tooth pierced the skin and embedded itself deep into the muscle. Ag! Eren's scream morphed into a tone of indescribable astonishment and agony. What does it feel like to be pierced by one's own tooth? He now understood. It was a searing blend of physical pain and profound humiliation, a sensation that resonated to the marrow. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy showed Luffy's fist seemed to transform into a colossal cannonball, tearing through the air and producing a deafening sonic boom, embodying an unwavering will to obliterate all in its path. It struck mercilessly at Arlong's chest, which was wide open due to the excruciating pain from his neck and tooth extraction. Crack, crack, crack. This time, the sound was not a dull thud, but a series of piercing, spine-chilling cracks of shattered bones. Arlong's eyes bulged, and a horrific imprint of Luffy's fist visibly sank into his chest. His mouth agape, yet producing no sound, only a torrent of blood frothing at the corners. His massive frame was propelled backward as if struck head-on by a speeding train, his feet leaving the ground. Boom, boom, boom. He soared like an uncontrollable blue missile, crashing through the poolside railing, a magnificent fountain, and 3 ornamental stone columns, ultimately embedding himself in the thickest part of the park's perimeter wall. The entire wall erupted into a spiderweb of cracks centered around him, debris cascading down, burying him halfway within. Arlong, lodged in the wall, tilted his head to one side, eyes rolled back, his chest heaving irregularly, blood bubbling forth from his mouth, completely unconscious. Defeated was Arlong. Arlong, the captain, was vanquished. A surviving fishman underling gazed in disbelief at Arlong, ensconced in the wall, his weapon clattering to the ground. His face a mask of incredulity. Like the first domino falling, the remaining fishmen collapsed in utter despair. Wailing for their mothers, they abandoned their gear, some leaping into the pool to flee through the water, while others knelt in surrender, trembling in fear. The few Navy men and fishermen subordinates ensnared by Nami, witnessing Arlong's dismal defeat, were struck with terror, shrieking as they turned to flee. Attempting to escape, Sanji scoffed, his figure flashing like a specter in their path. His legs a blur. With a series of thuds, he toppled the would-be escapees to the ground. Those fishmen previously dealt with by Usopp were bound together by Zoro with ropes, resembling a series of seafood dumplings. Meanwhile, Captain Mouse, having been petrified since Luffy extracted Arlong's teeth and he let out a high-pitched scream, was left pale as a ghost, his legs trembling. Upon seeing Arlong smashed into the wall by Luffy's earth-shattering punch, his last vestige of composure shattered completely. With a shriek, he attempted to scramble toward the exit. "Mouse, where do you think you're going?" A chilling voice echoed behind him, like the whisper of death. Mouse stiffened, slowly turning his head. There stood Zoro, sword in hand, blocking the sole exit, his sharp gaze fixed coldly upon him, as if eyeing a fish on a chopping board. "I am the Navy headquarters appointed colonel of the 16th Division. You lawless pirates dare to lay a finger on me, and the Navy headquarters will send an admiral to turn you to dust." Captain Mouse strained to maintain his last shred of authority, his voice quivering uncontrollably. "The Navy headquarters?" Luffy approached, rubbing his still aching fist, gazing at Nami in bewilderment. "Nami, what is the Navy headquarters? Is there a new flavor of meat?" Nami had already resolved the last entanglement and was jogging over. Upon hearing Luffy's words, she couldn't help but chuckle. However, when she turned her gaze to Captain Mouse, her expression swiftly turned icy. She unwrapped the oilcloth package from her back and brandished the thick ledger and documents before the captain. "Captain Mouse, here lies the evidence of your collusion with the Arlong pirates over the past decade, your acceptance of substantial bribes, and your complicity in their oppression of the villagers of Kokoyasi, all while disregarding the justice and duties of the Navy." Nami's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "The evidence is all here. Every bribe, every assurance of safety is documented, complete with your signature and even the seal of your branch." Stepping forward, she leaned in slightly, her long hair cascading down, her eyes clear yet sharp, a faint smirk gracing her lips, tinged with mischief. She mimicked the angry demeanor of her brother, Ace, with a hint of amusement. "What do you think would happen if I were to hand this evidence to a truly righteous Navy officer, someone like Vice Admiral Garp, who cannot tolerate any injustice? Would those behind you continue to protect you, or would they hastily cast you aside as a scapegoat to distance themselves?" Nami believed her grandfather was the finest, most formidable Navy officer, an embodiment of true justice, unlike this pathetic excuse for a Navy officer before her. Garp. Upon hearing that name, Captain Mouse seemed struck by lightning. He trembled violently, the color draining from his face, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. Garp, the legendary Navy hero who dared to confront even the celestial dragons. In that moment, Captain Mouse envisioned himself being dragged before a military tribunal, facing execution amidst the scorn of countless onlookers. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, his legs gave way beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. A dark stain rapidly spread across his trousers. He had truly wet himself. "Ugh, how disgusting." Sanji immediately recoiled, covering his nose. "This bastard is not only wicked, but can't even control his bladder." Zoro grimaced, displaying his distaste. "Bind him up with those fishmen. Let the villagers decide how to deal with him later," Nami declared as she emerged from her safe hiding place. She surveyed the chaotic scene of Arlong Park, now devoid of its power, gazing at the bound fishmen and the terrified captain, then at the villagers who emerged from the back mountains, led by no Kigo and Usopp, cautiously at first, then erupting into cheers. Tears streamed down her face, each drop heavy with joy and relief. After a decade of oppressive clouds hanging over her, and a weight pressing upon her heart, it was shattered in that moment. No Kigo rushed over and embraced her sister tightly, both of them weeping in each other's arms. This time, the tears were pure, filled with joy and liberation. Usopp stowed away his artistic weaponry. With an air of triumph, he strode before the crowd. His nose held high. Did you see? Did you see? Under my illustrious and strategic command as the Usopp warrior, the wicked Fishman Empire and the corrupt Navy forces have been utterly vanquished. This is the power of our righteous comrades. Indeed, indeed, the Usopp warrior is the mightiest. Nami chuckled through her tears. Luffy approached Nami, scrutinizing her closely. He noted that aside from her slightly disheveled attire and a bit of dust, she bore no injuries, which relieved him. Then, grinning widely, he pointed to the bruises on his own body, exclaiming, "Nami, I'm in so much pain." Nami looked at her brother's pleading expression. Having been so valiant in battle, he now resembled a child seeking candy. With a mix of helplessness and affection, she smiled and retrieved some ointment and clean cloth from her small bag. "Sit down, brother. Let me tend to your wounds." Hee. Luffy obediently sat down. Zoro sheathed his sword and moved to lean against an upright pillar, closing his eyes to rest. Songi lit a cigarette. Observing the jubilant villagers and the sisters embracing one another, then glanced at Nami, who was bandaging Luffy, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Above Cocoa Village, the oppressive clouds were replaced by bright, uplifting ones. A group of self-proclaimed pirates, shining with the brilliance of camaraderie and freedom, resembled true heroes more than anyone else. Nami wiped away her tears, her smile radiant like the rising sun. With fists, swords, kicks, slingshots, wisdom, and hearts intertwined, they dispelled the darkness. The sunlight poured down unimpeded, illuminating every tear-streaked face that blossomed with smiles and bathing the rejuvenated orange orchards in its glow. The golden fruits sparkled in the sunlight, exuding an unprecedented sweetness. A new breeze, imbued with hope and the fragrance of oranges, was finally free to caress this war-torn land once more. It could sweep through this resilient terrain, weathered yet steadfast, toward a broader, more liberated future. Chapter 56. The Feast of Freedom. That night in Cocoa Village, the celebratory bonfire nearly illuminated the entire night sky. It ignited the largest, brightest, and most jubilant bonfire in a decade. The flames licked the night sky, dispelling the last remnants of gloom, and casting a rosy glow on every smiling face. A decade of oppression, fear, and silence was wholly unleashed that night, transforming into a nearly frenzied celebration. The villagers brought forth all their treasured food. The long wooden table overflowed with various delicacies. There were homemade cured meats and sausages, freshly caught fish sizzling over the fire, vibrant bowls of salads and baskets brimming with golden oranges, including several whole roasted pigs prepared especially for the festivity. Lastly, of course, there were the fragrant oranges, Cocoa Village's pride and a symbol of freedom. The barrels of wine were pried open, and the mingling aromas of ale and fruit wine blended with the sense of the feast, filling the air with laughter. The bonfire crackled in the square, sparks flying toward the starry night sky, like tiny hopes set free. Men, women, and children encircled the bonfire, clasping hands as they engaged in a simple yet fervent dance. Their melodious voices ringing out, albeit somewhat off-key, but the heartfelt joy radiating from them was infectious. The Straw Hat crew naturally emerged as the undeniable focal point and heroes of this grand celebration. Luffy was showcasing his unique prowess, single-handedly clearing half a long table. Before him lay a mountainous heap of empty plates, alongside a pile of orange peels, which he had gnawed on, skin and all, until Nami admonished him. At that moment, he held a roasted beast's leg, thicker than his arm, grease glistening on his face, his cheeks puffed out like a hamsteress. He shouted, somewhat incoherently, to an elderly gentleman nearby, strumming a simple three-stringed instrument, Old man, play the music louder. Meat deserves spirited melodies. A whole roasted pig was unceremoniously thrust onto the long table by Luffy, his rubbery arms stretching as he took bites, his cheeks stuffed to the brim, grease trickling down to his chin, forgotten in the midst of his garbled exclamations. This meat is crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. Sanji, take notes. Sanji, from a distance, roared in protest. That's the villagers' goodwill, not my culinary masterpiece. And get down from the table. Usopp, meanwhile, found himself surrounded by a throng of half-grown children and enthusiastic young villagers, basking in the zenith of his storytelling prowess. Standing atop an overturned wooden barrel, he gesticulated wildly, saliva flying as he embellished his role in the recent skirmish with grandiose flair. Just as he spoke, the menacing, kissing fishman puffed up his cheeks, about to unleash a devastating tidal wave upon our swordsman. In that critical moment, I, the valiant Captain Usopp from the summit of a distant hill, held my breath, channeling my essence into my legendary slingshot. With a decisive strike, the super electromagnetic pepper salt piercing star soared forth. The projectile, akin to a meteor racing across the night sky, whistled with righteous fury and landed squarely in the fishman's gaping mouth just as he prepared to spray. He choked on his own saliva, incapacitated, granting Zoro the opportunity for a fatal blow. Usopp stood with one hand on his hip, the other poised in a mock shooting stance, his long nose shimmering in the firelight. He entirely disregarded Sanji's eye-rolling and Zoro's customary disdainful snort from afar. Wow! The children exclaimed in awe, their eyes sparkling. Usopp, you're amazing. What's that super electromagnetic thing? Can you teach us? Usopp, puffing out his chest with pride, replied, well, that is a technique I developed by fusing 7 rare ores from the East Blue with the mysterious energies of the Grand Line. His mind raced as he concocted an excuse. Teaching it is a bit complex, but seeing your enthusiasm, I could share some basic Usopp-style precise throwing techniques another day. After all, they couldn't possibly linger long. Who knew if they would still be in this sea tomorrow? He excelled at charming the children. Not far off, Sanji found himself ensnared in a delightful dilemma, surrounded by nearly all the young ladies of the village, along with some eager older women. They vied to express their gratitude, offering homemade treats, brewed fruit wines, and unabashedly admiring glances. Mr. Sanji, would you care to sample the orange pie I prepared? I've incorporated some special spices. Mr. Sanji, could you teach me how to cook? Sanji-kun, thanks to your swift kick that dispatched that wicked fishman, your leg techniques are simply magnificent. Young man, are you seeing anyone? My niece lives in the neighboring town and is quite a charming beauty. Lost in a euphoric reverie, Sanji's eyes transformed into swirling pink hearts. He twirled gracefully among the ladies, bowing and accepting their offerings, exclaiming, "Ah, this exquisite pie, crafted by your own hands, must surely encapsulate the essence of sunshine. My dear lady, it is a gentleman's duty to protect the ladies. There is no need for gratitude." To the enthusiastic aunt, he replied, "At present, my heart and soul are devoted entirely to the culinary arts and the seafaring life. However, should I encounter a woman as radiant as Miss Nami?" Amidst this delightful chaos, he diligently ensured that his golden locks remained impeccably styled and his suit impeccably crisp, all the while sporting a grin that nearly reached his ears. In a quieter corner of the square, beneath the sprawling branches of a massive orange tree, Zoro sat alone against the sturdy trunk. A large wooden goblet, gifted by a villager, clutched in his hand. The goblet was nearly the size of his head, filled with amber-hued, robust local ale, which he sipped leisurely. The flickering firelight danced across his chiseled profile, illuminating his tranquil gaze. The fatigue from battle and the gentle haze brought on by alcohol allowed him a rare moment of relaxation. Then, a pink figure flitted into view, akin to a bird returning to its nest. Habitually and lightly, she settled on the grass nearby, maintaining just the right distance, neither too close to intrude upon his solitude nor too far to hinder conversation. Nami sipped from a cup of overly sweet orange honey water, graciously given to her by a villager aunt, her gaze resting on Zoro's arm, which lay casually draped over his bent knee. Luffy had insisted she refrain from alcohol, a directive echoing the advice of Ace and Sabo, who had once clandestinely indulged in pirate's ale until dawn at their secret hideout, becoming true brothers in the process. Forgetting the events that followed an indulgence in drink, she observed the fresh scar on Zoro's arm, a wound that, while not deep, was notably long, with edges still tinged in red. "Zoro," she murmured softly, her voice nearly drowned out by the surrounding revelry. Yet he heard her. "Does your arm still hurt?" Zoro cast a casual glance at his wound, dismissing it with indifference. "It's just a small injury." Nami bit her lip, clearly skeptical of his nonchalance. She retrieved a flat, antiquated wooden medicine box from her pocket, opening it to reveal a translucent green ointment that exuded a faint, pleasant aroma. "This ointment was given to me by Sister Makino. She concocted it from herbs she forged herself. It is particularly effective for stopping bleeding and promoting healing. Ace used it frequently during training when he was injured." Nami extended the box towards Zoro, her eyes shining with sincerity. "Would you care to try it?" Zoro's gaze fell upon the medicine box before he lifted his eyes to the concerned little face of Nami, which was filled with care. After a brief silence, he extended his empty right hand and accepted the box. "Thank you," he said. "Shall I apply for you?" Nami immediately offered, not allowing Zoro a moment to decline. Her tone was so natural, as if it were an undeniable fact. "It might be inconvenient for you to do it yourself, and besides, the bandage needs changing. It seems a bit loose." As she spoke, she rose to her feet, slightly bending down to gently touch the hastily wrapped bandage around Zoro's left arm. Clearly an amateur attempt at self-care. Zoro's body stiffened imperceptibly, his arm muscles instinctively tensing. However, the moment Nami's warm fingertips made contact with the bandage, he forced himself to relax. He observed Nami's focused profile, her pink locks softly cascading to her cheeks, and her long eyelashes casting trembling shadows in the flickering firelight. He swallowed, ultimately responding with a low grunt, neither refusing nor resisting Nami's actions. With his tacit approval, Nami's movements grew more gentle and meticulous. She carefully unwrapped the slightly loose old bandage, revealing the wound beneath, now bloodless yet still raw and protruding. Nami furrowed her brow, her eyes reflecting a deeper concern. She dipped a clean cloth into the fresh water provided by the villagers and delicately cleansed the area surrounding the injury. Then, she extracted a small amount of cool green ointment, meticulously applying it to the wound with her fingertips. Her touch was gentle, as if afraid of causing Zoro any pain. The cooling sensation of the ointment alleviated the burning sting of the wound. Zoro lowered his gaze to Nami's concentrated profile and her nimble hands, feeling the subtle brush of her fingertips against his skin. It evoked a familiar sensation, an unfamiliar warmth that swept quietly through his heart, rendering him a bit uneasy. This feeling was too strange, too uncontrollable. He despised such lack of control. Turning his gaze away, he took a large swig of his drink.